2.
With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power band is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Poland houses the 3rd European Regional here in Gdańsk, with over 1,000 TCG players battling it out for the coveted titles of champions. Day 1 was full of exciting action and a plethora of deck choices, and it continues today from round 12. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by my Pokemon experts here, Alex, Ben, and Joe. How are we feeling about the action here in Poland?
Well, you know, we've had 9 rounds already in our day 1, but we're coming into a day of tough competition. I'm going to hang on myself, of course, but, you know, looking forward to seeing what comes out on top today.
And of course, with the new set released recently, we're all excited for the decks that are coming out. And yesterday, I think we must have seen 12 plus decks, and there's loads that made it through we haven't checked out yet today.
Yeah, there's still more archetypes that we hope to show you throughout the day. There are some climbing to the top tables that we haven't yet been able to demonstrate, but it's a really good sign for the format that there's diversity, there's complexity to these matchups as well, and even within the similar deck lists, there's different ways to play the likes of Charizard, there's different ways to play Miraidon. There's so many ways you can build these lists now that even when someone flips over their initial Pokemon, you still have to play around quite a few things in this format.
Well, Alex, we are at the start of our journey for the season here, the 3rd stop in Europe, in Poland. This regional schedule has been one of those amazing journeys throughout Europe. You know, we get to see some of the most beautiful cities, as you can see some of the highlights here, but we're very early on in the season.
Yeah, so many more tournaments to come. Of course, this is only the 3rd stop, as you've already highlighted, but we've got so many regionals and special events to come in the Europe circuit, and of course, all of those ICs still to come. And then right at that very end, what everyone's here playing for is that opportunity to compete at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Well, we've just come back from LAIC. You know, everyone got to check out the new set. Some of our European players doing very well out there. But the CP that these guys need to make it all the way through to Worlds, it's quite a lot for a lot of players, but some of these top players are already making it.
Yeah, we're already seeing a number of players just about hit that threshold. A combination of playing in local events, getting your League Cups done, getting your Elite Challenges in, but also, of course, it's going to be these larger scale tournaments. The International Championships give away a boatload of championship points if you do manage to have very solid records. And here, of course, at Regionals, that's going to be the bread and butter for players to make it over the line.
And with some players auto-inviting through the regionals themselves, we've got plenty of players already booking their tickets all the way out to the World Championship. But there's some players here today who'll be looking to really push themselves up the leaderboard and try and get that auto-invite. We've got several players who you might recognize here and some new faces making it through to day 2. And I mean, you could spend hours breaking down each of these players, but any particular highlights for you there, Ben?
Well, we do have a lot of usual suspects. We see Yuher Kalamar, of course, just off his LAIC win, and he's still going strong. He's still taking on the competition. We see some of the usual suspects here, Robin, Tord, Magnus, Pedersen, of course, but, you know, we still have a chance to crown some new players as champions. A lot of players looking to start making a name for themselves as we head into this competition.
And we've got Bartosz. What a story. Winning his winning in on the stream yesterday. Went 8-0-1 on day one. And he's going to be looking to make it all the way to that top 8 in his first day 2.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. And that interview that we've had, you know, so wholesome. It was just amazing to have such newer players demonstrating how good they could be in these kind of events, these kind of tournaments. And yeah, like Benjamin just said, it's an opportunity to shine at these kind of events here.
A lot of Polish players here in Gdańsk. You know, the Poland scene has grown since we had Warsaw last season. A lot of them turned up, and many of them in that day 2. But I want to see how they're doing right now, as many of them were sitting at the top of the Swiss standings. How has a few rounds affected them? My goodness, you can see there, Juho just wants to keep winning.
That's an incredible record, getting right in that touching distance as well. We do have a few more rounds today, but we're looking towards that sort of 35 or so match points, and already having 9 wins under the belt is already fantastic. Only dropping 1 set so far, that's incredible to see. Lucas, who we saw yesterday, playing the Snorlax archetype. There's a couple of them up there as well, with Luke Doran as well. So going to see a bit of Snorlax possibly making their way towards that top 8 also.
Yeah, and again, there's our boy Bartosz. I want to make him a superstar. Hearing him say the first thing he did was call his wife after winning, I love to hear it. But yeah, and lots of familiar faces there as well. I mean, we haven't had a chance to see Stefan on stream yet, so it'd be great to see how they're doing. But we had 3 players to watch at the beginning of the day yesterday, and I think we did pretty well with one of these predictions. Juho there, showing exactly why he's the player to watch, hot off the win, and making it so right here in Gdańsk.
Yeah, our 3 players took on some tough competition through day 1. Unfortunately, I think Fabian was unfortunate not to make it through to day 2, but Rahul and Juho making it through to day 2. Of course, we featured Rahul playing that Urshifu in Talion, unfortunately falling short of the mark against Mew VMAX, but like I said, still able to make day 2, and what a way to do it.
I mean, what was Fabian playing? Zorobox?
Yeah, I think you can't really expect to make day 2 when you play Zoroark Toolbox. You're trying to have a pretty good run, good slice of fortune with an archetype like that. I think I saw a Fortress EX in his deck list, so maybe trying to go for broke this tournament, and didn't pay off this time.
Yeah, we've seen some of our top players really cooking some interesting decks. You know, Tord with the spicy Lost Box. We still don't have a name for it yet, so that's something you guys need to try and work out in the chat. What are we going to call Tord's Lost Box archetype? I think that's one of the big questions here with this new format, Alex. What is the deck builder's ability going to be like coming into a new format? There's so many opportunities to be creative.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the impact of Paradox Rift was, you know, incredible. So many good competitive cards. There was so many competitive decks already pre-Paradox Rift, having to look to evolve, adapt, incorporate new cards, incorporate new strategies that we've already seen. And we're only 2 weeks in to the actual set itself. So plenty more to come, and that's what makes this current format, this current meta, so interesting to watch.
Well, speaking of the meta, I want you guys to, in chat, predict which one's converted from day 1 to day 2. But to remind you, what did well in day 1, what people brought along, what people were thinking was going to be the best decks. Let's have a look at this. Miraidon, reactively off of LAIC, I think, increased in popularity. Gardevoir, still a very popular deck. Some of those decks below it, though, quite surprising to see in such high numbers there, Ben.
Yeah, of course, Miraidon, like you touched on, it has such a versatile game plan against a lot of this meta here. Has a game plan against Gardevoir, has a game plan against Charizard. You know, it's easy to see why a lot of players picked it going into this tournament. But yeah, of course, Gardevoir there, Charizard, a lot of people placing trust in these archetypes. But yeah, it's interesting to see what will come out on top in day 2. And of course, what are those conversion rates looking like, most importantly?
Well, I'm sure everyone wants to see the conversion rate, and there it is. Mew VMAX coming through and popping off. Miraidon still looking very strong there. Joe, talk us through what you see.
Europe's done it again. Mew is right back on top. It had a fantastic day 1 and seemed to really feast on a lot of the field. Miraidon's done pretty well. It was popular, but still converting at a really high rate. And Gardevoir's completely dropped off the map, if you can see there. I thought it was one of the most powerful decks coming into this tournament, but it seems like there's been enough counter picks out there that they seem to have dropped off a little bit into day 2. Now, there are still some at high tables, but I think it's few and far between at the moment out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to see that it has dropped off. Of course, we get a chance to reflect on another regionals that has happened this weekend as well, with Gardevoir EX actually taking it down. I believe there was actually a few in the top 8 over there in Brisbane. But, you know, in comparison to how the meta shifts and changes between the different regions, that's what makes this so interesting. We're going back to this whole idea of we have such a wide format and it's such a fun time to be playing the Pokemon TCG.
And that's where these clever players coming in with different decks than what you'd expect. Like you said, the Inteleon Urshifu is very much a pick to try and win this event and this event only. And we've seen Mew do exactly that too here. A lot of people recognizing that Judge Path was the key, but Snorlax, it's going to be there the whole season long, I feel like. We're always going to be watching out for that deck. Why is it so good right now?
It's just capitalizing on the meta, right? I mean, a lot of people still not expecting it, still not respecting the power of the block, Joe. You know, going into this tournament. I say raw power of the block, but you know, it's still capitalizing on this meta. You know, a lot of players focusing on maybe the other matchups in the room. How do I beat Miraidon? How do I beat Gardevoir? You know, failing to put those switch counts in there, and that's where Snorlax really does capitalize.
The thing you guys miss at home, when we had the Snorlax on stream, this guy here was sitting behind the cameras and just smiling the whole way through.
I was just giggling.
He loves it. He loves watching a Snorlax do its thing. And I think there's a lot of players out there who really enjoy it. And Wukash doing so well to make it as high as he has with Snorlax. So it's definitely a deck to watch out for.
Yeah, no, it's a different way of playing the game, right? I mean, you know, choosing to go down the disruption route instead of, you know, the more aggressive or maybe even the more tactical with Lost Box. It offers a different way of playing, right? So, you know, you can see why it's a popular choice other than I'm going to play to capitalize on the meta. I'm just going to play a bit differently, you know. Pokemon, it offers a lot of flexibility and approach.
Well, we'll calm you down for a bit. We might see some of that later
I know, I'm
on.
too enthusiastic. I'm way too enthusiastic.
But for now, I hope you guys are getting involved at home, letting us know what you think with that hashtag play Pokemon. Of course, we love seeing you guys getting involved. If you've been enjoying any particular decks, I know a lot of you are loving seeing Todd's new deck on stream. We have some more spicy lists that haven't been seen yet, some one-off lists in day 2. They're my favorite ones, the ones that are the only deck making it into day 2. We've got some of those to show you, so we'll try and get those on stream later on. But of course, let us know what you want to see and make sure you follow the channel and keep up to date with all the action throughout the season. We're going to be here all year long, having a great time, showing you all the TCG actions at all the regionals. Any final thoughts for today? What are we expecting to see?
I think there's going to be a lot of those Miraidons still dominating the top tables. I think most of that seems to have risen to the top. There's a decent amount of Charizard up there as well, and some good pilots. We've seen Stefan up there. There's Robin Schultz up there, a previous world champion. So I think we're going to see some of those decks in and around the top, and then it's sort of working towards that top 8 where things are really going to flesh out.
Well, from my point of view, I'm excited to get into the action. I'm sure you guys at home want to get on with the rounds. We'll take a little bit of a break here. Make sure you stick around because we'll be getting into round 12 in just a moment. So make sure you grab a cuppa if it's early in the morning and be right back.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
The weather outside is frightful, but the games are so delightful. It is Joe Bernard here alongside Alex Dow. We're getting into our Day 2 of competition. It's already kicked off. We have round 11 pretty much getting towards its conclusion at this stage. So the competition is really hotting up. We're getting just a couple wins away from many of these players to book their day into that top 8.
Yeah, players are really starting to burn up here to try and make it into that top 8 position as we start to see a lot of players really forcing themselves into that higher standings. We saw already from previous graphics that certain players are really kind of getting to that kind of 30-point threshold already, and then it's just a few more rounds to come to make it into that final spots.
Yeah, let us know what archetypes you're rooting for, what players you're rooting for as well. We're going to show you our own predictions from before the tournament even started. Some of us are doing a little bit better than others with our predictions. Alex, you've got to be rubbing your hands right now with the amount of Mew VMAX that's made it into the Day 2 of the competition.
Yes. I'm doing my best Shay impression right now. You know, we love a bit of Mew VMAX, especially here in Europe. You know, just that combination of Mew, sometimes with that path to the peak as well, but it's been dominating the Day 2 sort of meta breakdown.
Yeah,
you know,
and Consta, he's already won a tournament and is already on those top tables as well, still with Mew VMAX. Seems like a really good call. Rab there with Miraidon, still doing pretty well. Again, was the most popular deck in Day 1, still up there in Day 2 as well.
Yep.
And we have some of the highest placing players right now. Yuho on a very respectable 10 wins already at 30 match points.
Incredible.
Pretty much on top of the tournament right now. So that's also going really well.
Yeah, looking to go back to back from LAIC over back here in Europe at Gdańsk Regionals. But of course, Mike also had that prediction with the Valiant as well.
Yeah.
Another player who's doing super well at 9-0-2 record. Luke Doran with that Iron Valiant, I believe, Entei list.
Yes.
Sort of powering through the tournament. We know that's what we saw in the finals last week. Could we see a repeat? It's so many questions to unfold.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, we had a bit of a fizzle yesterday with the one Entei Valiant that we saw, unfortunately, from Caroline. Wasn't able to draw all that well in her set, but the archetype is certainly strong. We've got to see some interesting lines of play from them at the very least.
Yep.
So we got to see the devolution of 2 Charizard EX is one of my highlight reels of the day, actually. I thought that was an excellent turn and really showed the power of that archetype. Very creative. Possibly a little bit tougher of a field for them today because there aren't as many Gardevoir to sort of capitalize on. There are still a number of Charizard archetypes out there. I believe Luke was actually able to overcome Stefan in the previous round as well, who is playing Charizard, and actually the TM Evolution Charizard as well. So there are some Pidgeot EX builds out there, but also the Bibarel, which I think is super interesting.
Yeah, there's just so much going on in the meta and in the field right now. I mean, we've just seen so many different decks and different variations of decks so far, and I'm just excited to see what we're going to be bringing up for you guys shortly, and hopefully just bringing all of those little new archetypes at the same time as well.
Yeah, my cast prediction, it's not going great. I think I'm putting my hopes now in that there's one Roaring Room that just ended up in Todd's deck list because he has pretty much every good attacker in his Lost Zone variant. We're still trying to get the best name for the archetype because we don't know. It's got time, it's got space, it's got everything you need in that archetype, every attacker under the sun. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow. Still unbeaten in the tournament as well, Todd. He's at an 8-0-3 record, so actually starting to make the climb himself now towards that top 8.
Yeah, there's so many players we've also seen already on stream from yesterday in Day 1 as well. Carl Blake at a 9-1-1 record, you know, 28 match points. But that Gardevoir EX, we said that it has dropped off the graphic, you know, hasn't quite converted the high percentages that it has done in many sort of recent tournaments.
Certainly the NRIC, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, as we've kind of mentioned already, if you guys have been able to tune in earlier as well, it was able to take down Brisbane Regionals over in Australia, which is it just kind of shows the impact of Paradox Rift and the kind of changes in the meta and the shifts and the adaptations we have to take to try and get to the top.
It won the tournament with Harry Shallcross, and a fantastic result from them. They're actually predominantly an online player. This was their first day 2 major event, and able to take down the whole tournament, which is fantastic to see. 2 other Gardevoirs in that top 8. I think many people expected Gardevoir to do well in Brisbane because we'd seen some of the higher echelon of talent. We're actually at the LAIC piloting Gardevoir variants, and they've been piloting Gardevoir for a long time, a lot of the contingent of the Australian players. So expected to see those in that top 8, but also there was a couple of Charizard EX, there was a couple of Snorlax, and there was a Mew VMAX as well. So good diversity, and I don't know if we're going to necessarily mirror that top 8 this weekend, but we are still seeing a number of those similar lists making it in the top tables right now.
But look, the most important thing here is to try and give you guys the opportunity to try and pick our match that will come up for our round 11, I believe.
We're going into 12 now.
Round 12, sorry. We just finished round 11 into round 12. So we'll try and give you guys the opportunity to vote for what you guys want to see on our stream. We want to just give you as much information as possible, so hopefully we get a chance to start that as soon as possible. As soon as we have the pairings ready, we will get that out for you guys. Don't forget to vote on the Twitch channel, Pokemon TCG.
That's where you got to get your vote in. It's going to be a tough one, actually. I'm looking at the top tables right now, and there's some really good choices all around, so hopefully it's going to be by split decision, but we can come to something good here. A couple of players who are also towards the top. Luke Kirkham on a 9-1-1 record on an archetype that we haven't really seen much of, playing the Origin form Palkia V-Star, pretty aggressive Melanie-based list, but also included the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, a card we haven't talked about for many formats, and has pretty much just been farming Miraidon, from what I hear. Has faced 6 of them throughout day 1 and day 2, so seems to have flipped the script, and the water deck is actually coming out on top against the predominantly lightning-based archetype.
I mean, and that's the game, right? You go into these kind of metas and you want to hit your best matchups as much as possible. Sometimes that little bit of variance will allow you to do so, and that's where currently Luke finds himself. He's in a good position. He's seen other Miraidons probably around him as well doing super well. Already highlighted Yuho, on that sort of 10-1 record, which is fantastic. But, Luke will be licking his lips and maybe hoping for another Miraidon maybe, and seeing if his Ice Ride can carry him through. Yeah,
and Luke is definitely one of these players to keep an eye on, because he'll always bring something different. He's been on the stream before playing Zacian V-Star at a previous tournament, has played a Lowland Executor to a high placement before, Tangrowth. Lots of strange decisions from Luke. We know him quite well as fellow UK players. He's an old head in the TCG, but he will always look at the meta in a way that's very different to most others, I would say.
Yeah, I think it gives him a bit more motivation to play a different deck, not just following the crowd sometimes, but, he's identifying little gaps in the meta and just seeing where he can place himself. And this is currently where he's found him, and this is where he best fits. I mean, there's a new meta. Everyone's still trying new things. There's a whole discovery phase. Yeah. We've been testing and trying loads of different little tweaks here and there. But Luke's kind of, like I said, throwing it back and going back to Palkia alongside that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, and in many ways, that element of surprise can be so huge in these closed decklist settings, and having that small advantage can be the difference when you know exactly what your opponent's playing, you know what's in their range, you know what attacks to expect, you know how the game is going to flow from your side, but your opponent is doing that guesswork. They're not quite sure what direction the game's going to go, and it's going to be maybe a first-time experience for them to come up against an archetype like this. That can really give you an edge in these tournaments.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of players, as we kind of highlighted already with the Brisbane Regionals winner, someone who's been playing online, maybe taking sort of inspiration from lists that we've seen online as well, but maybe hasn't quite sort of had to navigate a matchup like a Ice Rider VMAX, and that's where Luke's able to come to fruition sometimes, or other people are able to come to fruition with just these kind of small tweaks and just being able to ride their way through.
Yeah, there's more than one way to make your way to that top 8. Let's have a catch-up on the standings right now to see which players and which archetypes are sort of budding through. As we see here, Yuho is on that 30 match point record already. Luke Duran with the Snorlax, as is Lukash on 14th place right now, toured with his wonky deck list. And
you have it.
You know what? I mean, it's a fantastic. It's Tord, right? He's always going to play it exceptionally well, but I feel like he may have gone a step too far with this one. Like, sure, he could still end up doing really well in this tournament, but you look at the deck list, and it seems, in many ways, it's just all the 4-ofs, and it seems pretty streamlined. But then you see the attacking plethora, and then things get kind of wonky, I think.
Well, I think it kind of starts to make sense as I started thinking about it a little bit more. That 1-1 Palkia V-Star line, being able to power up something like the Iron Hands and without having to utilize maybe the Lost Engine as much or the Mirage
it's only the water guys, right? So it can only power up the Kyogre, it can only power up the Greninja. But he basically said in the interview, it's a 5th Mirage Gate in many ways.
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
so it's that extra resource when required, and it's pretty much his bulkiest Pokemon as well. So it can just tank hits and actually get the swings in pretty early without needing to ramp up your Lost Zone as well if you just happen to get towards your Palkia early.
But do you know what? The community has voted.
Was there ever a doubt?
Maybe not.
I was trying to hype it up as a tough choice, but I think when you put one person's name on that community vote, there's only going to be one outcome.
We get to see that Lost something come together once again, or hopefully come together once again, against that deck which has fallen off the graphic. A player we saw yesterday in day 1 as well, Carl Blake, will be up against Tord in this round 12. So you guys in the chat, now that you guys have voted in the Twitch chat, just follow with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know how you think this game and matchup will go. That will be our round 12 feature match. It will be Tord Reklev with that Lost variant list that he's playing. We're going to keep with different names. We're going to keep going with it against Carl Blake's Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, and it's a tough one to sort of pre-analyze because I've got conceptions in my head of how Lost Box versus Gardevoir goes, but this isn't really that because there's going to be a lot of different attackers that could be sprung onto the board. An early Iron Hands can, of course, change games. There's only threats of Radiant Greninja in the deck list. There's weakness with the Roaring Moon EX into the Gardevoir EX as well, so there's one-hit KO potential in that regard. There's a lot of avenues that Tord can take 2 prize KOs. It feels like it's going to be most likely the Gardevoir on the back foot in the prizes and hoping to disrupt Tord with its variety of Iono for hand disruption. Going to have those counter-catcher plays in there as well, so that's going to be the emphasis for Carl here.
We've seen so many sort of cute cards and tech cards that have come into Gardevoir now that goes counter-catchers as well alongside those reversal energies. What will be really interesting to see is because obviously with Tord's engine and his deck, he can actually take it a little bit slower as well because he can utilize those big basic attackers with the Mirage Gates when he chooses to do so, but of course has that avenue of Iron Hands EX to try and push over and overcome the single prizes that Carl Blake will typically try and go down in terms of an avenue. But as we do see there, we do spotlight, you know, Gardevoir EX a lot because it has been such a powerful sort of deck that we've seen before Paradox Rift and now even post Paradox Rift, kind of that utilization of so many important cards now, so many impactful cards from the Paradox Rift set.
Yeah, Gardevoir can have its back against the wall and actually feel quite comfortable because you can draw your way out of so many situations with the combination of Curlier and Shining Arcana Gardevoir. You can try and utilize reversal energy to stay out of range of Iron Hands and Sableye. I feel like that's going to be a really important energy card to try and find throughout the matchup. Try and make your single prize Pokemon bulky, and it's really important to try and identify these sorts of Pokemon that can not get responded on via the Iron Hand, so you actually are forcing a 1 prize during this game.
Yeah, as we do start to see both our players now just at the table beginning to set up. We do have Carl Blake here, who, you know, is a very seasoned player, been playing for a long time. We know, again, another player we know very well from the UK. Many finishes, always been a player who's been able to attend Worlds, sort of compete at the World Championships, you know, sometimes even make it into the day twos as well. Yeah, as we do see some of his just small achievements that he's had.
Just a handful. Carl's been around the block many a day two. And yeah, is going to be rocking the Gardevoir EX. We saw them yesterday on stream playing up against a Charizard deck and was able to navigate it pretty nicely and actually come up with a pretty interesting way to checkmate his opponent by actually just going all in by attaching a ton of energy so that even if Gardevoir EX is KO'd, you have backup play. And what more can you say about Tord in terms of placements and finishes? We've had to boot off wins from ICs at this stage because they're just not enough space to show the amount of results here. We've had to throw away a top 4 at the World Championships just to improve it on that 2nd place now. So yeah, Tord is, I keep saying it, the most accomplished player in the modern era. There's no debate about that. He's just a phenomenal, consistent performer, ruthlessly competitive. And as we're seeing today, an underrated fact about Tord is that he's also an amazing innovator and deck builder. And he will, when he thinks the meta's right for a change, he'll pounce on a new archetype. And it seems like this time around, he's got a new approach. Let's go fast with the Lost Zone engine, ramp to 7, unlock Mirage Gate, which is the most incredible acceleration that we've seen from an item card, I think, in the format, or at least in the last few years. And then we have this smorgasbord of attackers that can make an awkward board state at any point in the game for an opponent.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we saw it from Tord, you know, maybe it was last season or the season before when Lost Box or Lost type decks had just come out as well. He was piloting the Charizard.
Exactly.
Sort of very straightforward, but it was all about being as consistent as possible with his list. And we've seen that throughout. Whenever there's been a new set that drops, Tord's kind of just realizing how the meta will shift to best play a particular type of deck. You know, getting into the game is far more important from his perspective. And we've had so many interviews and conversations with Tord, you know, that idea around power cards that spike a particular deck and archetype that he would be playing, compared to kind of the consistency cards that he would like to try and shift into his deck and meta. But, you know, we're at this stage now. Tord, like you said, is currently undefeated in this tournament, up against Carl's 9-1-1 record. Both players in a fantastic position still to try and push themselves into that top 8 spot. Let's just see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and in many ways this is a very Tord-like list, where you see a lot of 4-ofs on all the item cards, and all the, well, just quad Colress is the only supporter. You don't often see that in Lost Zone engines, but Tord just saying that I want to Colress every turn, I want to filter out the bad cards and keep amassing hand sizes, and has 3 Pokegear and Palpad to make sure he can reuse Colress every single turn in the game. And it's just saying that the creativity of this deck comes from those Pokemon. Got the Iron Hands EX and the Roaring Moon EX, pretty much the 2 most impressive attackers. Typically they're known for being in other decks, but in this time they've been mashed together alongside even more tricks.
Yeah, because we've seen Lost Box type decks with Iron Hands and Roaring Moon. I believe that's been a bit of a deck that people have been trying.
Either or more often than not, it's been an either-or situation where, because of Lightning Energy and Water Energy, it would be like Dragonite and Iron Hands and Raikou, those sorts of Pokemon combining together with like Forest Seal Stone packages from the past. Whereas Tord is saying that with all these EXs now, Forest Seal Stone's got to go, and we're going to have these new attackers make way as we start our game 1 here in round 12, and it's going to be Carl kicking things off with a Ralts in the active.
Yep, so Carl going first does have the Battle VIP pass, which is usually massive. Just had a quick glance at those prizes alongside you guys on the Twitch stream there. There was that Kyogre prize on Tord's side of the board. Of course, as we already mentioned, no boss or anything like that because he's playing the Kyogre type variant. You know, we'll be trying to occasionally snipe the bench where possible, but Carl will be looking to try and impact that where, or deal with that threat where possible.
I don't think it's necessarily matchups that Tord looks for Kyogre. I think it's opportunities. When possibly he's had that slower start and hasn't been able to ramp with Mirage Gates, he'll look for that comeback play. He does play a decent chunk of energy cards and does play a couple of energy recyclers, so it's certainly in range, but it's not necessarily a matchup where I think we have to panic about no Kyogre, because there's just so many avenues to take multi-prize turns against the Gardevoir players, so I think we should be able to get away with that one. Carl's going to diligently get through their deck for their initial search and are just going to grab a couple Ralts here to kick things off. Carl is playing the Battle VIP Pass version of Gardevoir. It's become more of a debate in the last few weeks and the last few tournaments. Obviously at the LAIC, there were some builds foregoing Battle VIP Pass, which was pretty much unheard of pre-Paradox Rift. It was a staple for until we've started to see the higher Ultra Ball and the Minion V counts in list, trying to steal some space to fit in all of the great new cards from Paradox Rift.
Yeah, you've been a bit of a champion of the Battle VIP Pass.
It's a good card, you know. You just get into the game, and I feel like it's a great safeguard card. As Tord is also going to play the Battle VIP Pass early here after a quick concealed cards. Is going to start getting more Comfey onto this board. Of course, there is still Cramorant pressure available, and that's already being spied by Tord to initiate a prize race. And it's a fantastic way that you can do that. Even single prizes are pretty handy to take here. You can find a way around 2-2-2 with the combination of Iron Hands and Roaring Moon. You could just go all-out Comfey here. But with Tord already having a Colress in hand, I think he's pretty comfortable to grab the Cramorants here with this initial Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, it's going to start applying that pressure as soon as possible. Both players have played against a type of variant in this matchup already. Carl has, in his run during day one, taken a victory against a lost box variant. And similarly with Tord, has been able to take down a God of our EX in his day one run as well. So both players, no stranger to this matchup in some way, shape or form.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's fair.
Until we start to see, different cards that drop down.
Tord's been in this situation before. I think Carl is still figuring things out as we go. But of course, being such a high-profile player, people will have heard about the combination of cards in Tord's deck at this point, as we see the initial Colress's experiment here. Going to be lost zoning a Comfey and a Lightning Energy in order to keep 3 of those cards. An immediate Palpad of Colress into the deck as well, toward wanting to safeguard around Iono as much as possible. This is one of the key defenses Carl can use throughout the entire game, with Iono constantly reducing towards hand size and options. It is going to be a flower selecting Escape Rope versus Poker Stop. It's going to be the stop that hits the lost zone for our 3 counts right now. It's going to be an Escape Rope, which is basically a switch in this instance because it's all Rolts, but it will mean that Tord has a switch card in the hand, another one hitting lost zone here, so we will have a Spit Innocently if Tord thinks it's worth initiating this race. Yeah, there's quite a few sort of switch cards either in Tord's hand now already lost zone or used. There's already a few I believe I've seen come across from those flower selects and the Chorus Experiment. Tord also beginning to just kind of set up that board, does bring out the Palkia V. 2 water energy already in the discard pile, thanks to the concealed cards plus the payment of retreat. Opening the threat of something like the Radiant Greninja. We're attacking on multiple fronts here. Tord is going to be swinging with Cramorant, but also there's the fear of a Palkia V-Star Moonlight Shuriken play. So Carl will be most likely trying to get in a Mirage Step, but also needs to try and weave in a Manaphy this turn. Yeah, it's a massive way of just going, do you have a way to deal with everything I've got on my board, say? But we do see an insta-rare candy into the Shining Arcana. And there's already reversal energy in the hand as well, which is phenomenal. I think that's an Avery that's also come into the hand, which could be a bit of a headache for Tord. I definitely like seeing the additional cards here as well. Just having to deal with this Cramorant without having to really force the board of a God of our EX as well is actually quite a nice thing. I mean, playing the double also. Playing the double reverse now, and it means you don't need to have Manaphy. Yeah, it could be big. Counter catcher plus reversal energy. It's what we said earlier in the build up to this game, is that if you can have a 140 hit point Gardevoir, that's pretty much the best thing you can create here. And using this level ball, I'd prefer it to be a Curlier and just get drawing cards, knowing that you can counter catcher a Radiant Greninja this turn if you wish. Yeah, I think it's big. Just being able to keep drawing cards, that's the main sort of, consistency of the deck, being able to use that refinement and then alongside Shining Arcana, weave those in where possible, get those energies in the discard. Has the Greninja as well now. Yeah, an energy plus Greninja with the 2 draws. That's exactly what you want to see. And yeah, like you say, it's a win-win in many cases. You want the Psychic Energy in the discard pile. It helps your Psychic Embrace throughout the entirety of the game. So as the game continues, it gets better and better for you. And I believe when there's no search for Manaphy now, it pretty much has to be a Radiant Greninja counter-catcher play, I would think. Yeah, it's kind of forcing himself down that avenue. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to draw into a Manaphy out as of yet. Or is that there is an Ultra Ball? Yeah, I believe there's Ultra Ball, so you could Fog Crystal out of Psychic Energy just to burn the card and get it in the discard pile banked early for you. I think that's reasonable, but I also think it's just so solid to go for the Radiant Greninja regardless. You're still targeting draw power from Tord. You're making the Palkia less versatile as well. It pretty much would just have to accelerate to itself if Tord's able to find a V-Star. It's trying to think out what those future turns could be like, right? So if that Cramorant stays around, it could still be utilized as a quite an annoying attacker for Carl's board. It's so tough for Carl because Tord's at 4 cards in the lost zone, so that 1 Comfey plus a Colress gets them to 7, which means Tord has access to Roaring Moon, has access to Iron Hands, has access to Palkia and its V-Star power. There's so much going on in his deck list. It's hard to play around, even though the board looks quite average right now. Unthreatening. Yeah, unthreatening, exactly. It could get much more dangerous next turn. Yes, it's just all asking those questions, right? As we do see the counter catcher on the expected play. Greninja. Yeah, I think once you can't Manaphy, you have to bring up the Radiant Greninja in this case to protect your 2 Curlier. Has 1 more refinement, but 3 very important cards in his hand. So good. So we do unlikely to sort of see it utilized, as we do just see the Brainwave attack. Yeah, Carl does not play Palpad either, so that boss wouldn't be coming back if it was the choice from your refinement. So just going to hold on to the hand, level up the prize trade most importantly, as we pass over to Tord, who's got 2 energy to choose from, a Psychic Energy and a Darkness. He plays just 2 Psychic Energy in the deck list and 4 Darkness Energy, so it's going to be down to what Tord needs in the moment. Only plays 1 Sableye in this deck list as well. Does, of course, have recovery in the form of Super Rod, but it's far less worried about Lost Mine because Iron Hands takes more prizes than Sableye now.
It's just not necessary, but I'm still going to have it as a threat on my side of the board. You know, again, I'm going to keep going back to it. It's asking questions. If I have this Palkia V, it means you have to start thinking about that Radiant Greninja. If I have, you know, the Iron Hands, you've seen the Lightning Energy hit the Lost Zone already. You have to start thinking about when's that going to come down. That Roaring Moon from the Dark Energies, that means Carl has to time his Gardevoir EXs perfectly to get the energies on and then maybe find a way to collapse it away. There's so many small things they have to think about.
And this is a crucial chorus for Tord. It's getting him to that key 7 threshold, but also what can you do? What can these 5 cards offer in terms of formulating an attack strategy here? The best idea would be to possibly get an Escape Rope Iron Hands. That could be pretty devastating, I would think, on this board state. Outside of that, I don't think he has many easy ways of taking a 2-prize KO from the chorus. Sableye hitting the board. I think this is just to get it out of the hand. Oh, wow, look at this. Just going to be a Cramorant. So Tord not with the ideal turn here.
So that's why he has to kind of start to fret the Sableye. Because, you know, Cram just being able to push enough damage on the Gardevoir.
Yep.
Brainwave not currently live because they're even on prizes as well. So it means that Reversal Energy is no longer available to give free Psychic Energies to that Gardevoir. So Carl will be needing to look for other avenues here, maybe either to just begin setting up the board a little bit more, or perhaps, which is not typical of Gardevoir, going actually ahead in prizes.
Yeah, and Tord almost saying, well, get your EX down, start damaging this Gardevoir even more, fall into the trap of Lost Mine. Because, of course, Reverse Energy currently not active. It will force Carl into a pretty awkward position. I feel like from Carl's side, the best play here is trying to set up Cresselia. If you can Cresselia the Comfey that's just received an energy card, that could be a really great play this turn, I would say. It is still being played in Carl's list. Bit of a debate now these days because there is the Jirachi from Paradox Rift that kind of competes with the space of the Cresselia in many ways. Oh,
no,
it's
there
just
it is.
From the Shining Arcana.
Could that take him down the actual avenue of using Cresselia's attack?
There's already the EX in hand as well. So the line is available for Carl to use Cresselia to take out the benched Comfey or Sableye. Again, the Comfey looks like the obvious choice because that would be the pivot for Tord and it would help Tord get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. I feel like that is probably the best selection here.
So many card draw on Carl's side now. That's a potential 8 cards there from the double refinements, the concealed cards, the Shining Arcana. Just so many options available to Carl, and that's why we're seeing Gardevoir be such a powerful deck from previous formats and into this new one.
The last thing I'd like to see from Carl here is whether or not they can get that Manaphy down. The Greninja has been recycled, let's not forget. So you do also have to have that in the back of your mind as well. So it's going to be the final refinement for Carl.
Has he been able to hit a way out of it? I'm not too sure. I saw an option there.
Currently not, but does still have Supporter, let's not forget.
Does also still have another Shining Arcana in hand as well. So
has already drawn 8 cards from abilities this turn. And can keep going if they choose to. I feel like Cresselia and the EX are basically always coming onto the field. Carl is debating a Super Rod here just for more Gardevoir pieces. Going to be a Curlier and a Ralts going back into the deck. Possibly before even just a Worker for 3 more cards. Tord doesn't play any hand disruption, so Guardy is pretty content to just grow a hand size throughout the game.
Looks like a Fog Crystal, maybe picking up that Ralts once again.
Screamtail being debated as well, perhaps. Just making sure it's in the deck.
Checking all of those additional attackers that Carl's playing, you know, the whole plethora of Zacian V, Screamtail, and the Cresselia, in addition to those Gardevoirs. So, so many options again. Just identifying that Psychic Energy.
Cultivating a Zacian Swing this turn, perhaps. Thinking about how much damage he could put onto his own Zacian. I think that's a little dangerous.
Could boss. But yeah, just our targets the routes. Could identify, you know, he has that boss in hand. Could have been an option to try and maybe force the prizes. But yeah, he wants to have those reversal energies activated once again, right? So it's a catch-22 to try and go so far ahead in prizes, as we do see the evolution up to the Shining Arcana Gardevoir again. A further 2 cards.
Yep, there is a little bit of risk to this evolution because there's only one other curlier in play right now. We know Carl did search another Ralts, but would have to find a combination of Rare Candy into second EX if Tord was able to map out a Roaring Moon sort of play. But actually, Tord doesn't play any Gust, so if Carl knows the list inside and out, it should be okay here.
Yep, just a retreat, the attachment from the Shining Arcana, which really saves the damage.
Yeah, it's 20 less damage for Tord to play with via Sableye.
Now the Gardevoir EX coming down, offering that Psychic Embrace ability. One, of course, to the Cresselia, and that's sort of spreading damage to the Psychic Pokemon.
Yeah, not only taking a KO, but also slightly healing your Gardevoir that was punched last turn by a Spit Innocently from Cramorant, so definitely a handy play.
So no Manaphy coming down now.
Yeah, no Manaphy, but we've evolved out so much that, yes, there's still a 2-prize turn on the table for Tord.
And still a supporter to come.
It could have come from the form of Sableye anyway next turn, so it's pretty much the same thing as allowing Sableye to Lost Mine.
Well, it'll be a bit more difficult if he does target the Comfey, as we've already highlighted, because then we'll need to find another Comfey to come down alongside the Chorus's Experiment to hit that 10 in that lost zone. So Carl doing everything in his power to just limit what Tord is able to do on his turn.
It feels like Carl's in control right now, and it's really just based on how Tord's next turn plays out. The difference between just having to Spit Innocently into a Cresselia would be horrible, would be an awful, awful play. But if we've already seen he's drawn into Colrus, if that Colrus can grant him a means of Einhanding through the Cresselia or having, you know, a Radiant Greninja play of his own, that could be monstrous. So an excellent turn from Carl, choosing to take out the Sableye. This could be due to list knowledge, actually, because there's already been a Super Rod played from Tord. And yes, it's just one copy of the Sableye. So this is something we have to keep an eye on as the tournament progresses. You may have an indication of what your opponent actually has access to.
Yeah, with all of those pieces that is in Tord's list, you know, it's one of those easier cuts because
got to make space somewhere.
Exactly, you know, having to incorporate the Palkia, the Kyogre package, or the Kyogre sort of direction your Tord's gone down with this avenue. It's very good gameplay and game knowledge from Carl's side to maybe target down that Sableye, going, well, you now need not just a Super Rod, but just identifying awkward scenarios from there.
I think Tord has a ton of energy recovery cards, but I don't think I've seen any Mirage Gate just yet. Was able to take a Nest Ball, or a couple Nest Ball, to get some Pokemon onto the board. The Escape Rope's a choice now for Carl. I think the undamaged Shining Arcana Gardevoir is the way that you deny the most prizes.
Well, Carl looks like he's comfortable with the Greninja going forward.
Yeah, the issue, of course, is allowing your Gardevoir to take a hit means you can't then Arcana onto it.
Or Embrace to it.
Embrace to it, yeah, of course. It's going to be a Radiant Greninja first coming down for Tord, so still a few more draws available to them as they need to try and find a means of Mirage Gate here.
How do you feel about Luxurious Cape in Gardevoir?
So I'm more of a fan of just Zacian or Cape. I feel like they compete with space with one another. Looks like Carl's playing quite a thin count of Ball Search instead. Like, for me, personally, I'd really like an extra level ball in the deck list. He's just playing 3 copies, but I'm boring. And I think Luxurious Cape is... Oh, there we go. We do see a Mirage Gate now coming to the hand. This opens up towards avenues a lot, I would say.
Ooh,
and the Palkia V-Star, so there can be a Moonlight Shuriken this turn as well. For 2 prize cards, that's on the table, as long as we have energy from hand. Oh no, yeah, exactly, energy from hand would be perfect. Don't have to Mirage Gate to the Greninja, but you could do it that way as well. Yeah, and the retreat of the 3rd water, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so many options again.
Yeah.
And this is what Tord has been building his deck to be able to utilize, right? That Palkia V-Star on the bench, the Origin form there, that Star Portal ability, something we haven't seen for quite some time, I'd like to think. And now there is the Moonlight Shuriken, taking 2 prizes, pushing Tord closer to victory in this game 1. 3 prizes remaining. Carl has counter catches and reversal energies.
Back online. We'll have to attach to retreat this Radiant Greninja though, so the reversal isn't really available this turn. But at least, well, we already see a ton of Iono in the hand. So it's whether or not Carl wants to draw a couple cards before using Iono, or just go ahead and start the turn with that. Try and disrupt Tord down to just 3 cards would be pretty handy, I would say. This is where the game really starts kicking off for Gardevoir of the deck as well.
Carl having options to draw a further 4 cards, but of course doesn't want to waste the psychic energies too much because that's still have to retreat, but it doesn't matter when you hit 3 from Iono. So
we can conceal cards as well as attach retreats with no headache. It's going to be first a Shining Arcana. Not too much help there in the immediate future. Just the vacuum and the rare candy. It's going to be the concealed cards.
Just got to remember those resources he has put to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
From the Iono as well. What core pieces could have been there?
There's still a debate of what's best here. It's looking like Carl's going to have a single prize knockout based on where the hand is right now. So it's whether or not you want to weave in Cresselia again and target a Comfey once more. Just make Tord have to move his own Greninja out the way, possibly. Also just going to scout the subspace swell damage here. 60 base, plus 20 more for each benched Pokemon. Think of it as a souped-up Rondo attack from all of the legendary beasts.
Yeah, does need to find that combo of pieces of...
Gardevoir EX coming in.
Ooh,
it's a big risk if a Roaring Moon comes out of nowhere.
Iono to 3,
yeah, you're right. But if it happens, I'd like to see more Psychic Embrace on the benched Gardevoir now as well here, as a contingency. If that doesn't happen, you're taking a huge risk here as Carl. I know your opponent only has 3 cards, but...
It is massive.
It's just going to be the knockout. No additional Psychic Embrace, which does open an avenue for Tord to take a big 2-prize knockout here based on how strong this hand is.
He's played a few Chorus Experiment already.
There's Mirage Gate in hand.
Ooh. There's a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball versus Colrus. It's going to have to be Colrus because I don't think we had the additional Darkness Energy in hand.
Right.
So we need to find a way to find Roaring Moon and a Darkness Energy here.
Switch card in hand as well.
Yeah, Switch card can allow you this. You have Escape Rope if you miss, and then there's already the Iron Hands there. But that will require a second Mirage Gate.
This Colrus could be quite telling.
I see
water.
An easy couple of Lost Zones. I see Lightning Energy Water. I saw Kyogre and VIP Pass.
Kyogre taken from the prizes early doors as well. Don't know how helpful some of those cards are.
Yeah, we might just have the wrong arrangement of energy from that 5 cards. If all else fails, you could try and swing with Arm Thrust with Iron Hands.
There's an Escape Rope being played.
Yeah, it's going to have to be rope around, Arm Press, I should say. Arm Press around this. You have one more dig with a Comfey, because there's already the Switch card as well, don't forget.
Yep.
So if we see now we need to see a Mirage Gate from this Comfey to see an Amp You Very Much 2-prize turn.
Just Dark Energy.
It's Dark Energy and Roaring Moon against each other. I think he needed both of those cards.
He did need both. And that's just a bit rather unfortunate after seeing 9 cards from the double Flower Selectings and the Chorus Experiment.
Oh, there is Darkness in hand. So if there's Darkness in hand, yeah, we've roped away the Gardevoir EX.
Yep.
So it's just less useful now.
Just an attachment to the Palkia V-Star. It's generally quite an efficient attacker as well. You know, it's just the 2 water energies, obviously freer currently in the discard.
Interesting. So Tord's going to go down this route where you just swing with Cramorant and set up damage. And again, force Carl into this awkward situation where your energy is spread around your Pokemon. There shouldn't be a way to knock out the Palkia in a turn. You make your opponent go down to 2 prize cards. And in that case, you're trying to permanently turn off the counter catchers and reversals from that stage.
Yep. Just drew into the counter catcher.
Yeah.
Unable to be utilized here now. Of course, Carl was able to promote the Radiant Greninja because there was one more Psychic in hand when we saw the 3 that came out of the Iono. Manaphy there is an option, but an easy target.
A little late at this point, yeah. It would lead you into Sableye actually being a pain for you. So you probably want to remain... This board is pretty much staying as is, I think.
Just an Arcana there.
Screamtail plus Level Ball. Going to be searching out possibly Ralts here if there's still one in the deck. We shuffled one back in. No, it's going to be a Mirage Deck Curlier.
Took it out from a Frog Crystal early doors when it was super rodded back in.
Carl, I don't think can use this energy. He has to use this energy to retreat, so can't even conceal cards here. I believe there's only one in the hand. So it's pretty much locked into what looks like another Moonglow reverse likely here.
Forcing questions of Tord this time.
Yeah, but it's that same issue of you've spread so many energy around your Pokemon. That's going to be a bit of a headache, I think. There's going to be the attachment retreats for a Moonglow here. You would have to damage the Cresselia as well this turn to take a knockout, of course.
Yep.
So that's even more energy sort of littered around the board.
Or this resource management.
Yeah, this is what's so important. Now. You're going ahead in the prize race, but your last two prizes become more difficult now that you're turning off your counter catchers, which is kind of your best means of gust. And you're going to have energy on your EX. You can have energy trapped on Cresselia now. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough, even though he's in this nice position prize-wise.
It always looks good, doesn't it? But it's always that threat.
Yeah.
It's always that risk you're taking.
Especially because Palkia could just be too big now if you've got too many energy listed around the rest of your Pokemon.
We'll be looking to try and utilize something like maybe that boss, that one-off boss that he's held into his hand early, instead of using refinement to move it away, as he does target down the Comfey there with a Moonglow reverse, taking him down to 2 prizes now.
Oh, wow. Huge top deck for Tord. Pokegear, giving him access to
one final chorus.
Yeah, just one in there. 3 already discarded, but the deck is fairly thin at this stage as well. Tord could proactively Mirage Gate as well. There's both Roaring Moon and Iron Hands in the hand.
Has to
debate which one to pre. Yeah, does have to move as well. It's going to be the Iron Hands powered up from
energy. Is it just a
look
dark?
At this, yeah. So unfortunate that it's 2 darkness energy in the deck right now. So just 1 attachment for Tord.
Not the best value.
No.
From Mirage Gate,
but you can see there's 1 chorus.
Lots of options
there.
Yeah. Maybe that's the reason why he chose to go for it, because then he could pick the pieces that he needs for this combo.
You can find even more Mirage Gate. You can find your Recycler or Rod and try and make something together, come together from that. There's Lightning Energy currently in the hand.
That was the first Mirage Gate as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, first of the entire game. It's just been acceleration from the Palkia's V-Star power.
As we do see the Pokegear, they're more than 7?
Yeah. I think we have about 14 or so cards, maybe a little less, but the chorus is there.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, he's just going to grab it anyway. It's always going to be chorus.
Not any other option.
Literally the only supporter in the deck. Towards last stand here, the Palpad's been played. The chorus is the final one being used.
So what's the game plan here for Tord? Iron Hands on the board now.
You can only take a single prize, I think. And ideally it's with Palkia, I would say. Because it's your chunkiest Pokemon.
Yep. Try and limit the opportunity to be retaliated back in for the final 2 prizes of Carl.
Yep, Hisuian Heavy Ball being used for no target here, just to burn it from the hand. You don't want to draw back into this card ever when there are no targets remaining.
Iron Hands is the one way on the next turn to take the final 2 prizes, perhaps, if there's enough energy in Mirage Gates to go round, which I believe there should just be.
It's going to be the payment of retreat for a flower selecting. So Tord's not in a good position. It's Gate and Rod up against each other, so Tord's going to have to throw away Mirage Gate here because there's only 1 Darkness Energy in the deck at the moment. It's going to be a turn attachment to Iron Hands EX. Possibly, yeah, just passing is your best route here, so you aren't giving Carl 2 more Psych Energy back into the discard pile. Tord's going to take a look. That's the one thing stopping Carl right now from just running away with the remainder of this game, is that there's only 2 Psych Energy in the discard pile, Reversal Energy is not live, and Carl can only at the moment retreat 1 more energy right now. So that's how Tord is hanging on here.
And this is tense because Tord is a seasoned Gardevoir player, so he knows the ins and outs of all of this maneuvering around, using different attackers.
Reversal Energy isn't the game because it's currently a colorless energy, not a psychic energy. But I think that's all Carl needs to reach 240 damage on Iron Hands EX. So we need to keep an eye on that right now.
Remember, 1 prize ahead. Tord will need to take a double prize to go down to 1 to reactivate Carl's sort of combat cards that we've seen This is getting tense.
I think it's becoming a resource war at this stage. I think that's what Tord's trying to do, to find an avenue to come back here. Carl's going to stick an extra energy on this Cresselia and just Lunar Blast by the looks of things.
Just, again, forcing an awkward scenario here by Tord onto Carl, and Carl's trying to do the same back.
Carl gets to hold on to that entire hand. We know that there's no hand disruption possible.
Lunar Blast onto the active.
Lunar Blast, and Tord is going to concede
it's
there.
It's just a concession.
Yeah, I think Tord was hoping that there was going to be a strange play there from Carl, maybe retreat into a different attacker or something along those lines, trying to just call his bluff there. But no, Carl was unfazed and made the right line, which was just swing with Cresselia. Give yourself the option to boss's orders the Cramorant on the next turn to close out the game, and with that 3-prize buffer, Carl with a pretty nice display there in that first game.
Wow, wow, wow. What a display by Gardevoir EX, the deck that has fallen off our day 2 map, as it were.
It's still tier 1. It's still one of the strongest
It's so relevant, right?
It still feels like one of the best decks. It just feels like it was just so on the radar this weekend that people came with the counters. We've seen how much Miraidon's been in the field. We've seen that Iron Valiant has a really good time into the Gardevoir matchup. So, you know what? If you can have a better run through Swiss and get onto a certain record, you could just be up against easier matchups. Plus, Carl is a really seasoned player, very good player, as we've just seen in that first game, that you have Gardevoir's means of navigating through these situations. We were here umming and ahhing of what the best play was that turn. Carl identified the right one in that late game scenario, and that's what's really important. Plus, let's not forget, as we go into game 2 here, still have 20 minutes on the clock. I think there should be a decent amount of time to at least get one more game in. And it seemed like a bit of shoulda, woulda, coulda from Tord. He wasn't quite able to get those combinations rolling. It was unfortunate that his Colress found him lightning plus water instead of the 3 darkness energy that were in the deck. So he was just a piece short there from still being ahead in the prize race, and would have been able to develop one of those powerful attackers. It just didn't quite align that game.
Yeah, Carl in a fantastic position to inflict Tord's first loss of the weekend. Primed here to try and push himself even closer with 10 victories, but, you know, Tord is Tord. He's playing that faster deck. We've heard that from the interview as well. He's
faster win conditions, trying to have 2 prizes every single turn, but in game 1 had to Cramorant twice. That's not really what you're trying to do with the deck list. You want to set the tempo with Cramorant, then move on to those higher damage and more dangerous attackers. It just didn't quite come together.
Big bulking Pokemon.
Yeah,
right?
You're trying to use the 2 prizes to take 2 prizes your own end. As we see some prizes, these are quite awkward for Carl. The Cresselia was such an important tool in the first game to wipe away some damage and target down some crucial Pokemon.
Yep. As we're into game 2 of our round 12 feature match. Here, I believe Tord has decided to go second, of course. Carl opening with that Battle VIP pass, you know, a sigh of relief. He's able to see Ball Search, or Pokemon Search, sorry. Yeah, definitely helpful. I think this shows that Tord's game plan is pretty much that he wants to get an early Cramorant swing and ideally force Carl to go for a Mirage Step. Then you get your second Cramorant swing, and that puts you down to those 4 prize cards. And from that stage, 1 Iron Hands attack plus 1 Roaring Moon attack gets you there, or one of those combinations. So I think it really shows how Tord's built his deck list with the 3 Pokegear, that you want to find that Colress early, you want to get going, and you want to start initiating the prize races as soon as possible. Yeah, it's that same way that we've seen sort of Turbo Lost Box do things, and obviously with that Kyogre package, your mindset is typically when you play that deck to get to the bottom of the deck as soon as possible. And you know, these kind of useful cards to get to the stage of utilizing Cramorant, getting to the 4 prizes, because then you don't really want to activate things like Roxanne that you've seen, a bit of a crux against Kyogre at times. And this is where, you know, this is how Tord's built the deck, and alongside those big bulky 2 prizes, it's been able to just really take it down. We see the Battle VIP pass instantly for the Manaphy this time. Yeah, as well as the Relic Greninja for a couple of additional cards. Carl's hand is actually really good for turn 1. It has Fog Crystal. I think that's another Ralts in the hand as well. And there's also a Psychic Energy for next turn. So is able to begin the quest of getting those Psychic Energy banked into the discard pile. And we'll have a number of Ralts ending turn 1 here. Really good start. Yeah, fantastic start. Tord just having a quick glance of his hand as well. Couple VIPs, but yeah. No access to Colress, I don't think. Possibly not even energy in that hand, so may not even have concealed cards towards Colress. There's Carl debating the Celebrations Mew here. Could retreat into this Pokemon with the Psychic Energy in the hand, and can start looking at the top 6 to grab an item card.
maybe an indication that Carl wants to work towards rare candies as he did in the first game.
Yeah, you know, fantastic card. Typically played when you use the Battle VIP version of Gardevoir.
Yep.
Hasn't hit an item yet, but in the last 2 of the 6, there's that Battle VIP bar. Can start building out that board that we've already mentioned. Just in a great position here.
Carl's also debating the Ultra Ball. I think it's actually a close one at this stage. You have another Ralts in the hand, but in the end it is going to be the Battle VIP pass. But it's also trying to balance that turn 1 and turn 2 here.
I mean, I think with the energy in hand as well.
We had to retreat into the Mew, didn't we? So I think it has Worker in hand for draw next turn. It's just going to be the 1 target of Ralts and can bench the final 1 from hand.
Might still have Mew available, you know, depending on how Tord has to play out. There's escape rope sometimes.
Definitely.
Kind of dig through.
You make your opponent go first and they make a board like this. Without a supporter. Couple Battle VIP pass for Tord. I don't know if we can get Greninja out the way here, or if we can, well, possibly from Pokestop we could get Greninja out the way. At least we're thinning the deck of a ton of Pokemon here to make the Pokestop pretty powerful.
Yeah, checking those key cards already. There goes 3 Comfades coming down from the Battle VIP boss, and of course that core Cramorant to hopefully try and spit instantly with that Lost Provisions ability it has when it has 4 Lost Zone cards. So,
and Pokestop normally can't actually help you get your supporters. It's just trying to get those item cards. But the way Tord's built the list with 3 copies of Pokegear, there's still a chance that that gets him towards Colress. That's what we've got to see here.
What a different way of playing it, right?
We have the escape rope, so we can at least begin using flower selecting here.
So typically, a lot of people try and put a Radiant Greninja active,
Definitely makes sense. Tord's going to Pokestop first. Does get rid of Iron Hands and Colress.
That's
Takes Super Rod, which is a card for later. We're instantly padding back Colress.
Remember, Tord has to hit.
You need a Colress to really, you really need a Colress this turn. Otherwise, this whole going second idea doesn't look so smart. Again, the way he's built the deck list, it completely makes sense as to why he's done it, but the odds are not looking as good now. Roaring Moon versus... Oh, it was Colress. Okay.
That power pad, it's really coming up trumps, Right. So we're rolling.
We're gaming.
We are gaming.
Those lost provisions are most likely going to be online, provided Tord can attach retreat still here. Get another Confey into the mix to get to the crucial 4 threshold. We should be looking pretty good in initiating this race, especially if there's a rope here. That's also required by the looks of things.
Just here, energy attachment retreat.
Turn retreat into the second flower selecting.
Switch cart.
Was it against escape rope?
Yep, escape rope. So another 2.
So rope does allow you to Cramorant for a prize card. The debate is, do you want to take a prize, or do you want to leave some damage on the board and stop all these shenanigans? It is going to be the rope to hand in the end.
Yeah, I think with the Manaphy, it does cause a bit of an awkward scenario, just leaving Greninja with the damage on it.
Possibly the Mew has to be sacrificed here.
Yep.
It's going to be the Manaphy from Carl. Interesting choice when your opponent's already got 4 in the lost zone. They're threatening Radiant Greninja.
I think Carl must be a bit worried with
Once
the Mew.
Once a Manaphy gets knocked out, bonk, let's put down this Palkia. So you got to get that back now.
Questions being asked. But, you know, Carl was a bit worried about his hand.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he didn't put the Mew active, right?
Yeah, does still want some draw power this turn. There's a rare candy in the hand, so having the Celebrations Mew to dig towards a Ultra Ball does seem pretty valuable here.
I don't think I see a worker. That was a
it was a boss's orders.
Yeah,
too many shiny cards.
Too many. Yeah, I can't handle them.
Yeah, this actually, we desperately need to see a Mew here. Oh, this is the Pokestop. I thought it was showmanship from a Mew for a second.
Especially considering we know Carl.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does. And he hasn't hit
Super
really
Rod.
anything there.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be a really poor turn.
Pokestop
You thought after such a good turn 1, everything was going swimmingly for Carl, but no follow-up to this. Missed on all Ultra Ball, all Level Ball.
Could leave it in quite a precarious position here.
Boss's orders, Lost Vacuum, Rare Candy. These are not the cards we're after.
Just handing that advantage back over to Tord, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, there's even a Water Energy in Tord's discard pile, so doing one of these gusting plays means that Tord could even attack with his Palkia next turn fairly comfortably anyway.
Remove the Pokestop.
You might still, it is going to be the Collapse Stadium to try and limit Tord's push potential. The Pokestop does have to go, yep.
Considering
But
the
it's all
lost
we can
vacuum as
do
well.
You can't retreat out of this. It's just
Just a
going to be a
pass.
pass. That is a rough turn for Carl. It does open the doors for Tord now in the second game to try and make a comeback. A Lightning Energy is going to be discarded for concealed cards. There's the escape rope, so Tord can continue to flower select here. There's also the Poker Gear. It's going to be the switch card first. You want to see 9 cards to try and get towards a Colress, of course.
Holds on to the Water Energy in the hand now.
That is looking dangerous. We've got to 5 in the lost zone. If this Poker Gear hits, we're getting to 7, and there will be some Moonlight Shuriken plays, no doubt.
Doesn't hit.
Misses. That is rough.
The way
It's not a guarantee. They don't counter supporters if you don't hit off them. That is the catch. Both players now not on full cylinders, so it may have to settle for another Cramorant attack here. You are still going up 2 prizes. You can't feel too bad for him.
No, not at all.
But it could have been so much more with the potential to Moonlight Shuriken there.
Top deck mode for Carl Blake. Already 1 game up. Remember, if you're just joining us now, round 12 feature match.
It's a Curlier.
We're going to see 2 more cards.
This is exactly what Carl needs if he's going to make a comeback. It's going to be a Lost Vacuum. Discarded. That's an energy and Ultra Ball. We're starting to get there now. We can concealed cards. There's a handful of energy already in the discard pile.
And we're gaming on Carl's side as well now. We've got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Rare Candy Ultra Ball. It's starting to come together. It doesn't take much for Gardevoir to really get into this mode.
Just activated by 1 top deck.
Fog Crystal, Psych Energy, not ideal. You can Ultra Ball away Psychic, maybe Fog Crystal for Cresselia.
Yeah, just have a fairly bulky.
Get the Crest swing into Comfey again. Towards hand size isn't large. It's just 6 cards right now. Comparatively for the Lost Zone, that's not that big. You're still worried about the potential to Radiant Greninja next turn, of course.
Does have
possibly,
Super Rod.
yeah, possibly you even evolve into a Shining Arcana Gardevoir first, just for additional draw. That's another thing going through Carl's mind right now. You just grab the EX and the Crest play, the guaranteed line, or do you go for Arcana and continue to see more cards? Oh, Crest was in the prize cards.
Oh yes, at the top.
So that line's not available.
Screamtail being eyed up. Another fantastic addition from the Paradox Rift set.
Yeah, this could be, again, if you can't use Manaphy to protect yourself, take out the Greninja, make it tougher for Tord, possibly. That Roaring Scream opens up so many lines for Gardevoir.
Just awkward Ultra Ball targets. Is that a Zacian V?
Everything's awkward about this right now. Carl is trying to make the most out of what was a fairly slow hand. But Screamtailing the Radiant Greninja does seem like a play to me now. If you can't use Cresselia, you've got to use the Roaring Scream instead.
Just trying to think about future turns as well.
Yeah,
that hand isn't, I don't think it's too ideal at the same time.
No, he's not had any draw supporters all game. Just relying purely on abilities so far. But has been able to construct a turn at least. Can once again bring up Palkia.
Yeah, try and ask awkward questions once again.
When you are able to take benched prizes as well as Gardevoir is these days, it's fantastic to also use your gusting supporters defensively. And that's how we've seen Carl initiate this pretty much every time throughout the set so far.
Tord only at the 5 in the Lost Zone right now, so a little bit more difficult to even go down the Sableye route as well. So just utilizing the damage on just the routes on the active there to retreat. Did consider evolving up the active one.
It's going to be 4 energy onto Screamtail, which means it is going to be the Radiant Greninja target here.
And just a Super Rod in hand, so takes 1 prize.
Ooh, and that's the worker.
Is that there it is?
No, I saw it somewhere. Oh, look at that. The Colress next card. Classic. But still handy for Tord, though. He's going to need to move this Palkia, potentially. The Greninja is a great play, but you would have to recycle it now.
Seen multiple switch cards of escape ropes being played and switch cards as well, sort of scattered around the board at the moment.
Oh, he's coming back.
Greninja's coming.
He's coming back. They're bringing them all back. The Iron Hands coming in, the Lightning Energy back as well. 2 water banked in the discard pile for a Star Portal potentially.
Yeah. In reality, just 2 attacks from taking game 2, isn't he? So just 4 prizes.
Yeah, has many avenues of a 2-prize turn here still.
Has 1 bench space available from that collapse. The Radiant Greninja coming straight back down after that Super Rod.
This is not what Carl wanted to see. He's just knocked out this Radiant Greninja. He didn't want to deal with it. Couldn't find Manaphy themselves. So wanted to just make it more difficult for Tord, but has found the pieces with Super Rod and Nest Ball combined.
Yeah, it's just from a 6-card hand that Tord had, plus the top deck. That Colress has just activated so much here. Pursuing Heavy Ball, giving Tord a chance to just kind of review what's there. One of those Colresses.
4 supporters, oh no.
Does have the Palkia V-Star hidden there, which I'm sure Tord would have been aware of through his deck searches. But is there enough avenue here?
You really don't want to take a single prize here if you can help it.
Yeah, 2 waters in this card as well. There's a dark and a switch card. More switching cards kind of, again, scattered around the deck.
Yeah, we can see more flower selecting, no doubt.
There's the water.
Water Energy might be the final piece of the puzzle. If we have Mirage Gate access, plus another Super Rod perhaps. There's 4 Water Energy in Tord's deck list.
I think there were a lot of pieces in Tord's hand. There's the escape rope. So
another question for Carl, really. Do you take the Volts here? With a low hand size like this, there's no guarantee the Greninja can be moved out the way. Yeah, I think the Volts is the safest choice here from Carl. You don't like it, but you have to go along with it.
Water in hand already. Mirage Gate.
Yeah, there's the 4th Water Energy, as we've seen a water come to the hand for Tord as well. So you can turn attached to the Radiant Greninja, make sure you remain on this even prize map. And we know that with Iron Hands, and even with Roaring Moon, there is many ways that Tord can close out the game with just 1 more attack here. So he's looking really in the ascendancy, also taking out some precious card draw for Carl as well.
Moonlight Shuriken.
Boops the Curlier, bops the Ralts, goes down to just 2 prizes remaining. And Carl living on top deck city now.
Has that worker and energy.
Well, we're seeing a few cards actually.
Yeah, it's just going to keep going. But unfortunately, that Manaphy going down early has activated that Moonlight Shuriken opportunity for Tord.
With the Super Rod first, which is a surprise to me because I feel like Carl having the highest odds to Iono here is his highest chance of winning. So putting these Pokemon back before using concealed cards, bit of a surprise for me. I'd have liked to have seen, because I feel like you have to Iono here.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like Iono is just too massive. Because Tord's got a decent hand size, threatening a number of different attackers here. Carl still has access to 1 counter catcher and Iono. You've already got a powered up Screamtail, so try and make something happen there. It's going to be the concealed cards now from Carl.
First 2.
Ultra Ball plus Curlier. Ultra Ball isn't going to get there because Carl is not playing the Luminion V, so it's just the worker for 3 cards here. Tord gets to keep the hand. And the board space also opens up. Iono was just slightly out of reach here.
Now unable to be played. Level Ball in hand.
It's going to be Level Ball. If you're getting a Ralts on the board, you also have to have a Manaphy. They have to go in tandem with one another. The Manaphy is coming down first. This does open up Tord to win with Sableye now, with 70 hit points on the Manaphy and a heavily damaged Screamtail. So many things to keep an eye on. So many attackers.
The collapse is gone.
Opens
so
up the Sableye space. Yeah. It's going to be an Ultra Ball from Carl now as well. Going to get rid of Curlier and Psychic Energy. I think it will be most likely for a Ralts here that was recycled from the Super Rod. It was definitely on Carl's mind. That's why we saw the Rod first. Carl was actually trying to find these Pokemon to re-establish any sort of presence here.
Yeah, with just a Gardevoir EX, it's just not really enough, is it? You need to kind of have that combo of the Shining Arcana Gardevoirs alongside the Gardevoir EX, still maintain that draw power. Not in the best position.
In the discard pile. You can obviously retreat 1 off the Screamtail if you really wish. There's going to be a couple energy onto the EX here by the looks of things. Just swinging with your tankiest Pokemon might be Carl's choice here.
Hoping maybe just double checking towards resources.
Yeah, it's tough. There aren't many great choices. It's going to be the Craborant here. And there's already 2 Confey. Why go for the other one? And Tord, oh wow, there's already the Sableye coming into town and Psych Energy. I believe that should be the game. Colress gets you over the threshold to 10. And yeah, Carl wants to see it all happen. Not going to mess around here. Just going to actually respect the situation. And Tord will be saying, I will put 1 damage counter onto Screamtail. And yeah, that is, with 2 minutes remaining, going to level up the series here. 1 game each. And yeah, we are going to a game 3 with not much time remaining on the clock, but Tord was able to carve things out a lot better in the second game. I think that was a better display for his deck list. But at the same time, Carl wasn't that fast. So I think in both of these occasions so far, it's a 1-1 series where one player's deck has drawn really well, and the other just hasn't been able to keep up.
Yeah, Carl had a couple of scenarios there from the top deck where he got a little bit closer coming back, but then it's just a couple of pieces too short, and by then, Tord was too far ahead.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen the concealed cards pre Super Rod. I don't think he drew into any Pokemon, so I guess you could say it doesn't really affect it. But give yourself the highest odds of Iono, because it felt like that was critical there. You cannot allow Tord to retain a 6+ card hand size. It's just too dangerous, and Tord has very few supporters remaining in the deck at that stage. You can definitely make it more difficult for Tord there if you do find Iono plus Countercatcher. We actually haven't seen these combinations come together all in one turn all that often. They've kind of been found in different spots here and there, but that was a tough game for Carl. Wasn't able to find Cresselia, which was so important in that game 1. Some slightly more awkward prizes with some of the Gardevoir line in there as well. And let's not forget, just completely airing on any Curlier on turn 2. Pretty awkward, not having any draw supporter. So his deck kind of betrayed him after a really good turn 1 and wasn't able to cycle any more cards there. Retreating into the Mew is something that you kind of look back on now and think, was it all that worthwhile, rather than holding on to the likes of Liverpool for guaranteed draw and the energy as well. These are all resources that you have to look at in those opening hands and not just think about how many basics I can get down on the first turn, but also have something held back for the following one. And in that case, it meant that Carl didn't really have much going on.
Yeah, we haven't even seen Iron Hands or Roaring Moon attack.
Well, they are in the deck, right? We've seen them rooting around, but just not quite lined up properly. But that is also due to Carl. He's trying to make spots where he can attack with Pokemon that sit out of range of Iron Hands or out of range or less viable for Roaring Moon. It only wants to hit into Gardevoir EX, basically. And when Tord doesn't play any Boss's Orders or Countercatcher of his own, and oh wow, some rough prize cards, 2 of the Mirage Gates. That's pretty much the critical card that really staples the whole deck together here in those prize cards. So that's going to be a rough one for Tord as we're kicking off this game 3, and the time is going to be called any second now, and that's going to make life very difficult for both players. They might just be shaking hands in a moment, and they might, yeah, here we go. We see the fist bump. There is no time remaining. It is going to be a tie in our Swiss round 12, which means Carl is going to go to a 9-1-2 record, and Tord remains unbeaten in the tournament, but has lost an opportunity to claim some more match points.
Just a quick flash of that game 3 there for a couple of seconds. Sorry, just a quick chuckle. What we're able to showcase with both players just setting up, but then, yeah, realizing, of course, they weren't ever going to finish a game 3. But a fantastic display again from both sides. We saw more of a lost Palkia list there from Tord, and then Gardevoir just being able to do Gardevoir things once again.
Yeah, who could have predicted that Lost Zone Box and Gardevoir were going to end up tying the set? I think even with the ramp of Iron Hands, the potential Greninja 2 prize turns, they still take so long to win games.
Yeah, 100%.
There's just so many actions for both of these archetypes, both players playing at a decent pace, and it's just the way the game forms, you know. Gardevoir is setup based, it is going to force your opponent for as many prize cards as possible. Lost Zone is still trying to utilize a number of those single prize Pokemon throughout the game, so that is the nature of this 50-minute best of 3 and these archetypes. It's a reason why some players are going towards other builds as well in the day. You know, just having Miraidon on your side is not just the in-game reasons why Miraidon's good, it's also that it finishes its games quite quickly and can actually conclude these games.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was you guys who was able to choose this matchup.
It was a great choice, I think.
Yeah, it was great to see both these players again, you know. We saw them yesterday, both taking down victories in their feature matches. And this time having to face, you know, these are top tier players, right? They are in day 2, they're gunning for that top 8 position. You know, one was unbeaten and still continues to be. And Carl's in a fantastic position as well, 9-1-2 now. But make sure you're still following along and making sure you are, rooting for which player, which deck, with that hashtag #PlayPokemon in the chat as well, as we continue to just bring you guys as much information as possible during these feature matches.
Yeah, we're still doing a Towards deck naming contest. We want the hashtag #PlayPokemon for your best description of what we can call Towards amalgamation of cards. We've got the Kyogre, we've got the Radiant Greninja, we've got the Palkia V-Star as a 1/1 count, we've got Roaring Moon, we've got Iron Hands. It's all there. It's a party in Lost Box. So we want to see how we can, concisely call this deck, because we might still be seeing more of it. It's still unbeaten in the tournament, still a few rounds to go. So, and knowing Towards, they're still going to claim a number of wins, I think, throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, still early. Paradox Box is one that's been
like that quite a lot.
Thrown around
it's
a little
nice
bit.
And neat. Yeah,
it is neat, but I still want to
incorporate.
There's
also Palkia.
That Palkia, exactly. I was about to say we want to incorporate that Palkia.
There's also Kyogre.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how we go about this so far, but you let us know in the chats and following on with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We're going to keep bringing you as much as we can. So much more innovation still to come as well, with so many more rounds to go before we even hit the top bracket.
3 more rounds of Swiss. So that's looking pretty promising for both of these players. Carl is pretty much the highest placing Gardevoir right now as well, so those flying the flag for Gardevoir have to be rooting for Carl in the next few rounds, because he's doing really well with that archetype, just the 1 loss so far in the tournament, and he's playing it pretty well throughout that set.
Yeah, I'm still keeping an eye out for my Mew VMAXs.
There's loads of
running
those.
around, I just want to see all of them just rush to the top again. We're EU, we have to fly the flag with pride.
I was wearing my Spiritomb pin yesterday, it wasn't powerful enough. Mew still finds a way to get there over and over again. But fortunately, because we went to time in this set, it means there's not going to be too much time between these rounds. A number of them are finishing and closing out, so it shouldn't be too long between round 12 and round 13. So the action's going to be coming thick and fast throughout the day. You don't want to miss an absolute minute of it. So we're going to hit to a break now, and we'll be back with more action very soon.
My name is Jacob. I'm from here in Melbourne. Honestly, no words to describe it. This experience has just been absolutely amazing. I wasn't even expecting to get anywhere near this far. I had so much support along the way, and they just kept pushing me to go. So I'm just gonna do what I do and try and win. Winning Worlds, I honestly I would have no words. It would be such a great experience.
My name is Azul Garcia Griego, and I'm from California. This win just kind of reassures me that me and my team were on track for everything we put into the game. We're getting out what we want to get, which is tournament wins. So it means that we're on track. We could always be doing better, but we're doing something right. My strategy this tournament was to play a deck that beats Lugia, but that isn't Lugia. Worked out pretty well overall. The Lugia matchup's close, probably about a 50-50, but I got to play a way more enjoyable deck than Lugia itself. Winning Worlds would be great.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. This feels crazy. I haven't even processed it towards excited, still confused more than anything else. My strategy this weekend was to play aggressively with Palafin, coming in with a team that is wholly your own and that you're playing better with than anyone else is so important. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing TGC.
Hey everyone, hope you've been enjoying the day of Pokemon action so far. We're going to take a moment now to speak to one of the greatest deck builders in our game, in my opinion. I'm sure a lot of people will agree with me. Mateusz, you're here, our Stuttgart regional champion last season, known for being one of the people who makes the most unusual decks and pilots them to top finishes. Tell me about the few decks that you've had success with, the Palkia Vikavolt and the Banette. What made you come up with those ideas?
Okay, so the first thing, when I look at the cards, I'm thinking if someone is just fun to play, it's something really cool, then you want to test it, like it's a common thing. So I look what can make deck fun, and after that I'm just trying to build it as consistent as it can be. Like it's one of the strongest things in the game, just being consistent. And if you have also the unique deck, then one game someone can break, one can be surprise factor, so it's also really good.
Yeah, the surprise factor. I spoke to a few people who played against you at Lille where you were piloting the Burnett deck, and they wanted to know what was in the list. They needed to know because they felt like they might have been able to win if they knew. So that's a big advantage for you when you turn over your card and they think, oh my goodness, what does that one do?
Yeah, a lot of people just struggle to do any game plan against it. I'm always like surprised when someone misplays, and then okay, I'm playing like something new. It's normal thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who knows exactly how it's meant to go, and they have no idea whether they're misplaying or not at the time. But of course, with that kind of deck building, you need to be smart enough to know all the cards that aren't in the most popular deck. So what do you do to try and find those new cards that you're going to try out at an event?
Usually I'm trying to figure out the scenario that I have. I'm trying to find the problem of the where the setups struggle. Is it or early game, mid game, late game? Then I'm trying to find the cards that works exactly on this scenarios. So like I'm struggling with the basic. I will add 4 Nesballs. Just cut all the text, test it. And if it's okay, then I'm trying to get back the text cards.
I see. So you play it out enough times where you think, right, I'm not quite hitting what I need at this point, so improve that area there. So with the Burnett deck, which part was the bit you struggled with the most when building that deck?
It was definitely early game. Earlier, I had the Colress with the Sublime engine. With no confis, so it was really cool. But then I found out that Colress isn't good enough. There need to be some kind of Arven research. Seal stones were very important. So that was the main point.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of deck building is something that a lot of people won't even be able to put the time into it. But you have that ability to test your deck without having to put lots of repetitions into playing it. You're more of a think through the matchup player than a practice the matchup, right?
Yeah, I'm usually in a free time thinking, okay, this can work against this against this. And if you build like a lot of decks, then it's just naturally going through your head. I'm just looking at the cards and know exactly, okay, this can work. I just need to make sure if it's really the fact. So.
Yeah, you've helped me a lot with some of my decks recently, and one of the things that surprised me the most was when I asked you one of my Arceus decks, I went, how many energies should I play? And in your head, you already know, if you're playing Trekking Shoes, this many. If you're not playing Trekking Shoes, this many. So you've just had so many opportunities to learn the ways to build the decks with all the different archetypes. I guess the last question is, are you going to be bringing anything spicy to the event here today?
I'm still trying to build it, something new, but if not, then I will try at least in the Stuttgart. So
yeah, well, we'll hopefully see you at various regionals in the future, bringing some interesting decks. And everyone, make sure you watch out for Mateusz. If you're up against him on one of those tables, you never know what you're going to play against, because those creative deck builders are looming around the hall. So make sure you look out for them, and we'll see you later on with more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to our live coverage of the Gdańsk Regional Championship. My name is Benjamin Rabiotti, joined here by my lovable co-host, Mike Ellis. Mike, round 13 coming up. How are we feeling?
I'm excited. We're seeing, again, the whole story of the weekend is the deck choices. All across the hall has been amazing. But of course, those top tables are getting some of the less seen decks coming through on top. And that's exactly the story of the current format. Anything works.
Yeah, certainly some surprises to be had on those top tables. I've had a chance to look around this morning on those tables. Some surprises, to be sure. I've seen Electrode Cloth running about, bringing the noise. But
struggling a bit down there,
struggling a bit, unfortunately. However, you know, still made day two, you know, such in the face of adversity, let's say, you know, taking a deck that may cause some surprises. Of course, Tord as well, we just featured it last round, bringing some spice to these regional championships. But, you know, going into the next round, are we expecting anything more?
Well, what we're expecting to see is Table 1, which consists of two of the least represented decks here in Day 2. And that's the exciting thing right here. We've got Luke and Luke. This is going to be tough for everyone at home. We're going to try and refer to them by their full names, if not by the decks that they're playing. And that's where it's exciting. We have Water versus Fire, Entei versus Suicune, but it's not the Suicune that's the big target in that water deck, it's the Palkia V-Star.
I'm just so excited for this one. I actually have the pleasure of knowing these both players really well, both hailing from the UK. Luke Kirkham, as you mentioned there, bringing the Palkia V-Star, but also has a little bit of a spice in his deck. Luke is the type of player who likes to bring a bit of a different edge to the competition, playing that Ice Rider Calyrex with the Palkia V-Star. But here we see Luke Doran, of course, as you mentioned, bringing Iron Valiant with the Entei, tried and tested. And there we see some of the accomplishments. EUIC top 64, no easy feat for him. But yeah, I'm just so curious as to how this one plays out.
Yeah, you might think in your head straight away, you know, fire types against water types tends to go in favor of water. And I don't think that's the real factor here. I think a lot of it comes down to who starts that prize race first, who can get the first two prize knockout. And then of course we know with the Entei Valiant you've got the Charizard at the end. But there's Luke Kirkham on the other side, has been playing for a long time. Very experienced player, and as you mentioned, loves to have those interesting deck choices. And with Palkia V-Star alongside that Ice Rider Calyrex, we all thought it was gone. It'd been done. Wasn't good enough, but it's come out here today as a great answer into that Miraidon matchup, which has been so prevalent in the hall here at Gdańsk.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Luke likes to put his finger on the pulse of the meta, and here we see both players starting up. Luke Kirkham, of course, looking for one of those explosive starts here with the Palkia V-Star.
I mean, both sides want the explosive start.
Yeah,
you know?
of course, yeah, both players do want it, but of course with the power of that star portal on the Palkia V-Star, it's going to be looking to utilize that as best as possible, keep the efficiency up and running, and here we see the prizes coming down. Nothing too detrimental to both players.
I mean, the Ice Rider Calyrex, it is just a 1-1 line, so prizing the basic there will limit the ability to get that out, and maybe that's useful in the matchup to have a big 3-prize Pokemon against Entei. But realistically, if you get Palkia V-Star set up and you get a few of those going, they're just so big. Like 280 hit points for Entei Valiant with a very narrow bench is hard to knock out.
Yeah, these tachyon bits are going to do some work. Are going to have to do some work. Sorry, but both players are going to be looking for a kind of 2-2-2 prize-taking strategy. They're going to be looking to utilize their Pokemon as much as possible, taking big knockouts where possible.
I saw there in the hand a little flash of the Palkia V-Star.
Yeah.
So going first, having the Palkia V in play, whilst also getting lots of energy into play and into the discard pile, will increase that early threat. You know, the Palkia V-Star is very similar to how the Entei, Suicune, and the Raikou attack. A lot of you might be very familiar with the Blizzard, Burning, and Lightning Rondo attacks,
correct,
which do 20 plus 20 for every bench Pokemon. Palkia is the same, but just with 60 plus 20, and so that little bit more reach on those big knockouts.
Yeah, fantastic. And here we see the first plays being made. Earthen Vessel, such a great addition from the Paradox Rift set. Of course, we've been seeing these cards flying out of the set into people's decks, of course, you know, different strategies to be played. But the Earthen Vessel coming down, bringing 2 water energy into Luke Kirkham's hand, and the attachment there, so important for the Palkia once evolved. Of course, that 2 water energy requirement for attacking. But here we see Luke. Is there much in the hand here?
I see another Valiant, but you really want to be rolling. You want to start digging through that deck, get those Entes going. I see a research there.
See the research, yeah. Magnum Basin coming down. He's going to be wanting to get rid of that fire energy for that Magma Basin. And here we see a big 7 from Luke.
Just to remind you all at home that this matchup is Table 1. These are our 2 highest performing decks so far in Gdańsk. And I think in this particular matchup, neither of them were prepared for the other one, per se. I mean, maybe the Palkia deck was thinking Entei Valiant might go up in popularity after a finals performance at AIC. It's very favored towards the Palkia deck, not so much for the typing, but just because of the size and the hit points on the Palkia deck's Pokemon. There are some smaller targets, some 60 HP Pokemon, which Iron Valiant can play with. You've got the Celebrations Mew for 60 hit points and the Fettered in Misfortune Spiritomb, but unlikely to try and get those out here, Luke.
Yeah, really important that you mentioned there. Luke Kirkham is going to be looking to take advantage of the meta out there, right? So playing the Ice Rider Calyrex with that metal weakness. There aren't too many metal Pokemon running about, right? So, you know, it's going to be really hard for players to be able to knock that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX out. But here we see a good setup here from Luke Doran. You know, the Squawk ability comes down. Going to be able to utilize the Squawk and Seize ability, and with the Entei, maybe even a turn 1 attack here from that Entei V. But, you know, it does have it does have that water weakness, however, so it's going to be an easy 2 prizes for Luke to take next turn. Luke Kirkham, that is. And here we see the second Nest Ball come down, but of course going to be wanting to utilize the Battle VRP Pass where possible, thinning that deck even further. And here we see 3 Iron Valiant come down, bringing his mates. Tachyon Bits, I'm sure, is going to be used here by Luke Doran. Going to be wanting to use as many Tachyon Bits abilities as possible in these first initial turns.
Now, the tough thing here for Luke Doran is has to go wide to get as many Valiant involved. The Tachyon Bits needs to be used to accumulate damage on the Palkia to try and put it in range. Where Luke Kirkham can go really narrow, knowing that the bench of Luke Doran's going to be wide, and then the Palkia and the Suicune and all these water types just have to reach lower numbers with the doubling of the weakness. So it does put it in favor in that sense. But it's not a matchup either of them will have, you know, thought about too much. I think maybe Luke Kirkham has had the advantage throughout the day of, I know how to win this matchup because I've got the deck that you don't understand.
Luke Kirkham is going to be wanting to make it really difficult for Luke Doran to be able to knock out the Palkia V-Stars, right? So limiting his board size is limiting the Entei attacking ability, so capability, sorry. So he's going to be wanting to utilize those Tachyon Bits, like I said earlier, as most efficiently as possible. Here we see the second attachment on the Entei, 20 damage on there with the Magma Basin. However, you know, limiting the fact that Luke Kirkham only needs to bench, you know, maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon, and with the Entei being unable to take any knockouts on the Palkia V-Star, the Palkia V-Star definitely has a lot of threat on the board. And here we see the boss's orders. 2 early prize cards for Luke Kirkham in this game.
Everything needed in that hand, the Palkia V-Star, the attachment, and the boss's orders. That deck is still so thick, there's so many more cards to go through. But when you've got everything you need in your hand, you don't need to rush. And having that Suicune available as your next attacker, and that Palkia V-Star pretty safe from getting knocked out next turn with such a narrow board. Luke Kirkham really going ahead here.
Yeah, this is scary, scary times for Luke Doran. Promotes that Entei V there. So it is going to be unable to use the Magma Basin, but with as many switch outs these Iron Valiant decks play, can't imagine it's going to be too much of a worry for him to get an attack off. Just reading the Suicune V, a card that we haven't seen much of in this meta. It was a big player in the meta, I guess, when it was first released.
Yeah.
Being paired up with the Ludicolo, if anybody remembers that one. Shout outs on socials if you remember that deck, if you played that one.
I mean, for a while, Suicune was by far the strongest of the 3 legendary beasts. You know, you had Suicune, Entei, Raikou. Raikou started to come into Lost Box variants, but ultimately Suicune had its own deck built around it. And then it disappeared. Now Entei and Raikou have taken the scene, and I think it's really nice to see the Suicune coming back in. I've been playing a deck with Palkia and Suicune in recently. It's been great seeing other players read them and go, I haven't seen this card before used. And I'm thinking, wow, you haven't played the game for the last year or so, because back when Palkia and Suicune were at their best, they were the best decks in the format.
Such efficient attackers as well. All 3 of them only have the 2 energy requirements to be able to get off an attack. But, you know, the Entei V is being utilized here, I guess, with the Iron Valiant variants, only because it's, you know, it's 230 HP. It's the biggest HP of all three of them, and it's going to be able to, you know, give that capability of playing the Radiant Charizard, as we see here coming down for Luke Doran.
I mean,
and
you've got
the Magma Basin coming down.
You've got the Magma Basin to power up the Entei.
Yeah.
You've got the Melanie to power up the Suicune, and you've got the electric generators to power up the Raikou. So each of them have got their way to get that second energy on, so you can attack with them straight away. But the big advantage of the Entei is water is such a uncommon type right now in the format. So these kinds of matchups are rare for Entei to come across, where weakness is a big factor.
Yeah, and here we see a big play from Luke Doran, being able to use the Charizard, Radiant Charizard, for a huge attack, 240 damage coming down, putting that 230, yeah, sorry, with the double turbo energy, but
that's still a lot.
Yeah, putting that Palkia V-Star now in a vulnerable position to Tachyon Bits.
And a Yoga Loop.
Yeah, and a Yoga Loop as well, more importantly, yeah, of course. But Suicune's still down, you know, still posing a little bit of a threat. Here we see the Ultra Ball from Luke Kirkham. Going to be going through his deck here. He doesn't have much going on in that hand. Not many supporters. But however, the Luminion with that Luminous sign is going to give him the ability to grab any support from deck. It's what he grabs here is going to be more important.
Yeah, having played the Luminion Palkia Suicune into the Entei before, one of your best attackers is actually the Luminion.
Yeah.
Using the Aqua Return and being able to get it out of the active spot, back into the deck so you can reuse for the supporters, but then also being able to put any Pokemon you want into the active so the Entei Valiant doesn't get the perfect target. It can be great for that. So in this situation, we might even see another Pokemon coming down as an easy push into the active as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love these ping pong style games here. 2 prizes? Okay, I'm going to take 2. I'm going to take 2 prizes. I'm going to take 2 as well. But here we see the switch coming down here as well. From that Irida, such an important card in this deck as well. You know, such good synchronization with the water Pokemon. Being able to grab a water Pokemon and a item card. Opting to get the switch out here, maybe retreating into the Suicune. Okay. Here we see another Palkia coming down. So he does have his 3 attackers on board. Understanding going through the deck that Ice Rider Calyrex isn't going to be an option. Here we see the first energy attachment of the turn. Just debating maybe whether to use Star Portal.
I mean, the Radiant Charizard's a big worry here because that's such an efficient attacker towards the end game, and as a 1 prizer, it doesn't work into that 2-2-2 strategy we just alluded to. And so at this stage, I wonder whether they're just going to accept that knocking out the Radiant Charizard makes it harder to be brought back, and that the Entei then can't get the knockout, something like that. But having to knock out that 1 prizer does put it now potentially back in favor of Luke Doran.
Yeah, a difficult position to be in for Luke Kirkham. He really doesn't want to take 1 prize in this matchup. He wants to continue taking those big 2 prize knockouts, as we alluded to. The game plan really here for Luke Kirkham is to be able to take 2 prize, then a 2 prize, then a 2 prize for an easy game. But Luke Doran able to utilize, as you said, the Radiant Charizard as a single prize attacker. And here we see another Entei coming down. Not much of a decision to be made now, getting your attackers up and running. Luke Kirkham now being only on 3 prize cards. It doesn't really matter. Let's have a look at that hand. We do see Escape Rope. What options are available to him?
Yeah, what's interesting here is there's no way to recover Pokemon for Luke Doran. So once he discarded that Medicham earlier and the Radiant Charizard, they're now gone for the rest of the game. So Yoga Loop is not available, and the Radiant Charizard returning to play is not available. So Luke Kirkham hoping to build up another 2 large Pokemon for the opponent to deal with, and hopefully in that situation we'll be able to get back into the race for those prize trades.
I'm really intrigued as to how Luke Doran now approaches this matchup. With that Luminion now on the bench, that is, you know, going to be quite easy to knock out compared to the Palkia V-Star and the Suicune. So it's going to be able to use the Tachyon Bits, spread a bit of damage on that Luminion, making it easy 2 prizes if he's able to. And here we see the Escape Rope into the Palkia V. Going to be starting to use that Tachyon Bits. 20 damage on the Palkia V-Star, putting in on 270 damage, meaning only 1 more Tachyon Bits will get the knockout on that Palkia V-Star. And here we see it. Yeah, easy 2 prizes for Luke Doran.
And what's going to take off here? Another switch out, most likely. And this is the fascinating bit, because those Tachyon bits had to be used to knock out the Palkia V-Star. Now the 3 Pokemon that are available won't be able to be put into range through that Tachyon bits. Also, a Pokemon being removed from play reduces the power output of the Entei. So it does mean now that Luke Kirkham is likely to survive any attack here, but they might put it in range next turn for that same finishing off effect that we just saw.
Yeah, of course, and with that Palkia V still on the board, he is going to be able to evolve it, of course, next turn into the Palkia V-Star, being able to use that Star Portal. Just gets up and running so easily with that energy attachment ability. And
not
here
much
we see,
in the hand, though.
No, not much in the hand from Luke Kirkham. Here we see the 3rd Tachyon bits being used on that Palkia V. And here we see the fleet-footed. Sometimes gets you out of trouble. Of course, drawing that 1 card, but Luke Doran not really needing it too much. And here we see an attack on the Palkia V.
So that's 180 on there, so 40 hit points remaining for the Palkia V. There is a switch out to go into the fleet-footed, and it might be literally a fleet-footed here to try and get back into the game, get some stuff going. They do have the energy to be able to attack with the Suicune, so we'll be able to attack, but it's more about what happens after that. A vacuum, that's not ideal.
Yeah, not what he wants to see at all. Really wants to start seeing some supporter cards to be able to give his hand a bit of a refresh. Here we see the Lost Vacuum being used on the Magma Basin. Is going to be able to take the knockout on the Entei.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it, at this stage?
It is tough, it's tough. I can't see where this one is going to go.
That's the whole challenge with both these decks, is their end game can be a bit fragile. They can run out of momentum if they don't keep setting up the next attacker. And we saw the Magma Basin being taken out of play for Luke Doran, so now setting up the next Entei could be tricky. But to be able to get a knockout on the Palkia through the Tachyon bits now without the evolution, that's going to put them within range of winning the game.
It's still difficult for Luke Doran, of course. He's definitely going to be eyeing up that Lumenion. However, the Palkia V is within range of Tachyon bits. If he's able to see a couple of switch outs, he may be able to turn the tide of the game here. Magma Basin coming down, does have switch in hand. Or is that, that's a Lost Vacuum, sorry, fleet-footed for 1. Switch cart.
Okay, and there's some stuff in the prizes that could help with switching even more as well. Let's see how it's going. Will they go into an Iron Valiant here? They've got enough switch outs to finish off the Palkia V on the bench. It's then what happens afterwards. Will they be able to find an escape rope to reset the active and maybe get that Luminion within range?
Tachyon bits coming down, you'd imagine it would be on the Palkia V. But it is opting for the Suicune, so putting it another Tachyon bits on the Suicune.
I guess by knocking out the Palkia V, you reduce the Entei's attack output, so maybe just focusing on getting the energy out of play, removing the only attacker in play for Luke Kirkham.
This is a big Colress now, big 5 cards, does have Jet Energy, is going to be able to use that Entei.
And the Future Booster Energy Capsule allows for another retreat here.
Yeah, this is massive. So, unfortunately, with Colress, he is going to have to get rid of 2 of those cards put into the Lost Zone. Forest Seal Stone, of course, already used his V-Star for the game.
Got the Magma Basin and the Jet Energy for that final movement, so we'll be able to get one more retreat here into another Tachyon bits.
Here we see the Future Boost Energy Capsule, able to retreat into that Iron Valiant, and of course with a Jet Energy in hand is going to be able to put that Entei right back into the action. Magma Basin here, 20 damage with the attachment of the Jet Energy.
My goodness, this is going to be
putting it right into the fray here.
That's enough damage now on that Suicune from the Tachyon bits to put it in range. 7 bench Pokemon plus the 20, that's 160. And that will be a knockout. And this could be the turn that dictates the final result of our first game here on the top table.
What a swing.
The Melanie off the top.
This is huge. If he's able to just find that Palkia V-Star, he will be able to take the game. Melanie attachment here.
Will he find it? Just the Palkia V-Star.
There's an Ultra Ball! He's got the Ultra Ball. Is going to be able to find that Palkia V-Star for the game.
What an end here with that Palkia on the edge of being knocked out through Tachyon bits. A great decision by Luke Doran to knock out the only Pokemon with energy, but the Melanie off the top, not only accelerating energy into play, but allowing them to dig deeper and find that Palkia V-Star. It was literally a top deck for game.
Such an impressive game there from both players. Luke Doran really had to work to keep up with the momentum of the Palkia V-Star, but Luke Kirkham was able to clutch the victory just when times looked tough, was able to come away with the win.
What a fascinating back and forth here. And this is what Entei does as well. You know, you look at the Entei Valiant deck and you think, you have to play differently around it, and a lot of the time that means not putting down those consistency cards that are free targets for the Valiants. You know, Iron Valiant picks on Mew, it picks on things like Spiritomb, which can be used to disrupt the fleet-footed. So in that case, you then just end up having one Pokemon in play, two Pokemon in play, and just hope you find the energies you need to keep going throughout the game. And it was just, by the skin of his teeth, found that Melanie at the end.
I'm really impressed with this Palkia V-Star. You know, just when people thought, oh, you know, maybe it just doesn't do enough anymore in the format up against these new boys, these new guys on the block. But Luke Kirkham really bringing the spice and saying, guys, you're sleeping on this. You're sleeping on this
well.
one.
I mean, who would have thought Palkia
100%.
V-Star would be a 1-1 line in a Lost Box?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Well, we're getting treated here with our top table. This is table one, the two best performing decks. Entei Iron Valiant versus Palkia V-Star. Somewhat of a box, you could say. All sorts of different cards in there, but 2 Entei in the prizes, thankfully 4 in the deck.
Yeah, it's going to make it still a little bit difficult for Luke Doran. He's going to have to maybe utilize some of these nest balls for Enteis, which he doesn't really want to do. He wants to be able to use these nest balls to try and get as many Iron Valiant down as possible. Here we see just the first deck check of the game. The Charizard is in the deck. Here we see opting for an Entei perhaps, or maybe even a Squawkabilly. Of course, going first is going to be able to use that Squawk and Seize ability without being able to use supporter cards. It is a fantastic ability to have to be able to refresh that hand.
Well, we'll see how the setup goes this time, of course. We saw last time Luke Doran going as wide as possible. Definitely needs to get as many Tachyon bits going as possible. On the other side, Luke Kirkham wants to try and stay narrow, but if the start isn't strong, might have to find a way to dig for it. So starting with the Greninja does help a bit of draw. You know, that concealed card's fantastic. It is an attacking option as well. Very rarely going to get used in this particular matchup. Maybe on the Charizard could be an option to leave a one prizer in the active. But of course, having that Palkia V-Star at 280 hit points, able to knock out anything on Luke Doran's side, is such a scary prospect.
Yeah, and this is such a good start from Luke Kirkham because the Radiant Greninja isn't really something Luke Doran wants to focus on, right? He wants to be starting to use those Tachyon bits on the big hitters, really, like you mentioned, the Palkia V-Stars. So this is actually a great start for Luke Kirkham.
Yeah, it would be a wasted prize card, potentially putting them in range of any disruption cards, which there isn't any in the deck, but you might be thinking, I don't want to take that out because it would make an Iono more effective, something like that.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, both players don't really want to be taking single prizes in this game. They want to be able to take these big knockouts where possible. Here we see a second future energy capsule on the Iron Valiant. Another nest ball coming down. Going to be able to get set up optimally here.
Not discarding the Medicham this time in the setup, so that is going to be an option available later on, which, let's be honest, in that last game, there was multiple times Pokemon within range of getting Yoga Looped, and that could have really changed the course of the game.
Yeah, Luke Doran would have really loved to have seen the Yoga Loop last game with that Palkia V being within range.
And the Palkia V-Star, the first one too.
And the first one too. And here we see the first Tachyon bits of the game onto the only option, Radiant Greninja.
Not wasting a switch out.
Not wasting it, no, of course. And here we see Luke Kirkham starting his turn with trekking shoes.
What a card.
What a card. And I know Luke Kirkham, he loves a trekking shoes. And here we see concealed cards. A bit cold in that hand, I might say. There is a Shen Pao feeling a bit chilly.
Battle VIP
up here
pass.
in Gdansk, and a Battle VIP pass off the concealed cards. Big draws here for Luke Kirkham. Special K bringing the spice. And a Battle VIP pass coming down.
I mean, who would have thought that the way we'd see Shen Pao on the big stage today would be through a Palkia V-Star deck with just, I think it's just a 1 in there, just to help get some water energy with that Shivery Chill.
The Shivery Chill is such a good ability, right? You know, when you have such good options with energy manipulation with the Star Portal and the Palkia V, it's such a great option for this deck to have.
You got to think, with a Greninja in play and a Melanie in the hand, Greninja discards an energy, draw 2. Melanie put an energy into play, draw 3. You're drawing 5 for just that one energy that you found out of your deck.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's a marriage made in heaven for sure. When you
and
have
had a fleet-footed
Melanie
in there as well.
You have the Earthen Vessel, you have the Melanie, you have the Irida. You know, it just makes sense. And here we see the escape rope coming down. I imagine, yeah, Luke going to be promoting that Iron Valiant. And here we see a fleet-footed. One card is an energy, is going to be able to have the attachment for game, and the Melanie coming down, like you said, onto the Suicune, is going to be able to attack on their first turn.
Will they want to attack into the Iron Valiant? Is that valuable for them? Maybe able to finish it off with a Greninja later on.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's 60, and with a full bench, that's going to be 160 damage. So yeah, like you said, is going to be able to put it in range of a Moonlight Shuriken in the later turns, and you know, like you said, with the Star Portal, is going to be able to use that Moonlight Shuriken very efficiently with the 3 attachments from the ability. And here we see a Magma Basin coming down, getting rid of that Collapse Stadium. Collapse Stadium coming down, actually, really important. And
yeah, you got to respect the 140 there as well.
Yeah.
This is with both these decks. You have to be very good with your 20 times table. You have to be good at ramping up damage, adding a little bit here and there, and really pushing the limits of how many bench Pokemon you put down and the right situations to do it.
yeah, of course. And here we see a research being taken from the Forest Sealstone, the Star Alchemy. Such an important card in our meta. Definitely a favorite choice for a lot of our players. And here we see, what does he have? Not much going on, really. No, Ball Search does have that one switch, of course. And with the future Boost Energy Capsule, is going to have that free retreat on the Iron Valiant. So he's going to be able to use that Tachyon Bit. And where is this energy attachment going to go? Going to be on the Entei. Here, Magma Basin still live. Yeah, it can get an attack off. Magma Basin is still live, and here we see it being used. Where's it going to go? It's going to go on the already damaged Entei. Quite important. So next turn, with a manual attachment on the other Entei, is going to be able to keep that full HP cost. And here we see the retreat into the Iron Valiant, like we thought. Tachyon Bits, where's it going? It's going to go on the Suicune, of course.
I wonder what they're thinking here, trying to set up maybe the Yoga Loop for a future turn.
And that's the beauty of the Iron Valiant. You don't quite know what their game plan is going to be. And here we see a big pass from Luke Doran.
Okay.
Is Luke Kirkham going to be able to punish it? It does have the boss in hand.
Oh my. And gets the energy in preparation for later, so that takes away those worrying Melanies that you have to find at the right time, just prepping up future attackers, and that's where passing a turn with the Iron Valiant might help you get it in range through those Tachyon Bits, but ultimately you're giving more time for the Palkia V-Star deck to set up.
I was going to hope to see Ice Rider Calyrex, but does opt to discard it. Looking through the deck, you can imagine it's going to be for that Palkia V-Star.
I mean, what do you think about this Ice Rider Calyrex include? That's a unique addition to the deck.
Certainly is. You know, like I said, I think he's trying to he's trying to take advantage of the fact that there's no metal Pokemon in the format, of course. You know, not much is going to be able to hit of a weakness. We did have the Zamazenta on stream yesterday, but probably didn't come up against most of those.
It does a good amount of damage as well, the Calyrex, Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. Fantastic into a lot of the format right now. A lot of these basic EX Pokemon are in range of it. And as you mentioned, that water types with no lightning weakness are a very good position in the format right now. But there's that Boss's Orders you mentioned.
Orders, yeah. This is big plays here from Luke Kirkham. He's going to be able to go 2 prizes up here with the knockout on that Entei V.
Okay, just working it out.
Just working out, yeah, of course, was knockout. Does have the weakness as well as a plus. And here we see Luke Kirkham going 2 prizes up. And one knockout is going to put him in a fantastic position. And with 4 prize cards left in this game for him, you can imagine the game plan really is coming to fruition for him.
The Battle of the Lukes is closing out here. And we mentioned beforehand, just because it's water versus fire doesn't necessarily mean it's in favor of the water, but you can see the way it's being played out. Luke Kirkham has way more options to be able to play around the wide bench, to be able to set up more dangerous attackers that have to have a lot less needed to get the knockout, where Luke Doran is having to really reach for those knockouts, using as many tachyon bits as possible. Those hands are so much more important after a research. If you don't quite get the resources, you can often just miss out on the knockout you need.
And that Radiant Charizard in the hand does have double colorless as well. So it's going to be able to use a single prize card approach here. Does have the switch, tachyon bits coming out here. Where's he going to be putting it? I would imagine it would probably be on the Palkia V-Star, yeah.
Putting that in range of the Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, just softening that up. I don't think he's obviously used Colress, so isn't going to be able to gust it up for a big knockout. However, it's going to be able to utilize a single prize attacker, like we said.
MVP of this matchup, that Charizard.
Yeah, if Luke Kirkham doesn't have a good enough response to this. However, I think Kirkham can take a 3-prize swing next turn if he wants to with the Moonlight Shuriken, right?
Yeah, we mentioned at the beginning that 140 damage on the Iron Valiant puts it in perfect range. Oh, but the switch card. Perfectly timed, as we were just speaking about it.
Yeah.
That now takes away that 3-prize
Yeah, it takes
turn.
away that game plan for sure. And here we see Palkia V-Star being a victim of that tachyon bits. And here we see the attachment on the Radiant Charizard.
The question is, do you still just attack with the Greninja, even if you don't get the benefit of knocking out the Valiant, just so you've then left a 1-prizer in the active, maybe?
Taking 2 prizes with a single prizer isn't a terrible shout in this matchup, but is going to be wanting to use the most efficient approach, which, you know, I'm unsure whether using the Moonlight Shuriken is, but who knows what's in the mind of Luke Kirkham.
I mean, it's made him think. You can tell he's gone,
it's made it think for sure.
My plan has changed.
Yeah, promoting the Palkia V-Star. Let's see what's going on in our hand. Does have Iridate as an option this turn. Does slap it down.
The hands have been so scrappy for the Palkia V-Star, really just plucking at those supporters. There is 4 Iridate and 4 Melanie in there, just to be able to really tutor everything you need out of the deck and get those energies in play when you need it. But sometimes if you miss that, it can really change the pace of the deck.
Yeah, really wants to be able to get a game-winning situation down here, so having a second attacker on board like the Palkia V is going to be something that he'll like to do here. So just use the Earthen Vessel, grab 2 more water energy out of that deck. Does make that concealed cards that much better. Does, of course, have the manual attachment as well. Here we see the concealed cards.
A bit more draw. We know how powerful that Radiant Greninja is. Appearing in decks like Gardevoir that don't even have water energy to use it, that draw is so important, and to have the benefit of being able to power it up with that Star Portal from the Palkia V-Star, so versatile within the water-type decks. So we'll see if it does get used here, but I do think they're just going to go for the approach of Palkia V-Star is too big for your deck. Can you take out 2 of them? As that knockout comes through, not going to affect the prize race too much, but it takes away the most threatening attacker.
It still made it really awkward for Luke Kirkham, right? Because now it still puts him in a position where he still needs 2 turns of attacking to be able to take game. Isn't going to be able to take multiple prizes in 1 turn. Here we see the draw does have boss in hand, but like we said, for Luke Kirkham, he wants to really put himself in a position where he can't lose this game, right? So he's going to want to maybe utilize that Star Portal for next game, get an energy attached, get an attack off, take another 2 prizes, and here we see another Colress experiment. But important to mention as well, no disruption in this Iron Valiant deck. No Iona, no Roxanne, no Judge, nothing like that. So Luke Kirkham's going to be able to keep that hand throughout the game.
Both sides, no disruption. This is very much a does my game plan work matchup.
Yeah.
The main way of disrupting really is taking out and gusting the right targets, using those cross switches or using that boss's orders to try and target the most threatening card on board. And in this situation, that Palkia V-Star is going to be really hard to knock out. The Radiant Charizard is really the best option to reach the larger numbers here with the narrow benches on both sides.
Yeah, with no disruption in either player's decks, this really turns into quite a slogfest. It really turns into who is able to utilize their attacks more, who's going to be able to utilize their options better than the other. And here we see another Tachyon Bits being used on the Palkia V-Star, rendering that 220 HP, and it's still so difficult for Luke Doran to be able to knock this out. And here we see a Nest Ball. Imagine it's going to be getting another, oh, it's actually Yoga Loop, I think, on the front of that deck.
Everything's out of range.
Yeah, everything's out of range from the Yoga Loop. Such an important addition, of course, in this deck, coupled up with the Tachyon Bits and in the evolution format. Being able to use that Yoga Loop on these low HP Pokemon in the format definitely is the game plan for this deck.
I'm sure you guys in chat are trying to work out the maths live like we are. Those bench Pokemon so important, they're damage multipliers every time. So if Luke Doran fills out his bench with 5, and there's 2 on the other side, that will be doing 160, right?
Yeah.
And then if he only gets 4 bench Pokemon down, it's going to be doing 140, which really leaves so much HP on the Palkia V-Star. If they can get it as close to knockout as possible, then that's where the Yoga Loop next turn could be a potential option. And so this is the thought process at this stage. Got to try and get as much damage, allow that Medicham to be effective for target. So you can see that here, 160 will put that Palkia with 60 hit points remaining, so in range of a Yoga Loop.
In the range of a Yoga Loop, but it's the game plan in the future turns, right? So it's how does he take this game? That's the question. So he's going to be able to put damage on this Palkia V-Star, like you said, putting it within range of the Yoga Loop, but it's the turn after. You know, if Luke Hugum is able to evolve this Palkia V-Star, how does he then deal with that threat?
Yeah, that Palkia V on the bench, currently still out of range as well, you know. 220 is still a lot of damage to do when you're having to use all of those switch outs for the Palkia V-Star.
Yeah.
If it does evolve, I think at that stage, it's pretty much done for Luke Doran.
Yeah, a few big turns for Luke Doran for sure. Here we see the damage coming down on that Palkia V-Star, like you said, putting it within range of a Yoga Loop maybe for next turn. 230 damage, putting it on 50.
There it is. The Palkia V-Star ready to go down.
Yeah, and here we see Luke's hand. We see an Escape Rope. We see Ultra Ball. Would have loved to have seen maybe a Gust, but is able, of course, to take an easy 2 prizes on the NTV, of course.
And at that point, you've got cross switches as an option through an Irida, so if you're able to find one of those maybe off of a draw, then you could then think about getting the second one.
Yeah, of course, is an option. Maybe he's able to draw it off the Melanie, maybe, if he's lucky enough.
I mean, you'll be fine just taking out the active as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. A lot of options for Luke Kirkham. Does want to maybe take out the threat of the Medicham or just take out these 2 prizes. No Jirachi in the deck, so Yoga Loop is going to be an option always for Luke Doran for next turn. And here we say just deliberating the Irida. I believe that's his only supporter in the hand.
Yeah, I think so.
So much bling in that deck. Unsure what I'm looking at. But here we see just a deck check here, maybe opting for that cross switcher. Conceal cards is still active. Looking to get the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Just to thin it, I guess,
just
right?
to thin, yeah, for sure. But opting for the Earthen Vessel.
Might just be looking to draw naturally into the cross switches. I mean, a conceal cards for 2 cross switches. We've seen crazier things.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, there's another Irida for next turn as well in there.
Yeah, there's the Earthen Vessel coming down. 2 more energy out of the deck. Thinning is winning. And it's going to put that conceal cards in a more effective spot for sure.
As we've mentioned before, neither player got disruption, so the thinning here is not about protecting yourself from an Iona or a Rock Sound or something like that. It's just to try and increase the odds of those concealed cards, all the Melanies, any of the kind of draw that we see in the deck. But imagine if they'd had access to that Iron Valiant turn. It would have been a no-brainer at that point, and they'd be in such a strong position, whereas that well-timed switch cart did so well. And there we go, there's the knockout.
There's the knockouts. Luke now only 1 prize away from taking this game and putting himself at an 11-1-1 record in this regional championships.
Luke Doran now, a lot to do.
A lot to do here. This is a big, big turn for Luke Doran. Here we see the Colress coming down. 5 big cards, Mike.
Lots of switch outs there.
A lot of switch outs as well. Bal VIP pass, you'd imagine, being slammed into that lost zone.
Just doing it a bit neater.
Yeah.
And the escape rope as well.
And the escape rope, interesting.
So comfortable with the amount of switch outs in hand, keeping the research maybe for the repeat turn after the Yoga Loop to help that dig even deeper. So we see the switch cut to start things off.
Switch cut, healing that 30 damage, and Tachyon bits now being used. Going to be on that Palkia V-Star.
Oh, this is the power of the Entei Iron Valiant list. You guys have wanted to see this all day. We're going to be seeing a Yoga Loop here. The second Tachyon bits with the retreat. The switch in hand to set up the Yoga Loop. And then the question is, what happened next?
What happens next is the big thing, Mike. It's whether he can be able to take the knockout on that Palkia V-Star on the bench for game. And here we see a Yoga Loop play coming out. I don't believe you've seen one yet on stream.
That Palkia V-Star will earn Luke Doran another turn, a chance to steal the victory. But with the Palkia V-Star on the bench, so healthy, it's going to be really challenging at this stage to get another knockout. But we see the Yoga Loop, 2 prizes taken. Luke Doran, you get another go.
Yeah, you get another go for sure. Luke Kirkham just checking his odds here. What's going on? How much gust does he have left? As an option to him, promoting that Radiant Greninja. Definitely doesn't want to promote the Palkia V-Star, wants to make it as difficult as possible for Luke Doran, but playing for Escape Rope.
Oh, just not much deck left. Worried about that research and decking himself out. And you see so many Escape Ropes in hand there.
3 Escape Rope.
Bounce it back and forth.
Yeah, it's definitely a dance of the Iron Valiants for sure. Here we see promoting the Iron Valiant, you would have thought. Here we see the first Tachyon bits.
Oh, is he just going to try and have a few turns and see if he can whittle down that Palkia V-Star and put it into range?
Another Escape Rope, playing musical chairs here in the active zone.
I think it's just going to have to be a pass here. If you put that Entei into the active, it's just going to be a free knockout for the Palkia V-Star. So just has to try and whittle it down, turn after turn, put it in range, see if a mistake comes out maybe from Luke Kirkham. You never know at this last stage. Might need to use a Luminion or something, I don't know.
Yeah, interesting to see how this plays out. And just with a pass, does Luke Kirkham have the gust to be able to take this game? He does have Escape Rope.
Oh, he's going to start playing down, reach for that cross switcher. Does have an Escape Rope.
Does have Escape Rope.
But if he puts a lot of bench Pokemon down, the Escape Rope might put it in range, so perhaps going for that outright here.
Here we see opting for the Celebrations Mew, perhaps.
Or maybe just knowing that the cross switch is almost guaranteed with the Mew if he puts it into the active.
16-120.
So that's 7 Pokemon, 8 Pokemon, 220 damage now. So with the Escape Rope, I think that puts everything in range.
Opting to promote the Palkia V-Star, just checking how
I believe he just retreated without removing the energy off of the Greninja, right? Oh, but he's just doing it. He's just attacking into the active, and that's going to be game there.
That's game. Oh.
With the amount of bench Pokemon
Knockout
down, the Palkia
on the Iron Valiant, and Luke Kirkham able to take game 2, putting himself in a fantastic position in this tournament. 11-1-1, no easy feat.
What an amazing deck as well. Playing the Palkia V-Star with that Ice Rider Calyrex. He's been playing against Miraidons all tournament long. And finishing them all off with the Ice Rider Calyrex. A genius inclusion. And the water deck so powerful with Irida and Melanie available. And that Shenpao Shivery Chill. Utilizing that energy as your draw engine, but also having those efficient attackers. What an amazing deck.
What a story as well. You know, bringing a deck that nobody, even thought of. Palkia V-Star with the Ice Rider Calyrex. I'm really interested to see how far he takes this.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a very good position to be making that top 8 now. That was the #1 table for anyone who's wondering. We had Entei Valiant versus Palkia V-Star on our top table here in Gdańsk. And that's been the beauty of this tournament. We've got that new set. The European players have brought along all of their spicy lists. We've seen Tord with his incredible Lost Box. And then now we've seen these little inclusions of cards across all the other decks we're familiar with. So we'll be interested to see which ones make it through to that top 8 today.
Yeah, and as we go through the day, it's a story of whether players had gone through the tried and tested, bringing the Mew or bringing the Miraidon. But, you know, we see these players, Luke Kirkham, Tord, as we've also seen on stream, bringing the spice and just going, you know what, I think this can beat the majority of the meta, and I'm going to take full advantage.
I had a very big feeling that someone was going to bring a deck we hadn't seen before here. It's very typical in Europe. You know, we saw in Lille the Burnett list from Mateusz. We've seen Palkia, Vikavolt in the past from the Polish players. So I backed someone to come up with something creative. With so many options available after Paradox Rift's entrance into the format, there's been so many options. The Earthen Vessel seems to be that real MVP that's increased the effectiveness of those water-type decks.
Yeah, for sure. Like we mentioned, there's so much energy manipulation, you know, in the water decks. We've got Shivery Chill. We've got the Star Portal from Palkia. We've got Melanie.
Concealed cards.
We've got concealed cards. There's so many options with these water-type decks to be able to utilize all these different tools that's available to them. But, you know, where does Luke Kirkham go from here? You know, he's
what's the
11.
Bad matchup?
I know. What's the bad matchups? You know, is he able to take it all the way? Who knows?
I genuinely don't know what the bad matchup is, because in your head you think, oh, Miraidon, lightning weakness, but it seems to be against Miraidon, the Ice Rider just comes in and deals with that. So we'd love to see more of it, and given they're going to be top 8 most likely at this point, we're going to be able to see it against the best players here in Gdańsk. So if you're interested in that deck, make sure you stick around for the rest of the day, because that is something that not often do we see a deck do this well as a one-off deck in day 2.
Yeah, of course. Being able to utilize an attacker like Ice Rider Calyrex, you know, like we mentioned, with the metal weakness, there's not much metal running about, right?
Goldengos are all gone.
No
one's seen any of those today.
We haven't even seen it. I haven't even seen it on any of the tables. So it's able to take advantage of the meta, being able to use this chunky 3-prize Pokemon that's able to take big 2 prizes.
I mean, you guys want to find out more about this deck. We want to find out more about this deck. We've got Luke Kirkham ready to tell us why he chose it.
Thanks so much, Mike. Yes, we're here with our round 13 winner now with 11-1-1 with Palkia V-Star and a toolbox of tricks. Yep. It's a matchup with Entei, Iron Valiant, and you don't really get to show off your archetype so much in this one. It's more about limiting your own board and making use of your weakness, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Having the water weakness for Entei just makes it a much easier matchup. It's more difficult than it perhaps looks from the face-off, because Radiant Charizard is just such a powerful card that it can swing the prize trade. I was also very aware of not making mistakes game 1, which ended up making more mistakes, which is the first time on stream for a while. But yeah, it's a matchup you try and win by not doing a lot, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, that's really the only risk of the matchup. It feels like the prize trade should be favorable, but because you're not doing the typical deck thinning, you don't have all your engine Pokemon on the board necessarily the whole game, that's where the real risk comes, is that you've not thinned anything and you're only really relying on Irida to cherry pick a couple of cards and Melanie, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot slower than it would be in a normal matchup. You just got to take your time. As long as you can get some basic water Pokemon, your Palkias, and maybe even your Ice Rider in the right situation, and then just attach energies and restart at the right time. I got very fortunate in that game 1, top decking the Melanie into the game, because I didn't drew particularly well, and that showed by not thinning that it was a bit slower.
And I think you already said that you already know a head slap moment that you could have done differently to secure the game anyway, so you could have been in a slightly better position without the top deck required, but it shows that it doesn't take much to sort of stay in that game. Really interested in how you've got to this incredible record with such an innovative deck. I know you've got a soft spot for it. We know each other very well.
Yeah.
We've known each other for years. But I want to talk a little bit about your day 1 and 2 run, because I think you've had a pretty unique tournament experience so far with your round by round.
Yeah, so far in the 13 rounds, I've played against 6 Miraidon.
Which, by the way, you would think that would be really bad for Palkia, but you found the way, right?
Yes, the 1-1 Ice Rider line that I've put into my deck really just helps that matchup. They just can't deal with it in one go. So it generally takes 4 prizes and swings the prize trade back into your favour. Even if they get the first knockout, it can still just be such a brick wall for them that they can't get through. I've played against 4 Mew.
You've got a Spiritomb, we've seen that.
I played Spiritomb, and that just really shuts the engine down. It's amazing how much so. They just can't get set up and consistently draw through. I played 1 Roaring Moon, which was very close. I won on turn 3 of times, very close matchup. And then 2 Entei now. And funny enough, I think overall the closest games in terms of in-game competition really is the closest has been Entei.
Oh, right, okay, interesting. So,
Yes.
and that's just because you can't do your typical
Yes.
strategy. You'll go to with go wide, have those options. So that's really interesting, and I think many people will be surprised that you faced so many Miraidon and are still on this incredible record, but it's how you navigate those opening turns. We've seen you're happy to limit the bench, make it difficult for the Miraidon players, and with your cross switchers, your escape rope, you can always try and navigate that two-prize trade.
Definitely.
Now, Luke, you are someone in the European scene that's sort of known for being a bit of a mad scientist. Anyone who checks out the online pages for your previous results will know. I'm just going to list a handful here. Zacian V-Star, Sizzle VMAX with Crobats, Xerneas Break, a favorite of mine, and Tangrowth. What is it that makes you sort of go outside the box? Do you think it gives you an edge in these tournaments at times, or is it just part of your playing personality?
I think probably a mix of both of those things. I think it does give you the edge. If your opponent doesn't really know what your deck is and what they're playing against and how it functions, it gives you an edge because people can make mistakes or things that they wouldn't want to do if they knew perhaps my full 60 cards. So catch people on surprise, and when they're on surprise, they're always on edge a bit more. And I've just always liked doing my own thing. I've always liked playing decks that are not in the meta necessarily, and just mixing it up and trying to do things my own way.
Yeah, absolutely. And why was it Palkia this time around? I think you've got a soft spot for it. Maybe played it a few events previously. I've seen you around the UK playing it at Cups. What made it the right call for this weekend?
I've been playing it pretty much all season since Worlds, and I've only lost to Miraidon decks or lost box with Raikou.
Yeah.
With it. It seems to have been my duck. So I just tried to figure out how can we even up the Miraidon matchup, and that's where we came in with the Ice Rider. And as we've seen, it's just swung that matchup because there's no real auto loss for the deck. I like decks that are usually 50-50 across the board, so then you can take your own skill level into it and try and outplay people. And an auto loss just really means that you're hoping and praying not to hit it, and I don't like that. So I thought with the 1-1 Ice Rider, I didn't think it'd be quite as good against Miraidon as it has been.
It's paid dividends. You faced 6 of them.
It has, yes.
Well,
yes.
That's fantastic to hear, and you're having a fantastic run. You're looking very close with those last 2 rounds now, just to claw a couple of points to get yourself into that top cut. You're in the perfect position, winning on the top table on stream. Thanks so much for chatting. We're going to let you go now into the next couple of rounds. Stay focused, and we wish you good luck, and hopefully we can see your really creative archetype in the top 8.
Thank you.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to our coverage here at the Regional Championships. My name is Benjamin. I'm joined here by my lovely co-casters, Mike and Joe. Now, I'd love for you to join us for a discussion about a card that was released at the World Championships in Japan, and that, of course, is Iron Valiant EX. So, Mike, take it away.
Oh, I've been loving this card. The Tachyon Bits ability allowing to put 20 damage when it moves into the active gives it a lot of versatility, can be a damage modifier for some attackers that aren't quite able to knock out in the format right now. But of course, it's one of those that can help take out the smaller, lower HP Pokemon whilst also setting up things like Yoga Loot with Medicham. So it's been a lot of fun to try out. And of course, that turn 1 knockout has been quite a lot of fun on the ladder.
No, yeah, for sure. And Joe, I just really want to get your thoughts on it as well. I don't feel like we're going to come with a conclusive decision as to who the best partner or maybe even the best method of approach is, but let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, I definitely think we're still in that discovery phase with the card. As soon as it came out in Worlds, there was a huge hype cycle around this card. We knew there was obvious potential with so many evolving Pokemon, like you said.
Yeah, but, like Palkia. And
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, there's just so many partners. I feel like the initial reaction was to play the Rapid Strike cards because it's so strong with Medicham, and then you open up the Rapid Strike G-Max Rapid Flow from the Urshifu. So that was where people initially jumped to. It turned out it still had a bit of a dodgy time into Gardevoir. So then we've checked out some other partners as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. And of course, we saw the best result coming out of the recent LAIC being with Entei. Now, we know that Entei is quite an efficient attacker with that 2 energy attack, cost. So, why do you think that may have been the best partner initially?
I just think the tempo of the deck is really solid. You can target down engine Pokemon whilst then also getting a huge hit in onto high hit point Pokemon. It gives you much more flexibility than, say, the Rapid Strike build, which was the initial go-to play. And that's because you get to play 2 sides of a coin. You get to play against these racing decks like the Miraidons, like the Roaring Moons, because you can choose to Tachyon Bits onto high hit point Pokemon as well and put Entei into range. So it seems like a really good combination. And of course, Radiant Charizard giving you a late game single prize option is also a great card to have.
And you've also got the fact that the 20 damage modifying part of the attack on Entei, people often play around it, but with the Tachyon Bits, you can put stuff into range where they can't really have a way to play around that.
Yeah, no, it soon ramps up, right? If you have a couple of turns of that Tachyon Bits with 3 or even 4 Iron Valiant on board, that damage really ramps up pretty quickly. But Mike, you mentioned Palkia earlier in the conversation. Take us through maybe your thoughts. Maybe you have some different ideas.
Well, it's similar to what Entei does, just a water deck where you can use Suicune in there. You also get access to Radiant Greninja. I don't think it's the way to go with the deck right now. I think Entei is probably better, but I think what it's allowing right now with the Entei success at LAIC, people are revisiting Iron Valiant and starting to think maybe there's someone else out there that we can use, a different partner Pokemon for the Valiant, and use it in a slightly different way where Entei is very heavily leaning into the switching of the Iron Valiants, but maybe just 1 or 2, 3 Iron Valiants might be the key to damage modifying a certain Pokemon up. I think there's a lot of Vs and V-Stars that could potentially work nicely with it.
Yeah, I was really interested to see how players would approach this new card, right? Because I think it's so flexible. It offers a lot of creativity to players. People might try and test it with Lost Box, or like we said, Entei, or packing a full punch with Palkia.
Maybe Ting-Lu.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? You check in for Iron Valiant EX and a load of Switch cards. The potential's really there. But Joe, I want to know your thoughts. Do you think this is have we seen what we have with Iron Valiant? Are we going to see more?
I think just as we've said, the nature of the card means that there's still so many ways we could see the card come out. We've seen success with Entei so far. There's the Rapid Strike builds. There's Xatu, which is still unexplored. There's Jolteon VMAX. There's Palkia if you really want to. There's so many ways you can play this card. So I think there's going to be plenty more of it in the next coming months.
Well, thank you, fellas, for some insightful discussion around Iron Valiant EX. I'd love to know your thoughts, what you've been testing, who maybe you think the best partner is for this Pokemon. But, maybe catch some coverage at the Regional Championships, see what people are playing. Catch you later.
Palkia, not Palkia.
Well, what a showcase we've been having here in Gdańsk so far. It's been a bit wet, it's been a bit cold.
Just a bit.
There's that shivery chill with that Chen Pao in Luke's list. We did see it there, but who would have thought we would have seen Palkia back-to-back in the last 2 rounds?
Yeah, and on the top tables, no less as well. Fantastic to see. You can't help but enjoy and cheer for these archetypes that you haven't really seen before. You're starting to figure out what's within their deck list on the fly, and you can see the logic behind some of these really creative deck builders as well. I think Luke definitely fits in that category where he will always look to find his niche, his archetype, and make it his own. And I feel like he's had a great display this weekend of choosing the right tech inclusions for the expected metagame, and then finding that metagame and really pouncing on it.
Yep, he's put himself into a fantastic spot, onto the 34 points now, with 2 rounds still to come. So he's pretty much there. He's locked himself pretty much in top 8 now. But you know what? And he's going to be gunning for that title of a champion, a regional champion. But we've already crowned 2 this weekend. In the juniors division, my caster prediction has come true.
Well done.
There you
well
go.
Done.
Mew VMAX has taken it down, which is fantastic to see. Gregory Vexenet with that Mew VMAX list with a lot of, I think it's similar to what we may have seen back in LAIC.
Is it the Aselgor combination in there as well?
Exactly.
The grass
Having to
coming in.
deal with those Charizards, deal with those Roaring Moons. Fantastic to see that piloted, and fantastic congratulations to him.
That's really exciting. We've also had a senior division winner, and somehow my picks come through.
We've done it.
It was a Lost Zone Roaring Moon that was able to take the win. Rasmus Wagner is our Poland senior division champion, and it was actually a Lost Zone finals. It was up against Giratina V-Star as well. So we can already pat ourselves on the back. I didn't think I was going to be able to get that opportunity. So we've got 2 winners crowned already, and the action is still continuing in the Masters division. Roaring Moon's got the dub, Mew's got the dub. Will it be Iron Valiant, which has just been vanquished in the previous round? But Luke Doran's still on a really fantastic record. And where's the Miraidon? Well, they're up there, so hopefully we're going to get a few of those as they claim their winning ins. And yeah, we still know that Yuho, the winner at the LAIC, is on the 2nd highest points total right now, with 11 wins and 2 losses only. So they still have a great chance to make their way once again into the top 8.
Actually incredible to see, you know, being able to carry on that dominating performance.
I believe it's an unchanged list as well.
Yeah,
so just
I believe
got
so.
it right the first time. No need to change a card if you've just won. And man, think of the amount of prize money you can accumulate with not only an LAIC championship, but then a regional win immediately after.
The dream.
Yeah, you're cruising with the Miraidon, the Iron Hands taking it all away.
Just that household.
I know. Christmas is coming early this year for the Caliber household. Both of them getting a victory already. Both of them have that Worlds invite. I think they can both start booking their rooms to Honolulu at this stage.
All those flights.
It's fantastic. They're going to have an amazing holiday at the end of this season in Honolulu. That's what it's all about here. We're still trying to claim those championship points. There's prize money on the line. There's invites immediately granted for a victory for those players who haven't quite hit that threshold, because 500 is required for the Masters division, and you're going to get 200 for winning a regional championships, which is a huge chunk of points, which helps you not only to your initial invite, but also helps you throughout the remainder of the season, as there are higher tiers of an invite where you can get travel stipends and help towards the international championship as well. So there's so much you can earn here at the regional level.
Yep. So I believe we have been able to, just little voice in my ear now, been told our feature match looks like we're going to be, you know, showcasing once again Charizard EX.
Okay. Charizard, definitely a powerful archetype. It's been kind of the unsung hero of this tournament, I want to say. It's always been in and around these top tables. It's obviously that stage 2 archetype. Charizard EX is basically just an overstatted card, really. 330 hit points with a grass weakness, which isn't non-existent, but really isn't all that popular. It self-accelerates. It can be helpful for itself, but also for some of its attacking buddies in Entei and getting your Radiant Charizard in the mix as well. And of course, it gets so much more powerful as you work towards the late game. You're asking the questions of the opponent to play around your Charizard throughout the entire series.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card that was released. I mean, just that attack alone, being able to ramp up throughout the actual matchups itself. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be showing a Charizard EX versus Charizard EX matchup here.
As we said, they are at the top tables and they're paired against each other. It's going to be Robin Schultz, a previous world and international champion, let's not forget.
Yep.
He's done pretty much everything in the game, so really exciting to see them pilot Charizard EX this weekend.
Yeah, massive person in the community as well. Has done so much for us. But yes, of course, a world champion, you know, nothing to really you have to take notice. We've had a few world champions at this tournament in Gdańsk, which is fantastic to see. But Robin here being super consistent, also unbeaten with a current 9-0-4 record. Up against today, Erin Kingma from the Netherlands. Also doing super well, also on a 31-point record, but has the extra win over Robin, is currently 10-2-1.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at some of these records, actually, to see who else is gravitating towards the top. We have our second seed, Yuho, there with the Miraidon Iron Hands. Pretty much the same list that we've seen previously. Still in and around that top 8, we have Lukash, who is playing the Snorlax archetype. Even though it's doing well, we're trying not to show it until we absolutely have to in Top Cut, because we all know how those games can go at times. We have Carl Blake still in the mix. Gonzalo Pereira as well, I think, is also playing the Gardevoir archetype. So a number of different archetypes still in and around the top tables. We're getting towards the business end now, where many of these players cannot afford to tie or lose. They have to be winning these last couple of rounds because it gets so ruthless chopping down to just 8 players.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye out for a few or a couple of Mew VMAX players as well. Mew and West and fourth place. You know, that Mew's just there. Charles Wigner in 16th as well. Just kind of bringing up my predictions a little bit more. Just showcasing.
Let's not forget as well, in 15th place, Francisco, you know, also a fantastic result, also a special event winner in this season, so has a deck, is gelling well with it, but I think he's playing Mew again this tournament, has made the change, I believe.
No, he's playing,
he's still playing
he's running it back.
Okay,
he's running it back,
why
just
not?
like
you just won with it.
Yeah. When you win a tournament, why change a winning
sense.
formula, right?
Okay.
So let's run it back and let's see if we could take down another one. Let's, I don't know, take down and keep another automatic invite? Is that possible?
Not? Just accumulating the trophy cabinet at this stage, just getting more medals under your belt. Exceptional stuff. And yeah, the Rapid Strike deck, it's another, like, not heavily played deck, but I feel like it was a huge choice for some of the top echelon of players. One of the players to watch that we had, Rahul Reddy, was playing it in day 1 and has made it to day 2. And the Rapid Strike deck just seems to have, similar to the Valiant variants, just a lot of ways to capitalize on these evolving and engine-style Pokemon.
Yeah.
So you have lots of ways to take mid-turn prizes as well. It's always a gimmick that we love to see in the trading card game. Taking 2 turns as well, there's nothing more powerful than that. So it's still a really top archetype and is in touching distance of that top 8.
No, it's some of these types of decks which kind of have been feasting maybe on, and the reason why Gardevoir has been struggling a little to kind of make it into day 2. Yeah, exactly. So we haven't seen too many. Obviously, we've seen Carl kind of still keep himself in pace of a potential top 8 place as well, but there's not too many, as we kind of highlight. It's been a bit of a story that we've had here in Gdańsk, which is unfortunate, but as we do see both our players now beginning to set up, of course, like I said, Robin Schultz on our right-hand side, one of our previous world champions and IC champions, up against Erin on the left there, again, in this kind of mirror match.
Yeah, going to be an interesting one for sure, because tempo is usually an important factor in the trading card game, but in this matchup it's going to be often about where you time your knockouts and how you're taking those multiple prizes. As we see the 2 up here, it's the same archetype for both players.
A couple of interesting inclusions. I've had a chance to speak to Robin's brother, Philip, as well about this. Has a Rotom V as the tech card of choice, being able to use it as of course, an out to the Forest Seal Stone to utilize that fantastic Visa ability during the game, but also just to be able to draw cards. Going first, it was something that Philip highlighted to me, that just being able to draw an additional 3 cards with that instant charge, something we've seen already in that Snorlax stall deck, but really puts him in a great position to kind of start setting up those combos.
Yeah, I think it's been a debate in the community of whether you should play Pidgeot V or Entei V, and Robin saying, how about this Rotom instead, gaining those 3 additional cards when you are so focused on setting up and using your early supporter cards just on the the likes of Battle VIP Pass to get your initial board state going. Getting those additional 3 cards can really help you accumulate a stage 2 combination, where you need to have rare candy as well as your stage 2. Ideally, it's Pidgeot EX, and from there, the engine really starts rolling. Notably, both of these players are utilizing the Pidgeot EX approach rather than the Barrel Technical Machine evolution. That's also an ongoing debate in the community. It feels like, in Brazil at least, the Brazilian contingent of players did best with Pidgeot, and again, we see 2 players here with Erin and Robin on fantastic records, rocking the Pidgeot EX with that quick search ability.
Yeah, quick search, such a powerful, powerful ability there. Just once per turn, being able to search your deck for any card and putting it into your hand. Just a bit of a throwback to previous Pidgeots as well. It's just an incredible sort of card to have come out. Of course, it is a stage 2, but when it fits so nicely, kind of setting up those combo pieces with other rare candy stage 2 decks, I mean, it's nothing to be shown against.
No, it's incredible. It's the best way that you can protect yourself on the board from Iono, as you said, but also just make sure you're having the most powerful turns possible. It does feel like oftentimes Pidgeot EX is looking to grab Boss's Orders or Iono. We're very much in that format where you pick your favorite and whichever you can do on that turn is the best choice for you. But now there's also Counter Catcher in the mix for both players, so we can see Iono plus Counter Catcher now. That could be a huge power swing. If you're able to take out your opponent's Pidgeot whilst also hand disrupting, you can really make the game chaotic in the mid game.
No, this is going to be vital here. I think both players have just decided who will be going first. We'll get confirmation just as we begin setting up. Where would you like to? Would you like to go first in this matchup, Joe?
Typically, you want to go second with Charizard, and I still feel like that's reasonable, especially because you're often going to have a purely single prize board state to kick things off. So I think you're actually laying a trap for your opponent if they are able to pop off with Rare Candy Charizard and take the first swing. That can actually end up in your benefit. So as long as neither player starts with a 2-prize Pokemon, especially Luminion, something like that, it could be huge. But you've just had a big inhale of breath. I think we've seen some of Erin's prizes there.
We thought Battle VIP Pass, double VIP Pass, both players just double checking the handshake and
they go for the handshake in the end.
But what we just saw there was a double Pidgey prizing, which could completely change the way this game will play out.
That is really rough. Erin is not going to be happy about this. We have a Pidgeot V plus Forest Seal Stone start for Erin, so they will be able to search Battle VIP Pass here, but they're going to have some bad news. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball in the deck list, so it is just going to be grabbing more Charmander, maybe Celebrations Mew is their only bailout at this stage to start digging towards rare candies. This is not what you want to see in this game 1.
No, not ideal. Of course, with Erin deciding to play that Pidgeot V over anything, something like the Rotom. I'm a big fan of the Vanishing Wings ability as well, sort of utilizing the Forest Seal Stone, using your V-Star power, and then being able to just kind of run away when necessary.
Yeah, it's really nice. You want to clear up your board, force the most amount of hit points through the opponent as possible. That's where Charizard shines. 330 hit points is monstrous, and making your opponent have to 2-shot through these Charizards is typically the way you get the better of your opponent.
It's quite cool that Pidgeot V could actually tank a hit as well. Initially from the early stages, only just 180 to begin with from Burning Darkness. Initially anyway, as we do see Erin there grabbing the Battle VIP Pass, just double checking, making notes. A lot of our top players nowadays are sort of just finding easier ways.
Okay. We know what's being written right there.
No
big
Pidgeys.
Exclamation marks. Where are they?
These lists, both players obviously not playing anything like the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Typically their lines are quite thick anyway for their Charmanders and sort of their main attackers are going forward. So nothing like a Hisuian Heavy Ball to help out here, but potentially if they could take early prizes, maybe try and get that established then. But of course, you got to start thinking about activating your Burning Darkness for your opponent.
Yeah, nothing too suspicious so far from Erin. Because grabbing another Charmander, always reasonable. Grabbing the Mew is reasonable. I think Robin's not yet on high alert that the Pidgeys are prized, but it may become more clear as the game progresses. Erin will begin with a Mysterious Tail. It's a fantastic card in this deck list. We've also seen Gardevoir play it for many months now, and especially against the mirror match, where there is no pressure coming down in the opening stages, you can get double dips of this Mysterious Tail.
Yeah, this is going to be the telling moment here, that the second Battle VIP Pass.
Now we're going to,
really reveal what's going on Erin's side of the board. And Robin will be perhaps licking his lips a little to say, well, you don't quite have the setup that I may be able to get.
Typically, the matchup becomes a game of cat and mouse of when you can hit that threshold of 300 damage or 270 plus Vitality Band. Only Robin is playing that card in their deck list right now, but also Defiance Band can do a similar thing here, where you take out your opponent's Pidgeot and ruin their engine. I think that is a crucial thing that can happen during the game, and not even having to worry about that is going to be really handy for Robin. And we just know that Eren is going to be really just reliant on supporter draw throughout the majority of this game until they can find some Pidgey.
Yeah, it looks like just a single grab of the Charmander on the board here. So just a 3 to work with. I believe Eren may be playing the full 4 copies of Charmander in his list. Robin, of course, trying to fit in additional cards. Actually, no, he's playing 4.
Just the variety package of Charmanders. We've got the promo, we've got the 60 hit points. I think players have realized that the 30 damage for one attachment is so vital right now at times for just getting over key thresholds that they take the lower hit points, especially with the Jirachi coming out from Paradox Rift. You have much more license to use 60 hit point Charmanders and 50 hit point Pidgeys because you're less worried about Sableye overtaking your board in one turn.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Call for Family Pidgeys that allow both players to continue setting up their board state, as Robin already identifies his own Pidgey from that level ball and just moving it to the front of the deck. Of course, just going through as well, just double checking what is prized from his side. It does select the Pidgey down, just kind of showcasing, well, I've got mine.
Was this
going.
what you were looking for? I've got Pidgey ready and waiting.
Battle VIP pass as well. So a strong start from both players, just unfortunately Eren not able to work through and grab a Pidgey because they are prized.
Yeah, it looks like Robin's going to end up on a much more preferable board state in this opening. It's going to be the Rotom V coming down as well, so Robin can even end on a really large hand size, which is another fantastic thing to note, especially because these stage 2 archetypes, they usually need good old Arven to grab either Ultra Ball or Rare Candy. So you have a decent shot of your hands remaining after this instant charge from the Rotom V.
Yep, just showcasing his V's greatest power here, that instant charge, in comparison to Eren. So there are slight nuances in this, but the matchup will really sort of come down to the, will I take the knockout here? Will I activate your Burning Darkness? How do I set up my board state? Is there instant charge there? Drawing out the 3 and ending your turn. Unfortunately, there is no way, I believe, for Robin to remove the Rotom in play, so it could be an easy target later down the line.
Yeah, no Collapse Stadium, no Professor Churro scenario in the deck list, just going with the heavy Lost City counts actually at 3.
Yep.
So that is always 2 prizes for Eren at some point. But it's not necessarily the worst thing for you to give up a couple prizes early, because that's when Charizard gets so dangerous. As we pass things over back to Eren, and we have an Ultra Ball for the early Charizard EX, that's always a good sign. You want to get this in the mix. As your main attacker, you thin the deck so nicely of your energy as well. We have the natural Rare Candy, which is great to see, and we will see energy flowing through the deck now.
Do you also typically see other sort of fire attackers? We've seen some Entei's with Charizard EX before, both players opting not to play anything like an Entei V as well.
I think Entei V is normally like a package deal alongside Churro or the Penny, and when neither player is choosing to play those cards, the Entei gets much less valuable because you end up just giving up those prize cards and whatnot. I still feel like Entei's a decent attacker because there are so many archetypes that go wide early, and then you allow your Charizard to become at that 240 threshold. Then you're able to get through Iron Hands and you're able to get through some of these EX Pokemon that you can't naturally reach too easily. So I actually like the Entei still in the deck list, but our 2 players here have found a different alternative in Rotom and Pidgeot, and there's still great reasons around that.
Yeah, this scenario here, in this type of very close, sort of maybe 56 card mirror almost, really is a type of chess match here to kind of activating your opponent's traps and anything that you can set up.
Ooh,
but
here we go, second
Eren's
Rare Candy.
got, double Rare Candy.
Not sure if he's able to utilize it, but just having it in the hand stashed is also pretty good. This was one of the things I was concerned about with no Pidgeot. How was Eren going to be able to assemble their board? But they found no issue so far with Charizard ready to go. Just going to scout how many cards are in Robin's hand. Of course, there was an instant charge here before making any decisions. It is going to be the payment of retreats for the Mysterious Tail Mew into Charizard. And taking a prize is by no means a bad thing.
As the boss
especially
as well.
on a Pidgey. Yeah.
This is, you know, my board state is basically still the same as yours now because your Pidgey's going down.
If I can't have it, you can't have it. Let's deal with the Pidgey. Taking a single prize knockout, it's always something you have to try and fix later on in the matchup because you rarely want to go down to 5. You don't want to go down to 1 prize card remaining because that allows a clean Charizard EX to be knocked out by an opposing Charizard EX. So you've initiated the prize race, that's fantastic, but you do have to be concerned about fixing this later on in the game, as Robin is going to try and force the most awkward prize map available. And thanks to the combination of Rotom and just holding on to a decent hand size last turn, Robin is also bouncing back with a Charizard EX here.
Yeah, another card I haven't quite noticed in Robin's list is there's no Radiant Charizard, if I'm not mistaken.
That's wild. Yeah, there's none. He's just saying deal with the meat. Get through these Charizard instead.
So, you know, typically, you know, Erin may be thinking, well, if I take this 1 prize here, that Radiant Charizard might come down at some stage as a sort of very efficient attacker with that fantastic ability and Combustion Blast attack, but he's not going to be seeing one.
No, and Robin plays no switch cards whatsoever, actually. So that's possibly why there's no Radiant Charizard, because if that guy stays in the active, that could be a real problem for you. Typically, you would expect with an Arven package at least 1 escape rope. That's pretty much the standard counts, but Robin's just having maximum counts of stadium bounces, ball search cards, and just sticking with other 4-ofs and interesting cards like Avery in the deck list instead.
Yeah, it does have the Charizard in the active spot himself now, with the 2 energies attached to it. Ultra Ball being played, does have access to another Pidgey, at least saying, well,
we'll find a way.
You've dealt with 1, I've got 1 more, let's see how it goes.
Definitely debate for Robin now. There is Defiance Band in the hand. How can you make that math work best for you? This is the big damage modifier that's come into Charizard more and more frequently with the amount of EXs dominating the game over the amount of V attacking Pokemon. This allows Charizard to reach much earlier onto opposing EXs. The likes of Chempal, the likes of Miraidon have been dominating the game in the last few months, so it definitely makes sense to have this inclusion now.
Yep, just another way to ramp up that damage, which is so vital in these types of decks. And because you're a stage 2 deck, you do find yourself occasionally going behind, or maybe more often than you would realize. And that's why in the inclusion of that, not just the Defiance Band, but you've got the counter catchers as well, and a couple of other little small packages that you can use as he just swing into
I like this choice.
Erin's Charizard EX.
Yeah, it's keeping Erin's Charizard limited to 180 damage, which is great. It means that Rotom currently isn't an easy target for Erin. And ultimately, you're only ever looking to 1-hit KO 1 Charizard EX in the best case scenario. So you're going to have to get through these eventually. Your opponent hasn't got the Pidgeot developed. Let's at least make it hard for them. Because Erin's sat on a small hand size, don't forget, right now.
Yeah, now it's just kind of, it's always this thing about asking questions to your opponent, as we do see the Vanishing Wings there, being able to shuffle that Pidgeot V back into the deck alongside any cards attached to it as well. So is a way of kind of staying out of being decked out by a lot of different archetypes.
Yeah, interesting timing on this. Maybe it indicates that Erin has some draw in the hand, because you don't really like filling your deck with this Pidgeot and Forest Stone now that it's been used. They're 2 kind of not helpful cards. And currently Robin is dealing 210, so maybe you just don't want to have those 2 prizes available. Yeah, it's just going to be no other actions, just trying to not give Robin the easy 2 prizer. Just going to swing for 180 back into Robin now.
Yeah, just had a quick double check as well. I don't believe Erin may not have actually faced a mirror during his run so far. Robin has faced 1. It was a tie. But, you know, just getting that little bit of experience of how the matchup kind of plays out. You know, you often, when you're testing against the rest of the meta. You don't always test against a mirror match in too much, with too much effort anyway sometimes. Because sometimes it just comes down to the draw. But, you know, that little bit of experience that Robin has already gone through may be quite telling in this scenario.
Robin's hand seems poor enough that they are forced to use Luminion for Arven for Forest Sealstone Rare Candy. This would get the Pidgeot EX online, or just an immediate Charizard if you would prefer instead. But you are then leaving some easy prize cards. Like you said, there's no Professor Churro, there's no Collapse Stadium. Rotom and Luminion V are both easy end-game prizes for Erin. As we are going to see the immediate flip of the Forest Sealstone so that Robin can complete this Stage 2 combo. It is going to be the Pidgeot EX here.
So all those combo pieces coming together now. Once you get 1 Pidgeot V, Pidgeot EX up, you tend to be able to get the next Charizard up quite easily as well.
Charmeleon's a good way to do that as well.
Yeah, I just wonder, with that inclusion of Rotom V, that you only really get one opportunity to use Instant Charge. Is it generally enough value by free cards?
We got online, even with the Pidgey getting KO'd, so I don't mind the inclusion. I just think it feels right that it would be alongside a Collapse Stadium, because you do love going wide, and this is a Pokemon that, as you said, does get the diminishing returns. But Robin's just having high counts of cards, and you can't really question that.
Lost City could take out, could remove the Charizard EX and the Axolot from play, but just announces Burning Darkness, goes ahead in prizes now, activating a lot of what Aaron is capable of, but Aaron does need a lot of pieces here. Is that a Luminion?
Yeah,
it is a Luminion.
V comes to the hand. That could be huge. Does have the Arven already, so could Arven themselves for Forest Hill Stone Ultra Ball if they really want to. And then just have the fodder from the Forest Hill Stone. It's going to be the Mew first. That is Ultra Ball Rare Candy as a combo now. We've seen the Mew grab Rare Candy on a previous turn. So we should have access to a Charizard EX here to bounce back and respond and keep up with this prize race. It's just what else can be cobbled together here for Aaron.
When do you find a way to maybe disrupt Robin's side? Do you need to ever maybe target down that Pidgeot V? Not Pidgeot EX, sorry.
Yeah, we're not quite at that threshold yet where Charizard can do it.
Yeah.
So we've got to wait a little longer. I feel like Aaron's going to be happy going through Charizard EX this turn. And just has to maybe look to take a single prize knockout on the future turn. But that, again, like you said, it keeps the Pidgeot around.
Yeah.
And that means Robin will be in control, really, of the tempo of the game, you would think.
Aaron obviously not been able to take the Pidgey from the prizes as of yet. This looks like an opportunity to do so. Once it has been played, we do see the Arven come down now. Of course, taking the Forest Hill Stone has already been used, but it's just an option to take out there.
Yeah, that's our fodder. I think that and Lost Vacuum can get discarded pretty happily. It's going to be a third Rare Candy banked into the hand. I really like this, actually. Just try and have something going for you more than just this Charizard immediately.
Yeah, just need to chain those Charizard EXs or chain sort of the combo pieces required here to be able to just, you know, stay in the game. You don't have that target from the Ultra Ball. We're going to see another fantastic use of that ability. Infernal Rain.
Yeah, Aaron does have the opportunity to put down Luminion here. Almost bait Robin into taking another easy 2-prize Pokemon, but the worry with that is because Aaron is on those odd prizes, it would then open up things like Defiance Band to even finish off a Charizard later. So I think you have to just hold the Luminion, accept that just punching into your opponent's Charizard EX is the best turn possible, and only really use this Luminion if you have to.
Yeah, so again, thinking about that kind of chess match we've got going on here, but Robin still has the Queen in that Pidgeot EX on the board.
It's a king. It's a linchpin.
It is a linchpin. Well, yeah, it's so vital.
But in
your
chess,
game
a queen
plans.
is the most versatile piece, and that's exactly why Pidgeot is serving that role.
You got
I got there in the
yeah.
end. Charizard does have somewhat of a crown on its head as a Terrastal evolution.
Here we go. We're just swinging in. Burning Darkness taking another 2 prizes. Now going ahead from Aaron's side. Pidgeot EX just free retreat as well. Oh my god, so much. There's so much going for it.
There's nothing Pidgeot EX can't do, Alex. There's no easy combination. Well, actually, with the Charmander, there's an easy way to get Charizard EX. You can just go Lost City plus Iono here if you would like to. Limit down Aaron. We know Aaron took another Rare Candy. From Robin's perspective, it may have just been the Rare Candy used, of course, but if he's been tracking the entire game, he knows that Celebration's Mew plus Arven, there's another Rare Candy in the top of that hand.
There's the
so
Iono.
I think Robin doesn't really need to draw anything here, as we have the backup of Quick Search. Robin will be able to at least punch into this Charizard this turn and feel pretty content with the turn with this disruption in tow.
Yeah, 3 cards for Aaron, for Robin.
No dice on Ultra Ball or Charizard EX, so that's got to be the search choice here with Pidgeot EX.
That versatility allowing Robin to do so, though, so gonna see it come raining down once again. More Fire Energies.
Robin taking a moment to see what's worth it. He's got a couple Arven in the hand for options in future turns. Nothing fantastic, but again, the disruption was the key element of this turn. and you're keeping up in tempo by just swinging with the Charizard EX here, even though you're not taking prizes, you're happy on this prize map, I would say.
Yeah, there we go. Another Charizard EX hitting the field. 5 energies left in deck, so plenty enough for another Charizard to come down at some point, latter stages of the game.
Yeah, happy to see the Charmander just gain a free attachment. Let's get it out of the deck so you can improve your top decks. Even with Charizard accelerating in the future, doesn't really matter too much to you.
Yeah,
you don't want to draw into Fire Energy. Those are the worst things you can find because you can get them out for free.
Yeah, I think Aaron was just double checking all those energies that have been gone through as well. It's just a 2 that Robin took from the first Charizard EX that did go down.
Right.
So just managing those resources really well here. Really keen on understanding what's in Aaron's hand currently.
A decent chunk into this Charizard EX with the Burning Darkness. 3 prizes having been taken from Aaron. You're always looking to 2-hit KO at this stage.
270 damage.
Yeah. Let's see how Aaron's hand shapes up after the Iono. Well, there's Boss's Orders.
There's a Radiant Charizard, but Boss's Orders would really help here. The Radiant Charizard to try and
if you go down to 2 prize cards, that's okay. Especially okay if because Robin doesn't have any Radiant Charizard in his own deck list, actually. It would be a great play if you just took out Charmander.
Yep.
Just the way the list is built.
I would really like to see that happen, but he's just kind of double-checking himself. So many cute little lines.
Also, just taking the single prize means you at least get Iono to 1 more card here. It's tough, though. This is not an easy choice at this stage. There's a lot of good Boss's Orders targets on this board.
Yeah, we can see it with like a lot of players. You know, their eyes would light up when they see a boss in hand. They would take easy 2 prizes and put them closer to victory.
We're edging towards this Charmander.
Is it in line?
We're definitely playing it.
In that horizontal line of the Charmander is where we're seeing it. That's the...
Aaron going into the think tank, you can see, not sure, definitely wants to play it.
Yeah. But what's the target here?
I really like the Charmander choice. It's going to be the Rotom V, which is, you know, also fine because there's already a heavily damaged Charizard. So going down to 1 prize doesn't matter. This Charizard was always going to go down anyway.
Yep.
But it really puts you on the clock now to finish off the game. You are holding on to that Defiance Band, so if you can work towards your next Charizard EX, you do just close out immediately here. Robin will be forced to take a 2 prize knockout, you would think.
Yeah.
To win in 2 attacks.
Defiance Band, if you have more prizes, cards remaining than your opponent, the attacks of this Pokemon does 30 more damage to the active. So
but Defiance Band can never come online, yeah.
Exactly for Aaron, unfortunately.
This is why we wanted to see the Charmander swing.
This is
it's tough.
Really important turns here. You know, these are the turns that will define the rest of your tournament, potentially pushing yourself into top 8. You do see some vital grabs from Quick Search available as well for Robin.
It's what we've said right at the start of the game. 1 person has been able to develop Pidgeot EX, and that person has been in control of the tide of the game.
Yeah, Ultra Ball for the Charizard EX. Pidgeot
no prizes for guessing.
Rare Candy.
Yeah, no prizes there for guessing what was the selection for Robin here. You can see another Infernal Rain. You can also swing an energy onto Luminion, just in case your opponent is going to try and trap you for a panic play.
Looking for that opportunity to try and checkmate where possible, but of course not completely available yet.
Just board state wise, you're in such a good position as Robin now. You know that swinging with these Charizards, the only real way you can lose is with Rare Candy, Charizard plus Boss's Orders, and that's a huge combination without Pidgeot EX on Aaron's side of the field.
Yeah, Robin just double checking his own resources. Has he played to all of his outs possible?
Going to see the Arven. I think Robin only plays 2 copies of Iono, so he's going to weave in the Arven now. I don't think, is the other Iono even in the deck list here? Is it even, could it even be in the prize cards? I think we've only seen 1 played so far.
We've only seen 1.
So if he can grab that from prizes, it could be huge here. As Robin's just going to thin out a level ball as well. Get a Mew EX, sorry, just a Mew from Celebrations out of the deck. So if Robin's able to take Iono from prizes, that could really allow him to get in an even better board state over the next turn, because you're going to finish off this Charizard, you're going to take a hit with your Charizard, then you're going to look to retreat and use another Charizard EX. If you can do that with an Iono, you're in a really commanding position.
Yeah, it comes down to this for Aaron. 1 prize that needs to be taken, a couple of cards there, yeah, from I think maybe from both sides need to be lost zone because of Robin's Lost City there. Mew in the active with that Mysterious Tail ability. Top deck's a...
Lost City, that's no good.
Not useful at all.
Yeah, there's Pidgey. This is a really bad hand.
Just single prizes on the board.
Yeah, you're going to have to sacrifice a turn, try and use this Mew to get you closer, and hope for the best. Obviously, you probably need to make another Charmander here. You don't have to, because Radiant Charizard could close on a Luminion, of course.
Just the one target, which is the Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, that's not one of the pieces we're after. Not getting us any closer.
This might be is this the first shuffle that's available for Aaron since that Iono as well? So he did have that rare candy towards the bottom of the deck.
That's true.
So now it's shuffled around.
Okay, we just Defiance Band. I mean, that's
just
never live anyway.
Yep.
You already have enough junk in the hand for any Ultra Ball that comes in. So it is just going to be a pass. Robin just has 2 prize cards remaining. Will get a freebie this turn. Could chase either Radiant Charizard or Charmander. I feel like Radiant Charizard is the safest choice here.
Not too sure that, of course, has Pidgeot yet,
yeah.
So can decide
we can always grab what we want.
Doesn't matter about the hand, we will just
The Iono wasn't taken from the prizes, crucially. I think even Iono and just punch the Mew makes you pretty safe. Your opponent would have to draw the exact combination of Fire Energy plus Boss's Orders.
Yeah, again,
and one Boss's Orders has been played.
Comes down to resources that are available.
Robin still has Counter Catcher available as well, so could
still live.
Counter Catcher the Radiant Charizard.
So many
taking
options.
out the Mew could be sorry, not taking out Mew is also debatable because it gives your opponent reach to other item cards. Could give you reach to Ultra Ball, which gets Luminion, which gets Boss's Orders as well. So maybe Mew's the most valuable target.
Does grab the boss here, moved to the front of the deck.
Yeah, I think due to prizing, I think the obvious choice is Knockout Active Iono, but that's not available. Yep. That's in the prize cards, the last 2 for Robin. So it is going to have to be the Boss's Orders in the end. And I think you lose to the fewest cards via the Radiant Charizard. So I'd like to see Boss's Orders on Radiant Charizard this turn. Allow your opponent to have Mysterious Tail Mew for a rare candy combination, but make them have the actual boss naturally in the hand as well.
Still needs all of the other pieces.
Yeah.
But you never know. Stranger things have happened. Boss moved to the front of his hand here. Robin just playing it out in his own mind as well. Second guessing himself a little, maybe.
This is really close. I don't mind getting rid of Mew here at all either.
No, I don't think there's a...
Because taking a 1 prize means that Candy Charizard is just a response game here because you're going down to just 1 prize card left. Honestly, Mew's scary, man.
Each
Mew to
play
rare candy does all sorts.
Each play is not wildly wrong.
Yeah.
It just comes down to how
really thinking about this one.
It comes down to how you manage what your opponent has used from a resources perspective.
This is what Burning Darkness can do. It's going to be the Charizard in the end.
So going along with the first game
You're not just going to get Bosses ordered. It means your opponent can find Rare Candy Charizard and get a response KO here.
Here we go.
The one thing you have to bear in mind is there's a lot of energy in the discard pile as well, so there may not be enough to retreat this Mew, even if you do find the Charizard. That may have also come into Robin's thinking.
Top deck, Boss.
Wow. Well, Boss isn't the game.
Piece number 1, but I feel like there's 2 more pieces required. There's a Mew, Mysterious Tail, top 6.
You see Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball for Luminion for... Well, Iono doesn't do anything. There's a Pidgeot on the board.
Yeah.
Robin can close the game in any way that he likes here. I think Robin's found his way towards that checkmate.
There's the Ultra Ball. Is there any final way out here for Aaron to kind of just finalize the game? 1 prize remaining, remember.
This game has gone on for over 25 minutes, and it's coming down to the crescendo here. We do see the Ultra Ball going to get rid of Battle VIP Pass and Lost City. Those are certainly dead cards.
It's also another way just to kind of check what resources are available left. Still quite a hefty deck.
Yeah, Charizard doesn't thin that much. It gets rid of its energy cards, but then you're cherry picking with
very true.
the Pidgeot the whole time. So it's not surprising to see still loads of things going on in there. But I don't see any combination that can allow Aaron to win at this stage, unless we're missing something massive.
Something like the counter catchers aren't live because he was already put himself down to one prize.
Yeah.
So is it just kind of double checking what your outs are, running it through his head?
You can Ultra Ball Luminion research, and then you have to research into Super Rod plus Candy Charizard. Is that all?
Is that all?
I'm not sure if there's any other line here. It's going to be a big Professor's research.
Yeah.
We've got to see a few crucial cards here. If Aaron can formulate a Charizard EX, it will be smacking for 330 damage. Let's just get that clear. But with the amount of energy in the discard pile right now,
you can't draw into any.
Can't draw into it. You would have to draw into, that Super Rod, as well as Candy Charizard. That's a lot.
Just the one fire energy, it looked like, right?
Is there any fire in the deck?
One.
Just one? Yeah, okay. So even something like an Escape Rope is in and out here. It has to be the Super Rod.
Massive. If you're just joining us on this stream for Gdańsk Regionals, this is round 14. Aaron Kingma versus Robin Schultz. It is a mirror match. It's been a bit of a chess match this whole time throughout. Robin in a commanding position. Aaron needing multiple pieces here.
7 massive cards. We've got to see Rare Candy Charizard. We've got to see Super Rod as well. No other combination will do it. Super Rod's there. Well, if we're seeing actions, did we get the whole combo?
Hang on,
There's
hang on a moment.
The
Three
Hail
energies.
Mary, no.
Is it possible?
We're moving quickly. Rare Candy Charizard.
Super Rod.
Sometimes you get there. Aaron with the massive Professor's Research. 7 cards, finding 3 of his one-of copies remaining to steal a win from Robin.
Wow, we didn't expect that to completely... It's a true nail-biter, because he put himself in such a good position. Obviously, he was down to 1 prize. Required that Research, sorry, it was a Juniper, but Professor's Research, and just came down to that final few cards. Incredible scenes.
My goodness. I mean, Robin looked like he'd got in the best position possible. Couldn't get that Iona from prize cards, and didn't take out the Celebrations Mew. And ended up, there was a wonky way of doing it. It was a little bit fortuitous towards the end, but Aaron was able to push to 330 damage with a response Charizard EX. That's how dangerous the Burning Darkness gets into the late game, and it was the perfect way to respond when your opponent has a far more intimidating board state, many more cards in hand. You were really hoping on that Research, but it came in clutch.
Who needs Pidgeot EX, eh? Just not necessary.
Just draw what you want. 7 cards is loads, Alex.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about filling the deck and getting through it. It's just fine. Well, you have to ride the line of variance, and it was on Aaron's side for that particular game. You know, Robin, still plenty of opportunities to kind of bring this back, bring this home.
Yep. And how many times do we say, doing well at a regional championships, it's not just enough to be a good player. It's not enough to have the right archetype. It's not enough to have the right matchups. You also need a little slice of luck in those mid-game play, and this time, Aaron has a huge sigh of relief in that massive combo was assembled from Research, as we are getting into some prize cards here.
No access to Rotom V, no intercharge.
Those prizes, which is a shame for Robin.
But otherwise, nothing too crazy, right? So the 1 Pidgey, the Pidgeot V comes down nice and early once again.
With the Forest Seal Stone, they come as a package deal. Yeah. It's exactly why we see the Pidgeot in the deck list.
It's just another combo piece for a Battle VIP pass. Often.
Aaron's holding on to Armor for next turn, so we can relatively happily just V-Star for a Battle VIP pass here. Get some Pidgey developed. There are actually some in the deck this time for Aaron, which is always a nice thing.
Robin not with the not strongest of starts here with that Jirachi.
Not ideal.
Stellar Veil being a fantastic inclusion to a lot of decks, you know, but mainly for little things like Yoga Loop or the Metachan Vs or the Sableye and Lost Mine.
Not for this moment,
no.
I think it's fair to say.
Charge Energy is kind of cool, but
you want energy in the deck.
Yeah.
That's where they're best. I think Robin's hand is awful as well. I see energy, boss's orders. Is there an Arven in there?
There's a Lost City, right?
Lost City. I think he's got nothing.
Not like this.
Just watching your opponent cherry pick a VIP pass and get an exceptional board as well. You've just lost a really tight game where you had to feel like you were in a better position to win. And you can just see Robin there dejected. He's replaying game 1 in his head and what he could have done differently.
Sometimes
these are the fine margins of Pokemon.
Just comes down to that final bit of draw, right? We've mentioned it. Just that little bit of variance, just erring on your side, will take you far, can take you places.
And this is a player who's won internationals, regionals, world championships. He's been at the highest level of the game for many years, and you can see that these small percentage plays still rattle through your head this whole time, and it always feels bad when your opponent just gets there, no matter how the odds were. and how well you played to get to that position, sometimes they still just have what they need. Aaron's taking a few notes for prize cards here before electing to grab, I think it's the Mew and the Pidgey to fill out the board.
Yeah, really like the choices here as well, of course. The Celebrations Mew just helping with those combo pieces before you even get the Pidgeot EX up. Remember, both players are currently on 31 match points. Robin currently unbeaten, 904. Aaron 10-1. A victory here will push either player that one step closer. As just a pass over.
Ooh, Battle VIP pass.
Big top deck.
We're still in the game. Robin with the top deck to keep in it. Is able to grab Pidgey. Able to grab some Charmander now as well.
Maybe also the Mew, his own Mew, to kind of get going.
It's just going to be the Pidgey Charmander. I think there might still be the Arvid in hand. I wasn't sure.
I couldn't see the last card,
Yeah. The fact that we're not seeing, well, you would possibly go Rotom. Yeah, well, Rotom's in the prize card, so you can't go for that, of course. It is going to be the Arven, so you have something. And you can retreat into Mew as well this turn, possibly, or even keep it on the bench a little bit. You don't get the ideal situation of grabbing your Rotom and just grabbing a ton of additional cards here, so you're still sat on pretty much nothing after this, because you just have Fire Energy and Boss's Orders in.
I mean, the only Forest Hill Zone target now is that Luminion V.
Do you ever VIP it onto the board?
Doesn't feel good.
You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
But it could be the one way to stay within reach of the game.
Yeah,
because that hand wasn't very strong.
You need a lot next turn. You're probably the one going for the panic research.
Yeah,
it's going to be the Celebrations Mew in the end.
So just hold on to the Forest Hill for now.
Yeah, keep Mew available. It can try and get you towards some of these pieces for next turn, of course. You can grab Ultra Ball proactively, that would be great.
Needs to get value out of this final bench space. You know, it doesn't have the luxury of the Pidgeot V to run away and hide and cower with Vanishing Wings. You're actually taking a slot, of course.
This hand is really poor for Robin. He needs help from this Mew desperately.
One card from unlocking it with Mew and can do it with
I
things
think
like
the best
Ultra Ball
thing to
later.
hold is, the best thing to hold here is Ultra Ball. That's definitely your favorite hit here. Counter Catch is not your favorite hit.
Yeah, not ideal once again.
Man, Robin is holding on to Boss, Counter Catcher, Boss,
but doesn't reveal too much, which is, you know, with Aaron won't be like, oh, I have to take out this Mew because your hand's really bad. If I can start taking out the
we know how bad it is. You're right. Aaron doesn't know.
So the Mew could still be hanging around for for one more turn, and at that stage, that could find a way to bail Robin out as well. But of course, you know, we have the eyes in the sky here. We have so much knowledge with the caster cams that we can see how detrimental that hand can be sometimes.
I don't know if Aaron can actually get there either with just an oh, it's going to be Iono. So yeah, an Arven wasn't enough. Robin, man, to be in that seat right now, to feel what Robin's feeling, that awful, awful hand going to the bottom of the deck. To have 6 fresh ones is fantastic, and there's no guarantees here that Aaron can get their first rare candy online either.
Again, doesn't look too strong. There's a Radiant, is that a Charmander or so? That's a Pidgeot EX.
Does Aaron retreat into Mew now?
I think so.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. Protect Charmander as well as look towards your own Mysterious Tail here.
When do you tempo the Lost City as well to kind of reduce more unusable, unplayable cards from your opponent?
Yeah, we've said that sometimes taking that one prize knockout can be detrimental, so you're okay going down a prize early. You don't enjoy it, you'd prefer to be setting the pace, but in this instance you pretty much just have to accept that if you whiff your rare candies, this is what happens.
Could have been one rare candy away from just setting up the board with a Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, it really feels like a rags. It's like an all or nothing story. You get the Pidgeot, then comes the Charizard. If you get neither, your board looks like this.
Yeah, this deck obviously another evolution of, you know, Charizard with Arceus and Pidgeot EXs as well. The Arceus being able to Starbirth for 2 pieces. It's just a pass over. Initiative over to Robin with the Iono, but of course it's just single prizes available now.
Robin has a ton of rare candy in this hand as well. So should be popping off on their own end.
Just to share some with his opponent would have been great. And have
more
another
rare
one.
candies. Okay.
Another super bonbon.
I think it's just, is it Pidgeot or is it just Charizard? Oh, it's both.
It's both.
Has both. My goodness. This is the difference.
What an Iono could do. Right?
Yeah. Where were we last turn?
Doesn't even need to use quick search yet.
Yep, doing it Infernal Rain first. You can pivot your Mew happily. And you can start swinging with Charizard EX.
Start applying as much pressure as possible.
Quick search following up as well. You can continue to develop your board even more. It's going to be just immediately for Charmeleon, I think.
We were just talking about how bad Robin's hand was. Erin's hand.
The script has been flipped.
It's gone full 180 here.
One Iono later, and now it's Erin on the back foot. Robin going to be taking the initial prizes and has a better hand, and obviously the Pidgeot developed. Everything you could ask for.
Again, stranger things have happened.
Here comes Boss's orders for Pidgey.
Oh.
Even denying Erin's ability to bounce back here.
Seems like a mirror of game one where Erin targeted Robin's Pidgey on the second turn as well. But here's the top deck. Could be massive. It's a Charizard EX. Nothing else going on. But
dig for rare candy.
We're digging again.
Back here again. Mysterious Tail.
One rare candy will unlock.
Do me a favor.
An opportunity to have a big EX as well.
We do get there. I think that's the rare candy. And then a ton of energy that you can just cherry pick immediately.
Yeah, well targeted by Robin, of course, taking out the Pidgey as well. Because now it could have been a chain of evolution into the Pidgeot EX, into the Charizard, but now it's just the Charizard EX to deal with. Infernal Rain coming down, free energies from the deck.
Yeah, the good news for Erin is Robin's taken a single prize knockout, so you can be in control of counter catcher when you need to, and you're happiest going 2-2-2. And there's already that Pidgeot EX down for Robin, so you can try and make that come together fairly routinely here. And that can still be handy for you. Going behind in the prize race isn't always a bad thing, especially when you're punching into your opponent's Charizard for a decent chunk. Getting some good tempo on your end.
Still over 10 minutes to go in this game two. Just double checking the resources that have gone through on Robin's side of the board so far. Both players with their Charizard EXs up and running. Another Charmander hits the field as well. Looks like Erin may not have access to another Pidgey once again.
It's just going to be Charizard coming in for a swing. Not a bad thing, as we said, for the prize race, but yeah, the board state isn't ideal.
We saw it game one, right? They were just swinging into one another. 180 here, 210 here.
It's literally just a sprinkle of dice because I know I'll finish that Pokemon off later when Charizard's hitting a ridiculous amount of damage.
Another
Robin
Pidgey
has,
in hand.
Yeah, another Pidgey. Already has quick search, so can sculpt something together here. Is it a window opportunity to use a boss's orders now, get yourself back onto those even prizes? Or do you want to do it later when possibly Pidgey hits the board again for Erin? You could just be content making another Charizard here.
Yeah, just a quick search. Few options available. Remember, just both players playing 3 boss's orders in their lists, if I'm not mistaken.
3 and counter catcher.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gust.
It's a lot of gust. We know how powerful that is. Looks like the boss's orders has been placed down.
I've already mentioned that it's really nice to get yourself back onto the even prize trade. Taking out the Mew when there's no Pidgey around does seem pretty reasonable.
All those support Pokemon just going down, potentially.
Yeah.
It's not yet chosen as a target, potentially.
Yeah. The fact that we're shuffling, though, and I don't think Robin's going to be taking boss then just Ionoing it to the bottom. You would you'd want to use the quick search after. So definitely an indication that boss is going to be played here.
Again, I've seen stranger things on streams.
Not from Robin, though. Come on. Well, champ we're talking about here. International champ we're talking about here.
One game down, though. Erin
Yeah.
potentially taking out a previous world champion. Or not taking out completely, because Robin could still maybe make it if he does end up losing this game, but does target the Mew, as we have mentioned already. A couple of support Pokemon already just targeted down here. Bit of an over KO by the Charizard.
Just a bit,
DX.
yeah. That poor Mew never stood a chance.
Poor Mew, poor Pidgey.
Robin going down to just 4 prize cards, back on the even trade, which is really important. And does allow Erin to get the response KO into this heavily damaged Charizard EX.
Not a good top deck, though. Battle VIP pass.
Oh, that's not what you need. When you don't have your engine Pokemon, you need your hand to be firing with supporters. That's not what's happened so far.
Will we see an attachment to the Radiant Charizard just to kind of prep it a little? It's got an NG in hand.
We also have to vanish the Pidgeot V.
Yep.
If you are taking prizes on the Charizard EX this turn, you don't want to give the opponent the easy Boss's Orders play again. So Lost Vacuum for the Lost City, or your own Forest of Stone.
Yep. Just kind of remove, I guess, a potential Super Rod out.
Yeah, gets rid of VIP Pass. Lost Zone and all the discard is basically the same at this stage.
Yep,
you don't want to say
fine.
it, but I mean, it's not going to affect the game at all, is it?
There you go.
Fine. There goes the Vanishing Wings. Pidgeot's
Very good.
Out of the limelight, out of the line of fire for Robin. That would certainly have been the choice next turn with a quick search.
Yeah, I've been so sensible to leaving it by accident on the board before. So
oh, should have done that.
Yeah,
I've announced my attack now.
Damn it. But very well identified. Doesn't want to give Robin easy 2 prizes.
And it's going to be leveling up this prize trade, taking out Robin's current only Charizard EX. It is also going to be Lost Zoned as well. We've already said that Robin doesn't really play any other attackers. Has the Rotom, and then just its Charizard line from there. No Radiant on his end.
Yeah, the prizes there, again, not the prettiest for Erin, but, you know, like I said, leveling up the prizes here. Was a Charizard EX in the hand now, and another Lost City. 1 rare candy could unlock a bit more. But
the good news is this Charizard's not going to be knocked out. It's you know, it can stick on the board for a couple of turns. You don't need to immediately draw out. Robin's eyeing up an Ultra Ball now. Can get Charizard EX into the mix. Also, I think already has it in hand, so can just grab Charmander as well. Continue to develop. No shame in that. No problem with that at all.
Having to start swinging away with a total of 3 Charizard EXs potentially.
Who needs Radiant Charizard when he can hit for 30?
990 total HP between them.
That's a lot of prizes. That's a lot of hit points for just 2 prizes apiece. Some energy might be considered coming back into the deck with the Super Rod now as well. Exactly what we're going to see. 3 fire.
Still needs potential pivot options if Erin does somehow gust up one of those annoying little single prizes.
I think Robin wants to proactively grab a piece, and the rare candy definitely makes sense here. If you grab a piece of your Charizard now, it means you can grab the next piece next turn and then play Iono afterwards. So you've formulated Charizard this turn, you're working towards your next Charizard EX on the following turn. You would do that pre-Iono, and then you start disrupting your opponent, which is looking really good. So you can see sometimes the quick search is for the here and now, and sometimes it's for planning the following turn. That's what this rare candy is signifying.
We're back to that sort of chess matchup here, where we're just kind of swinging away. Another big little bit of damage. 240 now.
Yep. Both Charizards dealing the same amount currently, as we are level in the prize trade.
Heck. Ooh, that's a mana fee, isn't it?
This is where things start getting ugly for Erin. You can swing back. Robin's going to KO your EX, and then you're in top deck mode for real. You're not even getting any benefit from prize card draw. It's just going to be the 240 damage, and this is exactly what Robin needs. Might need to start playing a little bit quicker if they're going to conclude this game, but positionally, we're in a good spot. So Robin's going to try and identify the best way around this, and has to do it fast, because we're only down to 3 minutes and 45 at the minute.
Yeah, so Robin taking an additional 2 prizes, likely on this turn.
He's going to go for another Charizard EX, as mentioned. I feel like this is definitely the best line. Your opponent hasn't done anything, though, so you probably don't even Iono. You could just arm it if you wanted to.
I was thinking
Candy
that,
Charizard.
because Erin would still need a way to maybe weave in that Radiant Charizard to attack here.
Yeah, you can pop an energy onto Mew. Just throw your energy onto Jirachi as well. Have everything ready to pivot if required.
And then once the Radiant Charizard, if there's a Fire Energy, of course, does swing in, take a knockout, Robin's able to then kind of swing quite big, because Erin would only have single prizes as well. And Erin would need the rare candy Charizard combo once again.
And yeah, the hand is ugly for Erin. This is still a tough call for Robin, though. So it's going to be tough to see if Robin can actually close out this game with enough turns left.
Would you see a retreat into the...
That's also a big debate here. If you do retreat your Charizard EX, I actually quite like giving the opponent prizes in a way. Because it just makes your Burning Darkness so much more powerful and devastating towards the late game. but we saw Eren was able to just have a purely one prize board state and bought a turn out of it even, and then was able to research for the win.
Yeah,
looks with like the attachment to the active, that is going to be Robin's choice, you would think.
Yeah, it looks like an indication there. Just kind of protecting it. Still have the 2 attackers on board.
If you can get both Charizard EX to tank, that is massive. You're saying again to Eren that you have to not only have Candy Charizard, but also a boss's orders on this turn.
Gust of some sort.
Oh yeah, or Counter Catcher, you're right.
There's the retreat.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. It leaves 1 Fire Energy remaining in the deck for Robin. But you can work around with that.
With the Pidgeot EX. There it is.
It is going to be with a response KO on the Charizard EX. Robin going down to 2 prize cards remaining. Eren in a tough predicament, and Alex is doing the drums on the desk right now for a top deck.
Top deck mode here.
Because without that, we're in a bit of a pickle.
Has a Fire Energy in the hands. Is that's enough to
Charizard's ready to go.
It's just a gust away from maybe tying up the prizes. Charmander's going to be moved to the active, is it? Oh, more second guessing of one another. There's a Radiant Charizard. Here we go. Top deck, everyone.
All right, I think Robin will have just enough time to conclude this game if we think,
Arven.
oh, it's the Arven.
It's massive. But which way does he go now?
Well, Counter Catcher EX looks really good.
That's just given so many different avenues and routes to go down. It's not just a one card. Oh, okay.
You can even get Defiance back. You can KO Pidgeot here.
Oh, this could be a full swing. I mean, there's still 2 Charizards to deal with, but Arven
is just that guy right now.
Which route will you take, Eren? So many options.
Going for Rare Candy, perhaps. Definitely a perhaps. Definitely an asterisk towards that one. I mean, it's still tough.
Charizard EX cannot be taken out by Robin, right? In one hit.
True. The bulk of the Charizard gives you more than just this turn of tempo. You'd put yourself in that position where you would need to... Oh, here we go. It's the...
Oh, he's seen it.
You can go Counter Catcher plus Defiance Band, and then there's no guarantee that Robin can Iona you back either. So maybe your prize cards help you out towards getting that last Charizard. No, it is going to be the Rare Candy instead.
He's second-guessing himself. We're second-guessing everything we say.
I don't know what's best here,
correct?
Honestly. We're into time, so Eren is also thinking about that.
Yes, of course. The Forest Sealstone, a card just to be foddered away. Nope.
And the fact that Robin only has 1 energy does make these panic gusting plays pretty interesting, I would say.
Yeah, just a shuffle up here. I didn't have a glance of the energy count that was available in Eren's deck as well. Oh, so many key decisions to be made here.
Candy Zard is now on the table thanks to Arven. There's the attachment of Radiant Charizard and Swing. It doesn't feel great though.
Robin needs 2 attacks, right?
Yep.
Has used 2 boss already, so only has access to 1 boss left.
That's also true.
So can Eren maneuver away where...
Has to move the Radiant this turn.
Has to have the Charizard EX into the active spot.
Yeah. The promoting of the Radiant Charizard right at the start of the turn before we had access to the Arven.
So close to moving the Charmander to the
you can
active.
see why it was a debate. I was thinking just shove the Radiant Charizard, of course,
yeah,
but no.
Does play the 1 escape rope, but obviously can't get it right now.
Here comes Candy Charizard then. It's going to be the Infernal Rain. Let's thin some of these energies out. Let's have some attackers lined up.
Is it protect your board? There's 1, 2 energies.
So we can turn attach to Radiant Charizard and have... Or do you put all 3 on the active so you can pay retreat next turn?
That's what I was just thinking. Is that a way out here? Just double checking the hand.
He's still going to be in top deck mode next turn.
Yeah, still asking so much of his deck.
You want to take the Fire Energy out of the deck just so you don't draw it. There's no doubt about that.
But where's it go? Is Eren going to commit?
If you're putting 1 on Charizard, you've got to put 2. It's like it either goes both on the active or both on the bench.
Yeah,
I think there's no in between here.
Starting to realize.
I really like this choice.
I think
because we're in turns of time, this is what we have to do. We have to swing this turn, and then next turn retreat into Charizard EX and hope that that is too large and that Robin cannot work towards Or do it this turn. That's also the case.
Yeah,
that can work as well.
I don't think you swing because you take the knockout from Robin's side, and then just the one boss would allow you to gust up the Charmander or Manaphy.
Sure.
So it has
you're
to
forcing
be
a multiple of gusts.
Yes.
Yeah. But you can also just punch the Charizard, right? You can punch the EX. Your opponent doesn't know that there's no Churro or Collapsed, I suppose. So,
yeah, so
if Robin wants to play around it, it would be that way around. But the amount of Gust remaining means Robin probably actually just has to hit the active here.
It's still top deck mode, as you mentioned. Yeah. It's still an escape rope of something.
There was a way that Aaron could have won on prizes in time, which was super interesting, but has gone for this approach instead. Robin has Quick Search. Just going to Ultra Ball out another Pidgeot EX here. The only jeopardy for Robin is that he has, I think, just one energy remaining. There's one in the hand, possibly, so maybe two remaining. There's 8 in the list total.
Yeah, this is...
I think Robin should be pretty well set here.
Crunch time. It looks
Aaron's
like
given up the
position.
prize game plan. That's just gone now. You've paid retreat. We're saying, well, you know, try and make it difficult for Robin to take win in 2 attacks. Defiance Band doesn't matter. Iono's going to come in now. So any scheme that Aaron had, you know, Robin might be sat there thinking, Aaron's made a really strange line here. He must have a certain hand to make that correct. This is Robin's first turn of time.
Okay, so
he has 2 attacks. Iono's allowed this turn. Then you can look to Boss's Orders next turn to close the game. We know that there is no Professor Churro in Aaron's deck list. So Robin should be okay to close out this game here. With a Quick Search coming in post Iono, it's going to be the Boss's Orders. We know it's in the deck. So I think it looks like Robin will close out this second game in just enough time.
Yeah, there's the escape rope. I mean, Aaron's mindset would be trying to just hope the final boss is somewhere in the prizes or somewhere in the discard already. Because, of course, that Iono pushed Aaron closer to that escape rope. Hoping to survive and tank a hit with the Charizard EX and then just give up one prize, but looks like Robin's found a way out. We'll get confirmation as we play out these final couple of turns, Just an announcement.
Not exciting,
attack.
But it's plenty right now for Robin. The swing of Burning Darkness for 240 damage once again. Aaron, can he find a way of denying Robin a simple attack? Is that a counter catcher coming into the hand? It is.
Counter catcher. So with Boss already grabbed into the hand, it's just an energy, right?
Yeah, that can be Quick Search, let's not forget.
Yep. Escape rope being played. This
would be a much scarier choice for Robin if there wasn't already a tool committed to Radiant Charizard, because there'd be the threat of Defiance Band. But with the Forest Seal Stone actually on the Radiant Charizard, I'm pretty sure Robin is happy to promote Pidgeot here.
Yep.
He's already got the Boss's Orders, so if there's a Candy Charizard or anything like that from Aaron, doesn't matter. You can just use your Boss's Orders to close the game.
I mean,
it's going to be the Pidgeot.
What happens if there was suddenly an Iono knockout of this Pidgeot EX?
Yeah, Charizard, Candy Charizard, Pidgeot EX, KO, could be a thing.
You can KO with the Radiant. No, it just comes up. Yeah, it just comes up, gets knocked out.
It's going to be Counter Catcher on Jirachi instead now. So Robin kind of called the bluff there. And we know that Robin can Quick Search for Fire Energy if it's not already in the hand. We can pay retreat to this Jirachi.
There it is.
And we can Boss's Orders back the Charizard EX. For the final 2 prizes for Robin, in the final turn of time, is going to tie up the series here for 1 game apiece. Really exceptional gameplay from both players. And Robin felt so close to winning that first game.
Yep.
It was taken away from him.
Yep.
And in that second game, he was just about able to have enough resources remaining in the deck to close out in this second game.
Round 14, our penultimate. Is it penultimate round?
It is.
Penultimate round of day 2.
Where am I?
Before top 8. It's just, there's so much going on. I've had to try and figure out this whole back and forth between one another. Tying up this series, 1-1, Charizard mirror match. Both players still in contention for a top 8 spots.
I believe so, yeah.
On 32 points right now, so 1 win potentially away. Normally we see sort of 34 points as a kind of bubble.
Right.
Could be the 35 this time. We haven't quite worked it out, of course. But fantastic to see both players showcasing Charizard EX. We've seen a lot of Charizard EX across this weekend so far, which has been fantastic. I think we both mentioned at some point that it was our deck of choice for this weekend. Outside of our caster predictions.
Not the caster predictions, by the way, just to be clear.
Actually, what we might have considered playing, but we've been able to showcase different variants. It's been great so far.
Yeah, I think Charizard's definitely a good pick for the tournament, and you can see by the records that that's certainly the case, because it seems similar to Gardevoir, where you can play from behind quite happily. Your deck gets stronger as the game goes on, just naturally by virtue of Burning Darkness. You can cherry pick cards with Pidgeot if you go down that avenue. You've got the Barrel for fullback if you're going for that approach as well. And it just seems like a powerful archetype that can play a 1 and 2 prize game plan. That ticks all the boxes, basically. That's what you can do with an archetype to have success, and that's why it's at the top tables with 2 other players still in that contention to make the top 8. So exceptional scenes from both players, and they're not done yet in the tournament. They've got one more chance.
Yeah, remember to continue interacting with us with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Which decks, which players you want to hopefully see and feature into top 8 or go all the way and potentially take it down. But I think we're just going to go for a little break here as we approach the final round of day 2 to see who else can make it into our top 8. We will see you shortly.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I am definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, with so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Hi everyone, Alex Dow here. Let's take a look at another card spotlight. This time, Arven. An incredibly versatile supporter card originally from Scarlet and Violet that seems set to unlock the world of possibilities following the release of Paradox Rift. Arven allows you to search your deck for any item card and any tool card that will allow you to then adapt and support various decks in a number of combinations that can swing the battle in your favor. Since its release, Arven has slowly grown in popularity as it's begun to find a place in the format. But now with all of the tools and items available at its disposal, this could truly be its time to shine. So whether it be to build your board, prepare your defenses, or begin launching an offensive, Arven can soon find itself a staple in many decks.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful 1-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using 1-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Qian Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attacker of Yehoshua's deck is of course Qian Power EX, a 2-prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single-prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench-protecting Wave Veil ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Welcome in, trainers. The action doesn't stop here in Gdansk. We've just finished our round 14, which means there's just one round to go. And our players are already at the table, so we have the action. The winning in is right around the corner. I'm really excited. It's myself, Joe Bernard. Alongside me is Benjamin Rabaiotti. And we have another final round here for you of Swiss before we are seeing who makes it into that top 8.
Yeah, it's definitely Championship Sunday feelings all around as we head into our last round of Swiss. And as we look at the standings here, some of the usual suspects coming in from our day one competition. Luke Kirkham there, as we featured earlier at the top of our rankings. Tord Reklev, Lukasz Juho. They've stayed there, they've stuck there, they've put their flag down. They said, come on, try and beat me. Come on, I'm top of the hill, I'm king.
And you're going to assume that those players, those first 4 players, will have the opportunity to intentionally draw with one another to gain an additional match point, which means we're going to be looking a little bit lower down those rankings for this winning in scenario. We've been trying to do the calculus of how many players are going to make it in on what match score, and we think that 35 is going to be pretty okay. So we need to see a victory for either player here in order to actually get them into the top 8. Anything else is not enough. They'll just have a pretty nice pat on the back and a top 16 or something similar placement. So it's going to be all about winning right now.
Yeah, of course, pressure's on, definitely, but I'm personally so excited for this round because 2 of some of my great friends are sitting on the winning in table here.
Friends.
Ooh, friends, friendship, Pokemon friend. But we see here Thomas Elliott Jones, who we'll refer to as Elliott, and Luke Doran on the right. But I personally, of course, know Elliott. I know how much work he's put into this. He's so dedicated every weekday down at his locals, you know, taking on the competition. He prepares, you know, he's so dedicated to the cause, and I'm really excited to see what he's got in store for us.
And he's going to kick things off. He's got a couple Charmander early on and has Battle VIP passes, holding on to Technical Machine Evolution as well. Quick note on those prize cards, the Squawker Billy EX, which is only a one-of copy for Luke, was in those prizes. That can really stunt the explosive nature of the Entei EX, Iron Valiant EX deck. So that could be something that we have to try and navigate. Of course, we'll have a supporter at least to draw a handful of cards, as Elliott is getting their first deck search done here. And we must note that Elliott is playing a Technical Machine Evolution build of Charizard rather than the Pidgeot EX. So a little bit less stable in terms of cherry-picking cards. But you do have some higher hit point Pokemon. And Elliott's actually playing a 70 hit point Bidoof in the deck list as well, which could help out.
Yeah, it could definitely come in.
There it is.
Relevant against this Iron Valiant, of course. Hitting those 20s, you know, maths doesn't quite hit right against this 70 HP Bidoof for Luke. But here we see the Battle VIP pass. Strong start for Elliott in his first turn. But interesting, you know, you mentioned the Squawker Billy really hinders the explosive nature of the Iron Valiant deck. It could play a big part here in the first couple of turns for Luke. He's going to hope to get off to a very good start, you know, start getting those Tachyon bits down early, especially against the high hit point of the Charizard EX. And we see here a manual attachment for Elliott.
The final action for Elliott's turn. Let's pass things over to Luke and see what can come together. It's not only the Tachyon bits we have to be concerned about, but it's also working towards that initial knockout. This deck does offer early pressure in terms of attacking pressure, thanks to Magma Basin plus turn attachment as well. So we'll see how that comes together. The Yoga Loop has already sort of been mitigated via the Jirachi on Elliott's side of the field. So it's going to have to be a ton of Tachyon bits and then looking to get some basic energy in the discard pile. This hand is looking really good, but it could use a Squawker Billy. That would have been the thing that opens up this hand quite substantially, actually, and it's not in the deck.
He needs a way of getting rid of some fire energy into the discard to be able to utilize that Magma Basin, as you said, to get off to that really, you know, positive start. Start packing a punch early, start adding the pressure, because that Charizard EX, you know, it can come up turn 2 for Elliott, but he may want to go down that Technical Machine Evolution route. But who knows what our players have in store.
It leaves this Battle VIP pass will be a lot weaker. It'll be a couple Iron Valiant, and then it's a Colress, I think, for Luke as his only supporter option in the hand. So I don't think there's an easy way for Luke to get an early KO on a Charmander or a Bidoof. I just don't think it's happening. The hand hasn't aligned properly unless Colress is exceptional.
Yeah, it needs to definitely produce some strong switch outs maybe from the Colress. He needs a lot of combination pieces to get an attack off this first turn, but here we see the Battle VIP pass come down, opting for 2 Iron Valiant by the looks of it.
One thing worth noting about the matchup, with Luke playing the Technical Machine Devolution, you can have these slower turns. You're allowed it.
Yeah.
You're allowed to set up damage across multiple Pokemon and then have this swing turn where multiple Charmander are picked up all at once. The Bidoof could also be targeted as well, and then multiple prizes can come in that regard, whilst also wiping the field of attackers. So that's something that is still available for Luke. It's not all over now that they didn't have an explosive turn 1.
Yeah, he'll be wanting, well, Elliot will be wanting to evolve these Charmanders into a Charmeleon if he's wanting to mitigate that play. But here we see the Colress come down.
Forest Hill Stones are good, and it's a lot of switch cards.
Two
Switch.
Switch, Boss.
I feel like Boss has to go here.
Yeah.
Forest Hill Stone is obviously live with Entei.
If he was able to get an attack off, this would have been a really, really good hand here.
I'm stunned if this Forest Hill Stone is hitting the Lost Zone.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, bold move. 3 switch cards for Luke Doran into the hand.
That is really bold. We are trying to get as
yeah.
many Valiants in as possible, but it leaves us in this situation where we need to draw from Fleet-footed if we're going to get anything else done this turn.
Yeah, and here we see the first Tachyon Bits going on to the Charmander on the bench.
One cool play you can do, obviously, by not taking KOs initially, is that your Entei and Valiant are bulky, so you can tank a hit here.
Big knockout there.
Oh, it was a knockout on Charmander.
Yeah,
oh,
big
of course,
knockout.
it's a 60 hit pointer.
Yeah, 60 HP on that Charmander.
Yeah, the promo is the 60 hit pointer. You're right.
So although wasn't able to get the attack off necessarily, Luke Doran applying pressure early on here.
And with only one prize card taken,
yeah.
you can use your free retreat now thanks to Future Booster Energy Capsule. You get 1 Fleet-footed now and 1 Fleet-footed next turn as well. It's just another energy. That's pretty unfortunate.
Jet energy there as well.
Getting rid of the Forest Hill Stone just for pure tempo was a surprise, but does allow you to take an initial knockout and leave Elliot on less resources ready to work with here.
Yeah, and here we see the Arven coming down. If he's able to get an attack off, with that 1 prize being taken by Luke Doran, if he's able to match that with a knockout on this Entei, and there comes the Defiance Band and a Rare Candy.
Wow. An insta response on the Entei EX thanks to the Defiance Band pickup. Rare Candy into Charizard EX. Elliot is going to springboard back with a 2 prize knockout here, punishing Luke's early aggression.
Yeah, what a response here from Elliot.
I think there's even Ultra Ball for Bibarrel after this as well.
Yeah, refreshing the hand slightly with Industrious Incisors. But here we see Defiance Band coming down, Ultra Ball.
Fresh 5 cards.
Fresh 5 cards.
From Bibarrel. That is exceptional for Elliot here.
Santa came early for Elliot with that Bibarrel, Industrious Incisors, drawing up to 5 cards like you mentioned. He's going to hope to get some maybe second attackers on board.
Yeah.
Maybe start setting up some Charmanders onto the bench.
The good news for Elliot is the remainder of his Charmanders are 70 hit pointers. He just happened to have the 60 hit point one in his opening hand. But he is playing that one full art, the Trainer Gallery Charmander, which was KO'd, but then we have a promo Charmander as well as another 70 hit point one. So do we see any Charmander from that 5?
No,
just
I
some
don't
energy
believe so.
cards.
Just some energy, Rare Candy. I believe there was a Charizard as well.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Still has turn attachment. If you want to attach to Jirachi, you can. I feel like you probably would have done it via Charizard EX anyway. It's going to go on to a Bibarrel. That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe looking for a late pivot option.
Just going to be the 240 thanks to
Just
the
gonna be the
Defiance
knockout.
Band and 1 KO from Luke last turn. Elliot wants to be on this prize race, wants to just make the game 2 more turns.
Yeah.
And Luke really has to do something about this.
Really wants to, keep up with the prize race, take those big knockouts. Wants to go for kind of that 2-2-2 approach to the game with only 2 more attacking turns. And here we see Colress.
Yeah, let's not forget that was off the top, the Colress,
Yeah,
I believe, or off the prizes, one of the 2.
Keeping himself in
Luke
the game.
only had energy otherwise, so that's a big pickup.
Yeah, keeping himself in the game.
Even more jet energy now coming into the hand, more switch cards. Does have the Forest Hill Stone as well.
Magma Basin now live, of course.
That's true from the attachment on the previous turn. So an Entei can swing, possibly using some Iron Valiant to damage Jirachi, get that in range, or you start damaging Bidoof and just really put yourself in a position where you need to hit your TM Devolution on the following turn.
I'm really interested to see how Luke approaches this matchup, right? He's got Jirachi on the bench. Elliot's teched for this matchup, it looks like, you know, negating the Yoga Loop in the later turns. I'm really intrigued as to how Luke approaches this, because with a 330 HP Pokemon in front of him, it's going to be
Entei's
difficult.
coming straight up here.
Entei coming straight up.
Not spending
here.
any of the switching cards that were in hand.
And it's still within knockout range.
Not even freely retreating to get a Tachyon Bits in this turn.
Yeah, still within knockout range as well.
Can you switch card to heal your Entei now that Defiance Band is no longer live? So I think that's the crucial reason here. Getting the heal of the Magma Basin puts Entei back out of range of a KO from Radiant Charizard, so you can just punch into it now. Tachyon Bitting, possibly the Bidoof here I like most. It's going to be the Jirachi though.
Jirachi, yep.
Opening up Yoga Loop is, of course, intentional.
Nest Ball coming down here.
I feel like it's just going to be, getting the Radiant Charizard back up. This is the only one prize Pokemon in the entire deck. It's used to offset so nicely the prize race.
Yeah, fits into the game plan nicely. You know, makes Elliot think, how am I going to approach this? How am I going to get around this single prize attacker with such a large attack? With that Combustion Blast doing 250 where possible.
Does Luke go for a proactive Forest Seal Stone here? Everything else in his hand is energy. The hand is really poor without this Forest Seal Stone. Do you proactively grab a supporter, knowing that you can waste your V-Star power, or just hope that, just hoping that the Entei is bulky enough? There's not any other damage modification in Elliot's deck list with the Defiance Band currently turned off.
It's going to be doing 210, so not ideal here for Elliot. Just a quick shuffle of the hand, puts down a Radiant Charizard of his own.
Yeah, can start manually attaching to this now as well. Both players utilizing this powerful Radiant Pokemon.
Wants to thin down that hand as much as possible, but has an Iono, plays it down there, putting himself down to 4 cards in hand. However, not a problem when you have Industrious Incisors, Joe.
Yeah, that's the big reason why we see Big Barrel utilized here. You want to be the one disrupting your opponent, and knowing that you can top up is never a bad thing. We do see finally Nest Ball come into the hand, so we can get another Charmander onto this board, start establishing another threat here, because I think that's vital for Elliot.
Yeah. Wants to establish maybe another Charizard EX. We can expect to see a Charmander coming down here. And that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yeah, whilst it's still safeguarded via this Jirachi, it's still going to be handy to get it into the mix, I feel. It's going to be the promotional Charmander coming in, popularized by Azul, I think, from a few regionals back.
Going to be able to use the Magna Basin as well, playing the fire energy, of course.
Well, would you? Do you want to damage your own guys?
No,
maybe onto Radiant Charizard. That would be the only real target. But I don't think there's even any fire in the discard pile right now.
No.
It's something to keep an eye out for, you're right, because it could weave in Radiant Charizard maybe a turn earlier than expected.
Could come as an option. Here we see another Bidoof in the hand as well.
I think you'd have to hold on to this right now. Only 60 hit points on the one in hand, so just a couple cards.
Counter Catcher, Rare Candy. Rare Candy.
Not great.
Not
They're
fantastic.
pieces.
Yeah.
You've got Luminion for next turn.
They're pieces for the combo for sure.
I think you have to accept that you're just going to swing into this Entei for not quite enough damage.
Yeah, unfortunate. And with no way to kind of manipulate the bench, add damage to it, it's quite an unfortunate turn there for Elliot. Only doing that 210, like you said. Not
Luke's
quite
pretty
enough.
happy with that Iono, has drawn into a number of switching cards and has some supporters now as well. So the refresh was very welcomed for Luke. Let's see how he can capitalize on this.
Switching into the Iron Valiant, of course, with the free retreat with that future energy booster. And here we see the Tachyon Bits.
And there still is a board space open, so if we can work towards Medicham, that's definitely a line available.
That's such a strong Iono as well.
It's really helped him out.
Iono is a lie, Joe, it turns out. Double Research, Colress. I think there was an energy in there as well.
Can escape rope proactively. Isn't going to. He's just happy to 2-hit KO this Charizard. That means you're not quite as committed towards a Medicham play, of course.
Drawing a fresh 7 cards there. Escape Rope, another Iron Valiant, a couple of energy, Magma Basin.
Proving wise, as there wasn't a way to get towards a Medicham play this turn.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't Medicham until the Jirachi's dealt with, obviously.
We have seen a lot of He's Iron Valiant's playing Toy Catcher, which could be an option. However, I don't think...
Not in the deck list.
No, not in the deck list here.
That's only at your locals, Ben.
I just wanted to mention Toy Catcher, Joe.
Someone play it, please. It worked so well against you.
Please. Everybody has a story.
We've all been toy catchered at one point, right?
And here we see Fresh 7, of course, from that research desk ball just being used to grab that Entei V manual attachment onto the Radiant Charizard. But it's going to be able to take the knockout here on that Charizard EX with that Entei, putting himself one prize ahead of Elliott. Fleet footing here, drawn 1. VIP pass, not much use.
No. But again, keeping up with this prize race quite nicely. Now, once again, ahead, forcing Elliott to have some rare candy combinations, or again, maybe utilizing that Magma Basin for his own Radiant Charizard response here.
But as we all know, it's dangerous when Charizard EX, comes down on a few prizes. It's doing, its damage is only increasing, right?
That's true. Let's see what Elliott can construct here. Oh, interesting. There's
Delphox
a Delphox V in Elliott's deck list. Not necessarily perfect right now, but is a solid option in the deck.
Attachment
Certainly a
onto the
surprise factor card.
Yeah, of course, the Combustion Bast now live with that manual attachment.
Luke's getting towards this dangerous territory where Jirachi is just going to be fodder at some point freely via abilities. And it would just have to punch through a Charizard EX if Elliott's able to form one this turn. That's the risk of using Luminion here for Arven for Ultra Ball, because then you'd be putting down an easy 2-prize Pokemon for Luke to possibly capitalize on with their own Radiant Charizard.
He's
so I think you might have to,
the idea,
you might have to hold the entire hand, honestly. There's a real argument to just say, can I use Luminion for Iono proactively this turn? Because you don't mind this Entei having the energy, because they can always come up with Radiant Charizard anyway, so maybe just bringing up one of these Iron Valiant is reasonable here.
With the Entei on such low HP, though,
he's getting rid of the nice artwork, Ben.
You're joking.
I wanted to keep that one in play.
I told him to do that. Always go for the shiny one.
It's going to be a bit barrel for 1 card.
Yeah. And with such low HP on the Entei, he is able to knock it out with maybe a Charmeleon, right?
Sure.
Or a Charmander, even?
Yeah, yeah.
But we see here the counter catcher onto the Iron Valiant. And of course, using that, thinning down the hand, making that industrious sizes that much better. Drawing 1 more. Unfortunately, unable to find a supporter. Definitely.
You can see it's precarious.
Yeah,
Elliott is holding on to a real monster.
If you ever
it doesn't look like it because you're holding on to the rare candy combo.
If you ever played Elliott, he's always shuffling his hand, and you're always like, what's in your mind? What are you thinking about, Elliott?
Go on, tell me.
I've got game.
I had it in hand. Here we go, back over to Luke then. Has some potential to Valiant through Jirachi.
Yeah.
What else can we construct here?
But with no 2 prizes on Elliott's board, Luke is unable to take turns, take games, with some Yoga Loop shenanigans or
I think it's just going to be Charizard into Charizard most likely this turn.
Yeah.
I think Luke is holding on to Boss's orders, so maybe that's a debate for them as well. Can you weave one in? Going to see some Tachyon bits now from the lovely Full Art Iron Valiant.
Yeah, difficult position for Luke. You have the Jet Energy as well.
I think holding on to Boss's orders is your best play, honestly. Just go through the Radiant Charizard now from Elliott and just say that you can Boss's orders Bibarel in combination with finishing off this Jirachi as your prize map.
Yeah, and with saving that Luminion in hand, this next turn is going to be... Well, he already has the Ultra Ball from the prizes.
Yeah, the prizes helped him out. So Ultra Ball, Rare Candy is in hand. Now Luminion is going to be the game for Boss's orders. I think Elliott's got there.
Yeah.
Luke's done everything to create a 2-prize map where you can finish off with Iron Valiant, but I'm pretty sure as long as Elliott's aware of the counts and what's in deck, should be able to use Boss's orders to close out the game here in combination with Rare Candy Charizard. The prizes of Ultra Ball were massive.
He's doubting himself, promoting the Jirachi?
You're able to do this because Charizard accelerates 3 energy anyway. Yeah. So as long as you still have 3 energy in the deck, it doesn't hurt you.
Charizard even comes to the hand. Off the top.
Is Elliott trying to flex with Delphox?
Yeah, Rare Candy already in hand.
I'm pretty sure we're there, and it's just got to go through the motions now.
Ultra Ball.
This Ultra Ball is literally just to scout the deck. How many fire energy are left right now?
Have I got Boss? Have I got fire energy? Have I got game here? That's what he's going to be asking himself. Collapse Stadium, Battle VIP pass hitting the discard pile, search through the deck there. Let's have a look, Joe. Boss's orders in there.
Don't tell me there's 2 fire energy.
1 fire energy.
Ben, please.
Hold on to me, Joe.
My heart.
1.
There's only one
energy in the deck.
Ah, that's a problem.
And promoting the Jirachi, no pivot either.
Yeah, what do you do in this position? We thought it was.
This is awkward. We thought this was all over. Does have jet energy, but unfortunately not realistically a pivot, right? Because
doesn't allow you to attack with Charizard EX.
2 fire energy requirement for that Burning Darkness attack.
Oh, putting Luminion down opens you up to boss's orders as well now. You might have to go Luminion for Iono and hope this Charizard with 2 energy is difficult to retreat and attack with.
Has another Charmander on board as well, so that was still insurance.
Here comes Luminion. It has to be Iono here, I think.
Opting for the Arven.
Can we Arven for Super Rod for the game?
Super Rod is in deck.
But we can't boss his orders at the same time. It's going to be for Super Rod. We still have our V-Star Power.
Super Rod Vitality
Band. Is there no access to Forest Hill Stone here?
No, I think... no, it still does that Gust. Getting ahead of myself.
Forest Hill Stone for Escape Rope would be the game.
Yeah.
As well, don't forget. Elliot's piecing something together. See 3 energy coming back now for the Super Rod. That was mandatory. Don't know if I can see. Is the rope in hand? Oh, the Delphox can do it.
Delphox can do it. Rare Candy into Charizard.
Can we do it? Do we have enough energy? 2 onto the Delphox. It requires 3 energy. Oh, the Magma Basin! Clutching it out. That's incredible. We did find a way in the end from Elliot. The sneaky Delphox V getting into the mix, finishing off the damaged Entei V. What an incredible use of Magical Fire.
Delphox taking the game with Magical Fire. The tech cards, Joe, sometimes they come up. They're trumping Luke Doran there with the attack on the bench. Something we didn't see.
Well, yeah. Normally you're expecting to see Delphox get into the mix, taking out multiple single prize Pokemon. You don't always expect it on Entei. And let's not forget that this was probably part of Elliot's game plan.
Yeah.
Because they chose to countercatcher a different 2 prize Pokemon on the previous turn.
Yeah.
So they wanted that Entei to be on the board for this avenue of play. And with only 1 energy in the deck, we were still able to find a combination with Arven to Super Rod those energies back and get Delphox in the mix.
It took us a while, but we got there.
Took me a while.
It took us a while, but we got there. It took Elliot a while, I think, to
That's
figure
what
out.
made me nervous.
Yes. what am I doing again?
Yeah.
Had the Delphox in hand, of course, but with that Super Rod, the Arven came up there. The Luminion as well had that, kept it clutch in the hand for that last turn. Explosive, and Elliot puts himself only 1 game away from top 8.
With plenty of time on the clock as well. Luke can turn this around.
Yeah.
Let's not forget this matchup can be better. There was no Squawkabilly access in that opening turn, so far less explosive than you would expect from the Entei Iron Valiant deck list. So let's not write him off yet. There's still plenty of opportunities for this archetype because it has so many tricks up its own sleeve.
Yeah, of course. A bad start from Elliot could come into play here,
Sure.
you know.
Well, who goes first is the first question.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, a bad start, you have to put down the 60 HP Pokemon, you know, you have to put down these low HP basics, you know. This is where Iron Valiant then really shines.
Yeah.
And of course, with the Squawkabilly, you know, having the chance to play a supporter first, maybe, you know, who goes first, like you said. You know, it's interesting to see how Luke approaches this now.
Yeah, still so much more action in this final round of Swiss. Charizard coming up clutch in that last game. Let's see how Luke reacts. My first question is, who is going to be starting off here? Does Luke force Elliot to go first and try and give yourself as much reach as possible? Elliot with the Luminion lead and is forced first.
Not fantastic from Elliot. Probably the worst starter, I would have thought, in that deck.
There's just a Bidoof, I think.
And not much going on. Forest Hill Stone on the Luminion.
Where's everything else?
Save me, Forest Hill, please. And
Battle VIP pass.
You would imagine that would be
Let's
the
get some
option
Charmander
here.
in here.
Now, this is really interesting, right? Because what do you go for here? If this is going to be your only 2 basic Pokemon for this turn, do you put down 2 Charmander, or do you put down a Charmander Bidoof?
I think Bidoof's in hand, but then even in that same question, do you even want to get Jirachi in the mix? Because if you get Yogaloot,
Yeah.
you're in huge trouble. So maybe it's one Charmander, one Jirachi, one Bidoof, and say that if escape ropes come, you kind of just gulp.
A lot required here from
It's going to
Elliot
be
in this
VIP
first
double
turn.
Charmander by the looks of things.
Yeah. Having that insurance for next turn, just in case Luke was to have an explosive turn. We
There's
see
the
here the
Bidoof.
Bidoof. Oh, 60
The
HP
60 hit
Bidoof.
pointer.
Yeah.
Tom's playing one of each. Sorry, Elliot, I should say. And
with that 60 HP Bidoof coming down, Luke
Yeah.
actually playing in. Is it Christmas? Because that's 60 HP, right? Let me pick that up.
oh, wow. And with this hand, it's looking pretty good for Luke as well. I saw Squawkabilly, I saw Nest Ball, and some switching outs. There's already the Future Booster Energy Capsule onto the active Iron Valiant. So we
Yeah.
should be having an explosive turn 1 here for Luke.
Strong
already
start.
eyeing up another Iron Valiant EX here.
Yeah, strong start from Luke. Another Iron Valiant coming down, like he said, from that Nest Ball. Didn't get an exact peek of the hand, but there were lots of options there.
The only thing that's a small headache for Luke is that the Technical Machine Devolution is in this opening hand.
Yes.
So you have to get rid of it if you want to Squawkabilly and see some fresh cards here. It's a crucial tech card for actually this matchup, I feel like, more than any other. The fact that you have to burn it means that you really have to draw well from your Squawkabilly to make it pay off and allow your tempo to take control of this game instead.
Do you go for the explosive, turn? Do you play the Squawkabilly and just go, right, I'm just going to get rid of this tech? I'm confident in what I'm going to draw here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, find as many switching outs as I can, get that Entei attack off maybe, and here we see the Tachyon Bits.
Give me that Bidoof.
Get
Let's
me
deny
that
the draw
Bidoof,
engine. As you
please.
said, only 60 hit points. Have double switch carts.
20 damage, please.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Squawkabilly. One thing that sets the TM Devolution aside from most other tools is that they get discarded immediately, so you can't just bank that on one of your Valiants for later use. It would discard regardless, so it's going to get thrown away immediately here.
We see another Iron Valiant, not much going on otherwise. If Nest Ball would have been brilliant in that hand with the double turbo.
Can we draw any cards from Fleet-Footed here? No supporter.
No supporter
that
either.
That is rough.
That is not a great hand. But
you
here
can
we
see a
the
prize
Tachyon
card.
Bits. I would have thought so. Yeah.
We can see a prize card here with Iron Valiant. Maybe this helps out. It's
Another Iron Valiant. Okay. Bringing the boys back in town.
Is it just going to be another Fleet-Footed into the active position here to just start drawing more cards?
It needs to start drawing, yeah. It needs to start going through that deck to try and find any other supporter to try and help him set up.
No
here.
supporter played, so this is a big Fleet-Footed. Fire Energy isn't great. You can swing it onto the active if you really want to.
Another Iron Valiant. That's all 4 now on the field for Luke.
I do like attaching an energy, because obviously there's a double turbo also in the hand. You can just manually attach to this Entei over 2 turns.
Debating the switch into the 4th Iron Valiant.
Yeah, I think wanting to protect this Entei perhaps as well. We saw that Elliot was able to go for Defiance Band plus Candy Zard and just respond on an Entei. This protects your attachment that little bit more. With no basin or anything in the hand, this does make sense. Just me to pass things over.
Pass things over to Elliot.
So no draw power, but does have Rare Candy and Arven, so there will be a Charizard coming onto this board.
Yeah, and with 1 prize down, it's going to make that Burning Darkness attack that more effective.
Could be the repeat of last game, where we'll see damage modifier plus Charizard take an immediate 2 prize swing back in your direction.
Here we see the Ultra Ball being at the front of the deck. Just looking through the deck just once more. What are my outs? How many energy do I have? What are my options here?
Is there any damage mod in the deck? I don't know if Defiance Band is available, actually. Obviously, you're playing a handful of tools in the deck list. No, maybe in the prize cards.
No, it must be in the prize cards.
That makes the turn a lot less exceptional.
Having to opt for the TM Evolution.
Unless it's already in the hand, or if there's counter capture in the hand, possibly that could also be strong.
Yeah.
You could bring Squawkabilly up early.
Ultra Balling away the TM Evolution. Obviously, had one already in hand.
We have the Rare Candy option.
Yeah. We have the.
So Charizard's here. It's just
Charizard's
not going to be accompanied with a KO.
Yeah.
Counter Catcher's not in hand either. That's in the deck right now. So it's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal.
The good news is you've seen the Technical Machine Evolution hit the discard pile. That's the good news for you. We can retreat this Lumineon, get a swing in, and you know that Charizard is as bulky as it seems. It's not going to get wiped off the board immediately by your opponent with a little sneaky Devo play. This energy has to go onto the active unless you want to turn attach.
Yeah.
You could just... 3 energy to the Charizard. Elliot does know how to make some plays.
Yeah, does he have pivot in hand here? Attachment onto the Charmander, hoping to maybe get a manual attachment into an evolution.
Maybe even just protect Charizard. If you're not able to take 2 prizes now, I'll just try and cash in later.
Yeah.
That's Charmander. I think there is rope in hand. That's
Ropes
the reason.
in hand.
Luke, of course, can just bring up another Iron Valiant.
Yeah.
Have the same situation. It's always a good thing to think about when your opponent knows, well, actually at this stage you can bring up the future booster because you actually had no pivot in your hand at all, so this actually helps Luke.
Yeah, there's not much of a threat from the Burning Darkness. Not going to be taking any knockouts. So here
Just
we
the
see
210
yeah.
from the Burning Darkness.
And now over to Luke.
We still need top decks, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Another fire energy is
Another
not
fire
what we're
energy.
after. We already had energy.
Not helpful.
So it's going to be a big fleet-footed.
Yeah.
You're happy to start setting up the 2-shot on Charizard. That was basically always part of your plan. But we need more than this.
With the energy already on the Entei, just requires a manual treatment, so no Magma Basin requirements here. Here we see...
Nest Ball is
Nest
air
Ball.
as well.
Yeah, not great. Can't even be used with that full bench, of course.
There's not much gas in the tank,
No.
but again, you've only taken 1 prize card. Sometimes it's beneficial to keep Charizard at this low damage output threshold.
200 damage now on that Charizard.
Elliot's going to have a think. I think there's a Churro in the hand.
Yeah.
And they're just making sure they've got the right amount of damage counters.
180.
Here. The Churro scenario, you can pick up and then just Charizard again on the Charmeleon that you evolved on the previous turn. You could also use Boss's Orders.
Yeah, can take knockout here on the Iron Valiant on the bench.
The thing about the Churro is you're still stalemating because you're still 2-hit KOing. Oh, it's actually just Professor's Research.
Yeah.
My apologies. It is the Churro version of Professor's Research, and he is playing Professor Churro in his deck list as well.
Opts not to put down the Charmander, the 60 HP, of course. Realizing, look, I've got my attackers on board here. Radiant Charizard are still in the deck.
Yeah,
So-
and no Jirachi to protect either against Medicham. Those kind of have to go together. If you want to start putting more basics down, you need that Jirachi to come alongside it, I think.
Yeah, and Nest Ball being played. I think he's eyeing up that Jirachi.
Also just scouting how many fire energy are remaining in the deck. That was the only limiting factor in him in that previous game.
So important when playing this Charizard EX. You're so reliant on having energy available in the deck with that Infernal Rain ability. Main engine, of course, and main energy manipulation, I suppose.
Take another scout through the deck here. Again, a counter-catcher pickup would be pretty huge for Elliot. Don't know if it was found from the Professor's Research here. That'd be the way that you make the most out of your Charizard this turn.
Yeah.
Not there, I don't think.
No, not taking knockout either against this Entei.
We've seen, though, that damaging a few things can allow the Delphox to get into the mix, and I think we're actually seeing it come onto the bench now.
Yeah, because he will be
that
taking...
could be what you power up this turn with Charizard.
Opening up the 4 prize card turn with Magical Fire. Of course, 120 on the active, 120 on the bench.
Show me Magical Fire.
Show me the money.
Here it is, another attachment to Charmeleon. Oh, I'm really debating it.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the hit into Entei instead here for that 210.
Yeah.
Elliot has lined up 4 prize cards worth of attack with Delphox at a different point, at a later date.
Yeah. I really want to ask him how many times he's had this game plan come up.
Well, I feel like the Entei Valiants actually try this all the time. I think they're trying to stay out of range of Charizard and doing all this work and trying to keep them away from a 3-attack game plan. So I think it happens the Entei side quite a lot.
Yeah.
But that makes the Delphox pick a really, really smart one for this weekend.
Yeah, of course. Bringing all the techs, Elliot, and here we see the switch cards. You'd imagine into the Iron Valiant, one of 4.
just one of your 4.
Yeah.
There's Jet Energy in the hand as well. There's double Turbo Energy in the hand. So you can get in the mix with Jet Energy onto your future boosted Valiant, so you can get some more damage in. It's going to be onto the Charmeleon. Looks like it's just going to be Entei coming back in, finishing off this Charizard.
That Charmeleon taking 40 damage. from those Tachyon bits. And here we see the retreat into Entei, taking
a big burning Rondo.
2 prizes, yeah, huge.
Finishing off this Charizard. And it's looking okay for Luke right now. Although Elliot has got a really sneaky turn coming up, I think.
I'm begging to see this full prize cut turn.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to happen this turn.
No.
If you do gust around the Entei this turn, then Luke could try and use Radiant Charizard anyway. So you're having to find Gust on a couple of occasions, I would think. And they're just making sure whether or not Elliot has drawn before promoting or shuffled before using a Bull Search here. Always good to keep on top of things before you start drawing the cards. Better safe than sorry here.
Just a quick shuffle.
Obviously, Luke hasn't played Iono. They don't play it in the deck list, so there's no shame. There's no harm in just shuffling to be safeguarded.
Draw of turn into a Bidoof. I'd like to see another Charmander come down here as an insurance.
We have Charizard EX. We already have Delphox. I think Bidoof is solid here as well. If you can afford to discard cards that aren't the Big Barrel now, that could be pretty handy. Looks like Big Barrel might be the sacrifice, though. Every card in the hand is useful.
Opting for the Battle via Paypass Big Barrel. Quick social attack. Maybe also the Radiant Charizard is an option as well.
A lot of options. We've got Boss's Orders in the hand, so it could be Boss's Orders this turn. Take out one of the undamaged 2-prize Pokemon that Luke has on the other side of the field. You use your Charizard, you hope to tank with the Charizard for a turn.
Yeah.
And then you're setting up the Delphox win condition. We have to put Delphox proactively onto this board, I feel like, because you want to use the acceleration from Radiant Charizard, from Charizard EX, I should say. That's the only slight hiccup, is that it can be disrupted by Luke using Boss's Orders on their own end. But this is creating a really interesting situation now.
Yeah.
Taking 2 prizes, but then just being 1 attack away with a Delphox V, as we are going to see the Infernal Rain coming down from this Charizard EX now.
Here we see the 3
energy in the deck.
3 energy
1
required.
to turn attach as well.
Yeah. 3 energy required for that Infernal Rain.
Looking like a really strong option. Yeah. Boss's Orders, one of the final cards in this hand for Elliot.
So is able to, like you said, take a knockout on one of these fresh Pokemon on the bench. You know, you've got a choice here, 3 Iron Valiant and a Squawkabilly.
I hope he doesn't take the nice artwork again.
No.
That would really be upsetting.
That would really annoy me, actually.
We all want to see it.
I mean, you weren't meant to do it, obviously.
It is Boss's Orders from Elliot here. Oh, you love to see that. Yeah.
Such a gentleman.
Going to keep all the artwork of Iron Valiant EX available. As the Charizard is going to take an attack. And now Elliot is actually 1 attack away. He has to try and line things up with Delphox quite critically. But this is a lot of pressure for Luke now. He has to deal with a Charizard EX and the rest. There's still a lot of prizes to take. Yeah.
1 attack away here from taking game with that Magical Fire. However, it's dependent on Luke promoting that Entei unless you have Gust, right?
Yeah, the idea here is that if you can use enough Valiants to put Charizard EX into range of a Radiant Charizard, that would be ideal. Or if you can use Boss's Orders, that would be ideal. But the hand isn't getting you very close, I'll tell you that much. We've got no supporters in the hand. You really don't want to fleet-footed with your Entei.
No.
Because that is not, you do not want that in the active position at all.
Does have the Radiant Charizard as an option.
This is the ideal attacker for the situation.
2 energy required, though, of course, with Elliot only taking 2 prizes. And with no Magma Basin on the field.
Just even more headache for Luke here.
Yeah, just more required. Bravery Charm not even going to help you against that.
We're going to have a look at, we're going to have a read of Delphox. How terrified of this card do I have to be?
How worried am I?
It's 120 damage always to the active, and then you get to choose the bench damage for 120 as well. I think Luke is realizing that this is a problem. This is definitely intimidating. I think also just double checking on the Bravery Charm if that could offset some math, but it doesn't look like it can in this spot.
I don't think so.
Luke cannot risk going for Entei.
Another Tachyon
so
Bits.
it is going to go for a Tachyon Bits instead. You can turn attach and retreat into Radiant Charizard if you want to.
Onto the Delphox, but no Gust in hand.
Giving up another 2-prize Pokemon is just still a huge issue here.
both Pokemon posing such a threat, the Charizard and the Delphox.
It feels bad to give up Radiant Charizard without getting value out of it.
Yeah.
But we may be at that stage. You could Bravery Charm your active, just passes.
And just a pass. Oof, pretty rough for Luke. And with no Gust in hand already for Elliot, probably wishing he would have kept onto that bit barrel.
Well, he had to go down to 0 basically from the Ultra Ball, so he couldn't do anything else. And it still is in a fantastic position. There's nothing wrong with just announcing an attack here. I think that's really solid.
Yeah.
Announce the attack.
Going to be putting himself down to
seems solid. 2
prizes. Defiance Band coming down.
Possibly.
Possibly, perhaps. You're teasing us, Elliot. Come on.
You're also just really happy to get rid of some of these Iron Valiant. As these go down, you feel safer and safer from Luke taking a surprise 3-prize turn here.
And taking the knockouts, Elliot putting himself only 2 prizes away from taking one of these top 8 spots here in Gdansk.
It's a boss's orders pick up for Luke. Finally a supporter. Not drawing cards though. Can it safeguard you for just one more turn?
Does have
Can bring up the
Gust.
2 retreat cost Bidoof. That is the cost of having to have an extra 10 hit points.
Does have the Gust, but wishing he probably would have had that last turn.
You can bring up a Bidoof, try and get some Tachyon bits on it, trying to use multiple of those over 2 turns for a 1 prize, then look to have Gust again on a following turn. Entei's going up to 280 hit points now with Bravery Charm.
That's a big dog.
That's something that can tank a Burning Darkness right now, let's not forget, and it does allow you to Fleet Foot. Not ideal at all.
No.
Boss's orders to Bidoof does still feel like the safest bet here. Even though your Entei can tank, you can be put in a really awkward position if your opponent just has access to Lost Vacuum, let's not forget. And Elliot has it in hand.
Try to see if he can get any value out of these Tachyon butts. And just a pass. And
Elliot draws after. He has so many ways to win there. There was the Lost Vacuum in the hand,
and doing it
but going to use Delphox
style.
instead. The magical fire from Delphox coming in clutch in games 1 and 2 there. Really impressive display. A really unique deck list as well. It's not enough to say no to Pidgeot and yes to Bibarel, but also the intricate inclusions of the Delphox, the difference between the Bidoof. That's what these things come down to sometimes. These sorts of margins are massive, and all of these decisions are coming up trumps for Elliot this weekend.
These tiny differences is so exciting to see, but I'm absolutely elated for Elliot.
We're meant to be unbiased here, Ben.
I know. If you know him, though, he's put in so much effort, so much dedication, as many of our other competitors.
They're all doing that.
They're all doing that. But, you know, it's a chance to make a name for himself, you know, like we always talk about, you know.
Elliot has, he's an unsung hero of the Pokemon TCG. People in the UK know him. He's been waiting for this regional breakout performance. Finally getting there with a really ingenious list, really, with the Delphox V inclusion. I know there have been a number of champions in the UK of this card who've been very vocal about including it and how it's not just going to get sneaky win conditions when your opponent isn't expecting it, but also just it's powerful. We have this much acceleration from Charizard EX. Utilize the Delphox in a turn. It could be a massive swing in the game.
Yeah, it's just one of these 1 or 2 card differences. He told me before this regional, I'm going to play the Delphox V and I'm going to play the 70 HP Bidoof. I was like, oh, why is he doing that? But then, you know, he just gone and shown why he's doing it. You know?
Conventional wisdom would say, let's go to the 60 hit point Bidoof. It only has 1 retreat now. You protect yourself on the bench naturally with your own ability. But when Iron Valiant's a card, 10 hit points makes a huge difference, and that's why.
And it's these sorts of cards where, you know, your opponent's really not thinking about that game. Right? So he's slapping down that Delphox V, your opponent's like, oh no.
And especially because it happens all in the turn. Right?
All on 1. With that Infernal Rain ability, straight 3 onto the Delphox V. Magical Fire is now an option. I'm doing 120, 120. I'm taking 2 prizes, 4 prizes, multiple prizes in 1 turn. You know, what a game plan.
And I'm sure we'll be hearing from Elliot momentarily. And the great thing about it is I want to hear about the Delphox personally. I want to see how many situations you've just swept the game from under the rug of the opponent by going, well, I guess I'm able to take out 2 Curlier here, or I guess I'm able to take out multiple threats in the early game when Charizard isn't powerful. Your opponent then has to respect the Delphox because it can continue to spread damage across multiple threats. And that's when you're enabling your opponent to take those prize cards, and then Charizard does the rest of the legwork.
At what point did he think maybe in his testing, this Delphox V actually is so viable, I'm going to play it in this tournament?
And it turns out it's really good into multi-prize matchups as well.
Yeah.
Many of these EXs, the Miraidons will do the same strategy as well. They'll try and set up damage on certain Pokemon and keep Charizard at bay, keep you at that 180, keep you at that 210 threshold. So being able to use that Delphox to finish off and clean up attacks is also fantastic. And it's an alternative to Boss's Orders as a win condition.
Yeah, no, of course. Exciting to see. And, you know, I can't wait to see him in top 8, of course, with all of our other fantastic competitors. Going into the next round, of course, it's our last Swiss round. It's
we've just done it.
We've just done it, yeah. But going into top 8 round,
Yes,
sorry.
yeah.
What are you expecting?
Well, we know a handful of the decks, right? I think we can get we can see who's already in. I think Tord's wacky list has got in there. We know that there's Palkia already in there. We know that one Snorlax has made it. Happy days for you. I'm not sure what other deck list. We still need confirmation. I think Juho Kalamer's still in there with Miraidon as well. Pretty certain as well of that. I think they actually had to play their last round because they were down paired into a 32-point player. So it's not guaranteed for them, but they only need a tie to get to 35 match points. It's possible that if all of our games conclude that a 34-pointer might make it in there. The math gets pretty tricky depending on how many games naturally conclude or not. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these, but it looks like once again we're having a really nice diverse pool of top 8 decks, and Elliot should be among them with that Charizard EX.
I know Luke Cookham also made it.
Yeah, with the Palkia toolbox with Ice Rider in there as well. Who would have expected that? I mean, I know Luke really well. I know he's a fantastic player, but anyone making top 8 is still an amazing achievement. And it's not just enough to be a good player with a good deck list. You also need to have that right slice of luck at times. And we even saw that in Luke's game, top decking a Melanie to keep them in the game in a game 1 situation. So incredible to see them in the top cut as well.
Yeah, what a round. Well, stick around for our winners interview coming up next.
Hi everyone, so I'm here with Elliot, who's been trailblazing his way through into round 15 and potentially now into top 8 and potentially further. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. Yeah, I think I'm guaranteed top 8 now. I mean, the deck's just been doing what it should be doing. Yeah, I feel ecstatic, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I have to say, I mean, we've known each other for quite some time now. Ben, you've known for quite some time as well. He's been ecstatic to see you on the stage delivering because he knows how much work and time you put into it.
Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of time.
Was Charizard always the deck you've been playing for some time?
Yeah, in the most recent meta, I think I picked up Charizard as a because I thought it had great matchups all around. We were testing in Gdańsk, and one of the guys I traveled with mentioned Delphox and putting it in. Luckily, I had brought it with me in my kind of bulk pile, and yeah, it just really works well. Delphox has really been pulling its weight. Honestly, it's been the best card in my deck so far.
Yeah, you just called it bulk.
I mean, I don't like to call him out, but that's what Henry Brand called it when we were testing earlier. So yeah, Henry Brand, it's not bulk.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah. I mean, we saw it, really come to fruition in that matchup. And you just said it's been your sort of MVP.
Yeah, in the matchups that you might struggle with a little bit more, like Chen Pao and Gardy, it can really, especially when it's not expected, it can really change how they have to play or get you ahead earlier. So against Gardy, making them having to put down the Manaphy instead of another route is a big kind of a bonus, really, positive.
It's great to sort of hear that insight. Did you have a chance to face up against other Entei Valiants during your run so far?
So I played it. We did a little bit of testing with Entei Valiant. A couple of people from our locals were playing it. I played against one in one of the rounds in day 1, and I do feel like the matchup is. It's not exactly 50-50. I think it's more in favor of them, especially if they can get the right tools at the right time.
Sure.
The devolution HTM or HM? TM, it can be like catastrophic really for Charizard. But yeah, I mean, the big player for me was Delphox, but your Radiant Charizard is a heavy hitter as well.
Yeah, just being able to utilize all of your sort of pieces in your deck.
Yeah, for sure.
It's fantastic way, and it's showcased, right?
Yeah,
like you said, the Delphox was there in both of the games, just kind of threatening the board state. You were just kind of chipping away where you needed to, and it looked incredible to watch you play that out. I mean, just to kind of give everyone at home just a bit of details, how long have you been playing the game? How long have you been involved with Pokemon?
I mean, it's a little bit fuzzy, but I've been playing for maybe 7 years. But yeah, try my best. I try to come to every regional, in the Europe anyway. Yeah, but this is my best finish, so.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously you enjoy it. That's why you keep coming back to all the regionals as
for
well.
Sure,
And like I
for sure.
said, bit of a breakout performance for yourself. Your best finish
for
so
sure.
far.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Just coming back to the tournament now, do you think, have you seen what's potentially also in top 8? How does it look for you? How are you feeling?
No idea. I know there's a wacky Palkia deck played by Kirkham. I know that there are. I'm hoping that there is a few more Mews. I mean, the matchup's not 100% my way, but if they can play it well, it's actually quite hard. But yeah, I hope to hit some more Mews, basically.
Oh, how many did you face in your run so
far? I think I played against 3.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.
All nice and easy, as you'd expect.
Well, no, they're not nice and easy. The Mew players know how to play against Charizard.
Yeah,
they've
sure.
tested it, they've practiced it. You just honestly have to get a little bit lucky sometimes.
I mean, there must be a reason why you're calling out, Mews alongside Henry Brand at the same time. But yeah, lots to look forward to. I think there's a good plethora of decks in top 8, or how it looks so far.
Cool.
I'm going to say congratulations one
Thank you
more
very
time.
much. Thank
It's
you, Doug.
great to see you there. A lot of the UK players seem to be doing really well, and I feel like you've had to take out another one in Luke.
Yeah,
but,
sadly, a friend of mine as well. So that was a bit rough taking him out, but has to be done.
It is. One of you has to make it. But
Yeah,
again, congratulations. Well done. Good
Thank you.
luck in top 8.
Thank you very much. Thank
that's
you.
it with our winners interview from our final round of day 2 as we finalize our top 8 players. We'll catch you back shortly. Well, just a quick and short turnover here now. I've just replaced Elliot with one of my fellow co-casters, Mike Ellis. How are you feeling today?
I'm loving it. The amount of decks I'm seeing come through and do so well. Our top 8 is going to be one of the best top 8s I think we've had in the last year or so, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, it's incredible. Just this whole tournament in Gdańsk so far, this regional has been an incredible watch, and hopefully you guys have been enjoying it at home as well. But I know a lot of other people have been tweeting and sort of giving us a lot of impressions. We're going to do a little bit of a react with our boy Mike Ellis here as we just have a quick look at some of the tweets that have come through with the hashtag Play Pokemon.
I love this. So many people making their first day 2. Somehow managed to qualify for day 2 at Gdańsk Regional. Undefeated 504. I'm so happy and excited. And that's what it's all about, seeing newer players making their journey all the way to the top. We had Bartosz on here talking about how much it meant to him. He called his wife straight away. But for Jasmine there, making it through undefeated as well, 504.
Yeah, incredible to see. Like I said, remember, using that hashtag Play Pokemon gives everyone the opportunity to be featured at some point, potentially, on this regionals. And Gdańsk has been fantastic to get all the interaction so far, even via chat or via all of our sort of social posts as well. It's been incredible to go through. Sorry, we're just getting... Oh, here we go. We have another one. It is us. It's us again. Look. Inception here. I wish someone looked at me the way Mike looks at Alex Dow.
Well, I honestly, I just love listening to you talk about Pokemon. You're so knowledgeable. And it's great just hearing you, deliver those knowledge bombs for everyone at home. And I just listen in, and sometimes I get mesmerized by it, and this is what happens.
I'm trying my best here. You haven't seen me, but I've got the same cheeks as Pikachu that I've been holding here. Bright reds. But thank you very much for that tweet. Moving on.
Oh, Ross. So funny little story about Ross. I commentated him at some point in the past on his first ever stream game, and I complimented on his beard. And I came up against him in a local tournament last week where he went, By the way, you're the guy who commentated me when I did my first ever stream game, and you complimented me on my beard, and since then we've become good friends over it. But yeah, he took a picture in the snow here when you get hit by a Path to the Peak and Roxanne, and that feeling you get. It can be a rough old situation to come back from in a game if you get hit by that Path to the Peak and the Roxanne together. But good to see you, Ross, at the event, and I hope you had a good time in Gdańsk.
Yeah, it has been very chilly out in here. We haven't quite seen the shivery chill of Chen Pao too much.
Just in the Palkia deck?
Just in the Palkia deck. Just a little tech within Palkia. It's no longer the main player, it seems. But Luke Kirkham there with that deck. And into top 8 as well. But
another one of my locals.
Another one of your new locals.
Yeah. Shout out to Tubbs.
Yep, so there from Tubbs. My face when I've read the opponent's card 5 times and I still forget what it does. That is not the face I pulled in Liverpool Regionals. But we move on from those. But yeah, that's an incredible, yeah, just my face when.
It must be a bit like that with what you said about Luke Kirkham having the Ice Rider Calyrex. I'm sure a lot of people have forgotten what that does. It's been a while since we've seen it. And Palkia V-Star for a lot of people. But yeah, this was us during Pictionary yesterday, and we got quite a few reactions with the My Face When with this picture. A lot of people having fun with this one on social media. Here's another one. Yeah. My face when I first realized that Manaphy doesn't protect you from Lost Mine.
Yeah, Lost Mine, one of those cards that has defined the meta for so long now. As we just, yeah, it's unfortunate. And that's the kind of face where you just kind of just see it, just nothing to do. Nothing you can do when the board state sets up like that.
I feel like that's a lot of people's faces when they realize Jirachi doesn't protect you from Tachyon Bits on Iron Valiant as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But, you know, there have been cards now that have been able to counter that. Instead of Manaphy, you have its, I guess, brother-in-arms and Jirachi to stop those Lost Mines. So maybe that's not your face anymore. Maybe that's there'll be a new face for that kind of react.
My face when it's my birthday and no one noticed it from Mike Eller's PTCG. I'm fairly certain I didn't post that.
Well,
but
well, just as it is, just for you guys, everyone at home, alongside Shay's yesterday, it is also our fellow co-caster's birthday in Mike Ellis.
I've been stitched up.
Happy birthday, Mike.
That cake looks incredible, so thank you very much. Wow.
Yeah, so again, happy birthday from all of us on the stream, from backstage, everyone here at the tournament as well. But we want to wish you the best birthday possible that you have to spend with us. I don't know if that's fortunate or
I
unfortunate.
couldn't think of a better thing to do on my birthday than talk about Pokemon with all my friends here in Gdańsk. It's been quite fun just sort of sneaking around under the radar, whereas now you just announced it to the world. So yes, it's my birthday. And thank you very much for everyone wishing me a happy birthday.
Yeah, forever in the mindsets of everyone. Ben, next time, can you not just showcase what's happening, what we're trying to do here?
It's not my
spoiled it.
He ruined it.
I was too eager.
He walked out with a cake before we even got anywhere.
I brought this all the way from home. I made this myself.
You baked it, did you?
I bought it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't buy
it. You bought it.
I lied.
But, yeah, okay. So, again, happy birthday, Mike. Let's have a fantastic top 8 that will be shortly being able to show you guys alongside the rest of my co-casters. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Small little break before we bring you top 8 action at Gdańsk Regionals.
I'm from France and my name is Thomas. This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for Worlds, so it means a lot for my community. If I won the World Champion, it's big, it's amazing. So yeah, that will mean a lot. And I know that for every player will be really proud of him because he had such a difficult tournament from the beginning to the end.
I'm Alex Shmansky from the United States. It feels amazing to win UIC. It's really hard to articulate what this win means to me. Since I've gotten second so many times, I've never really felt the win. And all of a sudden, I finally have won after a lot of years playing Pokemon. It's surreal. I never really doubted my strategy this weekend. I just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me. Winning Worlds would be incredible. I spent a lot of time playing Pokemon, and for that to pay off at a World Championship would be amazing.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States. Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's a dream I've been having since I ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Hi guys, I'm Ross Gilbert and I'm joined by the lovely Joe and the lovely Amy, and we wanted to have a bit of a chat about changes that have been made this season to the qualification for the World Championships of the Pokemon trading card game. In short, the bar has gone up. You need more championship points to get that qualification to Worlds. What do we think, Joe?
Well, yeah, really tough invite this season. There's lower best finish limit as well, which means every tournament matters now. You really need to put a lot of effort in because you have to maximize the regionals and special events that you are attending.
So Amy, one thing I'm wondering about with this new, lower best finish limits, higher championship point threshold, is that going to change the deck you would pick for a tournament, with every tournament being so much more important now?
I think so, and I think it will make a difference to the deck choices that we're going to see. I think maybe less risks will be taken, and certainly for me, I will be taking many less risks. I think it's going to be more imperative than ever to make sure that your deck is refined down to the number.
I mean, one of the things for me has always been that big question of, are you going to win or are you going to cut? Are you taking a bit more of a risk to try and actually win the whole thing, or are you going for a nice consistent deck with decent matchups across the board? I want to top cut and get some points. Winning the tournament isn't necessarily my goal. One of the reasons I love Miraidon so much, fast, consistent, likely to cut. I mean, Joe, where do you come down on that? When you go to tournaments, what's your goal?
Well, it previously was just play it safe, but I think now, because you can get an automatic invitation from spiking the tournament, now players can go for that risk. They can go for broke and end up getting an automatic invitation from winning a regional or special event. That's new this season, so there's a bit of everything for everyone now.
Yeah, this is something which I love about the new format this season, because we've seen it before where players have, won a regional and then somehow fallen short of qualification. That was possible. And we want all the regionals winners at Worlds. That just makes sense. So, I mean, Worlds, it's supposed to be exclusive, right? It's supposed to be difficult to qualify for. What have we been hearing around the community since these changes have been announced? How are people feeling?
I think people generally are excited. From what I've seen, people are really enjoying the changes that are being made. I think people are enjoying the fact there's more compensation for these events, for those who do well. I think that there's a lot of excitement around kind of being able to go to these events and being able to shine brighter than before. There's more participants at these events. The cups and challenges locally seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The stakes are really high, but all I'm hearing is positive things right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great time to be a Pokemon fan. We've got locals back now, League Challenges and League Cups. They are all over. My timeline is constantly filled with people reporting how they've done at Cups. Seems like half of them have won and half of them have scrubbed out every single weekend. We talked about the increase in prize money for regionals and internationals, which is something people are very excited about, and the attendance numbers this year. We are seeing tournament numbers. When we started this commentary, Joe, in 2016, we could not have imagined numbers like this, and that means that not only is that bar slightly higher in terms of championship points, but I was talking earlier, I went to a 5-round top 4 regional a few years ago. That is well in the past.
Yeah, we just had Pittsburgh, the largest regional championships ever, almost 1,800 players, and I think that's going to continue throughout the season. I hope we can replicate that in Europe as well. If we could push 1,000 masters in a tournament, that would be absolutely exceptional, because I think there's people out there wanting to play in these tournaments, so we can definitely start hitting those bars. And I think think the kickers now for regionals and special events, they are reflecting that. So I think, even with some less powerful days, and if you have some awkward losses, some bad matchups, that sort of thing, you still come home with something. You're still working towards that goal because the kickers are going right the way down now with these larger tournaments. So I think you're always coming home with something from a regional event.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of big changes, and like you say, the kickers, more people getting points at an event, a big part of that. Well, hopefully you guys are going to be joining us at events all throughout the season, so hang tight. There's more Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
Hi, it's Shay Bowen here, and today we're going to look at Iron Valiant EX. Iron Valiant EX has the ability Tachyon Bits, which allows it to place 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon whenever Iron Valiant switches into the active. This means as long as you have enough Iron Valiants in play and enough switching cards, you can have up to an extra 80 damage to place before you even attack. Medicham V can be devastating here, since if the 2 damage counters placed from Yoga Loop KO something, you can skip your opponent's next turn entirely. Zartu's Clairvoyant Sensibility can be used to power up Iron Valiant's Laser Blade attack, or we can forego attacking with it completely, instead favouring something like Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX for even more board pressure, making for a very scary card.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to our live coverage here at the Gdańsk Regional Championships. My name is Benjamin Rabiotti. I'm joined here by my lovable friend, Alex Dow. Alex, top 8 next.
Yep, incredible. We've finally whittled it down from over 900 masters down to our top 8 players. It's been a grueling 15 rounds of 2 days of action of Pokemon. We've brought you as much as we could from a stream perspective. I was just over on the couch, and I'm over here again. I'm here, there, and everywhere. But our top 8 has been secured now, Ben. So much to look forward to.
Yeah, so much to look forward to, but so many surprises in top 8. Not some of your most common decks making the top of the bracket. We, of course, know Luke Kirkham making top 8 with that Palkia V-Star, as we featured earlier. Tord Reklev, of course, making top 8 with the box. I'm just going to call it Tord Box.
We've gone Paradox Box.
We can call it Paradox Box, I suppose. Yeah.
But yeah, plenty of players who made it. We are showcasing now our top 8. So we already mentioned Luke Kirkham there, who was first seed after we saw him on stream, taking down his matchup there, and Tord Reklev, of course. Robin Schultz, also shown on and featured already, was our second seed going into top 8. He'll be up against Jamie Hindley. And on the other side, another couple of players we've already seen. Thomas Elliott Jones, who just made his way through, will be up against Block Snorlax.
Yeah, some strong and stiff competition going into this top 8. Some of the more common names, like we said, like Tord Reklev, Robin Schultz, of course, former world champion, because of course we of course got Lukash as well that we featured. A lot of these players we have seen on stream. We know what they're playing. What are you expecting going into this top 8?
Oh, I think it's all like almost like a free-for-all here.
Yeah.
This is what happens when we have such a wide format, right? We have 2 players who we haven't featured on stream yet, who are the new VMAX players, Ewan West and Jamie Hindley. But you know what? It's not down to us what we're going to feature. It is down to you. We're giving you guys the opportunity once again for the community vote of which top 8 match will be featured in our top 8 game.
Yeah, so many choices for our community in this top 8. And what I love about this tournament, you know, this top 8 is really reflective of the meta that we've had, right? So many decks as a viable option for our players, right? We've got the Miraidons, we've got the Gardevoirs, we've got the Mews. None of these decks have really dominated, I'll say, top 8s, right?
No, exactly that. And a lot of these players, I think, are playing decks which are almost their comfort picks as well. Yeah, we spoke about Luke Kirkham a lot. A dear friend of ours is playing Palkia once again. It's a deck he keeps coming back to and just kind of innovating a little bit with that Ice Rider, sorry, not Shadow Rider. But then there's players like Ewan West, who's playing Mew VMAX once again, really trying to make a name for themselves. There's a few players like doing that, and that's what this format allows us to do, really burst open that opportunity to make you the main person of a regional tournament.
Yeah, of course. Talking about the meta, though, let's just have a recap of our day 1 meta. There we see Miraidon at 16%, Gardevoir at 12, and then Charizard EX at that 11%. We do have a high count of Mew VMAX in day 2. Of course, 11% of our day 1 meta, that's a high conversion rate.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, unfortunately though, Miraidon will not be appearing in our top 8.
Yeah, surprising.
The closest player was our LAIC champion, who unfortunately just fell short to Erin Kingma, a player we saw featured up against, it was Robin Schultz, it was Charizard EX Miro, wasn't it? As we do get a chance again, just have a little flick through of the day 2 deck analysis. That conversion rate for Miraidon was fantastic, but just couldn't get over the line.
Still good, just couldn't reach that mark. We, of course, we're talking about that conversion rate of the Mew VMAX. Snorlax Stool there as well at that 9%, taking advantage of the meta, taking everybody by surprise. You know, having a good few standings here or there. Roaring Moon, of course, there as well, which took us a bit by surprise when we saw that in the day 2.
Oh, yes, and I've been using my Shea crystal ball with that Mew VMAX prediction so far. We do have a couple in our top 8. Charizard EX seemingly dominating, I guess, our top 8 purely because of 3 of them in there right now. But you know what? Roaring Moon is still hanging in there because of one particular player.
Yeah, Roaring Moon still hanging in there.
Tord Reklev with that one off.
It counts. I'm saying it counts, all right? That one Roaring Moon EX in, of course, that Tord's deck that we were speaking about earlier. We featured it twice, of course. And, of course, I think we've got our choice
we do.
From the community. You guys have chosen what's coming up next.
It will be, again, we're bringing him back on. But there's a reason why people want to see it, because they're trying to figure out what it is. Who this player is playing in terms of the innovation level that he's bringing, not just sticking to that tried and tested Gardevoir. Tord Reklev is our community choice vote once again.
You're joking.
You're joking.
They haven't chosen Tord.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it.
Seeing him take so many more prizes in such quick fashion this time will be fantastic. But you know, he's got a tricky fixture in his matchup. Of course, I believe we will be bringing on one of our other players that we have featured again. I believe it was Erin that he will be up against in the top 8 matchup. So Charizard EX up against that Lost Paradox box.
So we've seen it against Gudra. We've seen it against Gardevoir, but now let's see what it does against this Charizard EX. We saw Erin up against Robin Schultz a few rounds ago. It'll be interesting to see how Tord has, you know, how does he match up against the raw power of that Charizard EX?
I mean, there's so many answers available for Tord, right? You've got the sort of Iron Hands EX to take easy 2 prizes on smaller, squishier Pokemon. You have the Roaring Moon to maybe deal with a big HP Charizard EX, but can Tord really get to those positions? Has to get to the 7 Mirage Gates, has to work around with all of those energies, unable to use things like the Kyogre for late big damage because the Terra type has that prevention of that kind of bench barrier.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that.
Exactly.
A lot of people forget that.
Mike Ellis, well, who said that? Yeah, it doesn't matter, we're moving on. But Erin will be looking to try and best and use up his big Charizard EX Pokemon as well to just try and overcome all of those little Lost Paradox box cards.
Yes, I mean, Erin is not going to make it easy for Tord, let's say, in this top 8. But this is Championship Sunday for these top 8, right? I mean, this is where things get really hairy, right? I mean, if you lose here, your tournament's over, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that Shay loves to mention as well. It's win here and stay in the tournament, or go home. It's time to go home. But, you know, massive congratulations to all of our top 8 competitors so far, and even going down to top 16, top 32. Every one of these players, everyone who made day 2, fantastic performances over the weekend so far. But this is the nitty-gritty now. It's time to find our champion in these final sort of 3 hours, or just a bit over 3 hours of gameplay that are going to be coming up.
Yeah, and like you said, 15 rounds, that's a lot of Pokemon.
It is a lot.
I mean, that's a lot of Pokemon. You've seen a lot of opponents, you know, and now you're reaching the top 8, the tippy top.
The tippy top.
The tippy top of this regional championships. A winner is in there, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's going to have the best Christmas coming up next month of their lives, having been crowned a regional champion, taking home potentially $10,000, I believe, in cash prizing, an automatic invite to Hawaii for the World Championships, and all of those booster boxes, the prizes that are available. It's crunch time, Ben.
Yeah, you mentioned those prizes. Of course, we now have a top 64. We now have a top 16. We now have a top 32. I got ahead of myself there. But of course, top 8 still to be decided, as we know. And I'm just so excited to see what comes out on top.
Yeah, this is just, you know, one of the 4 games that will be going on. We've already seen the bracket, all the other matchups that we have. Like I said, in first seeds up against 8 seeds, Luke Kirkham will be up against Ewan West with that Mew VMAX, up against that Orange Form Palkia V-Star. Let's see how Luke will be able to navigate that. I believe they've actually played in day 2 as well already, and with Luke winning.
Nice.
I believe that was the Mew that he had taken down in his run so far. But many other matchups as well. There's another Mew VMAX with Jamie Hindley as well, someone who had a little mishap in day 1, had to take a round 1 loss, but has then subsequently gone, I don't know, was it 11 or 12-1? I haven't got a clue right now. He's taken the game by storm and made it into top 8 as well.
We speak about that in that early few rounds, right? Although you can go 0-2, you know, I've been there before.
Yeah.
You get back to your group of friends, you get back to your huddle, I'm 0-2. Just win out.
Yeah, just win out.
Come on,
it's
not that
easier
hard.
said than done, right?
Yeah,
easier said than done. Everyone says it to us all the time. I'm always there looking dejected, and then all of a sudden my friends are there trying to G me up. Just win out. Just do it.
I'm 6-0.
Yeah, can't believe it. Anyway, lots more Pokemon to come. Our players are slowly making their way over now. Look, we're highlighting Lost Box here, but there's just so much more going on than just this.
We got to highlight Lost Box here, of course, with Tord rocking it, rocking that engine, the Comfey, flower selecting, smelling the roses with the flower selecting, of course, and rocking the Sableye. But as you mentioned, all those little other players in that deck as well. The Iron Hands, the Roaring Moon, the Kyogre.
The Palkia V-Star.
The Palkia V-Star, I forget that.
Yeah, everyone forgets that. There's so much just kind of amalgamated into this Lost Box deck. You know, it still has all of those pieces, like the Sableye. Just a one-off, has to find a space, of course, to fit in all these other cards. But still seemingly has a game plan against all these different decks. And on Erin's side, Charizard EX was something we've featured a lot. It's been a bit of a favorite deck that myself and Joe have been discussing throughout this weekend, even this weekend. But it's really coming up trumps. We saw Erin up against Robin. You know, it was a mirror match. There's a reason why both of these players are doing so well. And it's that Charizard EX deck.
Yeah, 100%. And you see here, opting to go for the Pidgeot EX engine. Interesting with that. That is a lightning weakness in the bottom left, Alex.
It is a lightning weakness.
So that would be a tasty 3 prizes for that Iron Hands EX. So I'm wondering if Tord's going to go that route. But here we see the 2 players just shuffling up for a big, big top 8.
Yeah, we are preparing ourselves for an incredible match here to try and push themselves into a top 4 spot and then into a final spot, and maybe, just maybe, being able to be crowned Gdańsk Regional Champion.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm really nervous to see how this one's going to go. That's the beauty of Tord's deck. There are so many different options available to him. He must have picked, you'd like to think he cherry-picked, obviously, these Pokemon as an option for these different matchups, right? I'm going to put in the Iron Hands for the Lost Box. I'm going to put in Roaring Moon for, say, some of those difficult-to-get-around Pokemon, or for that one big swing against the Street Prizer. I'm just so interested to see how he operates here.
Yeah, it'll be fantastic to see how he's going to navigate this matchup. As both players here just shuffling up, double-checking their cards, are at the full count of 60 and making sure it is well shuffled, ready for this top 8. All these matches are, none of them are the same, right? We've got a blocked Snorlax, one of your favored decks, also making it top 8. Eren here, as we do see, this is another player for another breakout, performance here.
Yeah,
can really solidify himself as a fantastic, incredible player for the Pokemon TCG. Taking home potentially upwards of up to 200 points.
Yeah, of course. And just because you may not have any standings before, it doesn't mean, if you're reaching top 8, right, you must be well versed, you must be a fantastic player. And of course, Tord, they're looking at those. I mean, he's done it all, right?
I think there's we can say a lot about Tord. Maybe you can share some of those accomplishments with poor Eren there. But this is an opportunity for Eren to take down one of the best of the modern era, right? He's won the lot.
Yeah.
There's so many things we can say about Tord. He's brought a different deck this time, lots of innovation. Let's just see how and if he can navigate past this Charizard EX deck.
I'd like to say Tord's the final boss, but this is only top 8. If Eren is fortunate enough to get through here, still has 2 games to get through to that final. Still 1 game, sorry. The top 4. Still getting ahead of myself. You can see here both our players shuffling up.
Oh, it looks like
I believe Tord's picking Eren to go first, maybe.
Yeah, because remember, we've seen Tord on stream a couple of times already, going second with all of those outs to switching around, the high opportunities to get the Chorus Experiment, maybe trying to take an early prize with that Cramorant, really forcing the pressure on Eren's side of the board, and not providing Eren that opportunity to use a supporter. Sometimes that setup could be a bit stifled.
Yeah, mulligan there from Eren, giving Tord that 1 extra card. Prizes coming down. We will be able to see those very shortly. Now it gets to a sort of a mind game now, right? Coming into top 8.
Oh,
the pressure's on. It's a different beast entirely.
Yeah, but they both players just got to collect themselves. Eren's been on stream already. He's had a taste of it.
Yep.
Didn't lose, which was great to see, and was able to, I think that was the game. That was the Professor research into the Rare Candy Super Rod Charizard, just ride that line of variance again, and potentially, alongside your deck choice, your meta choice for this weekend, can carry you all the way, as we do see another mulligan. Here from Eren, just providing Tord with additional cards. It's just not always what you want to do.
Yeah, Tord with the Lost Box, of course, and only playing 4 supporters. He wouldn't mind 2 extra cards in the hand starting off this one. I mean, I just can't call this one, like I said. I just keep having that running through my mind, right? Because there are no direct counters, I suppose, to the Charizard EX for Tord. You've got the big punch-in power from that Roaring Moon EX, but you've got no kind of grass attackers that can take advantage of the weakness of the Charizard EX. Maybe we see a utilization of Kyogre, but the terrestrialization will stop that as well. It's so many runs of play going through my mind,
As we do see the prizes here from both players, nothing too crazy. The Luminion could be, useful latter part of the stages of the game. I mean, let's just see. I mean, both our players are ready now. We do see the fist bump for our top 8 of Gdańsk Regional Championships. Eren will be kicking us off.
Yeah, looking forward to how things start off here, whether Eren has an explosive start. We see the Pidgey coming down. Can't see any other options for Pokemon Search in that hand, Alex.
No, just the attachment to Pidgey. I mean, Tord has started that Cramorant. It's not the comfy that he would like to start. That Pidgey's really cool as well. With the 50 HP Pidgey, you have the call for family. Obviously, you can't use it for going first. But if a Charmander does go down, Eren could find an opportunity to use Call for Family and just start setting up the board that route. And it's just a pass.
We just see a pass there from Eren, and Tord's going to be looking to go out to the races here.
Lots of pieces here.
Yeah, so many combination pieces. We see the Battle VIP pass. We also see Pokegear hoping to get one of those Colruses in hand to start using that Cramorant and start applying some early pressure. An escape route would be absolutely massive here, but taking out the Charmander itself is the only threat that's posed to Tord right now.
Yep, so there's a few options in Tord's hand. Remember, from what we understood from previous rounds and what we've already understood with our caster cam, of course, Tord is only playing the 4 of Colress's Experiment.
Yep.
Supplemented by the 3 Pokegear 3.0s, I believe they're called. And that way, he just wants to be using Colress's Experiment back to back to back to back. Get all those pieces that he needs into his hand, you know, left into the deck to really sort of utilize Mirage Gate and use and swing with the right attackers.
Yeah, just a little prize check here from Tord, top 8. Some serious stuff, so it's going to be ever more important to have a little prize check. Checking what options are available to you. We see the Comfey coming down with that Radiant Greninja, concealed cards, just having that added consistency. Like I said, going to be hoping to find one of those Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, Tord already well versed in this matchup as well. Faced multiple across the weekend so far. I believe this is now his, at least the 4th Charizard EX deck across the weekend. Currently with a 2-0-1 record against it, so we'll be feeling quite comfortable with this matchup. But let's see how Tord is able to draw concealed cards into Recycler and Super Rod. Not what you want to see too early.
Needs to get another Comfey down as well if he wants to be able to get that sweet 4 cards in the Lost Zone to start using that
first
Cramorant
card in the Lost Zone for Tord Reklev there. That's Super Rod, one of his 3 of cards, if I'm not mistaken, keeping hold of that dark energy.
Yeah, common to see some high counts of these important cards like Super Rods, just in case you meet any of them with the flower selecting. Here we see Pokegear, big 7 cards for Tord. Do we see the Colress's Experiment?
Doesn't look like it.
Don't believe so.
Unless I'm mistaken, it is a miss.
That's a big miss there from Tord, unable to capitalize on the unfortunate start from Eren there.
Yep, not yet able to find a Colress Experiment. Just sort of double checking what is in Eren's hand as well, how this next couple of turns may play out for both players as we sort of start thinking about the longer game now, because Tord is unable to, what looks like, apply pressure. There's the attachment.
Yeah, look at the
retreat into the Cramorant. Doesn't want to give up a Comfey, and it's just a pass over, a slow start from both players.
Slow start from both players, like you said. But with that pass, it does render Eren available to kind of start the pressure himself here. Here we see the Ultra Ball come down, and with all these low HP Pokemon on Tord's side of the field, the Burning Darkness is always going to be active, doing that 180 damage. He's going to be looking to take prizes as soon as possible.
Oh yes, Eren looking to heat up the battlefield here and really start to burn through Tord's deck with that Burning Darkness. There's an Ultra Ball there, just having to find some pieces. Doesn't have access to Luminion, of course, so unable to grab a supporter with that. Outside of that, is that an Arven there?
Does have, I think it was,
it is an Arven.
2 Arven in hand.
So there's options available. You know, this could reach out for a Pokemon that Arven could grab, something like a rare candy and something else as well.
He can go for quite an explosive turn here. He could, I believe, go for the Pidgeot, grab rare candy from the Arven.
But then wouldn't be able, is one piece missing.
Search, yeah, he'd be 1 piece short, I think.
So do you just potentially go for the Charizard EX at this stage, start swinging away? There's a Pidgeot V, considering the Arven 4. There's the Ultra Ball for the Pidgeot V, maybe get a Forest Seal Stone from the Arven as well. So that's 2 more pieces. Is that 2 Arven in hand?
That's 2 Arven in hand, so would be able to find rare candy and the Forest Seal Stone.
Would like to see Eren start to set up, you know, other Charmanders as well at as soon as possible. Yeah. You know, because it's very unlikely that the Charizard EX will go down But too easily with just one in the lost zone.
But you do need that second attacker, right?
Yes.
You need that second attacker as an insurance, just in case Tord was able to take the knockout on the Charizard EX. I'm thinking he's only able to do that through Roaring Moon EX with that Frenzied Gouging.
Yep.
Here we see opting to go for that Rare Candy, like we said.
It's always the fear, though. If you're able to Roaring Moon the Charizard EX, you are activating and ramping up their damage from Burning Darkness as well. That 2 prizes will allow Aaron to start swinging for 240, generally taking out anything on towards side of the board other than that Palkia V-Star, as we do see the Arbor being played there. There's a Forest Seal Stone. Just double checking the resources from Tord's side. Not too sure, is there enough combo pieces there to grab whatever he would like?
Yeah, we see the Star Alchemy being used here. I would imagine he's probably going to be grabbing that Charizard EX. Oh no, opting to go for the Pidgeot. So, opting to make Quick Search active on his second turn, which is still really strong.
Yeah, maybe happy to just keep setting up a couple more Charmanders in the board state as well. You know, seeing that Tord, in comparison to the other games we've seen Tord on stream, not really sort of burst through to that increased loss zone as before, as we do see there just the Rare Candy into the Quick Search. Pidgeot EX, a fantastic card, combo card in Stage 2 decks because of that incredible ability just to be able to search out any card from your deck.
Yeah, Quick Search, so powerful in these combination-based decks when you need little cards like Rare Candy, maybe even the Charizard EX. You need your Ultra Balls, you need your counter catchers. You know, there's no better Pokemon to have on your field than the Quick Search Pidgeot EX.
Yep, so let's just see how he will play this turn out here. Quick searching, going through the deck again. Already has an idea what is prized through a few searches before. Is that just a Charmander?
See, the problem is here, the Moonlight Shuriken is looking pretty dangerous from Tord's side, right? Because there's no Manaphy on board.
It'll be a tough burst to 7, though, with Chorus Experiment taking you up to 3, the Comfy taking you up to 4. You need another free cards in the Lost Zone, and it's not something that Tord's deck is really built for.
No.
So maybe Aaron just thinking, well, you've only put 1 into Lost Zone. That Cram's still in the active spot. It's an annoying card to deal with. And it's just a pass. Let's just slowly set up my board here. And when I'm ready, I'm going to start swinging.
And that's a top deck of the Colress's Experiment for Tord. Concealed cards starting us off here. Drawing 2, I believe one of those cards was the Kyogre Celebrations.
Tord does need to get into the Comfy, into active spots.
Slapping that Colress down, looking at the top 5. What do we see, Tord?
Switch card and Escape Rope. Two escape ropes. And a Nest Ball. Is that just then a card that's not a little bit less useful as well? Just at the front there, the Poker Gear trying to chain those Chorus Experiments. So it's always an option to have to put into his hands if he doesn't see them. Looks like double Escape Rope currently being eyed up as a Lost Zone options. Wants to take out this Charmander in the active spot.
Yeah.
Because it leaves Aaron in the same position as the previous turn.
Yes.
If it's just switch karting and maneuvering around, I should say.
Yeah, and here we see those 2 Escape Rope hit the Lost Zone for Tord. Important to mention as well, and remind our viewers that there's no Gust in Tord's deck. There's no Boss's Orders, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how he gets around these big HP Charizard EXs.
Yeah, exactly that. Something you don't typically see in Lost Box Kyogre lists, and at the heart of it, that's what Tord is playing.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't actually seen Tord utilize Kyogre too much. We do see his one-off Sableye hit the Lost Zone. There is now 4 there, as we do see another Nest Ball being played by Tord.
Another Nest Ball, you would have thought it'd be another Comfey coming down. Another Flower Selecting, not a terrible option for Tord right now. Start building up that Lost Zone towards the 10. However, important to mention,
just needs to hit the 7.
Just as that Sableye has hit the Lost Zone, that's his only copy.
Yeah, that's exactly that, Ben. Just plays the 1 copy to find the space for all the other cards.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, this deck that Tord's playing really only needs to hit upwards towards the 7.
Yeah, here we see the Escape Rope.
Interesting here by Aaron.
I actually quite like bringing forwards the Pidgeot V.
Yeah.
Because it's able to tank a hit and then use Vanishing Wings and hide away. The Pidgeot EX also is a card that has 280 HP. Now, Iron Hands hits for weakness, of course.
Yeah, he did.
It would have to use the first attack of Iron Hands, which is the arm press to deal 160 times 2 to knock it out. Wouldn't be able to utilize the Ampu very much. Too much there, because only dealing 240 once weakness is accounted for. But here, I really like the Pidgeot V, the X spot. Double escape rope there. That's all 4 escape ropes used by Tord. Well, not used, but in play by Tord.
Let's say in play. Yeah, I really like the promotion of the Vanishing Winds. Like you said, such an efficient way to kind of deal with the damage from Lost Box. Spit innocently, only doing 110. You know, we've seen this before, the Pidgeot V being utilized in the Lost Box variants, taking a hit from the Cramorant and then just
Do you want to be giving up the
going
Charmander
away.
again? That's a scenario that Aaron finds himself in. I may again would have liked to have seen the Pidgeot EX go forward, maybe trying to absorb a hit.
Yep.
Not ideal to leave damage on the board, but you know that Sableye not doing anything there. It does leave it susceptible to Ampi very much later if Tord does have to take 3 prizes somewhere down the line. But you know, Aaron's decided to promote the Charmander into the active spot. It will be an easy first prize taken in this top 8 match here.
Yeah.
With this Cramorant in the active spot. There you go, spit innocently.
Yeah, applying the pressure there, taking the first prize of this game with the Cramorant, spit innocently, promoting the Pidgeot EX there, of course, with that free retreat from Aaron. And let's see what he can do in the face of this Cramorant.
In the face of adversity.
Yeah.
There's the Arven coming down again. So, is able to instantly go into another Charizard. Well, go into his first Charizard EX, I should say. Did have to, unfortunately, lose a Charmander on that turn. But, you know, that's activated all the... started ramping up some of the attacks from Burning Darkness now. There's a Forest Sealstone with a rare candy. I imagine the Forest Sealstone now that is used is just fodder.
Yep.
For a particular card.
Quick search, you would imagine, for an out to the Charizard EX, if not the Charizard EX itself. And here we see the quick search showing off its stuff. And of course, with the rare candy in hand from that, Arven is going to be able to start applying some pressure here with that Burning Darkness. Infernal Rain raining down some fire energies onto that Charizard. Rare candy there, and the Charizard. Just a quick search of the deck. Get out those 2 energies.
Infernal Rain, baby.
Yeah.
Let it rain with all those fire energies.
Quick 2 attachments there. You'd imagine an energy. Oh, would you attach another energy? You might want to attach another energy to the Pidgeot EX as an optional attacker.
Yeah, the opportunity to use its actual attack, Blustery Wind, to deal 120. Not something you see too often, but it is available there.
It's not usually an option, I would have thought, for Aaron, but with all of these low HP Pokemon on Tord's side, can take some cheeky prizes here or there.
Yeah, it's one of those now that if Aaron promotes Charizard EX, Tord will be looking to try and burst into that Roaring Moon, if at all possible, because it's only 2 away from the Mirage Gate threshold of 7 in the Lost Zone. And then being able to use something like Frenzy Gouging just to instantly knock out a Charizard EX will be hugely impactful for this matchup.
Yeah, and here we see the manual attachment to the Pidgeot. Oh, and
It is
to
just a
use
Blustery Wind.
This is so interesting now, because this makes the Iron Hands that much more effective with that Pokemon in the active. Of course, Tord is going to be really looking to capitalize on this. It might be able to take 3 prizes here if he's able to get that Ampi very much off.
Ampi very much, Ben, only dealing 120 though.
Oh,
so does have to
okay,
target
yeah.
the Pidgeot V if he was able to take 3 prizes. 280 HP, just out of reach for Ampi very much. But Arm Press is available. It's an option.
Yeah.
Still accelerating and taking 2 prizes if Tord chooses to do so. But again, you're ramping up Charizard EX on the bench. Now, Tord has no gusting options, can't target down the Charizard EX until it's in the active spot. And with all of those escape ropes already utilized, it's going to be a different route to victory. That will be having to try and target down. The Recycler hitting the lost zone. 6 now.
Yeah.
There.
Just one more to make those Mirage Gates active for Tord and a viable option. So here we see the Poker Gear
Poker Gear
down.
again. Does he hit it the second time? There it is.
There it is. There's the Chorus's Experiment. Of course, the main engine of Tord's deck. No other supporters, no other draw supporters, no Gust.
The only engine.
The only engine. The only engine.
Not something we
Tord.
see too often.
No, not at all. And Tord will be able to look at those top 5. It's going to be interesting to see if he does still go for that Iron Hands, but it would be an easy 2 prizes for Aaron still.
It would be an easy retaliation.
Yeah.
But at this stage, the way Aaron set up the board, is there much else you could do? There's no escape ropes to go around and maybe target something else. I think Tord's just kind of eyeing up his options that are available to him as well. Plays the Chorus Experiment, top 5.
I'm wondering if Aaron is trying to bait Tord into putting down those 2 prizes, right? Because the 1 prizes are easy to deal with, but it's the 2 prizes that Aaron really wants to be able to knock out to speed up this game.
Yeah. I definitely echo that sentiment there, Ben. Being able to sort of force your opponent to have to use big attackers is one way that Charizard can really sort of ramp up its own prize racing.
Yeah.
As it does see sort of the occasional knockouts here. I mean, if Tord uses Iron Hands, goes down to 3 prizes, the Charizard will retaliate, Aaron will go down to 3 prizes, and then it's on Tord to find a way to maybe Roaring Moon. There it is. There's Iron Hands.
Super Rod is in hand as well, so he will be able to get that Lightning Energy, but he does have the Lightning Energy in hand. Oh, no, sorry, he needs double Lightning Energy to be able to use Arm Press.
Correct, yep. 2 Lightning, 1 colorless.
So we'll need to Super Rod. Any case, there's the first Mirage step. Did just Super Rod, so he does have quite an efficient way of just putting down the water and the lightning down.
Just the 1, is it Dark Energy left? Oh, and a couple of Psychics in the water there. Doesn't want to use the Dark Energy, of course, on the Iron Hands. Wants to keep it for that Roaring Moon, if at all possible. If and when Charizard steps up to the field to try and trailblaze himself through towards deck as well.
Does play 4 Darkness Energy, so
this
Frenzied
is
Gouging will always be an option.
Heavily resource intensive.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is going to go. This Iron Hands has to take the knockout here. You are, of course, limiting Aaron from using Quick Search. Your Mirage Gates are also just, you only really need to use the 1 to power up your Arm Press attack. And then you can start trying to build up the board with that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, benching the Roaring Moon, really interesting play there by Tord. Just showing Aaron, these are my threats here, right? These are what I've got on offer as attackers. And now for Aaron, there is a 3-turn attack, right, of taking game, so he can just knock out the Iron Hands, knock out the Roaring Moon, and then just knock out one of these single
There's the
prizes.
Arm Press. Yep, the knockout on the Pidgeot EX, dealing 320 damage, over KOing the Pidgeot. Aaron really needs to maybe target down that Moon as an option.
I would like to see that, I think. I'll be asking more questions of Tord. If they're able to use Counter Catcher, then Iono as well, even better, because you would be putting Tord, of course, down to 3. Oh, Lost City comes down.
Could that make a massive impact in this game? You do push Tord up if you take knockouts, but remember, it's just a Sableye that hits the threshold of 10 in the lost counter. Tord only really cares about the Mirage Gates and getting 7 in the lost zone here.
With no more escape rope as an option to Tord as well, Aaron will be able to just promote this Charizard EX and just freely bench some more Charmanders, right? So even if they can't get the knockout on the Roaring Moon, taking out Iron Hands is just as well, right? But we see here not a fantastic hand
No,
from
it's
Aaron.
not a great hand. It's just a retaliate Burning Darkness attack.
Burning Darkness, oh, that feels quite rough. The Iron Hands does have to hit the Lost Zone, of course, with that Lost City. Thank you, Tord.
Yep, 9 in the Lost Zone now. Can Tord find a way to frenzy gouging his way through this big, bulky Terra Charizard EX?
You would hope so.
I mean,
if you were Tord.
Considering putting it forward,
That's
are the
confident.
pieces? Yeah, are the pieces already in hand? Not having to worry about digging for any more cards. Mirage Gate top decked, I believe.
Yeah, he did have the Darkness Energy in deck, and with that top deck of the Mirage Gate, Frenzy Gouging is now an option for Tord, and that's what you would imagine he would be doing.
Yeah,
here.
nice and simple. Mirage Gate in hand, played down, Psychic Energy, Dark Energy in deck. Just needs to apply it to the active. Of course, needs to think about the last prize, but this would put himself in such a commanding position.
Yeah, of course, removing most of the threats on Aaron's board.
All
However,
of it. All of it, really.
With Frenzy Gouging, of course, putting 200 damage on himself isn't ideal when you've got a Pidgeot V in front of you as well. Flight Surf is an option for Aaron to use. Just that 80 damage will see off that Roaring Moon EX as well. And then how does Tord deal with that Pidgeot V then?
Well, with Iron Hands already gone, there's no easy way to take the knockout.
And we see another Colress come down. But I don't believe, actually, thinking about it, I don't believe I saw an energy in Aaron's hand either. So this is a really awkward situation for both players, really.
Yeah, it's one crazy way for this matchup to sort of go. I kind of highlighted the way Tord was going to go through the prize mapping, utilizing Iron Hands, utilizing Roaring Moon. We do see a Pokestop as well. He's just double checking. He's not going to deck himself out anytime soon. Switch cards. Psychic Energy gone. Comfey gone. How much does he want to see that energy go? I think he still has access to a Recycler again.
I think he did have Darkness Energy in hand.
Yeah,
right?
he had Dark Energy in hand, so the Frenzy Gouging is always happening. Flight Surf from Pidgeot V could retaliate if there's an energy Merriman could get access to. Might be top deck mode once again. And then it's just on Tord to try and close out the game with just one prize remaining.
Yeah, intrigued to see how this one goes now for both players. Frenzied Gouging looking like the likely outcome here for Tord.
There it
There
is.
it is. There's the 200 damage coming down onto that Roaring Moon EX. And let's see what Aaron has here.
Is there enough to do something to
Let's
stay
show
in the
us the
game?
one. Oh, it's a Battle VIP pass.
That is not what you're after. This could be it for Aaron's board.
Escape Rope and Boss
Pokestop,
in
is there
hand.
anything that this Pokestop could give him? Super Rod,
Super Rod,
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball.
Unfortunately, none of the cards that he's requiring right here, right now.
He's writing on the wall here for Aaron. Just deliberating that Nest Ball, and with when only Tord requiring one prize here, he is able to knock anything out really with the Roaring Moon EX. See here a Mew.
A Mew just grabbing more items. Again, not ideal.
Doesn't play any items to try and get any energy from the deck. Doesn't play any energy search. So interesting.
It doesn't look good for Aaron.
No.
Tord putting himself in a very commanding position here. There is the Mew, the Celebrations Mew that we've seen do incredible things in a lot of matchups and a lot of decks so far.
Yeah,
Mysterious Tail, an incredible ability.
For Aaron, just really has to deal with this Roaring Moon before anything else.
Just unfortunate draws Aaron's had so
Yeah.
far.
Calamity Storm is going to look like the likely option for Tord next turn. Looking at that Pidgeot V or even Frenzied Gouging. Here we
There's an
see
escape
the
rope.
escape rope. Promoting the Comfey.
Does move the Roaring Moon away and out of harm's way, I should say.
Here we see the Mysterious Tail Mew. Just wondering here what Aaron's game plan is.
Just trying to look through the deck, trying to find opportunities that may be available to Aaron. Want to know what's he looking for? What's this mysterious tail? What could it bring for Aaron's board?
Yeah, Pokestop already used. Let's have a look at those top 6. We see an Iono. I believe there's a Charmander and a Charizard EX.
There's
see the
Ultra
Ultra
Ball.
Ball. Wondering what he's going to be looking for here.
I think Luminion's still prized. He hasn't been able to take it out of the prizes.
But even so, I'm unsure what Luminion will do here. I guess Luminioning for Iona will disrupt towards to 1, of course, but with an abundance of flower selecting, and even with a flower selecting in the active, Tord is able to get out of that sticky situation.
Yep, it's not looking too great here. Aaron playing to as many of his outs, or if any at all. Just double checking the hand. Forest Sealstone already been used. Tord here just setting up having his board in a state where, well, Aaron, you've got to deal with the main threat here. Very calm. Not much Tord could do depending on what Aaron is able to pull out of the bag.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aaron, anything he promotes here will be in range of the Roaring Moon. Just looking for that Manaphy there. So does grab, the Jirachi.
Grab the Jirachi.
Okay.
Again, not too much going on.
Yeah, Sableye in the loss zone for Tord, so that Jirachi posing very little threat to his game plan.
Jirachi coming down.
Punches down the Jirachi, and with an attachment of the Forest Seal Stone, may end his turn here.
Just one prize, remember, from Tord's side of the board. There's not much in his hand that he can play out. Is there?
No, we do see the boss, though. Can't afford the boss. Wondering what he is bossing. Bossing up the Radiant Greninja.
I guess with the Jirachi coming out, it's just filling his hand a little bit, little bit more. Yeah, and I think Tord's just showcased what actually is in his hand. It's just an energy attachment retreat, and the Roaring Moon will be able to take game 1 of our top 8. Tord playing ever so perfectly just to kind of get his board into the state where that Charizard EX is not able to deal with anything from Aaron's side.
Tord Reklev putting himself 1 game away from top 4 now. Exciting stuff. Wondering how, now that both players know exactly what their game plans are in this specific matchup, it'll be exciting to see how both players proceed now in going into game 2.
Oh, 100%. I think Aaron's a little bit unfortunate with some of those draws once again. He'll be looking to try and establish more Charmanders, more Charizard EXs. Once one Roaring Moon is sort of taken out, maybe the first Charizard EX, you'd then be able to generally respond if you're able to just chain KOs. In that scenario, he had to utilize Pidgeot EX as an attacker, then he loses his sort of powerful draw with that quick search ability. And it just sort of crumbled at that stage.
It just sort of fell apart for Aaron, I think. I think Aaron had a really unfortunate start, right?
Yeah.
Was unable to really pop off with all of the ball search and the battle VIP pass that are available to him. And unfortunately was maybe forced to use the Pidgeot EX when he may not have wanted to. I suppose with the Iron Hand as an option for Tord. He will know that, of course. I think everybody's aware of what Tord's playing now. It would be interesting to know if he wanted to use that attack. I doubt it. But yeah, I would have put that down to an unfortunate start for Aaron, but Tord just showing, the deck can capitalize on poor starts from your opponent.
Tord showing exactly why he's revered as one of the best in the modern era right now, right? With not just any one deck, he's utilizing, finding the gaps in the meta, deck building, innovation to handle what he's expecting for such a large tournament, as both players are just beginning to set up here as well. Tord does have a mulligan. We do get a chance to have a quick peek of Aaron's prizes. 1 Pidgeot EX, any more? 2 Charizard EX, 2 Pidgeot EX. Not ideal.
No, not at all. 2 Pidgeot EX in the prizes. Bye-bye Birdie. No option to evolve there. Doesn't play the 3, just the 2. And with 2 Charizard EX in the prizes as well. Aaron does only play 3, Alex.
Working with just the 1 Charizard will not be ideal. Remember, if you're just joining us now, this is our Masters Top 8 match selected by you guys at home, where we've just had Tord Retcliffe take game 1, and Aaron will be looking to try and tie things up, but those prizes haven't been kind.
No, not
Tord's
at all.
side, generally fine.
Yeah, generally okay. I mean, 1 color isn't the end of the world, you know, in a deck where you're only playing 4. I suppose, you know, detrimental somewhat, but if anybody could get out of that situation, it'd be Tord Retcliffe, and here we see Aaron.
Oh, just confirming. I think they were confirming the mulligan draw, which may not have taken place before. Oh, okay, who's kind of starting it? Aaron deciding to go second. It looks like if Tord is now using the Hisuian Heavy Ball, don't think there was much options available there.
If any, I believe.
Yep.
I don't believe he prized any basic Pokemon.
No, do not believe so. But gives him a good idea. Now can do the deck search without having to start figuring out what is not available to him. Does have access to only 3 Chorus's Experiment because 1 is prized, but generally needs the 2. Maybe get to the 3rd, get some comp phase down, and going as soon as possible. From Tord's side, if he's able to get going with the comp phase, with the flowers, with the comp phase and the Chorus's Experiment, he has access to things like Radiant Greninja.
Yeah.
Take 2 early, quick, easy prizes, maybe alongside Cram at some stage.
Oh, that's a rough start from Tord there. Just an attached pass onto the Sableye.
Aaron just top decked a 1 Charizard EX that's in his deck as well. Hasn't been able to obviously search out what's available to him yet, but there's another Charmander. Is there much else going on in that hand?
No. I think maybe a rough start for both of our
But
players.
there's an Iono, but does Aaron want to play the Iono right now? Knowing Tord hasn't done too much outside of that Hisuian Heavy Ball, but of course, going first, can't play supporters anyway.
Does have the fire energy and
Just a pass
passes.
back.
This is absolutely bizarre. Tord.
Hi.
Alex.
Hello.
Well,
it's just a scratch.
And it's just
an
a scratch.
instant scratch back. It does have the rare candy
And it's
Charizard.
concession.
An instant win there by Aaron. That will settle some nerves, I think. If that game's going to happen like that, that will settle your nerves. Aaron there with a bit of a wry smile, taking an easy benching out of Tord. Tord just scratching his way for 20 damage, but that Charizard retaliating with 180.
I love how he just shows Tord there. By the way, a prize 2 Pidgey EX there. My prizes were pretty rough.
Well, I mean, he didn't even know until he just flicked over himself. So obviously, they're both just having a bit of a giggle about it. Great to see both players enjoying themselves at this top 8 stage. Aaron leveling things up in our top 8 feature match.
Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, you sometimes hear horror stories, right?
You're never speechless as well.
I could talk for ages.
Ages,
I don't know.
ages.
Yeah. But you sometimes hear horror stories, right? Oh, I started Sableye pass. I Oh, I had an energy onto Cramorant pass, right, from these Lost Box players.
Yeah.
You know, it does happen, unfortunately, and Tord just showing that.
Yeah, first time Tord has unfortunately not drawn the way he would usually expect from his deck. You know, we've spoken about his list before. It's lots of 4-ofs, lots of trying consistency cards, and that was just one example of not how it goes.
No, of course, Sableye. Just the 1
Just
in the
the
active. No bench Pokemon, not a place you want to be in, of course.
Mulligan by Tord, sorry.
Yeah, and Aaron just showing how he could capitalize on that poor start.
Just a rare candy Charizard. It's one off Charizard EX that's left in the deck or hands.
I just had it.
You just had it. Just had it.
I just had it. But yeah, both of our players here heading into a game 3 in our Masters top 8. One of these players will be reaching the top 4. Who you got?
I think there's equal opportunity here. It's not the closest. It is one of the closest of games that you could take. I still like Tord's prize mapping, but Aaron's deck with the Charizard, big bulky Charizards, can cause just chaos.
It is chunky, and without any gust, Tord will have to
double Charmanders.
What do we got? Double Charmander.
Double Dark could be quite annoying because if Tord has to. Oh, yeah. Make sure you take your mulligan before you reveal your opening card there. Looks like Tord has elected to let Erin go first. Mew in the active, fantastic starter to try and dig for those battle VIP passes, or has one in hand anyway. Who needs to dig?
Yeah, things you love to see. Things you love to see on Erin's side. Starting the Mew celebrations, Mysterious Tail, so effective when battle VIP pass is active. You'd definitely be searching for some of them. But of course, starting one, why not?
Yeah, just 2 Charmanders available though. Doesn't want to give any of those up too quickly.
No.
Thankfully, hasn't prized any Pidgey pieces, I don't believe, so we'll have access to those at some part of the game.
Not that it was detrimental last game.
Oh, well, yeah, who needs them when you could just start swinging away turn 2?
Yeah, of course. So just here, quick prize check. Doesn't need to do a double take this time. No, Erin, you did not prize double Pidgeot this time. But here we see, like you said, it'll be interesting to see what he prioritizes here with those 2 Charmander prized.
Just got to protect those from those pesky Cramorant attacks. Spit Innocently, such an annoying card to deal with for small, squidgy Pokemon. That Pidgeot V looks like the target of choice. Has Erin opened once again with a Forest Sealstone? He does this a lot if he does. If not, maybe there's an Arvin and he can continue going through later. Remember, also, a reason why we even played Pidgeot V before is that it can soak up a Cramorant attack.
Yeah, such a great card in this matchup specifically. Like you said, soaking up that damage from the Spit Innocently Cramorant. It's not hitting 210 there, so why not? Soak up a bit of damage, retreat, Vanishing Winds, put myself back into the deck. You know, negating towards entire turn, really, of damage. And here we see Erin just deliberating, putting down the Jirachi. He knows that Tord does play that one-off Sableye. Here we see the Mysterious Tail.
Doesn't want to sort of maybe lose a Mew to a double escape rope, for example, like we saw on a previous turn. But it hits the battle VIP pass once again. We'll be able to, you know, pull out those additional cards like the Charmander, like that Pidgey, as he does play it. You know, was just kind of thinking as he was shuffling back up again after that Mysterious Tail. You'd have to assume he'd go for the Pidgey and Charmander, and maybe then we'll be looking to try and get the Manaphy around as well, because he doesn't want to be Moonlight Shuriken at any stage.
No, that would be terrible for Erin. Of course, looking for that other Charmander. The only 2 that are available to him with those rough prizes. Opting to go for the Pidgey.
Double checking what's available.
Fantastic start, though. I mean, starting the Mew, extra dig into the deck for those battle VIP passes. This is the reason why they play it.
I guess the reason why I might be considering a Manaphy now, beyond the opening turn with their battle VIP passes, it's just the 4 Ultra Balls and 2 Nest Balls. And I guess also the Forest Sealstones that can help grab out a Manaphy on subsequent turns. So that's why maybe Erin's thinking, well, do I need to get this out now?
No.
Try and stop this. But I like the Charmander here. You know, it's building up your board threat as soon as possible. Let's get them up and running ASAP.
I like the precaution. I definitely like the precaution from Erin. Maybe knowing that Tord doesn't have any way of getting up to 7 straight away into the Lost Zone. Here we see a manual attachment to the Pidgey. Interesting. Defiance Band there as well in hand. 2 Charizard EXs.
Forest Sealstone. He did open Forest Sealstone again.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Oh, and just a pass.
Just a pass.
Interesting.
No, absolutely fine. Obviously, would like to not see the Mew get taken down, or either of his Charmanders, but the only way Tord can maneuver that Mew out of the active with that escape rope, Erin will have the option to choose whichever Pokemon he'd like.
Yeah.
To send up a active spot. Chorus Experiment, though, kicking things off from Tord's side. Doesn't need to start digging around for them immediately either. Escape Rope and Psychic Energy hitting Lost Zone. Greninja there within those 5. As he does use Conceal cards.
Going to be wanting to use this Cramorant to apply some pressure straight away. However, Escape Rope, like we've already mentioned, the Vanishing Winds Pidgeot V will be soaking up a bit of that damage, so renders Escape Rope quite ineffective for Tord Recklev's plans here. And there we see the Escape Rope in hand. Not much happening other than that Battle VIP pass. Oh, no, sorry, that was the
prizes. Yep. Just the prizes there, Ben. So, back to Tord's hand. Couple of Mirage Gates, Nest Ball, Water Energy. Not too sure what else there is there. I mean, this is after a Chorus's experiment as well.
Yeah. Hisuian Heavy Ball, such an important card in Tord's deck, of course, with the amount of Pokemon he does play.
Do expect.
Of course, playing at first turn, have a little picky prizes. What are the options available to me? How am I going to have to adapt my game plan? Here we see the Nest Ball for Comfey as well. Tord's going to be looking to make a big start here.
Yep, everything on the line here. Comfey out from the Nest Ball, switch card into it. Let's start dancing around with those Comfeys, flower selecting.
Nest Ball quite big there. Going to find another Comfey, another flower selecting. Will put him to 4 in the lost zone, rendering that Spit Innocently available as an option to him. Here we see possibly, oh, another switch card, had it in hand. Here we see the flower selecting from Tord, Psychic.
Another Psychic
Sableye.
energy. Does he want to give up that Sableye like he did in game 1?
Yeah.
Yes, it hits the lost zone. Does have energy in hand now to attach and retreat into the Cramorant. Could start initiating the prize race with that Spit Innocently after lost provisions allows Cramorant to attack with no energy attached. And that Mew will be hitting the discard there as Tord takes the first prize of the game 3 in this top 8 Masters match.
Tord putting himself 5 prizes away from a top 4 here. Promotion from Erin with that Pidgey. Did have quite a few options available to him with that hand. I believe he top decked the Nest Ball.
There's a Nest Ball, so he could grab
Forest Sealstone.
Nest Ball could grab the Mana Feed to protect himself later down the line. The Forest Sealstone activated it at Star Alchemy, being able to grab any card from your deck, iron up that rare candy as well. Remember, everyone, this top 8 feature match between Erin and Tord here, a lot on the line. The winner will be able to progress into top 4 with a hope and take home at the bare minimum $5,000, 1,008 booster packs. Plenty of CP available as we do see the rare candy into that quick search Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, quick search now available to Erin. Uses it pretty much straight away. Looking possibly for another rare candy into Charizard and start using that Burning Darkness, posing a lot of threats to Tord's board. Asking Tord, how do you respond to this? I'm going to put a 330 HP Pokemon that's knocking out the majority of your board in front of you.
Yep.
Here we see Infernal Rain, 2 energy onto the Charizard EX.
Raining pure fire onto the board here, accelerating energy. Big bulky Pokemon dealing lots and lots of damage. We'll need to try and start finding a way to perhaps maneuvering that other Charmander into a Charizard EX at some stage as well. Has done the 3rd energy attachment from Infernal Rain to the Pidgeot EX. Will we see another attack from the Pidgeot EX here as well? That blustery wind.
Will we see it? Will we not? Let's see what Erin does here. Other than that, his hand
isn't too strong.
Isn't too strong. However, with quick search available to you, you can always shake things up, refresh the hand maybe, get all of that power consistency with maybe Boss's Orders, rare candy, cards like that.
Do you want
always
to be giving up?
To him.
Yeah, I guess it's for that hand that you have. Do you want to be giving up the Pidgeot EX? Nest Ball being played, the Jirachi being played down, so maybe Erin doesn't really have too much of a grasp on what else is in Tord's deck, because obviously that Sableye has hit the Lost Zone.
Yep.
It's just that one-off. We've highlighted it before, having to fit all of these pieces, all of these different attackers. Yep, Erin does free retreat into the Charizard EX now, because that Pidgeot EX is so vital, so vital to keep going and keep tempo up against this Lost Paradox box deck.
That board fully protected now with both the Manaphy and Jirachi. Opting to use Vanishing Winds, free up a bench space for Erin here, shuffling up. And of course, with that Charizard EX, is able to take a prize and equal things up here in our top 8. Game 3.
Yep, so Burning Darkness will be dealing 210 damage. Plenty to KO this Cramorant in the active spot as the attack is announced. Prize has been taken. The 2 Charmanders are at the top of those prizes, remember.
Yeah.
Unlikely to be seen too early.
It's going to maybe...
towards hand again.
No, not
but,
fantastic.
Yeah, he has energies, so can start drawing through.
3 Mirage Gate in that hand, by the way,
No,
in case you missed it.
No Chorus Experiment yet, so at the moment won't be able to hit the 7. Big flower selecting.
Yeah, big.
Poker Stop and a Water Energy. There's a lot of energy going into the Lost Zone at the moment, but there are plenty.
Yeah, one...
And at least it's a rainbow flavor.
Yeah, one water.
Rainbow of flavors, I should say.
1 water, 1 psychic, 1 lightning. Here we see the Poker.
Oh, the Poker Stop could be massive. That does remove a Chorus Experiment, though, reducing the odds.
See the Poker Gear.
There's that little chuckle there from Tord. It's not what he wanted to see. Did want to see the Poker Gear, but not that Chorus.
Just having a little chuckle there at the state of his hand, I think. Here we see the Poker Gear
He's throwing it down.
Throwing it down.
Does he hit his... Is it 1 Chorus Experiment left?
I think so.
Not quite yet. 3 more.
Was that it there? No?
Oh, he's hit the last card.
Hits
Incredible.
the Chorus's Experiment. He's back in it, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Tord at his best. Having to work through, I think that might just be his last Chorus. I think that there might have been 1 prized as well.
Yeah,
Already played 1.
That was his very last one, with 1 in the prizes, 2 in the discard pile.
Now, Tord needs to hit the right combo of cards here as well.
The Mirage Gates will now be active as well with 7 in the Lost Zone.
Nestball vital here.
2 Nestballs as well.
Double Nestball, so Tord is going to be going here. He's going to be firing off.
With the switch cart as well.
That
all
Dark
options
Energy
are
in
available.
hand. Yeah, Dark Energy in hand. Mirage Gates available. There is a lot for Tord to just pop off here.
Yeah, Frenzied Gouging is an option to him this turn if he wants to use it and start applying the pressure. Start taking some prize cards. But for the remainder of the game, Iono looks tough for Erin, right? If he's able to pop off with an Iono next turn, Tord with no supporters. Oh, no, sorry. We didn't.
Oh, there is one more.
It was last game.
I do apologize.
It was last game he prized
it's all a blur when these games come together. You know, there's so much on the line.
It was a quick game too, to be fair.
There's Roaring Moon hitting the field. That Ancients Pokemon, Roaring Moon EX. We've seen Frenzy Gouging take down a Charizard EX in the first game. So that I'm clear, accidentally skipping over the second. But it's massive. Double checking the energies that are available to him in the deck.
Remember, have the Darkness Energy in hand already with this Mirage Gates. Darkness Energy in deck as well.
But what's after that? As you just said, I think you've correctly highlighted, it will be very difficult to work out how the next turns will play out. He's having to manage all of these resources, remember. He's had to discard plenty using concealed cards, get into the game. He's had to Lost Zone multiple cards, multiple energy cards in an order to have been able to attack last turn when that Cramorant and just start initiating the prize race. There's the energy move to the front of the hand.
Because the security here for Erin is that it's only Roaring Moon EX that will be able to knock out the Charizard EX, right?
He could, yeah, also Erin could swing. I believe isn't there a Charizard, a Charmander that can deal 30 damage? Yes, there's a Heat Tackle Charmander. I'm not too sure he has it on the bench right now, but that could have been an option. It's something I've seen other players do before after a Roaring Moon.
Doesn't want to use those single prizes though, right? They amp you very much.
No, not ideal, of course.
Frenzied Gouging, you would imagine, is the play here from Tord, taking those 2 prizes. However, like we said, if Erin is able to match that with maybe a Lost City and a knockout and, you know, an Iono.
Has Nestball and the Super Rod can kind of try and set up a secondary attacker.
Yeah.
Which could be big. So that's probably what he's eyeing up right now. There's the Lightning, Psychic, and the Water energies in the discard right now.
With the Sableye as well, it means that Kyogre play isn't going to be something of an option for Tord. is going to have to get rid of that Malafine with no Gust, as we mentioned earlier. That game plan isn't going to be an option for him. Opts for the Palkia V to come down. Origin form, of course.
As highlighted before, it's another sort of Mirage Gate to his water Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh, this is intense. This is.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's going through Tor's mind right now with all of those resources having been played out, and how they're going to be utilized into the coming turns.
It's going to take the knockout on the Charizard EX.
Yep, there it is. 200 damage on itself. Frenzy gouging, knocking out a 330 HP Charizard EX. Susceptible to a return KO, even from that Pidgeot EX, but how will Eren deal with this now? No other Charmanders available unless he's able to Super Rod that Charmander back in. Has Super Rod in hand. Ultra Ball there as well. Luminion available as well. Lots of options here.
Yeah, with the Quick Search as well. A lot of consistency available to Eren. Now, I would have thought he does want to utilize. He does want to use the Charizard EX this turn, right? It's really difficult for Tord to knock out.
Yes,
so
agreed.
If he's available to use Luminion, find an Arven, find an out to a Charizard EX.
We'll be working with just that one last remaining Charizard EX. Remember, 2 Charmanders prize for Eren. Some vital turns here, back and forth between the players. Again, lots of over-KOing because it's doing plenty of damage now. With that Burning Darkness, 3 prizes taken from Tord's board, 90 damage extra on top of the 180.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to knock out the Roaring Moon with the Pidgeot because Tord will be able to just slap back with the Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, I think you'd want to just take the knockout with a Charizard EX. That's why he's considering just Ultra Balling away to Super Rod, which he does. Charizard EX will be coming down once again. Double checking the energies there. Plenty to utilize. Infernal Rain as well. Rare Candy from the Quick Search. And then maybe Luminion into Iono.
Yeah.
And just stifling towards board. I mean, you are putting another 2 prizes down, but again... I guess actually that would give Tord a 1-turn window of winning with Ampu very much on a Luminion V.
Yeah, but with no Gust, I don't think that would be an option for him. But if he was fortunate enough for Eren to promote it off an escape rope maybe, but...
There's always the worry in Eren's mind. If he doesn't know Tord's list, he doesn't want to risk it at all. But I think an Iono would be strong here.
Iono would be very strong. Still has Quick Search available to him, of course, so can opt for that. Here we see the Charizard EX. I don't think I saw Rare Candy naturally in the hands.
Assume the Quick Search will grab a Rare Candy. Has utilized 2 already. So it does play the full 4 copies, of course.
Debating here what to go for, right?
Yeah, just double checking. I mean, I think he's at that stage of kind of worrying a little bit, right?
What's Tord's game plan, right?
What can Tord do?
What are your ideas? How do you envisage beating me? How can I stop that game plan?
How can I beat you? What is my prize mapping here? If I take the knockout here, I go down to 3, but then how am I taking my next 3 as well? These are the questions going through every player's minds. Iono being maneuvered, looks like to the front as well. No, as an option for the Luminion V. Looks like the Rare Candy grabbed. I'm assuming it's big. Yeah, it's a Rare Candy for the Charizard.
Rare Candy into Charizard EX.
Infernal Rain.
Infernal Rain.
Time to heat up the board once again.
Yeah. 2 energy from the deck. Only has 2 more available to him after this. So may opt to only attach 2. Oh, no, I think he's attaching the 3. Yeah, 1 to Jirachi as a pivot for future turns.
Plenty of energies, it looks like, in the deck as well. I mean, plays the 8. So there's 2 in the discard, 2 on the Pidgeot EX. And then 3, so there's 1 more left in deck, potentially, as well.
Puts down the Luminion, and he's going to go for the Iono play.
Hasn't... I guess Tord just waiting for confirmation that it is being played.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough, of course.
Don't want to be in that rough situation.
There
Iono
you go,
comes down.
Iono. Tord double-checking his resources, a key thing that a lot of players are starting to do, of course, because they do stay at the bottom of the deck. They're not shuffled back in.
No.
It just pushes you further away from those cards that you had.
And this is a big 3 for Tord, right? Only 1 supporter left in deck. Does have the option of using Poker Gear if he was fortunate enough to draw into it.
Is there one Poker Gear left?
I think so. Pokestop's still an option to him as well. Aaron's going to be hoping to put down the Lost City. Did he draw into it? He drew
Lost
into
City's
it.
big. Removes the threat of Roaring Moon EX from future attacks
now
as well.
There's no threat now, right? To the Charizard EX.
No real threat to the Charizard EX. Will have to be taken down slowly. Does have access to that Radiant Charizard as well. Lots going right here for Eren. Doesn't have access to Super Rod anymore, so can't bring back any more energies. Does only have access to that one left. Arven taken from the prizes. 3 left. You're leveling up this game 3 towards.
Yeah, both on 3 prizes.
He's hit the
Colress's experiment.
And Poker Gear, so can shuffle some of those good cards at the bottom of the deck back up throughout if he wants to choose to do so as well. It looks like it's an option, yep, just to shuffle the deck around. Of course, look at the options again that's available to him.
He's going to reset that deck from that Iono. Just has a look there. No, Toad, no more options available for you.
No more targets.
Colress.
But that's just for us to know and Eren to figure out later.
Does play Palpad. However, can get 2 of those Colresses back into the deck. And of course, for Eren, most importantly, with that Palkia V on the bench, this puts Eren 2 turns of attacking away from taking this game.
Yep, Tord may have to try and utilize that Origin Form Palkia V-Star at some stage as well, as we do see the Chorus Experiment come down. 5 cards here. 1 easy choice.
Does have the Iron Hands, does have the Kyogre, Energy Recycler as well, you can imagine.
No Mirage Gate.
No. Battle VIP Pass will be hitting the Lost Zone. An optimal choice there from Tord. Energy Recycler looking to be an option here for Tord as well.
This flower selecting could be massive as well.
Yeah.
A further dig through the deck. 2 more cards. Energy Recyclers first.
Shuffling 5 energy back into the deck.
If he hits an energy, can of course use concealed cards to maybe draw through into the deck a bit more. And leaving some water energies in the discard as well.
And with so much energy in this deck, and more importantly, a variance of different energy, lightning, psychic, water, dark, important to take account of what energy is available to you.
Yeah, has to get the most value out of that recycler as possible. Maybe needs to try and weave in a Origin Form Palkia V-Star attack. Where possible, because it's only 270 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
By the Charizard EX, 180 plus 30 for each prize your opponent's taken, so 270 doesn't quite reach an Origin Form Palkia V-Star with 280 HP. That's flower selecting, though. Not ideal.
No, not fantastic at all for Tord. Really wants to, like you said, evolve this Palkia V.
Switch card can continue to dig through into the other Comfey. Flower selecting again.
1, 2.
Energy.
I think it was Super Rod Energy.
Couldn't quite tell. Definitely an energy there. Kept the energy.
Kept
more
the
concealed cards. He's drawing.
Cards.
We're
Another 2
drawing.
cards.
There's the Palkia.
V-Star.
Now, what next for Tord Reklev? The evolution up. Will be able to use that fantastic ability, Star Portal, to bring back some energies back into.
Yeah, he's going to be able to attack this turn. However, does need to find a retreat. I believe he had energy in hand.
No, he had an escape probe, it looked like to me.
Escape probe, interesting.
But will be maybe targeting something. Oh man, this is tense here. I think Tor's just kind of eyeing up what exactly could happen from Eren's side of the board.
Only doing, well, now doing 200 damage, I believe, with this Palkia V-Star, with the Subspace Swell, 60 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon on the field.
Been a while since we've done that, math.
Yeah,
we haven't seen it too often. Subspace Swell, great attack. Has been an MVP in many a format before.
Can knock out the Lumenion. I wouldn't mind seeing the promotion of Jirachi, of course, with that Sableye threat now being gone. However, of course,
Pidgeot EX can tank a hit, though.
Yes, can tank a hit for sure.
But yeah, there's the escape rope. I mean, Aaron, in his mind, I'm sure, doesn't know Tord's list in and out. So it doesn't know that there's no boss or another gusting option. So here we go. Oh, he's thinking about it. He's second guessing himself.
He's flirting with the idea for sure. Just checking
double
that
checking.
subspace well.
Do the addition himself. 60 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon on both sides of the board. So there's 8 there right now.
220 damage at the moment from the subspace swell, so won't be knocking out the Pidgeot EX. But this is I guess the benefit of playing a deck like Tord's.
He keeps touching between the two. Final decision to be made here. This is big. Jirachi, does it land?
Oh.
Which one is it,
Which one is it?
Does he let go? He let goes.
Yeah, let goes.
It's the Pidgeot EX.
Of the Pidgeot EX opting to...
That could prove so vital if it can survive the hit here. This is why Tord maybe not going straight into the Palkia V-Star yet.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, taking on that risk. I'm unsure if Aaron, of course, knows that
at this time
Tord plays more than one Sableye.
Can't quite see what this flower selecting is yet. As soon as we get confirmation as well, it must be a tricky one. Tord hasn't instantly decided it's just a pass.
And it's just a pass. Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Initiative back over to Aaron.
Yeah. So Aaron now unable to knock out the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Of course, will only be 10 damage off. So I guess a single prize is the option here. If Tord doesn't take a prize next turn, we'll be able to take a knockout with the Charizard EX. So this is going to be a really interesting battle of the minds now, a battle of the game plans, sorry, here from both players.
Yeah, it's a crazy one, right? Because maybe Tord couldn't take the knockout that turn because then that would activate Charizard's ability to retaliate and actually take a KO on the Palkia V-Star itself. Tord's still trying to find his outs here with just that pass. Here's an Ultra Ball coming down from Aaron. Needs to try and stifle Tord more.
I wouldn't mind seeing another Charmander come down, possibly.
He can't. He can't. He's got 2 prize.
2 prize.
One's gone down. Super Rod gone.
Any more Sableye available to him?
Sableye?
Just, sorry, Super Rod. No, use the one Super Rod. Okay.
The Super Rod had to go, was Ultra Balled away to grab the second Charizard EX when he evolved up into the second one. There's the Pidgeot V coming back. Can pull it down. Is there an Iono again in hand? I couldn't quite tell. Is it another way to just slow Tord down in some way? It's a Pidgey. Arven taken from the prizes, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of thinning out the deck a little. Oh, there is an Iono. So yeah, there was another Iono. So another slowing down of Tord's side of the board.
Putting Tord down to 3 and with no supporters available to him. This is going to be another big 3 for Tord, unfortunately.
Tord has time, which is interesting.
Time's definitely on his side.
Purely because that Charizard EX can't take a knockout on that Palkia V-Star. Aaron did have that Radiant Charizard in hand as well.
Yeah.
Does have Ultra Ball now, which maybe kind of makes it a little bit obsolete, but
does still have Quick Search as well.
Would have maybe liked to have seen the Radiant Charizard come down as sort of a auxiliary attacker.
As a just in case, yeah.
To swing into a big Palkia V-Star at some stage, but we do have the Charizard EX now back in the active spot. Is this the first time we're going to see Aaron take the lead in prizes?
Yeah, just down to 2 prizes now.
He's now jumped over where Tord was. Tord, what can you do with these 3 cards in hand? More Lost Zone cards.
Yeah.
Going in there because of Lost City, of course. Is relevant because Tord plays plenty of recovery cards.
He's going to have to start putting pressure down Tord, of course. With no Gust available to him.
Wants to attack with a
there's the Palpad.
Single prizer.
2 Colress straight back into deck. Not going to be any other choices. Of course, only playing those Colresses. Palpad such an effective ability of putting 2 supporters back into the deck. Just shuffling up here. Going to be some really important flower selectings coming up.
Really tense. Remember, just for those who have just caught up with us once again at this Gdańsk Regionals, this is our top 8 feature match. We are in game 3. And Tord hits the Colress experiment.
Hits the Colress, of course.
We are in our game 3 with just under 10 minutes to go. And we're at such a critical moment of how both these players can try and push themselves into that top 4 berth and potentially even more beyond. An easy choice there. There's a Super Rod as well. A couple of easy choices.
Yeah, opting to go for the Battle VIP pass, of course. Keeping that Colress's experiment. There's only one left now. I think only 4 or 5 cards left in the deck.
No way to grab Pokemon out of the deck if he does choose to Super Rod there as well. Yeah. We're running out of resources, Tord. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, what's your game plan? How are you winning this one? Of course, Star Portal is an option to him, can start swinging with that Origin Form Palkia, but they're still kind of 2 attacks away, right? So he won't be able to knock out the Charizard EX with Subspace Swell, just like Erin won't be able to knock out the Palkia V-Star with Burning Darkness. So they're in an awkward position where they're both kind of 2 hitting each other. But
so this is what I've mentioned. Tord has to try and utilize a single prize attacker here.
Important
just
to see.
Because it will be 2 attacks into that Charizard EX, right?
Yeah.
You're never going to be able to take a knockout just solely by that Palkia V-Star on the bench.
Yeah.
So if Tord can weave in a single prize attacker like that Cramorant, maybe not trying to use the Greninja just to deal 90 because it might not really be enough.
Yeah.
Conceal cards here. He needs to hit Cramorant for an opportunity. There it is.
Hits the Cramorant and a Battle VIP pass.
Does have energy for attachment to retreats. And this is what's got to carry him through the game. The Cramorant's
retreats.
Maybe I was just incorrect.
Palkia V-Star, Star Portal being used. 3 water energy coming onto that Palkia V-Star and an attack. Subspace Swell.
With Subspace Swelling instead. My bad for calling it slightly wrong. 60 plus 8 times 20 there on the board. So 220 as you already said.
220 damage, yep. Coming onto that Charizard
So 110
EX.
left.
110 left.
So he needed it just to kind of hit for perfect math with that Cramorant. But what does this mean? So if Erin takes, deals damage here.
Erin needs a way to knock out this Palkia V-Star, right? That's the way he wins here, I think. Unless he's able to take out one of the single prizes with the Pidgeot EX in the full HP. But I suppose Tord's still in an awkward position because he's on 3 prizes, right?
I think if Erin still hits into this Palkia, it's really awkward. There's the escape rope. Oh, Greninja flying across the board.
With a deck so thin now, you'd imagine Greninja is not as effective as it could be in the earlier turns.
Unable to be taken down by the Pidgeot EX either.
Yeah, 120 with that blustery wind. So is forced to maybe use the Charizard EX to take the knockout on this Greninja.
This is super tense here. Erin wanting to double check all of the resources Tord has used so far. We can't quite see all of the cards in Tord's Lost Zone either. 17 cards, almost a third of the deck.
Yeah.
Has made its way into Tord's Lost Zone.
I don't think I've seen as many in the Lost Zone ever before.
Especially the counter. A lot of us give up after the 10. Erin would have loved to have weaved in a third Charizard EX here. But having to just use this one to carry him through.
The big advantage for Erin, of course, is that he does have Gust available to him. He does have the 3 copies of Boss in his deck, whereas Tord, of course, you know, well, he doesn't, basically. He only has he only has the escape rope. So Erin's going to be really looking to take advantage of that.
If I'm not mistaken, we've seen the Defiance Band already also be, I think, discarded from an Ultra Ball. I don't think he has access to that. As well. I think it was alongside that Ultra Ball with that Super Rod. That would help ramp up some of the damage once he is behind, because that would be maybe an attachment onto the Radiant Charizard with Fire Energy, and that could be enough to reach for the Palkia V-Star.
Would have thought that would be an option available to him.
Just checking what's available here. This is the Ultra Ball coming down.
Don't see the Defiance Band.
Radiant Charizard, normally a fantastic attacker, but at the moment cannot reach the Palkia V-Star HP. That 280 HP really sort of causing chaos here for Eren, because even his own Charizard EX unable to stretch to that damage output.
Yeah, I don't think Combustion Blast will be an option to him either. With only 3 prize cards taken, it still has that 2 energy requirement in order to use the Combustion Blast. And here we see a quick search from Eren.
If maybe Eren could use Radiant Charizard to take the knockout here. It's 2 prizes, right? If you can set up 2 attackers, Tord can't, because we know that Disable Eye's gone, can't take 3 prizes.
If he does want to use the Pidgeot EX as an attacker, will require an
Just try and use the Radiant Charizard with a Fire Energy, that one that was left in his deck, I believe. I hope I'm not mistaken. Maybe take a knockout. Oh, he can't use the Charizard yet, but you know, at least develop it for a future turn. Does get the boss from the quick search.
So with boss's orders, will be able to take a prize this turn and put himself 1 prize away from taking this game.
I guess the view is, how many boss has Eren gone through? Because if he can boss this turn and then boss again, he's already got 2 attackers on the board as well that will be able to deal enough damage to knock out a Comfey or the Cramorant.
With only 1 boss, if that is the fact, then he'll be wanting to attack with the Charizard EX, right?
In theory, it doesn't. Oh yeah, the Charizard would be far better here.
Yeah, because the quick search
you want
will
the
be,
quick search.
Yeah, the quick search will still be available to him next turn. Bosses up the Comfey.
What will Eren do here? He wants to try and protect it. He's obviously a little bit worried, but
looking to
again, he's second guessing himself. He doesn't know what's in Tord's deck.
Looking to make a retreat here.
Is he just announced an attack? He's announced an attack.
Announced the attack.
This could be...
Eren put himself 1 prize card away now from taking this game 2-1. Exciting stuff.
280 HP Pidgeot EX in the active spot now for Eren. Is that enough here? Because if that Pidgeot EX somehow gets taken down,
the majority of Tord's Pokemon, I think, are in the Lost Zone currently. That Lost City definitely sticking around.
I wonder if this is checkmate based on the resources we've seen so far. This is super tense here. Tord is double checking what's available.
Yeah. And
he's probably checking the energies that are there as well.
Yeah, and with the amount of Pokemon in that Lost Zone, that Subspace Swell just losing its damage potential. Here we see a Mirage Gate. You would have thought that this is just to check the options available to him.
I believe so.
Very thin deck, very thin. I think there's only about 4 or 5 cards left in there.
I think this could be really tough decision here. There you go, Iron Hands, Dark, Lightning, Pokestop. Does Tord have a way out? There's not that many options available to him.
No.
He's played to every single one of his outs possible here.
Isn't even able to use the Arm Press because there's only 1 Lightning available to him.
If only he had Gust and then Arm Press. So he's just announcing an attack. I think Tord
just a Subspace
has
Swell.
seen it on the wall. Does Eren have access to a boss? 1 final boss from that quick search.
Let's see what he
Top
gets.
Deck. Doesn't matter. He's quick searching. He's going through the deck.
Does he find the boss? He's got the boss, and Eren takes the game 2-1. Wow, what a game. Quick search just showing the power of Pidgeot EX. Alex, I'm speechless.
Incredible.
I'm absolutely speechless.
Absolutely incredible. It's Eren who has been able to best Tord. Tord unbeaten in this tournament up until now with that final gameplay, grabbing that boss, that Pidgeot EX showcasing why it's such an important partner. In a stage 2 deck, lots of people in the crowd being able to celebrate alongside him. This is fantastic. Tord just showcasing, well, all of my pieces there, unfortunately, weren't enough to best your Charizard EX.
Yeah, without that Gust, that was the moral of that game, right? I guess the lack of Gust that Tord had, the Charizard EX, the 330 HP, there were no, other than the Roaring Moon EX, Tord had no other way around that Charizard EX, right? And with Erin playing the Lost City, getting rid of that threat, mitigating the chance for Tord to take multiple prizes turn after turn, Erin took that game by storm.
Yep, incredible display. Only access, remember, to 2 Charizard EXs in that game 3. On the edge, but was able to sneak it out, you know, the correct promotions of Pokemon, because Tord doesn't have those gusting options. Really paid dividends in the end there for Erin to move himself into top 4 and now taking home a minimum of $5,000 and plenty of championship points. Tord's got plenty though.
One more game Erin has to reach a final of a regional championships.
Yeah, 100%. So much more Pokemon, intense Pokemon action to come from some of our best players who have made it into our top 8.
Yeah.
Commiserations, Tord, you've been here before, plenty of times.
Entertaining.
Entertaining.
3 occasions we've had him on stream now. We just can't get enough of the deck that Tord has
Here
brought.
are our top 4 matchups as well. It looks like Luke Kirkham has been able to best Mew VMAX to make it into top 4. That Palkia deck. 2-0, taking it down. He'll be facing up against this Charizard EX that we just saw piloted by Erin. And on the other side of the bracket, Robin Schultz, who we saw face Erin in that tense mirror match before, will be going up against that block Snorlax, who we highlighted in day 1. There's so much going on.
There's so much going on. This is such a good top 4. I had a lot of doubters say to me that Luke Kirkham's deck could not beat Mew VMAX.
Oh, please. We know Luke very well. He's gonna have a tech card in there.
He's gonna have a game plan for this,
Of course, he always does.
He's taken down the Miraidons, he's taken down the Mews, all of these decks that people thought he's gonna struggle up against that. Come on, he's playing Palkia V-Star. This has been done and dusted in the format.
We've seen it. You've seen it when you guys had him on stream earlier as well. You know, he plays that Spiritomb tech for Mew. Mew's always had a target on his back. He's had so many counter cards, and with just that one-off that Luke plays in his deck, he's been able to best Ewan again. He bested him in day 2 already. Remember, follow us on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure you're in the chat, letting us know who you want to take down this tournament. You know the top 4 players now. We've seen one side of the bracket already. I'm sure we're going to be trying to show you the other side as soon as possible as well. Oh, yeah, not too sure. Well, we'll see in due course. We'll see in due course.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, there's so much more to come, Ben.
Yeah.
Top 4 and the finals.
Tell us who you're shouting out for as well. You know, what decks do you guys want to win?
Who are you rooting for? Can you say?
Who do you think I'm rooting for? Interesting.
Wait, what can I do? Can I just block you now?
Just a block. That's not an Iron Hands either.
Oh,
that's a block.
Look, you're looking for multiple Pokemon there, I think. Look, enough from us. Enough foolery from us here. After our intense top 8, we want to hear from Erin as we have the winner's interview now from our top 8 match.
My goodness, what a quarterfinals we just had there, Erin. You must be feeling relieved right now because that was right down to the wire.
Yeah, I'm feeling relieved. Like, I played against Tord, so it's a pretty good player. And the game before I played against like the LIC winner, so I was like a little bit shaky those 2 matches. And it's not just to win, but like to win against those players. That's like a really nice feeling.
What an amazing feeling for you. And of course, coming in here, someone who used to play a lot when you were younger, you were just telling me you started when you were 8 and then you played all the way through then, and you took a break, and this is your first year back, having come back from a break. So tell me what it's like coming back to Pokemon.
So I'm playing Pokemon from like a really long age. I started in juniors, got through seniors, and then I think it was my year in going in Masters division for the first time, and Corona hit. So yeah, like there was like an online tournament here and there, and it was nice, but like it was not the feeling, the Pokemon feeling, like with all the people here, like just the real life stuff. You mean, you know? So I decided to like quit then because I didn't like the online stuff. And this year I went to Paris with 2 of my friends. They're here as well, and we were watching the World Championships, and we just decided to play again. And this is my first year back in Masters and back in Pokemon. And yeah, this is my 4th tournament, so I'm pretty happy.
Well, what a way to do it, eh? Playing in the quarterfinals against Tord Reklev. You're now going to be going on to the semi-finals against Luke. I don't know if you had a chance to play against Luke Kirkham yet.
I know he plays, I think, no, he doesn't play Mew.
No.
Unfortunate.
Well, unfortunate, but he's looking to try and make that run all the way. Is there any kind of decks you're worried about playing here?
Yeah, there's only one, and we just talked about it. It's Snorlax Stall. That's literally a ADA loss for me, literally, so I don't want to face that. So yeah.
Well, Snorlax Stall in the quarterfinal beat a Charizard EX deck. It's now going to be playing a Charizard EX deck in the semi-finals. So if you make it all the way to that final, the Snorlax Stall...
Oh, Robin Schulz
is against Snorlax Stall, so...
okay.
So you got to worry about that later on, but for
God.
now you got to focus on that semi-final. And for you, is there anyone here you've come to the event with?
Sorry?
Is there anyone you've come to the event with? Any of your friends,
yeah,
your
my
family?
friends. Like a big shout out to Rutger and Johannes. Like really Dutch names. But yeah, they're here and they won with me. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify for day 2, but they're here with me as well, so I appreciate that.
Well, hopefully they stay here right to the very end, as you're going to be making it all the way to that final, hopefully. But I'm going to give you a bit of a break. I'm sure you want to try to chill out a little bit before you go into your semi-final. Go get some food, and we'll see you in that semi-final. So it's been great getting to know you, and I'm sure this will be the first of many times we'll get to have you here on the main stage. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back with our semi-finals after this quick little break.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokémon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
Hi, my name is Amy Wosley, and today we're going to be looking at the trailblazing Charizard EX. You don't want to be unprepared for the Dark-type Terastallized superstar. One of the first examples we've seen of the Terastal typing effect being used for a huge advantage in this meta. Charizard's Dark typing makes it a force to be reckoned with against some of the strongest decks in the format, including both decks featured in the recent World Championship finals, Gardevoir and the new World Champion, Mew VMAX. But how else is the deck good, you ask? Well, Arceus V-Star is one of the enablers for giving this deck its speed and consistency. Its Starbirth V-Star ability allows you to search for any card you need. We're seeing a lot of decks not play the Stage 1 Pokemon, sorry Charmeleon, and instead opting for Rare Candy, allowing you to skip a Stage 1 evolution. This is the key to Charizard's success. Starbirth allows you to search for that rare candy to evolve Charmander to Charizard or Pidgey to Pidgeot. Speaking of soaring into a strong support position comes Pidgeot EX, another new EX from Obsidian Flames. benefiting from free retreat cost and having a very powerful ability in quick search, again allowing you to search for 1 card per turn. Charizard needs its friends in this scenario. As you can deduce, Arceus can help Pidgeot evolve by finding a rare candy, and then Pidgeot can help Charmander evolve by locating another rare candy from the deck. Setting up for success gives its deck its unique reliability. But back to the star of the show. Let's talk Charizard. Charizard uses its ability Infernal Rain on evolution to accelerate 3 fire energy from your deck and attach them to any Pokemon you wish. Charizard's attacks using Burning Darkness, which only becomes stronger as the game presses on, doing a base 180 damage and an extra 30 for each prize card your opponent takes. Charizard caps out its damage at an enormous 330. The combination of high HP and a hard-hitting move makes Charizard a real powerhouse. Now, how many times have I said the word ability? As you may be thinking, Path to the Peak is this deck's natural enemy. We can't count on that speed and consistency without the use of abilities, so lots of removals of stadiums is imperative. So, some may look towards Lost Vacuum or a helpful stadium of their own, such as Artisan or Magma Basin. Other cards you could choose to add to complement Charizard include Jacques to further accelerate their evolution potential, or Entei V for low maintenance early game attacking using Burning Rondo for only 2 fire energy. Good luck to all our Charizard players this weekend. Let's see if we can pick out any other interesting plays and blazing victories.
Hello everyone and welcome to
Guess the Pokemon!
Where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows. Oh, wow. I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one. Floatzel. Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokedex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous.
I promise. I did not. Absolutely promise.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No?
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
We can have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I wanted... Is it?
It's Gengar.
Back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to 2. Can't just actually get 2 in a row.
Okay,
So-
Shane. Okay, you've proven yourself, Leo. You're still...
Leo's just
You're
here
not
for the
off the
vibes.
block.
I had a good guess. I mean,
Anyway, yeah,
you went for a crazy
I thought
ghost
it
type,
might
right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well.
Yeah, true. Fan favourite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon Go so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse. Item lock to opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Bronzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or
Grumpig.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these.
I'm not even close.
Two new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's
It's Palia! There we go!
That's very
Let's
good.
go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG,
Yeah,
so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. I thought, psychic, fairy dancing?
Yeah.
Why did you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the 1 and go. unfortunately.
Oh no!
But I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
Lost Zone Box, despite losing Scoop Up Net, is still a massive threat in this format. Colress's Experiment and Comfate allow you to get cards in the Lost Zone fast. Comfate, when it's in the active, can use its flower selecting ability, which lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes into your hand and one goes in the Lost Zone. This, in combination with many switching cards, allows you to grow your hand and grow the Lost Zone extremely fast. Colress's Experiment is a supporter card, which lets you look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Then you get to keep 3 and put 2 in the Lost Zone. This opens up the door for cards like Cramorant to attack for free, Mirage Gates, which allow you to accelerate 2 energies from the deck, and Sableye, which will allow you to place 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon for 1 energy. Honestly, it gets a little bit silly. This makes Lost Zone box decks extremely versatile, and they can even make use of Radiant Greninja's attack, Moonlight Shuriken, to Grief Evolution decks, or go extremely aggressive in the active position with Radiant Childbell's Combustion Blast attack. Cards like Snorlax and Zamazenta can also be used in Lost Zone Box to add extra offensive pressure also. No matter what happens, Lost Zone Box will be a top tier contender, and it's something that quite honestly you have to keep your eye on as a player. Another thing I want you to keep your eye on though is this stream, so don't go anywhere, next round coming up soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just had an incredible top 8 match. Of course, now we're going into top 4. This time, it's me, Alex Dow, partnered with birthday boy, Mike Ellis.
It is in fact my birthday, and what better way to celebrate it than to cast through the top 4 here in Gdańsk. We have seen some amazing decks throughout the tournament, but there is one that shines above the rest, and that's Palkia V-Star. Is going to be making it into that top 4 and is going to be seen on stream here in the semi-finals.
Yep, let's have a quick reminder of our top 8 players and decks that came through as well, because of course not only did we have Luke, who's now made it into top 4 and will be our feature match, up against our top 8 player, Erin, with that Charizard EX deck. So that's going to be a fantastic matchup. And over on the other side of the bracket, we do have a former world champion, Robin Schultz, looking to take down a regional here in Gdańsk, up against a native in Lukash.
Yeah, Lukash is piloting that Snorlax store deck. We got to see that on stream in day 1, and it's been finding those Charizard matchups rather well, and that's one of its strongest matchups. Unfortunately for Robin, he is piloting the Charizard EX deck, so that is going to be pretty favourable towards Lukash, and on his quarter-final, he beat Thomas Elliott-Jones, who was piloting Charizard EX, so it could be a straight run of Snorlax Store all the way through, only needing to take on Charizard EX the whole way, but it's up to Luke Kirkham to knock out the other Charizard EX to potentially take away the Snorlax Store's win.
Yep, it's only one person left from us as a caster prediction group who has their deck choice available left in the tournament. That's that Snorlax. Blocked there
about that.
by Benjamin Rabayotti.
I should have put Palkia V-Star in. I was so close to doing it.
Unfortunately, myself, I lost my 2 Mew VMAXs who had incredible runs. Ewan West and Jamie Hindley there with their Mew decks. One bested by Luke Kirkham, as we do see him on screen with his incredible You know, he is a bit of a throwback. You know, both me and him started at the same time. I've known him for quite some time now. He's had some fantastic results and finishes across the years. And it's great to see him bring back that innovation once again. We highlight it so often, especially in a format where there's new cards and so many new decks in such a wide format.
Yeah, I went outside and saw Urvind out there and asked him about, oh, what do you think of Luke's deck? And he was like, he always has weird decks. Whenever I play against him, he always flips over something funky. And here's Eren. You see the record there. It needs to be filled in. This event is going to be his chance to fill it in. Spoke to him in the interview. He started when he was very young, played through juniors and seniors. But this is his first year back in a long time, as he took a long extended break, and it's his first time in Masters, and what a way to do it on the big stage, coming here into that top 4, showing off why he's such a great player. And what a pick with Charizard EX into the weekend. It seemed like the smart choice.
It is a great choice. As Joe had mentioned on previous feature matches, it was one of those where, in a similar vein to Gardevoir EX, it was able to be a bit more robust against some of those counters. And such a big, bulky, powerful Pokemon as well. Like you've also mentioned, an opportunity to feature Eren once again. His third time on stream, and being able to now go 101, and he's in top 4. Remember, already secured $5,000 and plenty of championship points, but more to come.
We've seen so many players return to the game because they saw the reason to join back. But here we see the prizes being put out as we enter our semi-final. Anything crazy here? Nothing too much to worry about. Maybe the Luminion could come in as an important card at some moment, but we are about to get started into our semi-final. Luke versus Eren to make their spot in the final their own.
Palkia versus Charizard. Fire versus water. Let's see who's going to best which. As we do kick things off there. Are we seeing a Shivery Chill?
A Shivery Chill. Who would have thought it? We hadn't seen any Shenpao lists on the stream, but it was Luke's list here with the Palkia V-Star. Just the one Shenpao in there, allowing for the Shivery Chill.
Yeah, something we've experienced here in Gdańsk as well. It is cold here. Luke has been pouring water all over this whole tournament so far. Being able to grab 2 water energies out of the deck. Not, like you mentioned, not something we've seen already. It's been a fantastic archetype in the previous format, pre-Paradox Rift, but now just reduced to a support.
I mean, a lot of people will be thinking, Palkia V-Star, how could that possibly work in a format with so many Miraidon? But actually, for Luke, Miraidon's been the most common matchup for him.
Yes, it has. He's faced many a Miraidon. It might have been 7 now, if I'm not mistaken, across the 2 days. Does play something like the Shenpao, which, you know, gives you a non-lightning weak attacker, but hidden in that deck also is that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX 1/1 line, which has really sort of punched his way through a lot of those yellow type Pokemon.
Exactly. You know, when you can knock something out whilst also surviving the return attack, and you can get 2 knockouts with 1 Pokemon. Yes, it's worth 3 prizes, but it can really trade nicely into that Miraidon. But you can see here, setting up nice and wide, getting as many of those Palkia V-Stars ready. You know, early on, it's going to be tough for the Charizard EX to knock out something like a Palkia V-Star. So big, 280 hit points. We saw it in the last matchup. Tord, with the Palkia V-Star in play, was out of range of that Charizard right down to the very end.
Yeah, I really like this from Luke as well. Trying to utilize that Spiritomb, you know, typically used in the matchup against the Mew. I'm sure it was a bit of an MVP in that top 8 he's had against you and West there. So we do see the attachment and then a pass. But that Spiritomb will be slowing Eren down because it will stop things like that Luminium V from being able to grab a supporter, stopping that Pidgeot, if it does come down, from running away with Vanishing Wings. But it's on Eren now to try to utilize whatever cards he can get access to with this Arven.
What's quite interesting here is, for Luke, he hasn't faced a Charizard EX throughout the tournament yet. So he's working out on the fly. And of course, everyone who's come up against Luke has been trying to work it out. So we are going to be witnessing both these players solving the problem. You know, they've theorized it leading up to this, but they're both trying to solve that problem on the fly.
Yeah, that's exactly what Eren's had to do. He's already had the best, one of the world's best in the modern era, Tord Redcliffe. He's had to best Yuho Kalama in his final round to even make it into top 8. So he's really been well versed in trying to combat all of these sort of big, impressive, very strong players throughout this tournament so far. And he's the one who has come on top and made it into top 4, as we do see the Forest Sealstone and the Battle VIP Pass taken here.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see both players setting up well here in a semi-final. Nothing worse than a bad setup. At least now we get to see both players executing their game plan. Their primary strategy is going to be possible, and it's then which of them has the stronger game plan going into the match. Of course, Charizard doesn't mind going behind, as it has a lot of comeback potential towards the end of the game. But what's the Palkia V-Star really aiming to do in this matchup, do you think?
It's got so many different little cute techs to try and play around. Of course, it has the big bulky Pokemon itself, right? The Palkia V-Star we saw in the last match where Eren really wasn't able to take one-hit KOs with his Charizard EX, but he also plays cards like Canceling Cologne. You know, when you're a water type, playing water energies, you're able to accelerate water energy across the board. What comes down? Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, being able to take 2 little KOs if possible. That's why Eren was actually eyeing up there the Manaphy.
Yeah, and you've really got to be concerned about that right now with the Pidgey and the Charmander on the bench. If no Manaphy is found here, then they will be easy targets for the Greninja. But with the Pidgeot V in hand and the Forest Seal Stone, there's always going to be a contingency plan to get the Manaphy down, but that would force the Pidgeot V down as well. So
big, mysterious tail there. From the 6 cards, grabbing out that Battle VIP pass.
What a card to find off of that Mew in the first turn.
It's what it's there for, right? It's what it's there for. There you go, eyeing up another Charmander, another attacking Pokemon alongside the supports that will help buff up some of those Charmander and Charizard EX attackers. Their Manaphy chosen to prevent any bench damage, bench damage to his Pokemon there as well. So strong turn here after that initial Arven.
Yeah, and I think both players setting up well here. The Mew features in both sides. You've got the Celebrations Mew as an option within the Palkia deck. A great way. There's a lot of good items.
Yes.
You've got the cross switches, which can be vital. I mean, even if you don't find an item that you particularly want, you just want to draw, you have the trekking shoes even, which you can collect and start to draw through your deck. And then with the combination with Irida, you can find those combination pieces that you need in the final moment. So both these decks are setting up and getting ready for the long haul. I really have no idea how it's going to go through the mid and late game. With both of them getting the early game sorted, what's next?
Yeah, I wonder if Eren knows much of what's in Luke's deck. Of course, neither of these players have faced one another throughout 15 rounds, and then the top 8 haven't faced each other as of yet. Like you mentioned, trying to figure out the best game plan here. It's going to be so vital to work out turns 3, turns 4, turns 5.
Hopefully you guys in chat are enjoying this, because nothing better than watching a new deck, an innovation, and seeing everyone solving it on the fly. There's been some rumbling around water decks. What's the options? Tord bringing the Palkia V-Star in was a great addition there. But that Star Portal from Palkia V-Star just opens up so much potential. It featured at one point in Xianpao, but it was sometimes too much of a risk, too much of a liability with that lightning weakness.
Yep.
And that was the main reason we haven't seen it in many other people's eyes, because of the risk of Miraidon. Whereas now, partnered with the right combination, it seems to be in a really good spot here.
Yeah, we do see more Shivery Chill there by the Xianpao, grabbing more energies, allowing Greninja to continue to conceal cards and just see more of the deck. Lots of options there available. Is that Irida in hand, double water energies? There's a few different ways that Luke could navigate this turn.
With the Earthen Vessel now, plus the Shivery Chill, you can get most of those water energy out of your deck early on, start to thin it down, and make every single draw that much more important.
Yeah, one combo piece potentially away from cancelling Cologne after a cross switcher onto that Manaphy, available from just taking out 2 Charmanders and reducing the threat on Eren's board to near enough 0. But Luke here eyeing up a non-Mew defense from Eren's side, trying to take a prize nice and early. Escape rope there.
I mean, the problem with getting too many prize cards early on, it just ramps up that Charizard EX damage.
Yeah, exactly that. As a Palkia believer yourself.
I am very much. I mean, yesterday I wore the Palkia V-Star, the Origin Form Palkia pin badge because I was a believer. Anyone who noticed that was the reason, I promise. It wasn't just because it went well with my suit.
Now they're doing you proud. And as we do see a subspace spell, KO on the promoted Charmander there from the escape rope, not wanting to give up the mana fee, nor wanting to give up the Pidgey. It's a top deck there. Is that another Charmander?
Seems to be.
What else is available in Aaron's hand? Feels like every time we've seen Aaron so far, his draw hasn't been the most impressive. Can utilize that Pidgeot V there with the Forest Sealstone to get things going. But remember,
liability though.
Yeah, unable to run away with that Vanishing Wings.
Yeah, Spiritomb, Fettered in Misfortune. Smart of Luke to put it down here. You know, this is a card specifically for something like Mew, but it does have that versatility against decks that rely on Luminion, and in this case, the Pidgeot. It can also be quite good into Snorlax Stall, because you can stop the Rotom V from quick charging.
Yep, exactly that. There's a lot of outs. Luke's deck here built to beat a lot of the field. Of course, cannot compete with absolutely everything, but seemingly doing super well. Remember, he's only lost once across 16 rounds.
You say that. I asked him, I was like, what's your bad matchup? And he went, I don't think there is one.
Yeah, well.
But he was watching Tord earlier and he went, I really hope I don't have to face Tord because that looks like a bad matchup. So the only deck in the room which he felt like he couldn't beat was the one which he wasn't aware of before the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's another deck with just so many different cute texts and answers, right? We do see the Mysterious Tail grab of the Battle VIP Pass. Did have the option of the Escape Rope, but for the moment, opts not to take it. As maybe wanting to use the Battle VIP Pass, yes, as Ultra Ball fodder.
Yeah, typically if you see a Battle VIP Pass taken later on, there is an Ultra Ball in hand ready to go.
Ultra Ball, Lost Vacuum, one of these. Many pieces.
Was there? I guess if there wasn't a rare candy in hand, can be attained by the Forest Sealstone, but there we go. That's probably going to be what we see here. So a Charizard has been developed, and the question is, how much else can we see Aaron set up his board to deal with this early pressure from Luke Kirkham at this stage? You know, Palkia V-Star in the active spot will just keep swinging, and everything else on the bench will be able to develop throughout those turns.
Goes for the Pidgeot V EX first. Now able to chain the combo to pull up that Charizard EX as well. Can grab any card with that quick search. We saw how vital it was already in the top 8 and the other matchups where we've seen Charizard EX. Likely the rare candy here already has a Charizard EX in hand that you've highlighted. There's the second rare candy. Which Charmander will he evolve up?
It has to be the one in the middle because the other one has been benched this turn, I believe.
So, yes, that's correct.
Just make sure that happens correctly there.
Double check there, of course. Doesn't make too much of an impact, but is important to make sure we keep the game state as clean as possible. But makes the decision a little bit easier, just to double check, as we will see a proper Infernal Rain come down as well with free energy attachments.
But I mean, at this stage, you've got Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX developed. That's a pretty good position to be in, as you have, you know, the full strength of that 330 hit point Pokemon. That can do a lot of damage, but it's not able to knock out anything that's worth 2 prizes on Luke's side at this stage. So we'll just start to accumulate damage, and there'll be a lot of 2-hit knockouts back and forth. And then the question's going to be, can Aaron develop the next one in time and the one after that?
Or can Luke find a way around the Charizard if necessary and just kind of limit what Aaron has available to him? I believe I saw the Canceling Clone now in Luke's hand as well, alongside one part Cross Switcher. Double Cross Switcher. There's a Canceling Cologne. Is there enough energy available with a retreat into Star Portal?
I mean, this could be absolutely huge here. You know, if we see the Cross Switcher Canceling Cologne combo here, can take out the other Charmander, whilst also leaving a Greninja in the active. We did see a lot of water getting discarded early on.
With the concealed cards, yeah.
So we'll see if there was enough discarded. Whether that is the combo play here. There's one, there's two, there's only 2 in the discard here.
Could retreat though to get more into the discard. might not be the most efficient use of those energies.
We'll just be top decking at that point, right? And he started his Ultra Ball, so he has to get rid of the Mew EX. He's getting rid of the Cancelling Cologne.
Yeah, opts to go down a different route here. Remember, doesn't have access to the Lumineon, if I'm not mistaken, because it was prized. Targeting potentially another Palkia V-Star.
I guess just accepting that that one prize taken early on can be dealt with later on to balance it out. But then if you leave that Charmander in play, it's not a huge amount Eren needs to do now that the Pidgeot EX is activated to set up the next one. And that's where you start to worry. If you have to go through 2 Charizard EX here, it could really change up the matchup.
Yeah, just at least considering maybe taking that down. Remember, Luke has to take 4 prizes before the Charizard EX is actually just able, just from the ramp of the damage, return a KO or one-hit KO.
Oh, can take out the Pidgeot V here.
So yeah, it's still here in this same scenario. Can go down to 3 prizes. A Charizard EX is unable to take a knockout on a fresh Palkia V-Star. I mean, because it's 270 without any other extra damage modifications.
I mean, the key there, the cross switches almost had to be played just to be able to thin down the hand for the restart from the Mew EX.
Here's a Melanie as well. It's drawn into that, draw an additional 3 cards at the same time. Water Energy, able to attach from hand.
And continue drawing with the Greninja if needed.
No, it seems like Luke is content with what he's been able to draw. Let's find Melanie and water and a hand attachment there to get the fresh Palkia V-Star.
Didn't even need to use Star Portal.
Also, he has that Chen Pao as well. Another massive attacker. There's so many little options available here. It's just whether he can get there.
I mean, the Shen Pao is huge because if next turn the Charizard EX isn't able to take a knockout on the benched Palkia V-Star, that will leave 4 Water Energy in play, and there is 1 in the discard. So if you put that Shen Pao into the active, you then start to get water out of your deck, conceal cards them away, and then you're quickly accumulating into that Shen Pao one-hit knockout.
Yeah, so many options here. You know, Luke's in a commanding position, taking 3 prizes already. Eren, quick searching right now. Just slowly maybe evolving up that Charmander. Eyeing up it looks like a Charmeleon. But what's the game plan here for Eren? He's 3 prizes down. It could be a massive knockout if Eren could grab maybe a damage modifier that he plays. I can't quite tell right now. Just double checking what's available. Defiance Band.
So Defiance Band on that Charizard would be able to knock out a Palkia V-Star here.
There it is. Currently just been targeted there by Eren. That fresh Palkia staring down the face of a burning darkness available here from this Charizard EX.
Just prepping for next turn as well. I'm going to get that Super Rod. So at this stage, we are seeing the fact of both these decks have options, and that's why they've done so well in this tournament. Charizard EX, a fantastic call into this tournament. You know, very good into the most popular decks we've seen here. And this is exactly why. As the game goes on, it really starts to favor Charizard EX, one of the strongest endgames of any deck right now in the format. And it's these kinds of cards, the comeback mechanic cards, Counter Catcher, Defiance Band, this is when they get activated.
And this is it. We are approaching that full endgame here. Remember, this is the Masters top 4 between Luke Kirkham and Eren Kingma. Palkia versus Charizard. Water versus fire.
With a bit of dark.
With a bit of dark.
What a way this is going out here. I mean, both decks have a free retreat pivot as well. You know, that Mew EX and the Pidgeot EX, you know, they're so well built around all of these different options. And it's at this stage that Palkia V-Star, the healthy one that Luke Kirkham put into the active, hoping to be able to survive a hit here. But with Defiance Band and the 270 damage that we'll expect to see out the Charizard EX, it will be a knockout. 2 prizes going to Eren.
Big knockout.
How will Luke respond?
Still has access to Star Portal, right? 3 energies now back into the discard.
Needs to get 6 energy in play to knock out that Charizard EX, and then you've got to wonder after that, what's the plan? Because that's all your energy gone.
That's a lot of energy gone.
Okay, so Trekking Shoes just helping get through that deck. Switch out's not too vital right here as there's one in hand.
Goes into the battle VIP.
Easy decision for the Ultra Ball.
Easy fodder. Double battle VIP passes there, no longer useful.
I mean, that Luminion would be lovely right now that's in the prize cards.
Does have to start weaving in those Melanies. It is a Melanie heavy deck. Remember, being able to bring back those energies from the discards, draw free, and just continue executing your game plan.
Okay, so we're going to get that Suicune. You know, the least commonly seen of the legendary beasts in recent times, but historically one of the most successful of the trio.
It's definitely had its moment.
For anyone who doesn't know what Suicune does, very similar to Raikou and Entei, which you might be familiar with. It's just slightly different numbers. So the HP, slightly higher than Raikou at 210, slightly lower than Entei. Retreat cost 2. Other than that, pretty much does the same thing. Blizzard Rondo. Water colorless 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon, and that amazing fleet-footed included on there. So
see the retreat into the Chien-Pao, the Shivery Chill now being utilized here by Luke Kirkham. That incredible power and ability now. 2 waters in hand. As we mentioned, 5 in the discard, no, 3 in the discard.
It should be 4 now because of the knockout on the Palkia. No, it might be 3. 3 or 4.
Plenty.
Enough.
Trekking Shoes. Palkia there. Discard. Greninja. 4 now, I think, in the discard.
Really wants to find that Melanie to try and get as much water in play as possible. Doesn't find it. Just the Irida there. That's why we're talking about that Luminion. Really helps bring more water into play. Could have even potentially used the Aqua Return of the Luminion to try and put up a 1-prizer. But as we saw, that Quick Search plus Boss combination in Charizard EX is so powerful in the endgame.
Irida being used. Opportunity to grab any water Pokemon and any item card from the deck. Remember, we've already said how powerful those item cards are in Luke's deck. I mean, cross switches we've seen utilized in so many different decks previously. Looks like he's finally grabbed an Ice Rider. Is it an Ice Rider? Looks like an Ice Rider.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be using it here.
No, but we talk about it so often. It feels like it's nice to finally get a chance to see it in some way, shape or form.
I really wonder what the game plan is here. Since that Defiance Band knockout, just being in range on the Palkia V-Star, it's really thrown off Luke here. His game plan has very much been dig to try and find the dream option, but there we see the Star Portal.
Yeah, massive ability. Being able to attach up to 3 water energy cards from your discard pile to your water Pokemon in play in any way you like.
And 1 from hand, that puts it up to the 6 energy needed to knock out the Charizard. And we'll be getting that Defiance Band off just to try and thin the Ice Rider Calyrex out of the deck.
Massive
All
attack.
those energy there to take out the Charizard EX. It will be a knockout here. Luke down to 1 remaining, but what can he do next turn? Does Eren have a response? 4 prizes needed for Eren, but this is where Charizard EX thrives.
Hellblade going all the way through that big, massive, dark type Charizard EX. Can Eren find a way to come back from this scenario? With an Ultra Ball and a Charizard EX, we'll have a retaliation attack on Luke's side of the board, but I must imagine there will be some form of disruption coming down as well.
I mean, it has to disrupt at this point. You know, the biggest weakness of this Palkia V-Star deck from looking at it seems to be endgame Roxanne or endgame Iono. If you've not got energy on board, it's a scary place to be. And after using that Chien-Pao, there's no more water in play. The Star Portal is gone. And so it is going to be relying on stuff like that Mew EX for the restart, maybe even the Suicune fleet-footed to try and find their way out of this final moment. But is there enough fire energy in deck for this Charizard EX?
Has 1 in hand. There's 1. That's all he really needs, in all honesty, right now. Just double checking the resources there. There's another one.
It was 3, I think. I think he put them back in earlier with the super rod.
Plenty of resources available to him. Just double checking one more time. Getting the attachments on the pivot options there. If anything gets trapped, they're likely to get knocked out anyway. There's the Iono being moved.
That's
from the quick search. That is the one.
My goodness, what an end game we're having here in our first game of the semi-final. It's going to be an Iono and Prey. Hope that it disrupts enough here, and Luke will be going down to 1 card to try and respond next turn.
No, Luke set up his board perfectly as well to try and deal with it. Has that fail-safe of restart from that Mew VEX. Currently seeing an escape rope from that one-off card. Does need to find a Melanie to chain an attack with that escape rope as well.
I mean, at this point, you know, there's a few draw options, but needs to find a way to get the Manaphy or the Mew into play. And we saw the Luminion stayed in the prize card. So to find that boss's orders, it won't be possible through Luminion. Has a few options here, but Erin doing everything he can to try and win this. A final knockout with a Charizard EX. That Charizard is not going to be going down.
Is that Melanie?
I believe that is a Melanie.
That is a massive top deck here. That gives Luke a great attacker. Does need to find a way to gust one of those single prizes, because I don't know if he's able to stretch for that Pidgeot EX.
Not at all. So we'll need to try and dig for the cross switches here.
It's a cross switcher play. Melanie attach the water energy from the discard pile.
I guess you escape rope here and start with the restart. This is a tough end game.
Go into Suicune so that you can fleet-footed as well, see more cards, wait for your opponent to decide.
It's a forced decision here, really, for Erin.
So there's escape rope. Yep, there you go. There's the Pidgeot EX coming to the active spot. Suicune in the active. Restart for 2 cards. Irida. Double Irida. Not what we're after right now. Melanie. What's the target here for Luke? Suicune.
Just going to be drawing cards at this point.
Oh, there's boss in hand. There's a... he
can't use it now, though.
He's just 1 card off. Well, 2 in theory. This trekking shoes.
Needs to try and find the cross switches here.
Earthen Vessel will get him that energy.
You just see the power of the water engine, how quickly you can dig through your deck. You see the 2 cross switches in there. Might have to be literally concealed cards for the 2 cross switches.
Yep, it has to be the biggest concealed cards of the tournament for Luke here to take him potentially that 1 step closer to the finals of Gdańsk Regionals. Here we go.
Fleet-footed and concealed cards to try and get the 2 cross switches in the deck. Is it possible? That's not it. And that's not it there.
That's not it. So yes, it looks like a concession there from Luke, not hitting 1. But what an incredible display by Erin there, being able to combine the Iono with the big, bulky Charizard EX once again. And it is Fire Dark, which takes game 1 of this top 4.
What a game. That went right down to the wire. It feels like Charizard EX always has a way in those final moments with the disruption of Iono, with the comeback potential, with the Defiance Band, the counter catches. And if you've got a quick search Pidgeot EX in play, you can find any of those pieces in those final moments, so it's in your control right down to the very end.
Yes, so vital to have that capability to just select any card you want from your deck, right? If I need a boss, I'll just go get it. If I need a Charizard, I'll get it. Rare candy? Sure, why not? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But Luke's pushed himself into a really good position. I mean, we saw a few of the ways Luke could take big knockouts, right? He just needed that 1 little last step.
I wonder if that Pidgeot V knockout, in hindsight, you know, maybe he's going to think in the next one I need to adapt to not get down to that 3 prize cards remaining. Now he knows the Defiance Band is there and that his Palkia V-Stars are in range at that point. Maybe he needs to think about reeling it back in and just trying to get down to prizes in a slower fashion. But of course, early tempo is so key to potentially winning.
Yeah, 100%. And it's not as if Erin's going to be sat there doing nothing whilst Luke takes slower knockouts. Erin's going to be forcing a lot of pressure himself, even just dealing 180 and 180 and 180 back to back. will just kind of make Luke think, well, I need to deal with this now and as soon as possible. But you know, both players have to compose themselves here.
You got to say fair play to Aaron. The way he played that out was brilliant. Just everything he was doing was the right decision at the right time. Played it cleanly, and chained that Pidgeot EX into play to try and set him up. Once he got that Charizard EX down, forced the big knockout with the Shen Pao. And so all of those kind of steps that are being taken by the Charizard EX, done brilliantly. Obviously very comfortable with the list, been playing it all weekend. Yeah. But maybe just solving against Palkia V-Star, and this is something we see a lot. When you play against a deck you've not played before, you're more susceptible to mistakes because you don't know what you're playing against. You haven't got experience in the matchup, but Aaron navigating that perfectly.
Yeah, unbelievably well. He's played different matchups every time we featured him on stream so far already. A mirror match that lost Paradox Box, and now up against this Palkia. We're going to keep saying Palkia Ice Rider, despite not seeing Ice Rider yet. But as we do see both players, oh, that's a big prizing there on a Manaphy side. But let's see if Luke even goes down that route this time. The Ice Rider Calyrex there prize, nothing else too crazy. So we do see both players having set up now. Looks like Luke will be setting up and going first. Game 2 of our Masters top 4 at Gdańsk Regionals. Aaron is 1-0 up.
Just looking at this straight away, looks to be a similar start for Luke. But of course, as you mentioned, that Manaphy in the prize cards was the main thing slowing down Luke from completely disrupting Aaron's board. Now, it's a whole different game, and this is why that Manaphy is so important right now. Most decks playing it to avoid that early Greninja pressure, and what better way to do that than with a Palkia deck going first, knowing that in their next turn, their first attacking turn, they can use that Greninja.
What's great for Luke is once Aaron starts to set up his board, he'll start to figure out, well, if there's a Nest Ball and Battle VIP pass being played, no Manaphy coming down, hang on a moment. My Greninja's in the active spot if I don't need to necessarily move it out too quickly. And it can start swinging away with that fantastic attack, Moonlight Shuriken, and maybe just start running away with game 2.
This is the question with Star Portal. At what point during the game do you use it? And that's one of the flexible ideas with this deck, is you can have early pressure where you bring a load of water in for a Greninja or to set up any of your attackers, but you can also hold it till the end game. Yep. And on this occasion, it could be a second turn Star Portal that could be so key to that early pressure. But of course, water does have to be discarded. Can we see a stable board state for Aaron here? He does have a VIP pass in there.
Does have Arven as well. It has multiple things going for him.
Very nice.
Great starting hands for Aaron.
Dreamy.
Dreamy.
Except for the Manaphy.
Yeah, well, he hasn't figured it out yet. He's just about to figure that out now.
Watch that facial expression as he finds no Manaphy.
Yep, not ideal. Staring down at the face of a Radiant Greninja.
I mean, it stands out in that deck list. Everything looking so red in there, and then suddenly the flash of blue of Manaphy.
Yep, double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking. I don't have it. No Hisuian Heavy Ball to grab it out of the prizes either. Has to keep the poker face on, of course. Just be like, I want to set up my boards. That's why I didn't get Manaphy. And see if Luke can maybe, again, go down the route of using Star Portal, maybe for that latter turn to think of a big knockout once again.
But there we go. Just the Pidgey coming down, and you know, if another Charmander comes down, it does force a decision out of Luke. And I think what we're going to have to see from Aaron here is even more of those evolving basics coming down.
Yeah.
Just to try and protect themselves from a potential Moonlight Shuriken that completely disrupts the board.
There it is. We do see the third Charmander come down as well. Remember, still has access to Arven, can still continue going through the deck to build out that board state. Decisions to be made.
There it is. There's the Arven. Such a great partner to Charizard EX. You know, having an item and a tool available. We saw how important the tool cards are with the Forest Seal Stone, as well as that Defiance Band in the vital moment. A great combining card. There's the VIP pass. That's the easy decision. The other card.
Forest Seal Stone. This time Luke had Spiritomb in hand, but decided to not to bench it.
Well, this time he has a Luminion that he might want to put down. Of course, last game, the fleet-footed wasn't available in that Suicune.
Ah, yes.
Because of the Sableye.
Impacts both board
the
states.
Spiritomb, yeah. I'm sure you guys in chat caught that one.
Doesn't matter. Wasn't too relevant in the end anyway, fortunately.
Maybe this time he's thinking, I want my fleet-footed.
I want my 1-card top deck.
I want my
extra
Luminium.
draw. But there it is. That Pidgeot V, a wonderful card and wonderful inclusion to utilize alongside that Forest Sealstone. Now able to use Vanishing Wings to hide away if and when it needs to do so. Another way of also reducing damage output from that Palkia.
So just looking at this board state here, if you were Luke thinking about your Moonlight Shuriken targets next time, you've got 3 Charmanders and a Pidgey. Is that Pidgey one of your targets, or do you focus on the Charmanders?
My question has been answered for me by Aaron there, as he benches a second Pidgey.
So would you take 2 Pidgey, a Pidgey and a Charmander, or 2 Charmanders?
It is actually quite telling that there's 2 Pidgey down. We know Aaron has Forest Sealstone in hand as well, so Pidgeot V is just there, waiting to utilize it.
Sponge some damage.
Sponge some damage, but just knowing that, you know, regardless if these Pidgeys go, he has access to any card from Star Alchemy regardless. So it's just kind of forcing Luke into an awkward scenario and saying, well, which are you going to target?
Well, for anyone at home who's thinking, what do you do if you prize Manaphy? Well, this is a great example of it from Aaron. You just go as wide as possible, knowing that they might get those 2 prizes, but as we saw in the last game, going behind is not a problem for this deck.
As you said, the strongest type or archetype deck Pokemon in terms of ramping up towards the end game or end stages of a game.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, if you can get set up as Charizard EX early on and have a stable beginning, you're set for the rest of it. Charizard EX so large, 330 hit points, as well as having, you know, no real scary weakness. So we'll see what happens right here.
Okay, it's just double checking the counts as we go.
What was discarded there? I think it was just the question off of the Earthen Vessel.
But yeah, grabbing 2 energies from the deck with the discard as well, functionality. Such a powerful card from the new set. Concealed cards being used here. Drawing an additional 2 cards for Luke as he needs to set up his own board state himself. Escape rope available.
I mean, what a semi-final we've got here in Gdansk. We had a great quarter-final earlier. Anyone who was watching that, you thoroughly enjoyed watching Aaron navigate around.
Star Portal, sorry. But he's also decided to bench the Spiritomb. He's keeping that Pidgeot V around.
Lock it in.
You aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, we saw, as I was about to say, Aaron knows, of course. Aaron navigated towards unusual Lost Box list beautifully in the quarterfinal. Is now having to work out this Palkia V-Star list in the next game. So really being tested at their adaptability on the fly. And they will be taking out both Pidgeys.
Double Pidgey. I guess with the crux of the deck, I mean, the thing that makes it work so well, right, is having those quick search abilities to kind of combo out certain cards. Aaron does already have Rare Candy Charizard EX in hand, so can start swinging back in Luke's direction. But there's no combo or wombo combo with the Pidgeot EX this time.
Yeah, we mentioned about the endgame being so powerful. One of the big factors in that is the quick search. If you take away the quick search, it kind of weakens that endgame. They might not be able to find the boss or the Ionu that they need in those final moments, as Charizard tends to keep quite a thick deck. Doesn't really dig all the way down to the bottom, unlike some others. And so it can be hard to find the exact card you need in the final moments, but that Pidgeot V on the bench will be stuck. Vanishing Wings, unable to be used as an ability, thanks to the Spiritomb's fettered in misfortune. And so at this stage, Aaron just wants to evolve as many of those Charizards as possible and might be able to get another one there with the Forest Sealstone if they fancy it.
Yep. Infernal Rain, free fire energies just coming out of the deck, attaching to your Pokemon in any way you like. Burning Darkness now dealing 240 damage on this poor Radiant Greninja if Aaron chooses to do so.
It's an interesting debate there. Do you go for the Radiant Greninja, taking away one of the main draw engines of the Palkia V-Star deck, or do you leave it knowing that you need to get 2 prizes to have the most efficient route to victory?
There is an easy target on that bench with that Orange Inform Palkia V. So there's options, there's routes to take here. Forest Sealstone utilized, Star Alchemy activated. Any card from the deck. Looks like he stopped at the boss.
It does indeed. But that hand doesn't have much else going for it. So if you go for the boss here, you're going to be stuck with quite a limited hand.
It's a bit more of a greedy play, I guess, is how a lot of players have coined it before.
I mean, if you're in your second game, having won the first one, you can sort of take those risks sometimes and play a bit greedier, knowing that if you don't, then you won't ever be able to win it.
It's very true, Mike, very true. Opts for the safer play right now with the Iono being grabbed from Star Alchemy. Remember, no access to Pidgeot EXs unless it's able to find the Super Rod to bring those Pidgeys back.
I mean, if you think about the Greninja being knocked out here, a hand of 4, no real draw in play, that could really throw off Luke's game plan.
I mean, you're completely right. That hand does not look pretty at all right now. Just a Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, Battle VIP Pass.
And a Shen Pao.
And a Shen Pao.
I mean, you guys in chat must be loving this, seeing a new deck doing well at the top.
Hold on 1 second, unable to because of that Spiritomb.
Spiritomb has been an MVP this weekend for a lot of people.
Putting in a lot of work here. Right, so 1 prize taken there by Aaron on that knockout on the Radiant Greninja. Top deck mode here for Luke. That's a switch.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. Can't use Luminion because of that Spiritomb either.
What can you get on the bench here off that Nest Ball?
Mew, an opportunity to restart.
It's true, start drawing if you can. I mean, when you look at the way his hands have gone, I think that restart has been vital in so many moments. You do get down to a low hand size, especially if that's your main loss condition, is people disrupting you. It does make a lot of sense to have the Mew EX in there.
Yeah, it's such a powerful and great card. Free retreat, a really cool attack in that genome hacking, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't know if it would ever get used much in this deck.
You never know. You never know. But yes, yeah, it's very unlikely. But
tricky one.
Alongside that as well, it has that fail-safe restart ability. We've seen it on Pokemon before and how great they can be to draw back up to 3.
Boss's orders.
Boss's orders. Could take 1. I mean, it could take a single prize knockout here. The Defiance Band is attached, so it means that active Charizard EX won't be able to utilize something like that to respond. Just announces Subspace Swell, 60 plus, 120 damage from the bench, so 180, you are correct.
Little top tip, as a player who's recently played Palkia V-Star, 7 bench Pokemon's 200, and from there, do the maths.
It's one way of doing it, one easy way of doing it. Or into a rare Candy Charizard with the Defiance Band on the bench as well.
My goodness, this is really ramping up for Aaron. No Pidgeot needed.
Luke only plays 1 boss, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Which is in hand.
Which is in hand, so that's probably why he didn't want to not waste it, but not get as much value out of it by taking a 1 prize knockout.
Outside of the boss, has to get the combo of the cross switches, and with such a low hand size right now and no real draw in play, that'll be quite a big ask to try and get those.
Yeah, but does mean now he's staring down the face of 2 Terra Charizard EXs.
I mean, this Palkia V-Star should be able to sustain a hit here. And if that's the case, being able to knock out the opponent's Charizard EX would put them down to 2 prize remaining, and that Vanishing Wings Pidgeot V is not going anywhere at this stage. So that would be a finishing scenario.
Ooh, counter catcher onto the Mew EX.
Very good.
Very strong play here from Aaron. Of course, still 1 prize behind on the prize count. That one-off catcher, gusting it up. Easy KO.
I mean, that's brilliant. That water energy is also brilliant for Luke, but now no draw in play. That Mew EX was going to be the sole way of getting out of this situation. And so it's going to be fully reliant here on prize cards and top decks.
So Luke will be taking the knockout on this Charizard EX and then holding that boss to find a way to take the knockout on this Pidgeot V. That's the direction we're going in here. That's what Luke has to go down. He's just playing the cards in his hand.
Only one retreat cost on that Pidgeot V as well, so can't be trapped in the active or anything like that.
300 damage, Burning Darkness staring in the face of this Origin form Palkia V-Star now. Iono in hand as well from Eren. Big cards. Massive in the turn of events of this matchup here.
My goodness. What was off those prizes as well? No, Luke is really back against the wall here. A cross switcher. So potential off the top deck, maybe an Irida. And then you can go start with that Shen Pao. If you find an Irida or a cross switcher here, that Shen Pao into the active, it's really grasping at those final moments, but it would be possible.
This might be the biggest turn of Luke's regionals run so far. Massive KO there by Burning Darkness of that Charizard EX on that Palkia V-Star. What does Luke promote? It's a shivery chill Shen Pao in the active spot. Top deck.
Oh, that's a Melanie.
Melanie offers opportunity here.
Then that deck with some water energy out, and then a Melanie to try and find a cross switcher here.
This is absolutely massive. Is there a way? Is there a... Where there's a will, there's a way, it seems right now. Luke, your final opportunity to take down and bring this match and series level.
If not, we see Eren making his way to the final with pure disruption from Charizard EX, making it as hard as possible for Luke. But will Luke be able to do it here? A Melanie for 3 to find that cross switcher.
Is that even enough? There's the attachment from the Melanie.
Oh, it needs more
There's
than
a
that.
cross switcher.
Cross switcher has a basic Pokemon, but that's not enough damage.
It's just not enough damage right now. What can Luke do with this hand? There's a cross switcher that he wanted, but he needed to hit 2 more Pokemon at least, maybe more.
I mean, it's 210 on the Pidgeot. There's a
You
lot
said
to ask. Yeah, that's 8 bench Pokemon, and there's only 2.
It's not even possible from his own
Eren's
side. Yeah.
Oh, there's so much to ask of him here.
Maybe had to be proactive with that last boss, but Luke just running through his mind what all the options are from within this creative deck, this throwback to Origin form, Palkia V-Star.
I don't think he can do anything here. I think he's out of options. Nothing on the bench can be targeted. Found the cross switches, just needed more basic Pokemon.
Yeah, there's the fist bump.
Luke unable to make it happen, and that means Eren will be going through to our final, piloting the Charizard EX deck, and has earned it valiantly here, solving the mystery of the Palkia V-Star. Disruption was the key.
Massive, massive plaudits towards Eren there. Incredible display of such a fantastic archetype. Commiserations to Luke Kirkham. Fantastic deck building, fantastic deck, a throwback, like I said, to a archetype which has dominated formats before, and a deck that you have backed in your heart there, Mike.
I have a wonderful deck. Unfortunately, just missing out on that final knockout, and that's the challenge you've got with Palkia V-Star as your primary attacker. Relies so much on things being overbenched, which is why it can work very well. If any of you at home are thinking, I want to try Palkia V-Star out, it works very well against less experienced players, but the moment you get to these big stages, people know how to play around that bench space. You can see exactly what that was done there with Charizard EX. Don't need to bench anything towards the end game. Once you've got the one attacker you need, it stays there, and it's so much for a Palkia V-Star to get through. Shen Pao got the knockout in
Shen
that
Pao
first
did
game.
come out, yes. Shivery Chill making waves here at this tournament. We have seen many Palkia V-Stars, more than I thought I'd see in this meta throughout our Gdańsk Regional. Don't forget to make sure you guys are letting us know how you guys are feeling about that top 4 match. And will you be willing, Eren, to the finals and make it as champion of Gdańsk Regional as well. Make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, following alongside on Twitch and YouTube as well, and all our socials. We've had some incredible games so far.
Do we have a confirmation on the other semi-final? It was Robin Schultz with Charizard EX versus Snorlax Stall. Probably one of its toughest matchups by a long way.
Yep, I just got confirmation. We did have Robin up against Lukasz with that Snorlax Stall deck, and a 2-0 victory for Lukasz, a player that we saw in day one. It was only really a very quick matchup because, if I'm not mistaken, and knowing Robin very well, he had no outs.
4 minutes the match took. 4 minutes.
I think Robin didn't want to put himself through it as soon as Lukasz maybe benched another Snorlax and played one or two other cards.
The Polish local has gone the whole way with Snorlax Stall, and in his upper bracket has faced Charizard EX 3 times over, and we'll be doing that in the final here with Aaron. And that was the one matchup Aaron said, I do not want to face. When I spoke to him earlier before that game, he's like, please don't do the Snorlax.
Can you imagine if you are in Lukasz's position right now? You have made it into top 8 of a regional tournament. Your route to the final were 2 Charizard EX decks. Your final matchup, the final boss before you could potentially get that medal around your neck and an automatic invite to Hawaii with your Snorlax deck, is another Charizard EX deck. You must be feeling great.
What a genius call from Lukasz. Coming in, showing exactly why he's chosen the deck. Charizard EX was a great pick for this event in a lot of people's eyes. And some of the other decks that are a great pick for this event, they knew that Snorlax Stall was going to be good into it. And so they've come out and done so well. But of course, we've seen the creativity across the board. I mean, shout out to all the people who came to this event with unorthodox decks and things that are a bit more unusual. I saw Urshifu, Iron Valiant. We didn't get to feature that, and they did so well. They actually played against Lukasz on the winning in, where Snorlax Stall came through there, even though it was a Valiant deck. So there's lots of people coming through. Saw Tord in top 8. We saw Luke Kirkham there. But ultimately, Charizard EX and Snorlax Stall have made it to the finals.
Yep, incredible display from all of our competitors. Remember, over 900 players competing at this Gdańsk Regionals. Whittled down now to our final 2 competitors for our grand finals in the TCG. We will take one small break. Don't go anywhere, and make sure you're ready for the final of the Gdańsk Regionals.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today I'm going to run you through why I love the Paradox Rift expansion. First of all, Paradox Rift introduces a new future and ancient mechanic. These are new classifications of cards that also have different cards there ready to support them. Very similar to the single, rapid and fusion strike mechanics of the past. Let's start off with the new big scary future card, Iron Hands EX. Ampu very much deals 120 damage for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy. However, if you KO something with damage from this attack, you can take 1 extra prize card. This is devastating for 1 prize attacking decks, since you can swing the prize trade back into your favor. However, one card that 1 prize decks are starting to use to combat Iron Hands is Cloth. Its Unhinged Scissors attack is perfect for cutting through Iron Hands like hot butter, since Unhinged Scissors does 30 plus 160 damage if Cloth is affected by a special condition. This is very easy to fulfill by playing a spicy seasoned curry. This will burn Cloth, which is now swinging for 190 damage or 170 after a double turbo energy attachment, which is fine because after applying weakness, it KOs Iron Hands EX in 1 hit. Another card Cloth players can use is Luxurious Cape. This is a very fun card that, when attached to a non-rule box Pokemon, gives it an extra 100 HP, but they do give up an extra prize card when they get KO'd. This would give Cloth from earlier 220 HP, or give Snorlax 250 HP. It would also give Sableye a terrifying 180 HP, making Luxurious Cape one new tool that Lost Box decks might start to use. However, they do have to be careful of the new Jirachi card, because this prevents all damage counters placed on your Pokemon from your opponent's basic Pokemon. This makes Lost Mine useless if your opponent was to have Jirachi in play. One deck that will definitely be playing Jirachi is Gardevoir, but they also might opt to play Screamtail. Roaring Scream does 20 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on the Screamtail. With Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX being absolutely perfect for getting 8 damage counters on Screamtail, Gardevoir players will have access to a very easy 160 damage, which they can also use to target the bench too. Another card Gardevoir players can now use is the Evolution TM. This is a tool card that provides a 1 energy colorless attack to the Pokemon it is attached to, and this attack will allow you to evolve any 2 of your bench Pokemon by 1 stage. This will allow Gardevoir players going second on their first turn of the game to immediately get 2 Curlier into play, all ready to draw cards later on. But they will have to be careful of the new Devolution card that allows you to de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon by 1 stage, also for 1 colorless energy too. Iron Valiant EX has the ability Tachyon Bits, which lets you place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon whenever it hits the active. This allows you to get a potential 80 extra damage in a turn, as long as you have enough Iron Valiant EX in play and enough switching cards to maneuver around them. Medicham V's Yoga Loop slots perfectly into an Iron Valiant deck, since it can allow you to skip your opponent's next turn as long as the 2 damage counters that Yoga Loop places KOs one of your opponent's Pokemon. You can even use Xatu to help power up Iron Valiant so it can attack too. While its attack Laser Blade only does 200 damage, which isn't that great, it is good enough when you sprinkle in all the extra damage from Tachyon Bits. Xatu has the ability Clairvoyant Sense, which allows you to attach a Psychic Energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Then you also get to draw 2 cards as well. This kind of a deck could destroy evolution decks like Charizard. However, Charizard does have a new tool too, Skeldurge EX. Skeldurge EX has the ability Incendiary Song, which allows you to discard a 5 energy from your hand. And if you do, your Pokemon do an extra 60 damage this turn. This helps improve Charizard EX's low damage output in the early game. One card that has no problem with damage output though is Roaring Moon EX. Frenzied Gouging for 3 energy actually KOs whatever your opponent has in the active, but it does deal 200 damage to itself, leaving Roaring Moon with 30 HP. Although you can play Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to boost Roaring Moon's HP by 60, leaving it with 90 after a Frenzied Gouging. Calamity Storm does 100 damage, plus 120 damage if you discard a Stadium, giving Roaring Moon a nice backup attack also. Professor Sader's Vitality will help you get energy attached to your Roaring Moon, or any ancient Pokemon, since it lets you attach 1 basic energy from your discard pile to 2 of your ancient Pokemon in play, and then draw 3 cards afterwards. This, in combination with Dark Patch, will allow Roaring Moon to attack as early as turn 1. Another card that has no problem with damage output is Golden Go EX. Its Make It Rain attack does 50 damage for each basic energy card you discard from your hand. It is very easy to get a ton of energy in your hand with cards like Superior Energy Retrieval. Golden Go's ability, Coin Bonus, also helps you draw cards, allowing you to draw 1 card or 2 cards if Golden Go is in the active. Counter Catcher is also set to return to the format. Counter Catcher is an item card that when you are behind on prize cards let you swap your opponent's bench Pokemon with their active, allowing for combat decks like Gardevoir to have a fantastic means of swapping their opponent's active. Whew! And that rounds up some of the best cards from Paradox Rift. Will any of these cards do well here this weekend? There's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
We started with 977 players here in Gdańsk, Poland, and we whittled it down to just 2 players. On the sofa beside me, we have Łukasz and Erin. We're just going to have a little chat before the finals as we give these players a chance to compose themselves. And I've got a few questions because I think it's fair to say we've had quite different runs to the final. We'll start with you, Łukasz, with 2 victories back-to-back against Charizard EX. Tell me a little bit about that top 4 game. We weren't able to catch the action.
So, top 4 game wasn't quite the most interesting game, I would say, because if you can donk anyone with stall deck, then it's definitely the definition of that, because Robin just started game 1 with Mew, and I started with Snorlax, he just scooped. Game 2, he started with Menaf, he didn't even wait for me to put my basic in the active spot and scooped.
Doesn't get easier than that. You're up against a world champion, but it just so happened that Robin, as it turns out, did not have many switching cards in his deck list. So that's what Snorlax can do. I think we had a bit more of an interesting top 8 game, though, against Elliot.
Yes, top 8 game was definitely much more interesting. There was really big action there, I would say, because in this matchup, obviously Zard is known of having very good late game, but in this case there is no late game because I still have 6 prizes. But my opponent employed really creative strategies to get some advantage. But yeah, Counter Catcher is just too broken with the card.
It's certainly been the case so far in this tournament. We'll come to you, Erin. You've been providing more of a box office experience, I think it's fair to say, with both your top 4 game just then against Palkia V-Star, first of all. And it turns out you didn't really have a game plan going into this one. You sort of had to make it up as you went along. How did you navigate that last top 4 game?
Yeah, so in top 8 I played against Tord, and in top 4 I played against Palkia, against Luke. And both decks, I didn't practice against.
Quite different decks.
So I went in with literally no game plan. And I just was playing to my outs, and what I was thinking was the right play. But no, I didn't have a game plan or anything, but it worked out in the end, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's something you have to do sometimes as top players, have to navigate in situations where you've been uncomfortable in the past. Now, looking to the final, I don't think have you faced any Snorlax stall throughout the tournament?
Otherwise, I wouldn't be in the finals.
Okay, so managed to dodge it until the finals. But, we've still got to see what happens. It's Pokemon at the end of the day, so hopefully it is going to be exciting. We have our 2 finalists ready to rumble. We're not going to waste any more time here. We're going to find out very shortly who is going to be standing on top of the podium here in Poland. I'm going to let our 2 players go now, and we can see the action. Thanks so much for joining me, and let's see how it goes. Back to you.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out. So.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass.
Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player, take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Burbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 US National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
World War might have happened about 8 years ago, but we're about to replicate it here in the finals as we are entering Gdańsk Regional Finals. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by the lovely Joe. You excited to see some Snorlax stall?
Excited might not be the right word, but here we are. We see that Łukasz has blocked everyone else in his path and has made it all the way to the final, defeating a number of Charizard EX to get there. Might not be a great omen for Eren, but we're going to give it the good old college try, and all it takes is 1 victory here. And as we saw just with Jason Klaczynski, you're able to win 1 game against these controlling matchups, and then you end up actually becoming the champion just due to the nature of us having to have a winner in the end.
So it is possible, but we got word that in the matchup in the semi-final against Robin, Łukasz and Robin set up, and Robin drew all his cards for his 7 cards, and he went, it's a Mew, game 1 to you. Yep. They do the same thing again, shuffle up, go into game 2, draws them all, goes, I have a Manaphy as my only basic, congratulations, you're going to the final. And at that point, Łukasz said the line, I didn't know my deck could donk.
Yeah, it's the first time we've ever seen a turn 1 victory for these controlling archetypes. We're going to refresh your memory on this top 8, and it was a really interesting one with a lot of UK players and a lot of Charizard, 2 of them being Pidgeot EX based, and Eren is among the Pidgeot players. One of the lists was rocking the Bibarel. There's been a couple of Mew, and also Luke with a really creative Palkia variant, which was knocked out in top 4. Tord also, I still don't know what's going on with that deck list, but it kind of just finds ways to win with multiple prize knockouts. And then, of course, there's Block Snorlax, which has made it all the way.
And that's exactly it. Block Snorlax, what a pick going into this, and to find the route through that top 8, as you can see there. I mean, the top 8 has 3 Charizard EX in it, and it seems at this point all of them have to face that Snorlax stall.
Yeah, Łukasz found them, found the right side of the bracket. It actually really does remind me of the Latin American International Championships top 8, where we may have been talking about Block Snorlax a lot more in the previous upcoming week because it just happened to hit a Giratina, one of the worst matchups for Block Snorlax. But as the tournament has panned out, Łukasz has found the more favorable matchups and has been dominating with 2-0 victories, as you said, against Robin. It wasn't even a series, really. It was
4 minutes.
Extending the hand. Robin had, unfortunately, 0 switch cards in his entire deck list.
Could be a record there.
Yeah, Eren does have a couple more tricks up his sleeve. Not many, I'm going to be honest, but does at least have more than 0 switching cards in his deck list. So hopefully we have a bit more of an exciting final.
As is the case in any kind of game, there is always a chance that luck goes in your favor. So Eren might start perfectly, where Łukasz doesn't get what's needed.
Don't start the Manaphy, don't start the Mew. These are integral opening stages. This is going to be really fine margins from the off here.
well, chance now to settle into the final. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the action here in Poland. We've been going all weekend long, and it comes down to this final matchup. Eren versus Łukasz, Snorlax Stool versus Charizard EX, and you can see here, Eren, nothing to his name currently, but he was a junior and a senior, took an extended break after that, and this is his first year back in Masters.
Yeah, containing his excitement, because I think he knows that this could be, if things are going his way, it's going to be a really long series.
I think he's staring off into the distance thinking, what will I do with my prize money?
I'm so happy this is being shown live to everyone right now, as we do pass over to Łukasz with a few more accomplishments to their name. A Malmo top 8, a few top 32 placements actually in Warsaw last year, so really enjoying the home turf, and is now rocking the flag for Poland in the final here.
That's something we've really got to mention here. The Polish community has developed so much in this last year. Having Warsaw Regional announced last season gave them an event to look forward to, and consequently they have ramped it up. And right now we are going into our final. The prize cards are being placed, and we'll find out whether Eren has an answer for Block Snorlax.
Well, Luminion being the prizes, that's exactly where you want it. You don't want it in hand, you don't want it in play. So actually, that's the best possible outcome. Starts with a Charmander. We've actually got a game. Fantastic. Łukasz is kicking things off with a Mimikyu.
I can tell you're excited for this, Joe.
Well, we're playing.
I mean, you're a player of controlling archetypes in the past. You've dabbled.
I'll play anything. Yeah.
What is it like when you're playing these long tournaments where your win condition is atypical? You're going for that the stalling, or trying to deck out or take away options of your opponent.
It's always about knowing what resources the other archetypes have, what damage output is in their range, what attackers they can use, what tricks they can have up their sleeve, and it's really trying to mitigate that. You're almost using your 6 prize cards as lifelines. The game doesn't end in a normal tempo-based manner. You're just saying that I have 6 chances here, 6 possibilities to get my opponent down to nothing remaining. And I think that's what's going to be most important here.
And what is it that's made Snorlax Stool so impactful now that Paradox Rift has come out?
I think it's a combination of factors. It gains some big pieces. It's gained Countercatcher. This is absolutely massive. Previously, there was, of course, Boss's Orders and already the Erika's Invitation supporters in the deck list, but not having to use your supporter for the turn makes this archetype so much more aggressive at targeting down the resources of the opponent. You now have access to the likes of the Sydney supporter, which can catch the likes of Jet Energy and other switching cards, and Stadium Bouncers as well for Temple of Sinnoh that you play in your own deck list to work. It allows you to play Hand Disruption supporters and, of course, Misfortune Sisters, which are targeting the most crucial switch cards, which are the main ways around block.
And we see the Rotom V, the first option with the Nest Ball coming down to try and draw as many cards, knowing that the Charizard deck cannot do too much in this early stage, needs to try and evolve through a rare candy in a future turn. So a little bit of time to play with before Snorlax is needed. And why not build that hand up with some instant charges?
Well, the first question for Eren really is, well, there's a Mimikyu in my face right now. Do I even attempt to go for a Charizard early? Do I just evolve into Charmeleon over the next couple of turns and manually attach my way through this Mimikyu? It's something that you have to consider, also because the damage output of Charizard EX scales based on the amount of prize cards your opponent's taken. Łukasz doesn't care about that. He's not going to be taking any prize cards. The only way you can manipulate the prize cards your own end is by using your 60 hit point Heat Tackle Charmander to knock your own Pokemon out. That would give Łukasz a prize card forced into his hand, essentially, and that would turn off Countercatcher for a number of turns. Maybe that opens an avenue for you then to possibly Iono at some point, reduce the hand size from Łukasz, who's going to constantly be expanding it with the Rotom V already developed on his board. So you've got to get a little bit creative as the Charizard player.
It's an interesting situation where you've got a lot of attackers that you can have in play. You can have that Charizard EX, you can have the Radiant Charizard. All of them can attack throughout the turn, so you're not worried about overbenching those. But there comes the point where you mentioned the Erika Invitation, and if you discard any Pokemon, you've got to worry about Echoing Horn.
Echoing Horn. Yeah, even filling up your bench. Sometimes there can be the Avery in the deck list as well to free up the board space. Then you can open up your own Echoing Horn for you. So there's just so many ways, so many game plans that Łukasz has in the deck list. As the Battle VIP pass right now, we're seeing a lot of searching of outs here for Eren. Very understandable. This is the climax of our tournament here, the final and any misstep can be massively punished by Wukash, so just limiting to Radiant Charizard at this stage. It's a fantastic attacker, even though you're having to pass every now and then because Radiant Charizard cannot chain its attacks. It has a high enough damage output threshold that you can knock out even Bravery Charmed Mimikyu and Snorlax. So you basically go for a slow approach here by just manually attaching to Charizard over and over again to get through those prizes. And you know that Wukash is going to come back with counter catches and whatnot, but at least this is a board state he can manage right now.
One of the advantages for Eren is they do have the Pidgeot V with the Vanishing Wings. Yep. They're going to have to be a bit worried about the potential of Spiritomb, Festive Misfortune, which is in Wukash's list, there to try and disrupt other Snorlax matchups, and of course in matchups where they rely on things like the Pidgeot V, Vanishing Wings.
Even plays Crabominable V in the list as well, so even Vanishing Wings isn't enough. You could just get rid of the rest of their resources if they get down to that stage of the game. The Erika's Invitation is the pickup from Pokegear. It's a bit of a gamble at this stage. Eren hasn't drawn that many cards, so it's not exactly the ideal supporter for Wukash, who hasn't been able to develop any Snorlax as of yet. Haven't been able to spy what else is in the hand, though.
I mean, you've got a bit of time, nothing too threatening to knock out the Mimikyu, but the extra advantage of Erika's Invitation is you do get to see the hand, so you know what you're working with.
Yeah, no targets for the Erikas to bring any Pokemon into play. But as you said, it helps Wukash with his decision-making process, as we're going to see a Bravery Charmed Snorlax straight away, and it will be another instant charge from that Rotom V. Expect to hear instant charge a few times throughout this cast, because it's going to be almost always Wukash's final action of the turn.
Another advantage of that Rotom V is a target for the Forest Sealstone to tutor out anything you need from your deck, so has been so key to so many of these Snorlax stall decks. A lot of people only playing one of them, though, so if it were to be prized in any matchups, it could be quite bad. I've seen some Snorlax stall lists with 2 in, because it's just that important, and we've seen it was the first option taken by Wukash with that Nest Ball. So the key to this matchup, and there was just a quick pass there from Eren, and they'll be straight back into Wukash's side, giving him an opportunity to start developing all of those game plans we've spoken about. And that's really the worry here. If you give the Snorlax stall deck too much time, you can really create that lock.
Yeah, it's not only the fact that you have to be so cautious on your own end, that giving Wukash time allows them to actually assemble combinations. They can get even more Snorlax developed. They can start getting towards some more supporter cards. Maybe you can start weaving in these Sydneys, weaving in other hand disruptors. Obviously, the Misfortune Sisters being the massive one.
These are instant charges as well.
More instant charges just means more draw power for Wukash, more options. So having no pressure at all can't feel great for Eren right now.
Yeah, you end up getting a massive hand where you've got a directory of options. You're thinking, what do I choose? What's the right thing to do in this situation?
So often I've seen Wukash sifting through 20+ cards in hand and just looking at one and thinking, yes, this is the perfect supporter for right now. I'll use this one. Because you don't do many actions with this archetype. Wukash actually going for the early Iono here. Just wanting to recycle the hand, which is pretty interesting. I'm not sure what's so drastically important to get early. This might be just because you've seen 6 of the cards in Eren's hands had no Pokemon. What if I spin the wheel early with this Iono? I know I have instant charge as a backup plan. I want to start finding Erika's opportunities.
There was also Rare Candy plus Arven in there.
Yep.
So there would be a way to set up the Charizard EX, so perhaps worried about that too.
It will be an instant charge to end the turn and pass things over to Eren here. Let's see what the new hand has on offer. Just a pass, so not much.
Going to be a lot of that today.
Are we going to see a Misfortune Sisters at all this turn? I don't know if there were any in the hand. This is the issue. There is one escape rope in Eren's deck. That's his main out. He plays Boss's Orders as well, so you can get around block a few times, but it's still going to be a big problem, because in most situations, if there are going to be Boss's Orders, then it's a Mimikyu that comes into the active anyway, and that can still be an awkward Pokemon to get around. So
often you're using your Boss's Orders on the Rotom to be able to either knock it out to disrupt them or give you that opportunity to retreat in the turn. So weirdly, Boss's Orders is an out of the block Snorlax a lot of the time.
Because the block is only active once the Snorlax is in the active position, so pushing it back away and bringing up the Rotom gives you not only those additional prize cards more easily, it's going to try and put the block at bay so you can actually pay retreat out of certain Pokemon throughout the game.
And sometimes what we see when the Rotom V does get knocked out eventually is they never put it back into play, because it's done its job. It's got that early start going.
Yeah, good for you. You took your 2 prize cards. Now there's still the rest of the Snorlax to get through afterwards.
Is that just a straight pass again?
Yeah, we're seeing passes. Wukash is going to try again with this Erika's Invitation. Again, no targets here. There are stage 2s. Oh, there is a Pidgey. Okay, so Pidgey is among them.
Pidgey can attack in this matchup.
Yep, and it's currently not being blocked either. It's still Mimikyu in the active, but the water energy is in hand, so Wukasht can initiate the block Snorlax lock now. Pidgey can attack. You can evolve into Pidgeot and you can deal 120 damage every turn. It's not a lot, but it's honest work, and when you're in this situation, it's pretty much what you got to go for.
Bit of blustery wind.
Yeah, removing a stadium every now and then could be handy, but not so much in this matchup.
Another
Just going to be a pass immediately.
Oh my, this is getting really tough now. The Misfortune Sisters, so effective at disrupting the decks that do have lots of switch outs. It's your main win condition to take away their options.
Super Rod among them, Counter Catcher as well as Lost Vacuum, forcing, of course, Eren to shuffle the rest back in. You can only target item cards with the Misfortune Sisters. The big hit, although Super Rod was a pretty massive one there, is going to be the Escape Rope. And if we can grab that, it's going to be a big problem.
The one switch out, the one way out of block Snorlax.
When will we respect Snorlax enough to play more?
I mean, we saw a Charizard EX deck playing the Minior as a one-card tech for the matchup.
There's also softer answers in the likes of Professor Churro Scenario, plus having Power Pad in your deck list, but even then these can get taken away from you via Misfortune Sisters, so it never feels great.
And that wasn't enough in the quarter-final, was it?
No, that's what Elliot actually had 3 outs in the deck list, playing Jet Energy, playing Escape Rope, and playing Professor Churro Scenario. But with the likes of Sydney every now and again, with just a constant amount of pressure with your hand disruptors and gusting back Pokemon, there's still just so many, you have so much time as Wukasht to undo any work being done by the Charizard player. The Silene here going to get a Misfortune Sisters back on top. I think that makes a ton of sense. It's the best way you can try and proactively target your opponent's deck, and once you take the rope out of the equation, it becomes a much simpler game for you.
Anything you Silene will be straight into your hand off the instant charge. And we see at this point,
here we go,
Rare
Fireworks.
Candy.
We can start going into Pidgeot. We can start quick searching some cards.
Exactly, that quick search vital.
Yeah, so you can start attaching to your Pidgeot, but also if you can quick search Escape Rope to your hand, it can't be taken away from you. It can't be misfortuned out of the deck either. So although these energy are going to be the first instincts for Eren, the only way you can actually protect your Escape Rope is by grabbing it to hand. So that must be something that we look at some point with these quick searches. He'll have time in a few turns.
So Pidgeot EX now going to have an energy on, so can start chaining attacks there, and that's where you start asking the question of Wukasht, can you chain the pennies in response and keep that pressure on? But the Misfortune Sisters, here we go. Will the Escape Rope be taken away? Ultimately, it is the best option off of a Misfortune Sister. Ultra Ball there, not too much to worry about. But of course, taking away cards which will increase the speed of that deck out win condition.
That's right, and that is the ultimate goal for Wukasht here. Run your opponent out of cards, and it's just going to be the instant charge from Rotom once again. Eren can begin launching attacks. It's only 120 damage, as we said, but it is going to be helpful, no doubt. It's going to be a turn attachment of Fire Energy now, so we can get a swing in and start essentially making Wukasht use pennies rather than using these other disruptive supporters. In this case, it's going to be Boss's Orders onto Radiant Charizard.
We mentioned about the counter catchers being so key, but you do have to include some Boss's Orders for those early turns when the counter catcher is not activated, and that's an exact example of it. So that Radiant Charizard, its ability, not going to be very useful here to try and lower the cost of that attack. It will be the 5 energy in full required to start getting attacks of Combustion Blast
You really associate Radiant Charizard with being efficient. You normally just swing 1 energy on, and in the late game it becomes incredible. But when you're up against an archetype such as Wukasht is, it's 5. That's a lot more.
I mean, you can get a lot of energy in play very quickly with Charizard. You can get that 3 from your Charizard EX.
Yep. And then manually attach as well. That would put you 1 away from using Combustion Blast.
So I guess on this turn, just the single attachment would be key here, just to make sure that you're in range of that, the Infernal Rain plus manual attach. But then this is another thing that we see often with Snorlax Stall is the more energy that comes down into play, the more threat there is of blocking something in the active where energy is the only way to keep it relevant.
And I think there was also 2 prized fire energy for Eren as well, which is going to be really harsh because you can't actually retreat any of these energy off your Pidgeot. They're just stuck there now because you have free retreat. So if ever you do have the chance, you're not going to remove these energy. The Super Rod's already gone anyway, so we are really limited with the amount of resources left already for Eren here.
Yeah, the Turo would be a way in some versions of Charizard EX, but not present in Eren's list. And imagine making it all the way to the final. You feel confident. You've beaten the LAIC champion, Yuho, and then you come up against Tord Reklev, manage to beat him on the feature table in the quarterfinals. You discover a new deck and you work it out on the fly. And then suddenly, your weakest matchup is waiting for you in the final. Snorlax Stall has done the journey through Charizard EX all the way to this stage, and is waiting here to try and show exactly why it's a stronger matchup.
I mean, this was pretty much expected in the deck building process. You can choose whether or not you care about Snorlax enough to actually tech against it. How many games would Eren have won by top decking cards that aren't Professor Churro's scenario in different other matchups? So just having more consistency, you can never argue with it. He just happens to be in the situation where he would love to have more outs in the deck list. Wukash is able to penny now and undo the little poke of 120 damage that Pidgeot did earlier on a previous turn. And we're back charging again with Rotom V. There's still so many prizes to take for Eren. And looking like Lukash is able to amass such a large hand size already here.
Yeah, looking back through Wukash's journey, played a lot of Urshifu and Teleon, which is another great matchup for it, as well as a few Charizards along the way. I think there's 3 there. 2 Gardevoir early on, and a mishmash of all sorts of other archetypes. But finally, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and final will be all Charizard.
Yep, you'll love to see that. There's a Team Yells cheer getting back some of these crucial supporter cards. This is how you prevent yourself from decking out. We have a combination of Team Yells cheer, Pal Pads, and Silines. By looping these, you comfortably make sure that even though you've drawn a card for turn and you've used Instant Charge to get pretty much every resource in your hand, you're never going to struggle. Sometimes there are some really wacky combinations of coin flips that could put you in danger, but it's extremely rare, I would say.
And this is why the draw pass approach is being taken by Eren here. Create as much time as possible for his deck. You don't want to start playing cards down willy-nilly and seeing all those resources disappear.
And ultimately, there are situations where if Wukash draws so many cards, they're then committing themselves to a Yell Cheer or committing themselves to a Silene just to prevent themselves from decking out. So you actually block their own use of supporter at times as well if they get overzealous with their draw throughout the game. There could be a situation where you just have enough in hand and just say that, yeah, you can pass for a little bit more, I'll just draw 1 per turn instead.
To anyone right now who's thinking, I want to play Snorlax Stall, you're seeing exactly how it's done. If this interests you, make sure you get stuck in, find this list and give it a go. But you can see how much skill is required to play the deck. With that hand size being massive, you have so many options every turn. Navigating the problem, I think the way Ben describes it is like you're solving a puzzle live, trying to work out how to control the game in a way that you're able to win it eventually, and that's exactly what's going on right here.
And this is one tough puzzle. This is a real challenge. I think we're even starting to see a lot more Misfortune Sisters here. These are kind of the biggest supporters, really. If you can catch the escape rope, it's monstrous. Rare Candy, not bad, honestly, when there's still a Charmander. It stops some of the burst acceleration from Eren here.
That was that Charmeleon in the first hand that got Ionoed away, so there is...
It's available.
There is the ability to evolve naturally.
Just take a little longer as we pass back over to Eren. I don't think Eren's even been quick searching that much. I think it's just been a lot of draw pass, actually. If you're not quick searching for outs, what are you really waiting for? Are you waiting for your opponent to get to the bottom of their deck before initiating prize trade, so it's harder for them to use supporter cards? Well, possibly that's the line.
The moment you take that first prize card, you are then in a position where...
Yeah, you unlock the counter catcher.
Yeah.
So waiting so patiently to get rid of, well, the deck of Wukash, even though Wukash is the controlling player. Eren is trying to identify a position where they can force Wukash into an awkward spot.
As you see, Wukash shuffling through that hand, working out what's the next disruptive card.
Was the escape rope even in Eren's hand?
I don't think so. Was it in the prizes? I don't think it was, right?
It's definitely in the deck. I'm stunned that we haven't seen the escape rope come to hand, if it hasn't already.
I mean, is he just relying on the deck out of Wukash and hoping that that is enough for him. Well, we see the passes back and forth now. We're at that stage.
I mean, Łukasz has got all the way to the final stage, and I feel like he's not going to fall for any of these tactics. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable and he's going to keep diligently. You know, the double heads also helps out. You can get the yell cheer back quite comfortably. If you want to, you can Peonia and get the remaining cards in your prize cards that you didn't have access to available to you as well.
I haven't seen a PAL pad used yet either.
Yeah. I mean, even though you are flipping coins of Silene, it can get a little bit rough at times. Just the ratios are so good with you because you can Team Yell Cheer and PAL pad back Team Yell Cheer and get more uses of Silene. You have such a good safeguard around it.
Yeah, we see the 2 PAL pads in hand there.
Yeah.
So really safe getting yourself decked out here. You even have the option of the Pidgeot V to put back into the deck.
That's right. We see a boss's orders action at last, but just a pass.
Calm down, Joe. Calm down. Nothing too crazy here.
Crazy turn. There goes a switch cart for Łukasz. Let's see a Peonia now as well.
So that's the full prize cards being checked here if wanted.
Yeah. This archetype actually has full access to their prize cards thanks to the use and reuse of this Peonia. And it also means that Łukasz can get rid of 6 of the least helpful cards available to him so that he never sees them again, essentially.
I believe there's a Battle VIP pass.
That's definitely a candidate.
Yeah, I think the 3 are just going straight back in. It's like, have a look, don't need them, you can go back, pass.
Yeah, these all sound like great choices. Battle VIP pass, Temple of Sinnoh, Arven, none of these are too handy in the matchup. So let's just pass things back over to Erin here. It's going to be another boss's orders. Let's see if this can do anything.
I mean, maybe Erin's confident in the fact that their Pidgeot V will be able to play out the rest of the game. We saw that Spiritomb is in the prizes, but through a few PAL pads, getting the Peonia back, you can just get the Spiritomb out as and when needed.
I mean, Erin has already seen that Łukasz does have water energy in the deck, so that's assume that Crabominable gets around it anyway. So
true.
It's just a matter of Silenes to get back the water energy, get back a switch cart at this stage, and yeah, the Crabominable will still close the game. We've seen 2 Peonia, so Erin knows that there's no issue with prizing at this stage.
Yeah, so you've got either the Spiritomb out if you need it, or the Crabominable out, whichever one is easiest to get a hold of in those final turns. And passes galore.
Here comes another Misfortune Sisters. Łukasz weaving one in. Let's see if we can discard anything handy. There goes Battle VIP Pass and Ultra Ball.
That's just increasing the speed of this deck out.
Sure is. The discard pile is pretty full despite Erin having played very few of those cards, just from a number of Misfortune Sisters over a number of turns. Got an absolute catalogue of cards in Erin's hand, but still no action at all. Had quick search the entire game as we see a Silene flipping here.
Oh, that one's gone off the screen, but no action.
Looks like it's a double tails, straight into the PAL pad.
You can get it back, nice and easy.
And this is where the combination allows you to be pretty infinite. You're not guaranteed, but with PAL pad and Silene and Yell Cheer, most importantly, getting back the Silenes to reload again, and then the Silene can get the PAL pads, and then you start the loop over. You have a pretty good chance of never decking yourself out. We're going to see another Silene here. Things get wacky if we see a lot of tails in combination with one another. But there's one heads, and it's almost always PAL pad. If you feel pretty confident, you can grab Switch Cart or Water Energy and go more proactive with Crabominable. But I feel like you're always winning this game if you just never break your Silene loop. And PAL pad was, in the end, the right choice.
So Łukasz, the local player in the finals, representing Poland against our new returning player, Erin, a junior and senior coming back for first year back into Masters. What a performance from him to make it all the way to the final. Unfortunately, finding one of his toughest matchups on the big stage. Łukasz knows exactly how to navigate this after dismantling 2 Charizard EX previously. And we're seeing exactly why that is. So much stability on the board for Łukasz, and trying to find a way to begin the prize race for Erin.
Here comes boss number 3. That's all 3 boss's orders for Erin now. And just a pass again.
Okay, he's putting on a show for us, teasing us with the Rotom.
I think it's really reasonable for Erin to figure out the counts of Łukasz's deck and just navigate how Łukasz plays as well. I think there's actually decent diversity with how players actually play this deck list. So seeing Wukash go for an Arven here, just as their supporter use for the turn, just to see what's available is always fine. And just passing things back over, because you're going to have to try and find a way somehow, and sometimes it's down to how your opponent plays rather than what's in the deck list.
I mean, we've spoken about it before. This downloading of your opponent's deck is so important to work out the counts, work out how they're playing it, and that's exactly what's going on right now for Eren. Next game, if they're able to get a knockout, as you've mentioned previously, that one knockout could be enough to win the third game, right? So if they're able to get a quick game 2 through an unfortunate start for Wukash, it then quickly jumps in favor of the deck that takes prizes. Yeah, Eren may not be too entertained right now and is kind of just going through a lot of the motions, but they know full well that they have win conditions, and it may not be this game, it may be next game, and that's all it takes. If they go into game 2 and manage to pull it off, they will be in the driver's seat going into game 3, and it would be similar to the story we saw before this final, that Whale Lord on the wall. And this is something that's happened throughout history with control decks. They find it so difficult when there's a lot more time on the clock in the top 8s. How many times have we seen Sander dominating through Swiss and then making it to top 8 and struggling? And it's by virtue of the top cut rules, more often than not. And we'll see if that affects Wukash here, but if game 2 goes similar to this one, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Eren to get it. But right now, just playing out, working out what he's up against, and processing the matchup fully. We have seen an Iono from Eren, which resets both players' hands and decks. Eren does get 6 cards. Wukash draws back into the supporters that were put there with Yell Cheer. We see a double heads from Silene. Now that gives you the opportunity to weave back in Switch Cart as well, if you like, as the Team Yell Cheer. To, again, safeguard yourself. You can. Well, it's going to be double Switch Carts, so these Snorlax are going to be around for a little while longer. And you can re-establish that block. Hasn't really needed block, actually, because the Radiant Charizard's already got such high retreat cost. So the Rotom instant charge can begin again, thanks to the Iono. So there's plenty of cards to draw into, but of course the Silene will decide exactly what is on that top deck. Snorlax re-established, block begins, and so the cycle continues. It's going to be a Misfortune Sisters again. And where is the escape rope is the big question. There it goes. That's massive. A huge hit from Wukash. Eren's one actual switch card in his deck list has finally been discarded. And that's got to feel good for Wukash now. Block has been established. All the boss's orders have been played. The escape rope has now been removed. What can Eren do from this position? I mean, I think you really summarized it perfectly, that this isn't... Eren's not necessarily trying to win this game. He's trying to work out how it's played. And then here we go. I see a target for the Erica's invitation as well now. Manaphy in the active, sorry to cut in. No, he's been doing that all weekend long. We have, yeah, I mean, we haven't had much action, so when we see a card actually played that means something, it's you got to talk about it. Riveting entertainment here from the Snorlax stall, and it's kind of, it divides the community a little bit, these kinds of archetypes. I'm sure there's lots of people in chat right now who are loving seeing this, and then there's other people who just want to see prize cards being taken. But ultimately, this keeps a lot of decks in check. It forces decks to play outs. We saw the Minior before in a Charizard EX deck, and we've seen a lot of the successful lists in our format right now with Jet Energies and plenty of switch outs. But in this particular matchup, it kind of forces Charizard EX to adapt. Yeah, it really does. It has to play so differently to its usual game plan, which is wait for the opponent to move and then you just naturally become much more powerful. And possibly at this stage, I'm starting to think for Eren, is it even just a war of attrition mentally? Wukash is the one having to think through every single turn so much more than Eren now. Eren is draw passing. Eren has no win condition this game, but he's going to make Wukash go through every one of these actions and go make sure they don't put themselves into an awkward position and make sure they play perfectly for another half hour. And maybe at that point, Wukash is going to be a little bit frazzled, a little bit mentally fatigued, and that could give you a window of opportunity. So why not? A fair few times. The finals is when you're most exhausted. You've been playing, you know, all weekend long. Just 9 rounds of Swiss in day one is enough to tire out most players. And these guys, not only are they fatigued from that long weekend of games, but it's the fact they're on the big stage, they're in the final, and as you mentioned, it forces more mistakes out. And so maybe at this stage, Erin's wing condition is literally human error.
We've all had these games on PTGO when you're too stubborn to give the game away to the Snorlax player.
It's
PTG Live.
I know,
you know, Control's been around for a while, okay, and so have I.
Yeah,
a double tails for Silene there. Yeah, all right. It's going to be a double Silene tails, but it's not a huge issue. You'll start seeing some draw passing back and forth now.
Well, let's see if that human error does come out, or whether Wukash will show exactly why he's made it to the final. That hand, as thick as you'll see in most games, and the final card going into hand, and it is that Team Yelchir.
You're joking. It's 3 supporters coming back in.
I mean, that's why it's in the deck.
Resetting Silene, Misfortune Sisters, and another Misfortune Sisters.
So is that Silene going to need to be one of those heads?
Nope, because we can Palpad back Team Yelchir. we have a lot of coin flip tails to go, my friend.
What? I mean, this is. I'm testing your mathematical knowledge here. What is the chances?
Shall I get scribbling?
We've got some time here.
So I've got the time. I've got the time.
I'm giving Joe some homework real quick.
I don't have the inclination. That's the problem. It's a lot of coins, right? Surely.
Hand it over to me for a bit, and you do some maths real quick.
Oh, it's not worth it. We'll get excited when we see enough tails in a row. They have to be consecutive tails as well, is the key here.
Big numbers needed.
Here we go. Gonna be a draw for the turn. Here's a Silene. Let's see some coin flips.
Oh,
well,
it's heads.
Well, that's sad.
There you go. There's a heads and a tails.
It's going to be Palpad. We'll restart the calculus.
Well, Joe. We've got time to play with here. As you can see, 45 minutes left in this final.
Do you want to play some noughts and crosses? I've got a pen.
I mean, look, we've got to give them the respect.
Here we go!
And that's it. The lock has begun. Erin recognizes it, knows that it is impossible to win this game, and consequently, Wukash will get game 1. And now we get to see that early turns, the scary point for any control player. Can you set up in time? Wukash is in the driver's seat now, knows it's a strong matchup, but if it starts badly, suddenly it flips completely against him.
Yeah, as comical as that game was, and as in control as Wukash was, this is still very much in the balance. We pretty much gave up on that first game for Erin. Their start was so slow, let's be honest. They never really had the tempo required to actually cause a headache for the controlling players. They draw too many cards, they have too many responses. And for the Charizard, you really have to come out the gates quickly, I think, if you're going to have a chance here. And this game is the critical one. If we can see a rip-roaring start from Erin, they have a really good shot of winning this game. And then due to the nature of a finals, and we need to have a winner, the next game has to conclude, or doesn't actually have to conclude. It's going to be based on time, and then whoever's ahead on prize cards will end up winning. And that means that Erin only has to take 1 prize card. That being said, Erin actually didn't take a prize card in that first game, so still a lot of work to be done here. We're going to see some prize cards.
Nothing too crazy
The Peonia was in the prizes, actually. I think there's only 1 Peonia in the deck list for Wukash.
Well, thankfully, none of the other prizes look too worrying there.
The boss's orders was in there, but yeah, nothing else too dangerous. That's the only thing. It means that we can't access everything.
I like this from Erin, forcing Wukash to go first.
He had his natural Battle VIP pass. He plays 1 copy.
1?
Yeah, you just Arven for it. Or just have it in your opening hand. And that's it. We see a concession from Erin.
My goodness.
Sparing us the time. Wukash is your Gdańsk Regional Champion. He blocked everyone in his path and he got the victory.
The local boy coming through on top with the block Snorlax. Poland has grown so much in these last few years. And you can see they've all stayed around to support their countrymen.
Why did they stay to watch that?
Because they wanted to support Wukash, Joe.
Yes, correct, exactly.
Who is now champion now.
We had to crown a winner, and we now have a champion here in Gdańsk. I'm terrified, honestly, because if we see more block Snorlax as an archetype, it's certainly viable. It got top 8 at the Latin American International Championships. It's taken a regional victory. We pretty much have to start adapting our decks at this point, putting in some non-consistency cards, making cuts here, there, and everywhere, because Snorlax is just too strong if you don't.
I mean, we saw exactly why it was on the big stage there. It does take a little bit of fortunate matchups as well. It was a smart call, recognizing what the most popular decks were going to be here. But Wukash didn't face many Miraidon along the way, which can be sometimes a tougher matchup because all of those attackers are so good into it. And of course, avoiding the heavy switch out Iron Valiants. Yeah. So there are decks that can beat your Snorlax stall. Yeah. But if you get the right run like that and Wukash finds all the Charizards, they can come through on top. And of course, credit to Wukash. You know, you mentioned how much concentration it takes when you're in those big loop turns. You have to do everything correctly. You cannot make mistakes. You have to do it quickly because you want to make sure you get your games in. Right. And very few draws for him throughout the tournament.
Just pure wins. And like you say, you have to balance the I want to attack my opponent's resources with making sure you keep enough back for yourself, so you're not going to end up with that awkward blush moment of just getting a double tails on a Silene and it wrapping up for yourself, actually. You really have to navigate the games perfectly, and it feels like Wukash was able to do that throughout the entire weekend.
And of course, credit to Erin. Such a great performance, having taken a long break from Pokemon. First year back into the Masters. And you can see exactly why he's a veteran, having played for so long, grown up with the game as a junior and senior, and just so confident on the stage, seemed to be relaxed and played so well to make it all the way, beating Tord Reklev in the quarterfinals, and then Luke with that spicy list with the Palkia V-Star, and just too much in the final with that bad matchup.
I was going to say, such a deserving finalist. It's one thing to have a very solid record going through those Swiss rounds in day 1 and 2, but then you come up against the best player in the modern era in Tord with a really wild deck. You're learning on the fly. You're having to figure out what's in their deck list, what lines of play Tord takes. You manage to overcome that, and then you face Luke Kirkham with a very similar situation with that Palkia V-Star archetype, as you can see there, vanquished in top 4 by Erin. And again, it was coming up with game plans as you go.
What a fantastic format we're in here as well. After LAIC, we saw such a different meta game here. A complete shift as we saw Charizard EX and Mew VMAX take games all over the Swiss and coming through with great day 2 conversion. But even then, you have those interesting lists, the Palkia V-Star, Tord Reklev's Lost Box.
What does this do to change the metagame? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how you make things happen, because typically when you see a top 8, you can think about percentages tweaking here, there, and everywhere. But when you see a Snorlax victory, a Palkia top 4, a Lost Box with everything else in it, as well as still Mew making a recovery, even though Charizard's all the way in the top tables, how do you react to this?
Well, everyone's going to have to go away and test out some of these new lists, see what's working, and maybe we'll see some more innovation for those players for the rest of the year. But right now, we are in that Paradox Rift era where so many of these great decks are available. Here's the day 2 conversion as we see Mew VMAX 20% of the decks here in day 2.
Yeah, it was an exceptional run for Mew. It seems like a really good call for the tournament. It just happened that there was a really bizarre top cut for us here, and the Mews happened to run into the Charizards. Again, Mew is an archetype that can have decent means at getting around Snorlax. It has ways of getting through Mimikyu quite happily with Cross Fusion Strike, copying Max Miracle, of course. It plays Lost Vacuums to get around Bravery Charm, this, that, and the other. It plays a number of switching cards. So if you want to deal with the Snorlax archetype, we're looking at the likes of that Mew. Sometimes Miraidon has enough fuel. Sometimes the Lost Zone Giratina is probably the hardest matchup on this spreadsheet of the graphic there, because I feel like we need to just start committing to this archetype. We can't let it win again, guys, please.
Maybe there'll be a dreamy fighting attacker that can take down both Miraidon and Snorlax. So
yeah, that finds a niche, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think that's pretty much what we've got time for here in the final. We've had a great time, me and Joe.
We've loved it. We've loved every minute of that final.
And I can tell you now, there's going to be a winner very happy to lift that trophy in front of their own countrymen. Congratulations to Wukash, and we'll see them in the reward ceremony.
Hey everyone, hope you've been enjoying the regional so far, and we're going to take a little bit of a break from it to get to know one of our Polish players here, Mateusz. It's good to have you here. How you doing?
Pretty nice. Just get back from the exam, so...
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot to balance right now around your Pokemon play. As someone who's quite a creative deck builder in Pokemon, I've got to ask you, where do you find the time to fit all of that cooking up of your decks around your life?
In the free time, I like to thinking about anything. So that I don't need to worry about all the problems. So I like just to go to the decks, look at the cards, look what can be fun to play, and I'll just crumble it and try it out.
I mean, you have an amazing community around you in Poland where you got a lot of very creative players. How important is it having that local community who you can rely on to help you create those amazing decks?
I think it's really important, so I can know if my idea is really stupid or it maybe can do something. You know someone that you can test with, so it's also really good. Because on the ladder there are sometimes like the players that can't even do the things that should be done.
Yeah, so you got those amazing top-level players around you to keep testing you, making sure you're pushing yourself. Of course, you've now got regionals in Poland. We had Warsaw last year, Gdańsk this season. How important was that for the Polish community to have those big events, those premier events in your country?
I think it's grown our community. Many players attended to these regionals and then think, okay, so it's like this. Maybe I can try it out outside of the Poland. So the community grown a lot. We got more players that we can test with, more even locals. So it's really important for me.
Yeah, for me, Warsaw was my first event to commentate, so Poland's got a special place for me as I love coming back here. And I think one of the great things about Poland is your players are, you come up with interesting ideas. We've mentioned about your creative deck building. What is it about your community that you think leads you guys to go slightly off meta sometimes?
I'm not sure if it's something that just Polish people do, but I think when someone from close friends look at you that you are doing something weird, they also may want to try it. So I think it's one of these things.
Yeah, I mean, you managed to win Stuttgart Regional with, at the time, a very unused deck with Palkia Vikavolt. And you were the only one of it, I think, on day 2, and you ended up winning the whole event. And I feel like that's common for you, where you're the only deck in day 2 of your archetype. Is that something you enjoy doing, like where you play an unusual deck at a tournament?
Yeah, it's the most fun about playing something weird is that you're surprising your opponent, so it's always fun to look at their reaction. It's something that more players will look at, like my 25th place Bannet list recently in the Lille. I think it's more looked than some of the top 8 lists because it's just something new.
So some of your decks, when you come across players who are a little bit stronger and can work out how to beat them, it can often be quite hard for the deck after the unknown factor has been found out to compete. Do you think there's some cards out there that people aren't playing with that are good enough to compete at the top, even if people know how to play against them?
Yeah, like definitely. There are like 2 strategies while building a deck. You can build a really strong deck that just beats everything. It was for me, I just feel like Palkia Vikavolt, and also that more counter thing, Bannet, when your opponent know your whole list, it's much worse, but it also still can compete against other players.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Sander does with his crazy decks. Once people know what they're up against, it can't compete as well because people know how to beat it. But of course, we'll be seeing you throughout the season. What's your aims now that you've had a few regional wins, a few top 8s? What's your kind of goal for the season this time round?
I'm currently a little bit busy because of the exams, but I'm trying to be the #1 player in Poland. Just keep it up and yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mateusz. We'll get back to some more regional action for you, and hopefully we'll be seeing Mateusz on those top tables.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, for our winners ceremony. We've had an absolute roller coaster this weekend. We've seen skill, we've seen strategy, and we've seen sheer brilliance from all of our competitors, both day one and day two. But before we crown our regional champion, I'd just like to congratulate all of our participants throughout our 2 days of competition. But before the dust settles, of course, in Gdańsk, we must crown our champion and welcome our finalist. So please, give a warm congratulations to our second place finalist from the Netherlands, Erin Kingma. Congratulations, Erin, on making the final. You've been on a tough journey, but here, now, we crown our final winner of the Gdańsk Regional Championship, all the way from his home country, Poland, Łukasz Mazukowicz. Łukasz, you've had a long journey here, getting to the finals and becoming a regional champion. How are you feeling?
Fantastic. Like, I've never experienced something like that, never before. Like, I have the completely, I don't know what to say, really.
Bit speechless. I don't blame you. You've had a long journey here, like I said, but coming into this competition, did you set your expectations high?
No.
Fantastic. Now, like I said, you've come up against some stiff competition. You've got all the way to top 8, to top 4, into the final. What was your strategy coming into this competition?
You guys just have to avoid Lostina. That's the best strategy.
Yeah, of course. And what was your thoughts picking Snorlax coming into this competition?
So I had some other decks obviously also prepared, but I felt like everything lacks something really. Like, it's if you play aggressive deck, you have to maintain the tempo, but if you play Snorlax, it's like your opponent, the tempo pressure is only on your opponent. If he gives you time and like you draw with Rotom, then you have everything you only want, and it's like, yeah, I just put pressure from me on my opponent, and I only draw, flip from Silene, and then just, yeah, I'm unmillable in Infinity.
Yeah, of course. You're a regional champion now. You've got your qualification to the World Championships in Honolulu late next year. What are your feelings around that? You know, there's so much going into the rest of the season. Are we going to see more of you?
Definitely. Like, I just like playing the game, so it's not like I will be not there in all other regionals and so on. Maybe I will just take less time to play in League Cups, because they are quite exhaustive with time when you have like whole weekend, in example. But regionals, I will try to sign up for all of them probably in Europe.
Fantastic. You've set the bar high. You're now a regional champion. There's not many of you out there. Now, what's next for Łukasz? Internationals?
That's very high, I would say. I don't even measure like in repeating this achievement. I always just go to the tournament and feel like, okay, I want to play my best, and then I can see where it takes me.
Well, I for one believe in you. You brought Snorlax, one of my best friends, of course. Are there any friends that you'd like to give shout-outs to? You know, how did you prepare for the tournament?
So obviously this all guys somewhere like there. Because, yeah, I'm stupid with taking this deck, but they are stupid because they root for me with such a stupid deck. Like, guys, are you insane or so?
Well, that's a really good point you made. Coming from Poland, of course, we're in Gdańsk. What does that mean to you?
Yes, that's definitely something more. Like, obviously, all achievements are great, or regionals winners are very good players, but to win in your home country is really, yeah, it does feel special.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Łukasz, and please give a warm congratulations to both of our finalists once again. Thank you. Well, thank you everybody out there tuning in and giving us a watch, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our wrap-up.
And we have concluded Gdańsk Regional now. Block Snorlax coming out on top, Wukash, the local player, coming out on top, and consequently, we're all calming ourselves down after an exhausting weekend with so many matches, so many great games, so many great decks, and of course, I'm joined by my lovely casting team, Joe, Ben, Alex, myself, Mike. We've had a great time here. Alex, what's been a personal highlight for you?
It's incredible to have seen a lot of our casted predictions become champions of Gdańsk Regionals.
Well done.
We had Block Snorlax, of course, here carrying it just to my right there. The juniors was won by Mew VMAX, and the seniors was won by Roaring Moon. So the only one who didn't get a victory, poor Mike, poor birthday boy.
I went for the fun pick, guys.
I thought that was me.
I thought I was the fun pick.
You were the fun pick with Snorlax. My goodness. Well, guys, look, we've had a lot of fun here seeing all the different archetypes being played out. But of course, it was a controlling archetype that came through, Ben. Snorlax Stall. What is it about this deck that's so good right now in the format?
Well, nobody respected it, right? You know, and with quite a good matchup run going into the finals, Wukash was able to take it all the way. I told you guys, I told you to respect it. Don't blame me. You know, I was the one that was right. You know,
I don't know if anyone is blaming you, Ben. Don't worry. We're not putting it on your head that Snorlax won.
I've blamed Ben for a while. He played it back at EUIC when it was not that great, and he's kept it afloat. He's kept the Block Snorlax archetype around, and now it's got really, really good. So
don't blame me.
I do blame Ben a little bit.
Well, all of you guys, be aware that there is a card called Minior, which you can now put in your decks, which is pretty much a one-card answer to it. But there's lots of other ways you can deal with it. You know, we saw lots of decks being able to beat it, but it was that run. And that's, of course, why it's so important right now. Wukash coming out on top, having a great run through the Swiss bracket, and is now joining these other two champions from Barcelona and Lille. And we'll be filling this out throughout the season. Still quite early days here, but Wukash, our Gdańsk champion.
Yeah, still more 5 more champions that we can crown this season. 3 players already guaranteeing their World's Invitation with this regional win. And we can see here many more fantastic locations on our European tour for the World Championships. At the end of the day, in Honolulu, Hawaii. That's going to be a fantastic location. The reason why many of our players have made it all the way out to Gdańsk and all these other locations will be Honolulu. What a fantastic way to end the season.
And Wukash now getting his ticket booked for that event. So congratulations to you. We'll see you at the World Championship. I mean, there's going to be some big events coming around the corner here in Europe. We see Stuttgart is going to be our next event. Stuttgart, a great location. We were there last year. What do we expect to see as a reaction from this event going into Stuttgart?
I mean, there has to be a natural, as Ben had just put it, bit more respect on Snorlax. We know it was a great deck. We know that at LAIC, things could have panned out completely differently if it just fell on the other side of the bracket. As an example, But at the same time, Charizard EX has really come to the fore at this event as well. You know, dominating the 3 of them in top 8. People have to start respecting that as well. So lots of adaptation to come.
I mean, if you start respecting everything, your deck's not going to work. So you've got to start picking and choosing what you're going to be respecting here. But of course, we're not the only action here on the channel. We have plenty of other shows going on. Make sure to check out what's going on this next week. We have Shining Sinnoh, one of my personal favorite anime series. I know you love it, Joe, as an Empoleon fan. Plenty of Piplup action.
Yeah, I guess I'll be tuning in. It's Piplup, I guess, so I can enjoy some of that.
Well, I mean, when it evolves, it becomes your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, got to wait for that though. Takes a while, I think, in Sinnoh, the series at least.
It does. Well, of course, lots of other action there too, and a great movie to end it all off with, Pokemon 2000, with that infamous Lugia appearance. So make sure you check out all that action throughout the week. I mean, we've got lots of more tournaments coming up in the future. We spoke about Paradox Rift being the key to watch out for now. For you, Ben, what cards are going to be starting to see a little bit more play off the back of this tournament?
Some Switch cards. Some Switch cards for sure. But, you know, there's still a lot of creativity to be had in this format. You know, still a lot more chopping and changing with our deck lists, of course, with, you know, our already established archetypes, but maybe some new ones as well. You know, we didn't get to see, well, we got to see one Iron Valiant variant, but, you know, who knows? Maybe some more popping up here or there. Some new decks, some new toys to play with as well.
Well, we've got a North American event coming up December 15th to December 17th, so make sure you check that out. Leave a follow on the channel so you get all that action. We have Stuttgart, December 9th and 10th, I believe.
Yep.
So we've got plenty more tournaments for you to check out to end out the year. And of course, going into next year, we're just getting started as far as the season is concerned. You saw it earlier on. We've got plenty of action, and all the players trying to accumulate those championship points will be looking to make their way into those invite spots. And make sure to let us know how you're doing throughout that journey with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. It's always great seeing people winning cups and challenges and showing off their interesting decks, or perhaps they're trying something that they saw on the stream today. I know lots of people have already been trying out Tord's list in cups today, so make sure you're letting us know with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. I'm going to give you a bit of a challenge here, Joe. In one word, summarize the weekend. I stitched him up here. I told him I was going to ask him this.
I guess is a word.
Block?
Yeah, block would be my word of Gdansk. Seemed like a pretty important ability this weekend. In terms of tech cards, one thing I think is a great one actually is Spiritomb. I think that's a pretty huge one. We saw some Mew in top 8, but it also is really good against Rotom V. I feel like when you allow these control players to amass hand sizes, they have everything. They have it all, which means they can always respond quite nicely and never really give up many prizes. Sometimes it can be a 6-0 landslide where they've not given up any prizes on their own end. I feel like Spiritomb is actually a huge tech card going into these next few events.
And that's great because that's not just a one-card tech only for Snorlax. That's a card that can be multifunctional. We saw it in a lot of lists. Very effective against Mew VMAX.
It's even good against Charizard. It stops Luminion coming down for Arven. It hurts a ton of decks right now.
Yeah, so Fettered in Misfortune is the strategy. And let us know again if you're going to be adding that into your deck. And from you, Alex, how's the weekend been?
No, it's been incredible to come back to Poland once again. We saw how many players turned up, how many locals turned up, and it was almost a fifth of the competition in the Masters TCG. So it's just incredible to see one of them take it down, and just how far and how much further they could potentially go as well. And then, of course, so many more tournaments to come.
Well, that's it. We're pretty much all done here. I'm sure you guys are enjoying all of the content we're showing you on the stream. And if you have been, let us know because we love hearing your feedback and we're trying to make the show as good as possible for all you guys at home. We've had a great time here. Honestly, this has been one of my favorite events so far. Spending my birthday weekend with all of you lovely people has been amazing. And same for you, chat. So thank you very much for being here along with us. And we'll see you again in the next event. Goodbye.